We are interrupting programming with breaking news tonight. State police say a manhunt currently underway in Lewiston. Police are investigating an active shooter situation at least 3 separate locations right now.
Yeah, more details on where those locations are. The entire city's been placed in a lockdown, though. We can also tell you Auburn, the mayor there has said the residents there are being asked to stay off the streets as well. Let's show you this picture before we go any further, though. This is the suspect. This is the image that police have put out tonight of the individual who they believed, again, is armed and dangerous. You can see in the photo. This individual is carrying what appears to be an AR-style rifle. We're told this is at the bowling alley on the north side of town. You can see actually in the photos in the background. At last check, this is still an active situation. 3 different locations at the least where they're investigating shootings. No specific details yet on the number of people who may be injured or worse. We're still gathering that information, but again, this is an active situation. We're being told that this person's still on the run. So that's why we're going to stay on the air right now. This is a serious situation. There's apparently a risk of life and limb in the Lewiston, Auburn area right now. So we're going to stay on the air with that information.
Again, a shelter-in-place order is in effect right now. That's in Lewiston and Auburn. And police say do not be out on the streets. That means stay inside in a safe place. If you're at home, lock your doors. And we're told a lot of people are sheltering at area restaurants, businesses right now. In fact, a member of our sales team, Tyla Davis, is at an area restaurant. We're told we can't get her on the phone at the moment. But again, people are sheltered in various places all across these 2 cities as police look for this man, this suspect, who again is believed to be armed.
Yeah, again, this is a serious situation. Obviously, there's a lot of fear, and understandably right now in the Lewiston, Auburn area and beyond. We're also understanding that Governor Janet Mills monitoring the situation, state police resources being sent to Lewiston right now, multiple agency resources being sent to the Lewiston, Auburn area right now. We can tell you a little bit more about the locations as we understand them right now. We're told there's a location on Lincoln Street, possibly 2 locations on Lincoln Street. We've also gotten word that the location on Goddard Street is also right now part of this investigation. For reference, we understand that's near or possibly at the Walmart distribution center. That's Goddard Street. And then the just-in-time bowling alley, that's on the north side of town. That as well is part of this investigation right now. We know a message went out tonight to everybody within the school community. We understood that there were possibly teacher conferences that were scheduled for this evening. Lewiston School Department putting out a statement tonight saying they're being He said, you are at or near a school for conferences. We're going into lockdown. Law enforcement will be doing what they need to do. Right now, we need to let them do that. That's the message from Lewiston Public Schools tonight. And again, our crews, we have multiple crews there and on the way to the scene right now. Central Maine Medical Center has been preparing for a mass casualty event. We saw multiple ambulances staged there as well. Helicopters staged, life flight on standby. Let's keep showing in this photo until we know this individual is in custody. We want folks to see this image. It's on social media as well.
Yeah, again, this came from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office a little earlier tonight within the last couple of hours. You can see this man is carrying an AR-style weapon, certainly what appears to be a rifle, wearing a brown shirt, navy pants. He has a beard. We are told this suspect is still at large. He is believed to be armed. And again, you are asked to stay at home, shelter in place, wherever you can get to a safe space. And police have also emphasized one reason behind that is to keep the streets empty. Correct. So that they can get out there and they can do their job in tracking down this suspect, whoever's responsible for what's happened tonight.
Again, this started in Lewiston. This started a little more than an hour ago at this point. And it was expanded to Auburn in the last about half an hour or so. And when I say that, what I mean is that the shelter-in-place order was expanded to Auburn, which those who know the area and anyone watching right now obviously probably knows that Auburn right across the Androscoggin River from Lewiston. That is also under a shelter-in-place order right now. We also know, of course, that Bates College is right there in Lewiston. They are too in a shelter-in-place order. We also have just received this information. Maine Senator Angus King has just put out a statement tonight saying that he is deeply saddened for the city of Lewiston and all those worried about their family, friends, and neighbors. We're told he is receiving regular updates and is awaiting further details from local authorities and will be heading directly home to Maine once the Senate's final vote is held tomorrow afternoon. Former Governor, current Senator Angus King goes on to say, given the shelter in place currently underway, he is asking all in Androscoggin County to allow the first responders to address the threat stay indoors, report any suspicious behavior to your local authorities. So Senator King's office actually expanding it, saying anyone in Androscoggin County in that area should be taking this seriously as well and letting law enforcement do what they need to do.
And worth noting, we don't have any idea at this point what injuries may be. We don't know casualties. Authorities obviously have a manhunt underway, so we're not getting that information at this time. But our reporter Anna Kuhn was at one of the hospitals, I know, talking to people who are obviously very concerned at this point. Not a lot of information, people worried about where their loved ones might be, where they might have been earlier tonight. We
do know, in addition, as we see ambulances roll through in that shot right there, police vehicles, not just law enforcement, it is the medical community that's right now been ramped up. We're obviously talking about in the Lewiston, Auburn area, CMMC, the other hospitals involved. As we take a look at the video on the scene right now, again, you can see people responding, law enforcement, heavy presence on the streets. And this is why, again, this was earlier, this was obviously before the full shelter in place was put in place. But this is why they need people off the streets. It's so they can do that. Let's take a live, this is just video just into our newsroom as well. We've been monitoring this. We do have crews on the scene. Multiple agencies are involved right now. Again, you're seeing this videos. We're seeing it actually for the first time as well. Responding to places, again, I can repeat some of them that we know of. Lincoln Street, that's one of the locations that they're investigating. We also, and there's a state police vehicle, actually. You see that right there. That speaks to how many agencies are involved. We also know that the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office is involved. We also know that they've been looking at Goddard Street. That's one location they revealed to us. That is the location of the Walmart distribution center. These are, for anyone who knows the city of Lewiston, these are far-flung, this isn't just densely in one area of Lewiston. It's not, folks. Lincoln Street is on the west side of Lewiston near the Androscoggin River. Where the bowling alley is well on the north side of town, again, somewhat close to the river. And then the Walmart distribution center is far to the south of that, relatively speaking, in Lewiston, not too far from the turnpike exits there. So again, this is far-flung throughout the community of Lewiston, and as we're hearing, people really throughout the Lewiston-Auburn area and wider Androscoggin County being asked to be vigilant, be safe, and be aware, and to take it seriously and stay indoors.
Yeah, and the Goddard Street location in Mollison Way, which we're seeing right now, we checked the map earlier. Those are about 15 minutes apart. So as you said, these are not right next to each other. Obviously a big area that police and law enforcement are having to look at. Another one of our crews on their way up to Lewiston from Portland mentioned passing several law enforcement vehicles, as many as 5 to 8, all headed in that direction. So certainly they're getting a lot of support from other agencies right now. Law enforcement just descending on the Lewiston Auburn area tonight.
Right, and as we said, law enforcement, pretty much any agency that is our understanding who has people anywhere nearby is being sent there, and even not so nearby. State police mobilizing forces as well. As I mentioned, the medical community is being asked to respond. And again, let's take another look at this suspect here. A couple of different, very similar images. This is again who they're looking for tonight. This is the person of interest, the suspect, the image that's been put out by, as Marissa mentioned, by the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. Take a good look. In the photo, it appears to be a light-skinned white male with a beard, brownish hair, appears to be holding what authorities have described, obviously, as a long gun. It's a rifle, appears to be an AR-style rifle. Brown coat, dark pants, you don't see them, but brown shoes as well at the time in this image. So this is the photo they put out. We believe these images are from the just-in-time bowling alley, but it's on the north side of town. So this is the individual they're looking for right now. We have no information that they found this person. We have no information to make it clear that they're looking for anybody else right now. We don't know if there are multiple people involved. We don't know if there's a driver and a shooter. We don't know any of that. What we know is this is the person law enforcement wants you to have eyes on. If you know anything about that person, they want to hear from you. And again, in the meantime, we can't say it enough. Shelter in place. Be safe, correct. Be safe where you are. Stay off the streets. Keep them open for law enforcement. You know, it's a very serious situation. It's a scary situation tonight. But police emphasizing if you are at home, stay inside. Keep your doors locked. Don't go out. They can't say that enough at this point. Let's go ahead and look at what Senator Angus King, this just came out a short time ago, so let's bring it up again. When I say short time ago, just minutes ago. Senator King is deeply sad for the city of Lewiston and all those worried about their family, friends, and neighbors. He is receiving regular updates and awaits further details. Again, this is being put out by Senator Angus King's office tonight. We also understand that he plans to be heading home directly to Maine once the Senate's final vote is held tomorrow afternoon. Given the shelter in place, he is actually urging people throughout Androscoggin County to allow first responders to address the threat, stay indoors, report any suspicious behavior to your local authorities as well. Senator Angus King's statement just a few minutes ago.
We're also hearing from Governor Janet Mills tonight. She's monitoring this situation from Augusta. She says, I am aware of and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local law enforcement. Again, reiterating what Senator Angus King is saying as well. They can't say it enough. Everyone needs to stay at home, shelter in place, stay somewhere safe.
Yeah, we also want to, again, as we pull a video that was just into our studios here a short time ago, showing some of that response, we do want to emphasize this as well. Obviously, there's a ton of reaction happening right now in social media. A lot of that, folks, I just want to caution you, is unconfirmed, and to the point where we're not going to obviously repeat it either. But the traffic, the conversation happening on social media echoes what we're talking about. It is a frightening situation going on in Lewiston right now. There's a lot of concern for people's loved ones. As we mentioned, we have a staff member who's currently has told us, and we're not going to say the location for the safety of this individual and the others who are there, because they don't want it getting out somehow, potentially, that there might be multiple people hiding in a restaurant somewhere. But that just tells you the level of fear that's going on right now and the importance of taking this seriously and staying indoors. A huge response from law enforcement. They're doing everything they can to follow up on leads. And again, if you have a lead, again, they're obviously, if you muck it up with stuff that you're not sure of and just throwing in rumors, that's not helping. Make sure it's good information. But if you believe it's good information, get it to your law enforcement. Call 911, pass it along so they can act on that information. Again, that's part of how we understand the Goddard street location, which is the Walmart distribution center, how there were reports there, and that's why they've added to the places that they're investigating right now. And on Mollison Way, we just saw the shot there, right there, of the street sign. That's one of the locations they're obviously at. So this is a serious situation. But again, back to the social media presence, we're also putting information on social media as quickly as we can. But I do want to caution everybody. There are numbers on social media right now claiming things about the number of people who may be casualties. We don't know that. It's not confirmed. I want to caution everybody to be wary of those numbers. Could it be true? We don't know. We're obviously waiting to hear that as well.
Yeah, and some of the video we're seeing right here appears to be from Central Maine Medical Center. You can see Anna showed us a whole row of ambulances lined up right outside the hospital. You can see some of the doctors, medical professionals. They appear to be on standby. And we know CMMC has put out a statement telling us they are reacting to a mass casualty event. Again, we don't have any specifics. We don't know how many injuries, no number of casualties, just that they are reacting to a mass casualty event and that they're also coordinating with area hospitals to take in patients. Still a developing situation. They say they'll release more information when it becomes available. That's currently the situation. We don't have a lot of details at this time.
But we're staying on the air. For those of you who may be just joining us, expecting to be watching evening programming, apologies for that, but this is a situation right now where it's believed that there is a risk to people in our communities tonight. And so we're going to stay with this until we know that the community is safe and law enforcement believes that they have the suspect or suspects. We don't know if there's more. This is the photo they're putting out. Until we're sure that the situation is under control, that people are safe, we're going to stay on the air and continue to bring you this information and bring you this photo. Again, this is the person they're looking for. The only one we know of they're looking for tonight. This was put out roughly 45 minutes or so ago by the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. Again, one individual, this appears to be at the bowling alley, one individual with a long gun, it appears to be an AR-style rifle. Again, brown jacket, dark pants, brown shoes, a beard, appears to be a white male, appears to be brown hair. If you have any information, you're asked to contact police, but again, as Marissa and I have been emphasizing, don't go looking for this guy just to see if you can find him. That's not the point. The point is if you have information, call police.
And if you are just joining us, be aware there is a shelter-in-place order in effect both in Lewiston and in Auburn. Lewiston schools also sending out an alert tonight to anyone who may have been at or near one of the schools. Apparently they said there were some conferences going on. They had gone into lockdown and were urging everyone to get inside into a safe place. So if you are in one of those two areas, stay home, stay inside, lock your doors, do not be out on the streets. Let law enforcement do their job. This is a pretty wide area. We were saying these scenes, these locations under investigation are not super close together. They're a bit spread apart. So obviously there's a big area that police are focused on tonight.
And obviously this is Maine's second largest city population-wise. So there's a lot of folks. This is a sizable community for us here in Maine. This is a place and a situation that everybody's taking extremely seriously. We do understand our Anna Kuhn, as we mentioned, is in Lewiston. She brought us the information from Central Maine Medical Center and some of the images with her photojournalist, Scott Episcopo, up there as well, bringing us those images from Central Maine Medical Center. And again, the statement we got from CMMC earlier tonight, actually, Marissa, if you want to give it to us again, they put out a statement, I think it was about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, they just said they are reacting to a mass casualty event tonight. They say at this time, again, there are no specifics to share on the number of casualties. We just don't have that information at this point. Obviously, they're focused on treating anyone who may be coming in who needs help. They say they are coordinating with area hospitals to take in any patients who may need treatment, but again, reacting to a mass casualty situation tonight.
And again, there's a state police trooper vehicle right there. They appears to be trying to get people off of the streets there. We're going to go to Johnny Maffey as well. He's one of our second cruisers on scene. We're going to go to him in a moment. We understand that he's at Central Maine Medical Center. Johnny, again, if you can hear me, we saw Anna at Central Maine Medical Center a short time ago. We saw a long line of ambulances lined up. We heard helicopters overhead. What's the situation right now? Obviously, they're ready to respond to a mass casualty event. Are they responding from what you understand?
Hey, Greg, so I didn't quite catch the end of that right there, but we are here outside of Central Maine Med, and I know Anna was just here a little bit earlier. Now, there aren't ambulances quite lined up here, but there are beds lined up and certainly a lot of people outside. Heavy security, I would say, and there are ambulances from 5 to 10 towns and cities around the area lined up, stationed across the street. Now we're showing you obviously the entrance here to Central Maine Med. We have heard some helicopters as well above, and like I mentioned, heavy security, and there are just people standing at multiple entrances as we look over to the right here as well. Now, we haven't spoken to too many people over here yet, but certainly people on alert, and a lot of questions still do need to be answered. Now, we're certainly working to learn more here from Lewiston, from Central Maine Medical Center, which is on lockdown. A lot of people waiting to get in, but we will have more for you as soon as we can. Guys, back to you.
Thanks so much for the live update. Obviously, a very active scene there just outside of CMMC. As Johnny said, there's pretty heavy security there and a whole row of ambulances from 5 to 10 nearby cities and towns just at the ready.
And the one comment I'd make to that, just an observation, folks, is the fact that they are ready there is a great sign. And the fact that that number of resources obviously on the standby rather than actually actively working on folks is at least a message that they're ready for what might be coming, and whatever might be coming is not happening right now. So take some small bit of solace with the idea that, okay, we've got that number of folks ready to respond to a mass casualty event at Central Maine Medical Center, but all of those folks are not needed at the moment. They're there ready. We'll keep monitoring that.
And our Anna Kuhn earlier this evening talked to one Auburn resident who was out there as well. Here's what she had to say.
I've lived here since 2012, and this is my stomping grounds. I've been stomping these grounds since I was 19 years old, and I'm just overwhelmed. I've been here trying to spread, some kind of comfort, some kind of support, but this is an overwhelming situation. I don't think we've ever had anything like this, except that guy that died in Kennedy Park that got beat up, but that's been a while. And I'll tell you, my insides are just really sick over this. I've heard people that down there by the doors that have family members in there. There was a girl down there with 5 people, all got shot up, and they're like frantic. What are you gonna do? And I can just feel the vibes from other people. So yeah, this is not good.
And you said you have family and you've been able to contact them?
Yep. My family knows all about it. Thank God my son has technology where he has a smartphone. So he's got the scanner and he's following it all. So I've had all my friends on the phone with me to make sure they're safe. Until I told them, lock your doors, lock your windows, because you don't know what this person's capable of.
And there is a shelter in place, but you said you're here in the hospital just to pray for these people.
Yep, I'm doing a lot of praying. God's on overtime, because I have a funny feeling there's going to be a lot of people that might not survive, from what I've heard.
And
so,
have you talked to some of the families down there?
Yeah, a little bit. Like I said, there's one girl down there. There's 5 people. She just whipped out 5 names of people that they, and they brought in somebody in a vehicle that was shot right from the pickup. Took him right in the hospital. So, yeah.
And we should clarify, we don't have any specific details at this point about a possible number of casualties, whether there are any deaths, the number of injuries. We don't know that information. But obviously, it's certainly a scary time for anyone in Lewiston, Auburn. Anyone hearing this, it's still a developing situation. We just don't have that information at this time.
Yeah, and to be clear, why we don't have that information, law enforcement obviously is focused on something more important than giving us numbers right now. They're focused on trying to find this person. They're trying to find, again, an active shooter that they believe is still on the loose. Let's show you at least a map that we've sort of put together here, showing some of those locations that police are investigating and have released to us. You can see there up of just on the north. Let's start on the north side. That's the Sparetime Recreation, the bowling alley area. That's where the photo, we believe, of that suspect came from. It was released from a security camera that was put out about an hour or so ago at this point. We also have the Schemengees location. That's off of Lincoln Street. That's a bar restaurant down on Lincoln Street. We also earlier got a location on Goddard Street. Again, that's, to our understanding, that's the location near or at the Walmart distribution center that's located there on the south side of the city of Lewiston, not too far from the Turnpike exit as well, Lewiston at Turnpike exit.
And we want to show you another picture right here. We want to go back to this photo of the suspect. This was released by the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Department earlier this evening. This is the suspect. You can see he's carrying an AR-style rifle. It appears to be a white man with a beard, wearing a brown shirt, navy pants. And this photo, you can't see it in this photo, but in the version released by police, you can see the Just-in-Time logo on the door behind him with bowling pins. So it does appear that this was taken at the Just-in-Time bowling alley at Mollison Way. Correct.
And again, so what we know, again, to recap, we have the city of Lewiston's on a lockdown. That includes bars and restaurants. Businesses of all kinds are being asked to close or to evacuate if they can do so safely, or to shelter in place. Homes, businesses, schools, colleges, everybody shelter in place. We saw the heavy police presence located at Central Maine Medical Center, mass casualty response teams for the medical community on standby with security in place. Because again, if this guy's still out there, and they believe he is, they have security in place for medical personnel right now as well. Also, a shelter in place request from the mayor of Auburn across the Androscoggin River in Auburn has been put in place as well, as we continue to follow this breaking news tonight. And we also have a statement from Governor Janet Mills tonight.
Governor Janet Mills weighing in a little bit ago, just within the last hour, issuing a statement saying, "I am aware of and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local law enforcement." They've been reiterating this all night to shelter in place if you are in Lewiston or Auburn. Stay in a safe place. If you're at home, that means stay inside, lock the doors. This is a serious situation. That's why we are staying here on the air to keep you posted on what's happening.
This is the latest image that was just released to us. We don't have a location as to where these images came from, but it does give us a clear look at the face of this individual. This side shot obviously doesn't show his face quite as well, but it gives you a profile, gives you an idea of what he looks like. Again, Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office, law enforcement community putting out these images that they want you to look at, they want the public to know. This is the suspect they're looking for tonight. Again, appears to be a white male, at least light skins, obviously. Brown jacket, hoodie type jacket at the time. Also wearing dark pants. I wish we could see the words on the front of his chest there, but we can't quite make that out. But this is the image just released. A bearded male. Appears to be a youngish male, but certainly not a child by any means, not a teenager. Doesn't look like he's in his 20s, looks older than that. Again, so we're tracking this. This is the individual they want you to look for, and this is a photo of a vehicle they've just put out as well.
Yeah, police just releasing this photo. They say this is the suspect's car. Again, if you have any information on this suspect in the photo about this vehicle that they're showing, please call police. They are looking for any information. Again, the suspect's vehicle belonging to the man they're looking for tonight.
Yeah, as far as we know, again, for those who may be wondering, this photo was snapped by somebody out there tonight at some point. This is not a photo because they have this vehicle in custody or an impound. That's not why we have the photo. We have the photo because somebody was able to take a photo of this, and now police, after they process the information they've been getting, they believe this is a vehicle of interest right now. So that's why they're just now putting out this image. They want you to look for that vehicle. We don't actually have an exact make or model, but you can see the description is, again, as a station wagon style vehicle. It appears to be a silver or white vehicle. And again, it looks to be a relatively recent model vehicle that they put out a picture of. I can't tell from the hubcaps, Marissa. Can you what make that might be?
I almost want to say Subaru, but I cannot confirm.
So
maybe
folks,
maybe an SUV or a wagon type
somebody
vehicle.
out there at home is probably recognizing what that vehicle is, and that's good. If you know what that vehicle is, again, you go ahead and share that. In the meantime, CBS 13 and Fox 23's Anna Kuhn is on scene right now. She's been in Lewiston. She's at City Hall right now. Anna, I understand a short time ago they were planning to give a briefing as you're inside the council chambers now. They were planning to give you an update. What have you learned? What do you know? Can you pass along?
Greg, that update hasn't quite happened yet. We are expecting Shannon Moss inside the Lewiston City Hall in just a few minutes. She's the spokesperson for the state police department. But again, she's not here yet. She is expected to be here in a few minutes, but we did just come inside City Hall off the street, which is now on a lockdown. As you said, shelter in place is what's going on here in Lewiston, and City Hall is no exception. So these doors are locked inside City Hall. Again, we should expect Moss in just a few minutes to give us some sort of update. We're hoping for more information, like you said, out on the street, trying to tell you everything we know, but unfortunately, not too much information is confirmed just yet.
We could ask you a couple of questions. And Anna, if you can still hear us, we're showing folks at home a couple of pictures still, but if you can still hear us, a couple of quick follow-up questions that we have tonight.
Anna, are there law enforcement at City Hall? Is that being used as any sort of staging area? What are you seeing there at City Hall?
No law enforcement inside City Hall, definitely outside and near around blocks in the area. We did see a fairly large police presence, but nobody's inside City Hall at the moment.
And again, you've been in contact with law enforcement. Obviously, you and your videographer here, Scott, are being cautious, being safe. We know as well. But you did move from our station here in Portland. You went up there. You were at the hospital for a brief period of time, and then went a few blocks away to where City Hall is right now. Maybe lift the veil a little bit for us. What are you seeing? What level of activity compared to what you would normally expect to see on the streets of Lewiston are you seeing out there tonight? What seems to be the mood, the level of fear that you're observing?
Greg, as we pulled into downtown, almost every other block we were pulling over as emergency vehicles were flying by with their sirens on. We couldn't get more than 5 blocks away without seeing heavy police presence in the area. And as you said, we have been out. We have been talking to a few people, especially those people outside the hospital who admitted to us that they were scared and didn't know what to do or how to feel. The woman I spoke to said she was there just to pray for the people that were inside because she was in so much shock. She felt like this community needed love tonight. And we have seen a lot of fear out on the street, a lot of uncertainty, people walking by asking us what's going on. But like you said, we don't have too much information confirmed. So as we're in the situation, we're just gathering what we know and seeing what's going on.
All right, Anna Kuhn, live at City Hall. Thank you so much for the update. Hopefully we'll get some more updates from police soon. Anna, you and your photographer stay safe as well. And here are some new pictures again of the shooter just into the newsroom. This coming from Lewiston PD. This does appear to be the same suspect who was seen in the earlier photos released by the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Department, wearing that same brown sweatshirt, also has a beard, and carrying what appears to be an AR-style rifle. It's unclear where these photos were taken specifically, if they were at a business or, this one appears to be outside.
Right.
But it does appear to be the same suspect.
Yeah, it appears to be heading right inside the door. That picture where you see a head-on looks at heading into a door of a business. You obviously can see the stripes on the ground for parking spot. And then the next shot appears to be just inside, perhaps the entrance doors of whatever business that might be. We've heard of a couple of businesses that they're investigating right now, including the bowling alley, where we know at least one photo earlier was released from. We also have this image that they've just released in the last 5 to 10 minutes. That's of the vehicle of interest that they're looking for. It appears to be a later model, more recent model of a station wagon style vehicle. We do not have a maker model at this point of exactly what that is. Appears to be a cream color, white colored station wagon with, you can see, a roof rack on it as well, with what appears to be a sunroof as well. Relatively new looking vehicle. It doesn't look like it has much damage at all. But again, they've obviously been combing through a lot of information, some of it good, some of it bad, and they're now prepared to put out this image of this vehicle for you to be on the lookout for tonight, or if you have anything to let us know, or let them know, let me be clear, let them know when you see it.
We want to check in once again with CBS 13's Johnny Maffey, who is live in Lewiston, where police are setting up a staging area right now. Johnny, what can you tell us? What are you seeing out there?
Well, Marissa, I just talked to two parents who have children inside of Central Maine Medical Center. They haven't been able to get in touch with them tonight. There are doctors to the left of me here that they're not letting us down there for obvious reasons, but they're trying to help everybody be accounted for and help the parents and family and friends and loved ones out here also get accounted for, who are looking and asking a lot of questions. One person told me his son was at Schemengees and he was sitting right in the front there, and he hasn't been in touch with them since. Now, we will show you down here. It has been active. We just saw helicopters in the air, and we are also, like I mentioned, there's a staging area across the street, also multiple cruisers in and out of this little entrance loop right here as well. Now, another thing we're learning is just about the hospital. Something going on inside, not something going on inside, something just not a lot of people are allowed inside right now, nobody really at all. But we are talking to family members who say that they have people inside, loved ones inside, and just trying to get answers, and we'll certainly keep you posted.
Yeah, Johnny, obviously that's heartbreaking to hear that there are families waiting for information, but that's also new information for us, Johnny. You are speaking to people, you do see families, multiple individuals who are fearful for their loved ones, and they're gathering there tonight. Again, we have Johnny. Johnny, if you can actually still hear us right now, I just want to ask a follow-up on that. So you are seeing families there, and you haven't had much of a chance to talk to them. We do want to, Johnny, I'm passing this along to you as I'm passing along to our viewers. We've just got word that there might be as many as 10 people confirmed dead. Whether that's the number or not, we don't know. Johnny, again, if you can hear me, that number of people dead. We also know that the hospitals are on standby, not just there, in Portland and potentially as far as Boston. Trauma centers down there are on standby is what we're waiting to get that confirmed, but we've heard that tonight. What are you seeing, though, as far as families? Is there a large number of families they're just anxious to hear?
Well, Greg, from what I know here is that I've heard sources telling me that the life flights are landing already at Maine Medical Center, and we heard the helicopters up above here as well. As far as the numbers you were mentioning, I haven't heard that. It's a lot of people wanting to get in touch with their loved ones inside, and they can't right now. It's too soon, and it's hard to listen to.
I can imagine, Johnny. Our heart's breaking for everyone in Lewiston tonight, especially those families. We'll get more updates from Johnny Maffey throughout this evening as we stay on the air.
And if you are just joining us again, a manhunt underway for an active shooter in the Lewiston, Auburn area. We're just learning, the Associated Press has confirmed 10 people dead tonight. Just hard to put into words, this happening in our community. Obviously a scary situation and still a developing situation as well.
And we don't have the number of people who may be injured. We're obviously, just like you, there are probably many of you who are watching us right now, maybe have your phone open too, gathering information all sorts of places. We're trying to be very cautious here and bringing you confirmed information from recognizable sources like law enforcement before we bring you a random number that may end up being wrong. We've seen in multiple times where there may be situations where in the sort of the fog of the moment, some of the information is good, some of it's bad. We don't want to bring you bad information, especially again if it's horrifying information and it turns out to be wrong. We're not going to be the ones who bring that to you. We want to bring you confirmed information, and the number we have right now, not involving the number of people who may have been shot, that may have been injured, that may have been transported to the hospital, that may have been taken by life flight. All those things are involved here, but we now have the number 10 as the number of confirmed dead as we look at the suspect. As far as we know, still on the loose. Manhunt happening.
And here's a statement. We're just getting this from Central Maine Community College. They are saying, due to the active shooting situations reported in Lewiston and the suspect currently remaining at large, Central Maine Community College will be closed on Thursday, October 26, 2023, tomorrow. They say students living on campus will be provided additional guidance. Our thoughts are with our entire community this evening. Yeah,
Maine Senator Angus King, as we mentioned a while ago, put out a statement as well saying he's monitoring the situation. Here's the statement from Senator King's office. Deeply saddened for the city of Lewiston, all those worried about their family, friends, and neighbors, and we're hearing more about them from Central Maine Medical Center tonight. The number of families, anguished families, waiting for more information. Senator's office goes on to say he is receiving regular updates and he waits further details. And in the meantime, as law enforcement authorities continue to monitor this, he says we do need to be wary of this. He's going to head directly home tomorrow, Senator King's office tells us, after the last vote tomorrow. And in the meantime, he's asking everybody, and we're repeating this too, stay off the streets, stay home. Obviously stay engaged with information, but stay home, stay off the streets, let law enforcement do what they have to do tonight.
And if you are just tuning in, again, a shelter-in-place order still in effect in Lewiston and in Auburn. So being asked to stay at home inside, lock your doors, as this suspect is still at large, as we understand it. And obviously just an overwhelming night for people in the community, some of them showing up at the hospital with concerns. Here's one person that we talked to.
I've lived here since 2012, and this is my stomping grounds. I've been stomping these grounds since I was 19 years old. And I'm just overwhelmed. I've been here trying to spread, some kind of comfort, some kind of support, but this is an overwhelming situation. I don't think we've ever had anything like this, except that guy that died in Kennedy Park that got beat up. But that's been a while. And I'll tell you, my insides are just really sick over this. I've heard people that down there by the doors that have family members in there. There was a girl down there with 5 people, all got shot up, and they're like frantic. What are you gonna do? And I can just feel the vibes from other people. So yeah, this is not good.
And you said you have family and you've been able to contact them?
My family knows all about it. Thank God my son has technology where he has a smartphone. So he's got the scanner and he's following it all. So I've had all my friends on the phone with me to make sure they're safe. Until I told them, lock your doors, lock your windows, because you don't know what this person's capable of.
And there is a shelter in place, but you said you're here in the hospital just to pray for these people.
Yep, I'm doing a lot of praying. God's on overtime, because I have a funny feeling there's going to be a lot of people that might not survive, from what I've heard.
And
so,
have you talked to some of the families down there?
Yeah, a little bit. Like I said, there's one girl down there, there's 5 people. She just whipped out 5 names of people that and they brought in somebody in a vehicle that was shot right from the pickup. Took him right in the hospital. So, yeah.
And we are just learning more moments ago of the number of people injured or dead in this. Right now, CNN is reporting 16 people killed in this active shooter situation. The Associated Press reporting 10 dead. So again, information still trickling in tonight. We're bringing it to you as we get it.
And obviously our fear is that number is going to go up. That we have 10 from the AP, 16 from CNN. There's wild speculation online that number could be much higher than that. We don't know that, folks. Here's the photo. This is what we do know. This is the guy they're looking for right now. This is the photo put out by Lewiston Police, in addition to the photo put out by Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. One individual, to our knowledge, with an AR-style rifle. You can see it in the photo right there. Armed, considered to be armed and dangerous as we speak. A bearded individual, brown hair, brown jacket at the time, dark pants, brown shoes, driving what appears to be a white station wagon-like vehicle. This is all very active situation right now. We had a map a moment ago as well. If we could bring the map up, let's just show a couple of the places that we have confirmed at this point. This is what we know of. Just-in-time recreation is where some of the photos we got, and maybe where those last 2 photos came from, but we know for sure that the photos that came out from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office earlier came from Just-in-Time. That's a bowling alley on the north side of town. Also, Schemengees Bar and Grill, and that's on Lincoln Street, further south in Lewiston as well. That's another location. We had reports that there may be 2 different locations on Lincoln Street. There was also a report that Goddard Street was a place that they were investigating. That's where the Walmart distribution center is.
Congressman Jared Golden is issuing a statement on the current active shooter situation. Again, what is underway, this manhunt in Lewiston, saying, quote, "Like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work." Yeah. And again, at this point, they're saying Shelter in place. That is still the word we're getting from law enforcement tonight. No word yet that they have anyone in custody. They are still looking for the suspect that you saw there in those photos.
And of course, Jared Golden has close ties to Lewiston. Not only is he representing the 2nd District, which includes Lewiston and Auburn, he went to Bates College. He has a lot of family ties to the Lewiston Auburn area, so he's putting out a statement tonight. And to show you the depths at which this is getting attention right now, the White House also putting out a statement saying that President Joe Biden has been briefed on what's known so far about the mass shooting in Lewiston, Maine, and will continue to receive updates. That's the statement tonight, just moments ago, from the White House, again confirming that President Biden has been briefed on the mass shooting situation happening in Lewiston. And again, we're putting it at the bottom of the screen. These are the numbers we have, so that's the only numbers we're going to put out. And we're attributing it to CNN reporting based on sources, 16 dead, AP reporting based on sources, 10 dead. We are also talking with our sources as well. As we get numbers that are more confirmed, we'll of course bring those to you. But this is the situation tonight in the Lewiston Auburn area.
If you're just tuning in, just joining us, these are the most recent photos that authorities have released of the suspected shooter. You can see he's carrying what appears to be an AR-style rifle, wearing a brown sweatshirt, appears to be a white man with a beard. And he does appear to be the same man who was seen in photographs earlier released by the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Department. Those, of course, were from the just-in-time bowling alley earlier tonight.
Yeah, and show it again. This is the picture of the vehicle, the suspect's car, the vehicle of interest that they're looking for tonight. Again, if you recognize that vehicle, we believe that somebody on one of the scenes snapped this photo. Obviously, the door open, so we can only speculate that the person leapt out of the vehicle at that point. Somebody snapped a photo of that vehicle at that moment and then got it to law enforcement. But this is the vehicle they're looking for tonight. If you have information on that vehicle, don't go looking for it. If you have information, though, contact police.
Yeah, same goes for the suspect. They've been asking for information from anybody who might have information about the suspect, their identity. Don't hesitate. Call police with any information you might have.
Yeah, and again, to bring you up to speed, we are still waiting for a statement from the state police spokesperson at the Lewiston City Hall at any moment now. In the meantime, the governor's office confirms this statement, quote, "I am aware of and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local law enforcement." That is the statement from Governor Janet Mills tonight. And again, that's the statement from the governor's office. That's from the Blaine House tonight in Augusta. We also have a statement from the White House tonight. President Biden briefed and monitoring the situation tonight, which again, to the best of our knowledge, it's still an active situation, an active manhunt, an active situation where people are being told to stay in, lock their doors, stay away from windows potentially as well. Be safe, take it seriously, which we know everyone is. Be safe though, folks, until this is resolved and we know more. All we can tell you is be safe and keep an eye out for that individual and shelter in place if you're in the Lewiston and Auburn area at this point as well.
And here's another look at some of the video of Lewiston, the scene earlier tonight when our crews arrived there. You can see a lot of ambulances on standby there. It looks like they're just in a parking lot, perhaps waiting for a call at the ready. At this point, again, we know the Associated Press reporting 10 people dead. CNN is reporting 16. We don't at this hour have any idea how many people may be injured, but we do know Central Maine Medical Center, as you see here, tells us they are reacting to a mass casualty situation tonight and working with other hospitals to potentially send patients there. Very active scene there at the hospital.
Yeah, and we do have word that at least some individuals have been transported by Life Flight to Portland as well. So we know that Portland, the Maine Medical Center, where the helipad is with the Life Flight network, they're responding as well. Their trauma center is reacting to this as well. So this is a huge effort underway by the law enforcement community and by the medical community tonight. And Central Maine Medical Center, as we look at this video, we have more information from there tonight.
Yeah, we want to go now to CBS 13's Johnny Maffey, who is in Lewiston. Johnny, what can you tell us at this point?
Hey guys, I'm sorry to break in here.
Good evening again, Marissa and Greg. So one thing that just happened here, there are helicopters up above, but they're not necessarily Life Flight helicopters because the security guard just said they were circling the building and had people move in that were down below at one of the patient check-in areas that people and loved ones and family members, like I just mentioned, are trying to find and get in touch with their patients. There's a lot of tears down there, a lot of questions, like I mentioned, because some people still haven't been in touch with what's going on down there. We'll take another look at the main entrance down here. Security blocked off, heavy security. Officers with long guns as well, and of course across the street, many ambulances on standby. Now there's no helicopters here at the time, but like I mentioned a few minutes ago, there have been what seems like life flight helicopters heading over to Maine Med, which is what I'm told by people in the Portland area as well. And yeah, we've been talking to parents, we've been talking to friends and loved ones that are standing out here just trying to figure out what's going on as well.
Yeah, and again, Johnny, that is heartbreaking to hear. Again, confirmation from Johnny there. Like obviously, life flight helicopters have been in the air, but Johnny, to hear that there's law enforcement helicopters in the air, probably not a surprise to hear that, but to know that there's that level of security around the hospital speaks to the fact that this is, again, Johnny, as you've been describing, an active situation for both the medical community responding to this and an uncertain situation for them and for law enforcement right now. So, again, Johnny, we hear that around you. Thank you. And if you have updates, Johnny, just let us know as soon as you got them.
Hey, sorry, it's hard to hear you guys, but yes, certainly an active situation. A lot of people over here are on their toes, and you know, cruisers have been going down in both directions over here. Just a lot of people scared about what's going on, and we're certainly hearing a lot of those unconfirmed things. Like you were saying, not everything on the social media platforms is confirmed, but certainly the numbers you guys are reporting out of those outlets are frightening, and people are just scared as to what news they might hear.
A difficult night for the community. Johnny, thank you for the update. And we do want to let you know, we are just learning that schools in Lewiston will be closed tomorrow. That coming just moments ago. And Central Maine Community College also announcing earlier that they will be closed tomorrow as well, due to this situation and the fact that there is still a suspect at large.
Right, exactly. They can't know what's going to be happening in the morning in terms of whether this is still going on. Heaven forbid that it is. But they put out a statement. Central Maine Medical Centers put out a statement as well, saying that due to the active shooting situations reported in Lewiston and the suspect or suspects currently remaining at large, Central Maine Medical Center will be closed. I got it right. Will be closed on Thursday, Central Maine Community College, to be clear. And this is not Central Maine Medical Center. Central Maine Community College, as Marissa was saying, is going to be closed tomorrow. So we're hearing from Central Maine Community College, which is right there in the Lewiston Auburn area. We're hearing from the Lewiston School District saying they're going to close all public schools tomorrow as well. Bates College is also located in Lewiston. We haven't heard from them yet. Wouldn't be a surprise if we do, though. But they're reacting to the idea of two things. One is they don't know whether this is still going to be going on, and they also don't know the impacts on their own communities. Whether we don't know. Again, as we're here, 10 to 16 people potentially dead. That number could fluctuate or continue to go up. This is obviously impacting different communities and different families in different ways. And so they're reacting to that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see those more closings happening throughout the day. And again, as we continue to look at more pictures from the area, this is again the picture that's been released by the Lewiston Police Department of the suspect that they're looking for. And until they tell us they have this guy, we're going to keep showing. We're going to stay on the air for one thing, and we're going to continue to share this image with you until they can find him.
And again, Lewiston schools closed tomorrow. Earlier tonight, actually, Lewiston schools sent out an alert to everybody in the community, telling them if they were at or near any schools. Apparently, there were conferences tonight. They went into lockdown. So, you know, this situation taken very seriously all across the community, in a shelter-in-place order still in effect in both Lewiston and in Auburn right now.
And we've mentioned law enforcement, we've mentioned the hospital community, we've mentioned the school community. We also want to mention the faith community right now. They're reacting to this as well. In fact, I believe right now, live on the phone, we have with us right now Father Dan Greenleaf from St. Peter's Parish in Lewiston. And Father Greenleaf, if you can hear me, you know, we want to ask you tonight, what are your thoughts? Oh, I've just been told we do not have him at the moment on the phone. But we're going to get back to that interview as soon as we can get him on the. Oh, you are on the phone. Father Greenleaf, thank you so much for joining us. Again, you're right there in Lewiston. First of all, let me ask, are you in a place that's safe right now?
We are, actually. We were in the middle of a meeting, and all of a sudden all the alerts popped on all our phones. And we went through the parish, sent everybody home, and there are still people left here where I am, and we're just waiting for this to get over.
And at this point, Father, again, how is your community? You say you're safe. You were having a meeting there as well. You have a wide faith community there, obviously. Have you been in touch with members of your congregations How are they doing? And again, I don't want to speculate here, but I do want to ask you directly, are you aware of anyone in your community that you know of, without necessarily naming names, that may be in harm's way right now, or there's concern about that?
No, I don't yet, but I do. I was with Father Sami, who's the priest I live with and work at the hospital, and he was certainly called in, and I've been in touch with him, and he's been with some people who have passed away. He told me, and he's waiting to work with their families, and I've let them know that I'm on call if they need me. I'd be happy to I'm ready, willing to go to the hospital and work with the different families and do some pastoral care if needed.
All right, Father. Let me make sure I understood you correctly. You say a member of your faith community, one of the persons you live with there, is also a father, has been at the hospital, and are you essentially saying that he helped to administer last rites? Or I don't want to put the words in your mouth, but he was there as people were dying?
Exactly. He mentioned that he was with two people who had passed away. They're waiting for the family to come, and so I think it's pretty active where he is. And I told them if I'm free, that I'm free, and if he needs me, if they'll let me in. You know, at first they told us not to do anything, not to go there, but now I think they know if they need the pastoral care, we're ready to be there.
All right, Father Dan Greenleaf from St. Peter's Parish in Lewiston on the phone with us right now. Again, that's heartbreaking to hear, Father, that you're passing that along. I imagine you have a fairly large community as well that you're caring for in terms of the people in your faith community. You know, are you fielding calls from people? What are you hearing?
I'm getting all kinds of texts because they're all wondering if everybody's safe, because, you know, with having this large parish, there were meetings all over the churches, you know, with 15,000 parishioners. It was really pretty active here, and so it's just getting a hold of everybody to shut down and go home and stay safe.
Yeah, it's Father Greenleaf. Appreciate you on the phone with us tonight. Really heartbreaking to hear what you're telling us tonight about the folks at the hospital and being with people as they passed away. Father, we're going to let you go for the moment, but we really appreciate what you're doing tonight and what your people are doing up there tonight.
All right. God bless.
Thank you, Father.
Certainly, he's one of many people in that area sheltering in place tonight, staying safe, heeding the warnings from law enforcement. Yeah, that's all the broader population can do. As we've been seeing, anyone who can do something is doing it. As we learn more in the hours and potentially days ahead of how the community can help, we of course will be here to pass that information along to you. In the meantime, the way you can help, especially if you're in the immediate Lewiston, Auburn area, is stay vigilant, stay off the streets, let law enforcement do what they're doing right now, be safe right now, and let them do what they're doing. Let the medical community do what they're doing as well at St. Germain Medical Center and beyond as well. So we'll bring you information as we get. And we want to go out right now in Lewiston to CBS 13's Mal Meyer, who is near Schemengees, one of the locations where authorities are investigating. Mal, what are you seeing out there right now?
Well, Marissa, we just arrived to the scene just moments ago, and we are seeing an active police presence here on the scene. Just a short time ago, we actually saw more police cruisers arrive. Another police cruiser arrived and went past the barricade. We are on Lincoln Street in Lewiston, just a few blocks away from the Bar and Grill. I did look on the Bar and Grill's Facebook page, and they were saying that it was industry night tonight. They were offering a discount for people who worked in the bar and restaurant industry, and of course people were expressing support on their Facebook page, praying for anybody who is potentially a victim or hurt during what could be a shooting at the scene. But again, we just arrived a few minutes ago, so we are still trying to get more information about what may have occurred, if there were any victims inside, outside, but we are seeing that police presence again here at the scene. We can continue to hear sirens as well in the distance, going back closer into the downtown area of the city. So again, very active scene here, just seeing the barricades around the area, and we are just trying to get more information as we have just arrived just a few minutes ago at this time.
And Mal, what was it like? As you said you just arrived. We obviously have multiple crews now in Lewiston, Auburn area. We've asked this of Anna Kuhn earlier. We'll ask you now, because she got there about an hour and a half ago. You're just arriving. What's the scene like? Is it just, frankly, empty on the streets other than the flashing blue lights, frankly? What's the mood like, as far as you can tell so far, being there just a few minutes?
Yeah, we definitely have seen, even on the outskirts of the city, that businesses have been closed, that they have been locked up, as the law enforcement has been encouraging everybody to stay inside, to keep their doors locked, to not be going around the city. And we're definitely seeing much quieter streets. So we have been seeing people out walking about and driving around. Of course, law enforcement is saying stay home, lock your doors, and don't go out. If you see anything suspicious, you should be calling 911 immediately. Over in this area, it is very quiet beyond the law enforcement that you can see behind me. And again, we did just see a police cruiser come by just a short time ago. We are hearing sirens going off in the distance, as well as the sound of helicopters up ahead, not necessarily right around here, but of course closer to the city, to the heart of the city. So it's very quiet here, at least on Lincoln Street. Again, we are trying to get more information about what is exactly happening here at the scene, and we are hoping to get that soon.
Mal Meyer live on Lincoln Street in Lewiston. Thank you for the update. And glad to hear that things are quiet. That obviously means people are staying at home, sheltering in place. Again, that's what law enforcement is asking.
Let's go ahead and reset for a quick moment here, because we hit the 10 o'clock hour. For those who are just tuning in, most of you have probably been with us for a while now, but if you're just tuning in as we hit the 10 o'clock hour, an active shooter situation has been unfolding in Lewiston for a couple of hours now. And here's what we know of places that are confirmed to be shooting locations, where they're investigating. Mal Meyer was there on Schemengees Bar and Grill, as you saw on Lincoln Street. We also have that there are confirmed investigations happening at the Sparetime Recreation area. That's a bowling alley on the north side of town. Multiple reports of, in fact, images coming from there of this shooter. We're not sure if this particular image, the most recent image, came from Sparetime or from another location, but we do know that one of the earlier photos of this appearing to be same individual came from that bowling alley. This is the person they're looking for, an active shooter, active manhunt underway right now involving this individual, a bearded white male, brown hair, brown jacket, dark pants, brown shoes, and what appears to be an AR-style long rifle. Again, we can only assume that this person is still armed and dangerous, because to the best of our knowledge, no word yet from law enforcement that this person's in custody.
And at this hour, CNN reporting as many as 16 people dead in this active shooter situation. The Associated Press reporting 10 people. So information still trickling in slowly. No word on injuries at this time. Here too is a picture we want to show you of the suspect's car. Again, appears to be a white or silver, maybe SUV or wagon type vehicle. This is the suspect's vehicle. Police are looking for anyone who may have information about this vehicle, or again about the man, the suspect that you saw in those photos just a moment ago.
And some of the statements we're getting from leaders in the area tonight, this just in as well from Mayor Schemengees of Lewiston, saying, quote, "I am heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come." That's a statement just out a short time ago from Mayor Schemengees of Lewiston.
Maine Senator Angus King also sending this statement, saying Senator King is deeply sad for the city of Lewiston and all those worried about their family, friends, and neighbors. He is receiving regular updates, awaits further details from local authorities, and will be headed directly home to Maine once the Senate's final vote is held tomorrow afternoon. Given the shelter in place currently underway, he asks all in Androscoggin County to allow first responders to address the threat, stay indoors, and report any suspicious behavior to the local authorities.
Also getting this statement tonight, Congressman Jared Golden issuing a statement saying the current active shooter situation in Lewiston, quote, "Like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected. We encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work."
We want to show you some of this video that was taken by our crews who first arrived in Lewiston tonight. You can see just blue lights pretty much everywhere, just a huge police presence, law enforcement. It sounds like our crews driving up from Portland saw tons and tons of vehicles just passing by, everybody heading to Lewiston. Again, a manhunt is underway. As far as we know, they are still searching for this suspect who is believed to be armed. In those photos, he appeared to be carrying an AR-style rifle.
And we see a helicopter in the air at that point. Interesting to note, folks, this video is from a while ago at this point, so Occasionally in this video, you see a couple of other vehicles on the road and some people on the road who appear to be scurrying off to try and get to someplace safer. Our understanding is the streets of Lewiston right now are much quieter, that those other vehicles that are not law enforcement, that are not involved with the medical response, those are not on the street anymore. And in fact, at this point, there were very few of those vehicles on the street as well. We see a huge number of ambulances. Basically, any community in the area that has an ambulance service has sent their ambulances to the Lewiston area tonight. Anyone who's law enforcement, who has people in the area, my understanding is that the state police has mobilized extensive forces tonight to respond to the investigation and to respond to Lewiston. All of their assets, the Mollison Way, that's one of the locations as well, where we understand that police have been responding to. Again, they're bringing their assets to bear on the situation from all over the state of Maine, looking for this individual, trying to track down the person who is apparently armed and dangerous and shooting and killing people tonight. Folks, in our communities in danger tonight. At least 10 people killed according to the AP, at least 16 people killed according to CNN. We continue to get those numbers updated as far as we can. And as we get those numbers updated, we'll bring them to you, but this is horrific, it's heartbreaking, and we're continuing to get updates as soon as we can.
And we've heard from several people tonight who are sheltering in place. Some people at restaurants in the city, different businesses, everyone just trying to stay safe. And we do have a Lewiston city councilor on the phone who has a warning for residents. And I didn't catch or couldn't hear what our producer said his name was, but we do want to check in with that city councilor. Can you hear us?
I didn't catch it either. I apologize.
Yes, I can.
Give us your name.
Oh, it's Councilor Larry Pease is on the phone.
Larry Pease. Larry, just tell us, where are you right now? Don't give us details, certainly for safety, but are you in a safe place?
Yes, I am. Fine.
We lost you a little bit right there, sir. But again, you're obviously a Lewiston City leader tonight. You're getting information from law enforcement. You're getting briefed. What can you tell us? What's your message to the community at Lewiston tonight when it comes to the situation that's unfolding and when it comes to law enforcement and the medical response? What's your message tonight?
Well, first off, I have full faith in our Lewiston Police Department. And, of course, they're aiding us in this situation. We are not a city or state where we see this every day, but we have to understand what does happen. We have to be vigilant, that stay calm, relax, stay in home. Things will have better. The Lewiston Police Department will take care.
Councilor Pease, I'm going to have to cut you off because apologies, but your phone quality there is dropping out. I think you're in a place that's safe, but they may not have great cell phone reception. So appreciate you calling in. But if I can paraphrase what I think I heard there is he's obviously saying he has full faith in the law enforcement community and what they're doing. He understands the community obviously is in fear tonight and is concerned with what's happening. But the best thing that everyone can do is just basically be safe, be vigilant, listen to what law enforcement is saying and stay indoors and stay safe. Councilor, thank you very much for joining us tonight on the phone.
Let's check in with CBS 13's Johnny Maffey, who is live in Lewiston. Johnny, what are you seeing at this point? I know you've been at the hospital for a while now. Are you still seeing families showing up and asking about their loved ones who maybe they're in the hospital?
So Marissa, actually, we are still here, of course, at Central Maine Medical Center, but it has quieted down a little as we'll look over here, and you can see no families outside. They were moved to a different location. Still a very heavy security over here. There's officers with long guns, security officers as well with long guns patrolling the sidewalks as well as the entrances here. And just for some context for those of you just tuning in on Fox 23, we've been here for more than an hour. We've had a crew here, and there have been life flights going in, but there also have been helicopters circling the area as well. And one security officer telling us that is, a sign that is still very much an active situation. But when there were families here, there were, a few dozen people out here trying to get in touch with their loved ones inside. I talked to two different people. One of them had a son here that was inside. They said he was at Schemengees. I know we have a crew over there. He said his son was sitting right in Schemengees, and he heard about the situation, called his son, hasn't been able to get in touch with him. Another woman we met who lives right here in Lewiston, she has a son who was at the bowling alley and was not able to get in touch with him as well. There were tears, of course, and a lot of people just on their toes trying to figure out what's going on. Like I mentioned, I can't say it again enough, an active situation, so hopefully everybody is certainly staying safe and following that shelter-in-place order that we're learning about from the city.
And Johnny, you don't know, you said the families who had obviously a large number of family members just anxiously and in anguish waiting for information about their loved ones, hoping to get good news but not sure what's happening. They were outside, you said earlier. To your knowledge, were they ushered into the hospital or were they dispersed to someplace else, or where did those family members go?
So as for that entrance we've been showing you, Greg, they did not go inside of that entrance, but certainly a significant campus here at Central Maine Med. I actually was having trouble hearing you. I just got a public safety alert on my phone, Mike, behind the camera here. I'm not sure if you can zoom in and find this for you, but it says Androscoggin County officials have issued there's the phone, a county-wide shelter-in-place order. This, again, an emergency alert coming to my phone. Please make sure your homes and vehicles are secured. Updates from officials will be provided. So again, that just coming into my phone here now, a public safety alert for all of Androscoggin County, as we heard Senator King say, like you guys mentioned as well.
That's good to know, Johnny. Again, we've already heard Lewiston first, then Auburn second, now Androscoggin County wide, telling people until they know where this guy is, they're telling people to, obviously exercise an abundance of caution. Johnny, I'd urge the same to you, obviously. I'm glad to hear that there's a heavy police presence there protecting the hospital community and you by extension since you're there. But be safe, Johnny, and we'll continue to turn to you for updates.
Johnny, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, we want to head back out to Lewiston to CBS 13's Anna Kuhn, who was at City Hall awaiting more updates from police. Anna, have you learned any more at this point?
Marissa, there is a bit of a delay here. We haven't had that press conference yet from State Police. Their spokesperson saying now it's going to be a few more minutes before we hear any updates. But we are here inside City Hall, and as Johnny mentioned, there is a countywide lockdown that is very much present here in Lewiston, and the lockdown is in Lewiston, and City Hall itself is actually locked down. We're hearing that Shannon Moss, the state police spokesperson, should be on her way in just a few minutes here, so we expect to get more updates from you.
All right, Anna, we'll come back to you. And again, wave to our producers and et cetera. As soon as we see Shannon Moss from the Maine State Police entering there and giving us an update, we'll take that live. Anna, thank you very much. In the meantime, we've obviously been monitoring information from various law enforcement sources who are giving us information tonight. We want to bring you some of the conversations that have been happening around law enforcement tonight and bring you some of that sound as they react and respond to that. And let's listen in.
To turn or rescue, need you to respond to the town of Lewiston. It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down.
Obviously, that was as everything was unfolding earlier tonight, just terrifying.
And that was Turner, which is obviously north of Lewiston, Auburn, had some folks responding in that communication as well. They were referencing the bowling alley. That's where they were talking about at that moment, where the active shooter was a situation they were responding to at that moment. And that was a long time ago, folks. Again, we saw Lincoln Street, and we saw, which is to the south of that, near the Androscoggin River, is where the Schemengees, which is where Mal Meyer is right now. And there's an active situation there. We saw an ambulance still on scene there. We saw multiple police officers still on scene there. Then the area roped off. That's one of the scenes. We also have the bowling alley north of there. That's one of the scenes as well. We understand that there are multiple scenes, even beyond that, where police are investigating right now, and they don't know where this guy is, which is why this is still so active and why we are still on the air right now talking to you about this horrific situation unfolding in our communities here tonight.
Yeah, and again, Johnny mentioned it, but we should reiterate too, there is a countywide shelter in place now. That is all across Androscoggin County. It means stay inside, stay in a safe place, lock your doors. We do want to give you this statement too from Congresswoman Shelley Pingree reacting to this tragedy out of Lewiston tonight, saying, quote, "I am closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I am holding the affected communities in my prayers." Congressman Jared Golden also issuing a statement on the current situation, saying, quote, "Like all Mainers, I am horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work."
Again, we keep bringing these images, and we want to continue to do so because this is the manhunt that's underway. These are the images we're getting of the individual involved. White male, bearded, brown hair, brown jacket, long gun, AR-style rifle in his hands that we have been led to understood by law enforcement that he's used to kill people tonight. Again, you're being asked to shelter in place now, Androscoggin County wide, until they know where this person is and wrap this up from a law enforcement perspective until they believe the threat is over. You're asked to take this extremely seriously, and anyone with information about who that is and where he might be right now is urged to contact your local law enforcement. Call 911 with that information immediately. And in the meantime, everybody else, be safe. Take care of your loved ones, stay inside, stay indoors, stay safe.
We also want to show you a picture of the suspect's car, if we can pull that up. They've also been releasing a photo of this white or silver light-colored, maybe an SUV or station wagon, a little hard to tell from this photo, but they say this is the suspect's vehicle. Anyone with information about this vehicle, again, about the suspect, call 911, give police that information.
Let's go ahead and go live once again to Mal Meyer. He was on Lincoln Street on the west side, not too far from the Androscoggin River. Mal, you've been on scene there for a little while now. What's the update there? What are you seeing?
Well, Greg, I'm right by the police barricade here on Lincoln Street, just down the street from the bar and grill. Of course, this is still a very much active scene, and we've been seeing a lot of law enforcement coming and going, especially headed north on Lincoln Street. We do see the police cruiser that's here right now is actually from Sabattis. That's the town over. It's unclear where those other law enforcement vehicles are from, what towns, or if they're with the Lewiston Police Department, but we have been seeing them coming and going from the scene, not with their sirens, but still with their lights on. So this is still very active, and we can see them. We are held back a bit of ways from the bar and grill, so it's tough to see any closer what may be happening up at the scene. Of course, we do know that the Lewiston Police Department did call this one of two active shooter incidents, of course here at Schemengees and over at the Sparetime Recreation. I just talked to the Public Works Department just a short time ago. They were closing off Lincoln Street from Locust Street to South Avenue. So that's quite a few blocks in this area, but it has been really quiet besides that law enforcement presence here. Of course, more police officers coming and going from the scene, and we are actually just seeing a police cruiser coming through the blockade right now as they're pulling through, and that is the Maine State Police that just pulled through the barricade at this time. It is very quiet. People are clearly following the directions from law enforcement to stay inside, to lock their doors. Of course, we do not know if a suspect has been captured or potentially suspects. It has been very quiet here. Not a lot of people coming and going at all, really just that police presence, and it seems like another vehicle may be headed this way at this time. So we are still trying to get more information about maybe what happened. Of course, we heard from Anna Kuhn. She is going to be at a press conference in a short time, but it sounds like that is coming up shortly. Hopefully we'll get more information about what happened here at the Bar and Grill. I also mentioned earlier that they posted on Facebook that this was industry night, that they were going to be having a discount for people who work in the bar or restaurant industry. So there were people here at that time. So we're just still working to get more information, though, about exactly what happened at the Bar and Grill just a few blocks away from where we are right now.
And Mel, obviously we can see that you're being kept a ways back from that bar and grill. Are there still a lot of police officers or law enforcement coming and going, or do they mostly seem to be at that location and focused on that scene right now?
Yeah, as we just mentioned, we did saw that state police officer that car come through this way. We've also been seeing a lot of law enforcement vehicles leaving the scene. Right now I can hear some sirens in the distance closer to the downtown area of Lewiston, so it's tough to say because we are kept quite a ways back from the scene, from the bar and grill. And again, we're just trying to get more information about what happened here. Hopefully we'll get some more information once the state police does hold that press conference coming up shortly. Again, we did expect that to happen very soon. Marissa?
All right, Mel Meyer live for us in Lewiston on Lincoln. Thank you so much. We'll check in with you again soon.
And again, you can see it on the bottom of the screen. To recap, what we do know right now is CNN reporting 16 people confirmed dead, citing a law enforcement source. AP reporting 10. That number's been fluctuating a little bit, but these are the numbers that we have. 16 confirmed dead, according to CNN. Again, I want to reiterate, law enforcement isn't just working to try and find this guy. There's the manhunt, massive manhunt that's underway right now. You obviously have other law enforcement that are working at the shooting scenes, processing information. Anytime you have 16 people dead, there's going to be an extensive investigation happening, a death investigation happening at these shooting scenes as well, which is horrifying to think about, but that's what law enforcement's up against right now as well. So to recap again, Androscoggin County, the entire county, under a shelter in place right now. The information we have is the Just-in-Time Recreation is one of those locations being investigated. That's the bowling alley. The Schemengees Bar and Grill on Lincoln Street, that's where Mal Meyer is, also being investigated. We have reports of other places being investigated right now as well. We also know, again, as I mentioned, Androscoggin County-wide shelter-in-place order. It started Lewiston, expanded to Auburn. Now it's the entire county. We also understand that we have local schools. We have the Lewiston School Department shutting down school tomorrow in Lewiston. We have Central Maine Community College shutting down school for them tomorrow. And I believe we've just heard that Auburn is also working to shut down schools tomorrow as well. So that's something we're monitoring. A huge impact to this. And the biggest impact, obviously, is the loss of life that we're hearing about tonight and the ongoing active investigation to try and track down this. We're only hearing of one suspect. We have not gotten any information yet that there's anyone other than the photo that's been released. This is the person they're looking for right now. So again, if you're just joining us, if you're getting information, this is why there are the impacts that we're talking about. That individual who they're looking for tonight appears to be carrying a AR-style rifle. And to consolidate our number, AP now reporting 16 people dead, confirming the number that CNN's been reporting as well, and that there are multiple people beyond that who are injured. And in fact, the word that we're hearing is dozens. Dozens people injured. Based on law enforcement sources, I want to cite CNN on this. CNN reporting based on a law enforcement source that dozens of people are injured tonight.
And we've seen a huge presence at the hospital. Johnny Maffey's been there for well over an hour. A huge security presence. Also rows of ambulances lined up at the ready. Central Maine Medical Center told us earlier they were responding to a mass casualty incident. Again, dozens injured is the word we're getting. 16 dead tonight. Just, it's hard to put into words. We see these mass shootings in other places, obviously. It's heartbreaking.
Tonight.
It's really tragic, and it's hard to process, I know, for people in the community. Anna Kuhn talked to someone earlier who just walked down to the hospital, kind of unsure what else to do, just wanting to give their thoughts and prayers to everybody tonight. So take a listen.
I've lived here since 2012, and this is my stomping grounds. I've been stomping these grounds since I was 19 years old. And I'm just overwhelmed. I've been here trying to spread, some kind of comfort, some kind of support, but this is an overwhelming situation. I don't think we've ever had anything like this, except that guy that died in Kennedy Park that got beat up. But that's been a while. And I'll tell you, my insides are just really sick over this. I've heard people that down there by the doors that have family members in there. There was a girl down there with 5 people, all got shot up, and they're like frantic. What are you gonna do? And I can just feel the vibes from other people. So yeah, this is not good.
And you said you have family and you've been able to contact them?
Yep. My family knows all about it. Thank God my son has technology where he has a smartphone. So he's got the scanner, and he's following it all. So I've had all my friends on the phone with me to make sure they're safe. until I told them, lock your doors, lock your windows, because you don't know what this person's capable of.
And there is a shelter in place, but you said you're here in the hospital just to pray for these people.
Yep, I'm doing a lot of praying. God's on overtime, because I have a funny feeling there's going to be a lot of people that might not survive, right from what I've heard.
And
So,
have you talked to some of the families down there?
yeah, a little bit. Like I said, there's one girl down there, there's 5 people. She just whipped out 5 names of people that they, and they brought in somebody in a vehicle that was shot right from the pickup. Took him right in the hospital. So, yeah.
And there in some of that video we were just seeing too, it looked like law enforcement armed with pretty big rifles as well as they respond to this. And again, a manhunt is still underway right now, and that's why this shelter-in-place order is still in effect across Androscoggin County.
And to add to what that individual we just heard from was saying, we also spoke earlier tonight with Father Dan Greenleaf from the St. Peter Parish in Lewiston, who says that one of his colleagues has been at Central Maine Medical Center and in at least 2 cases, to his knowledge, issued essentially last rites for people who were in the hospital, medical staff who couldn't save. So that's 2 people that we heard of from Father Greenleaf and one of his colleagues. They're in the hospital praying for people and administering care, faith care, to families who are there. And there are so many families tonight who are obviously in anguish right now, trying to get information about their loved ones. I can also add one other thing to something that woman said earlier tonight, was that there was a lot of families that were gathered outside of one of the doors for a period of time tonight. Our understanding from our Johnny Maffey live on scene is that they've now moved those family members to a different location. We don't know exactly where, but they've been moved to another location where they can be briefed and get information. That's at least what we've been hearing and what we understand about those families who are desperate for information, who've been gathering at Central Maine Medical Center tonight.
And if you're just joining us, again, we want to show you, these are the pictures of the suspect released by authorities earlier tonight. Again, appears to be a white man with brown hair, a brown beard, wearing a brown sweatshirt, and also carrying a large AR-style rifle. It's unclear where this particular photo was taken. Some earlier ones released by the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Department did appear to be surveillance video, security cameras from the Just-in-Time bowling alley, one of the locations that we know authorities are focused on where they say this shooting occurred. So again, this is the suspect. Anybody with information is asked to call 911. Give any information you have.
We continue to use our resources as well to try to bring you as much information as we can. We have multiple crews on the ground there, being safe, but on the ground there in the Lewiston, Auburn area. We also have our own Dan Leporello, who's live in studio tonight with more information as well. Dan, you've been updating, getting information about what's happening there in Lewiston as well.
Yeah, guys, we've been trying to get in touch with many of the city leaders in the city of Lewiston. I've been in contact with a few members of the city council tonight, all of them devastated about what has happened and unfolding still in that city this evening. Well, I know you guys were trying to talk with Councilman Larry Pease a little while ago by phone, and we had a misconnection, so I was able to talk to him off air. I want to let you hear a little bit about what he had to say, his message tonight for the people of Lewiston.
Well, my message to the people of Lewiston tonight is I have full faith in our police department. We have a great department that's certified. I know we're going to take care of this situation. It's a situation where it's never good, no matter what.
Could you have ever imagined something like this happening in your city?
Oh, God, no. No. I grew up in Lewiston, Auburn. I've been here all my life, other than maybe 2 years. But, no, I would have never thought this would happen.
That was Councilman Larry Pease of Ward 5 in the city of Lewiston. I've been in contact with not only him, but the council president and a couple others throughout the city tonight who are just heartbroken at what happened here. And the council member mentioned the Lewiston Police Department, and I know there's been a lot of talk tonight about obviously they're actively searching for whoever is involved in this horrific act in the city. And he says he has his full faith within the Lewiston Police Department. Obviously, police departments across our state train for this. Our I-team has covered that training extensively. So we know that our law enforcement officers within our state are prepared for something like this. You just hope it never happens here. And unfortunately, tonight it has. And people in the city of Lewiston, those leaders reacting tonight. Guys, I'll send it back over to you. I know you have comment that's already come in from the mayor of Lewiston as well.
Dan, thanks so much for the update. We do. Lewiston Mayor saying, I'm heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come.
Also getting statements from our members of our congressional delegation. This statement from Representative Pingree from the 1st District tonight, quote, I am closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking. I'm holding the affected communities in my prayers tonight.
Congressman Jared Golden issuing a statement on the situation, this devastating situation in Lewiston, saying, quote, like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work. And that's really the message from all leaders,
From all
congressional
sides.
leaders,
Right.
local leaders, telling people just to heed this warning from law enforcement to shelter in place. Again, this is a serious developing situation. This active shooter still out there, a manhunt underway, and they say shelter in place, somewhere safe. Again, if you're home, that means stay inside, lock your doors, and it also keeps the streets open and available for law enforcement to be out there to get where they need to go and to do their job.
And to the best of our knowledge, according to law enforcement, all of this heartbreak and anguish and anxiety and the manhunt tonight, all sparked by this one individual, as best we know. This is the photo that's been released. We have at least 4 photos now, all that appear to be the same person. You can see him right there. Appears to be a white male with a beard, brown hair, brown jacket at the time, wearing dark pants and brown shoes at the time, carrying what appears to be an AR-style rifle, a long gun. As you can see, there's a magazine there that it can hold multiple rounds. Again, you know, this is not the time for any of the politics or any of that. That's likely going to come follow this event in the days ahead. What is relevant right now is if that is in fact a high-powered rifle, it can unleash devastation to a lot of people in a very short period of time. And that appears to be the situation that we're dealing with tonight.
We are again hearing 16 dead and dozens injured. And we've had reports all night from Central Maine Medical Center. Obviously, they are responding to a mass casualty tonight. I know Dan mentioned law enforcement being trained and prepared for this. Certainly, this is a scenario the hospital is also trained for, but certainly never want to face a situation like this. But we know they're at the ready. We saw a whole line of ambulances from 5 to 10 different cities and towns nearby. Everybody ready to respond and help in any way they can.
Yeah, and we've been focused on Central Maine Medical Center. Obviously, St. Mary's Hospital is also located there in the city of Lewiston. Our understanding, obviously, mobilizing all medical resources. They're working on this as well. The trauma centers in Portland. Obviously, Maine Medical Center is a major trauma center for the state of Maine. Their folks are working right now as well. And in fact, our understanding is that multiple patients have been transported there as well tonight. We have reports that Boston has at least been on standby. We do have no confirmed reports that any patients have been flown to Boston for our situation here right now, but we have at least learned that they were on standby, ready to help with this situation as well. So you have the trauma teams obviously right there on the ground in Lewiston working on this. You have the the Portland community, the hospitals there working on this as well, and potentially beyond, as all medical resources that can possibly be needed tonight are ready and standing by.
And this impacting the community in so many ways, obviously just tragic and heartbreaking. So many people are affected by this. Also, we should mention many schools are closed tomorrow. Lewiston schools are closed. Central Maine Community College is closed. They don't know how this is going to end. There is still somebody out there, still a very active situation. So that is the plan for tomorrow, no school.
Let's go ahead and listen in as well. Some of the communications that we've been hearing from law enforcement as they monitor this, as they respond. This was from earlier tonight as they were reacting to, we believe, the shooting scene at the bowling alley at the time. Let's listen in.
To town and rescue, need you to respond to the town of Lewiston. It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down.
You heard it again. That was earlier. The reports they were responding to reports of multiple people down. That was Turner, north of Lewiston, Auburn. Their rescue EMS teams responding to help every community anywhere close by to Lewiston, Auburn. They've responded tonight.
And the bowling alley, obviously just one of multiple locations involved tonight where authorities are investigating. Here's a map of the confirmed locations. You can see just-in-time recreation. That's the bowling alley. That's also where some photos of the suspect carrying a large weapon were captured that we've shown you throughout the night. The other location on Lincoln, Schemengees Bar and Grill restaurant, that's where Mal Meyer is tonight. And he told us they're being kept pretty far away back, but there is still a large police presence there right now.
As they continue to process that scene, we hear there may be multiple locations along Lincoln Street that they may be investigating right now. We heard some reports that they're at least investigating around the Walmart distribution center down on the south side of the city, down closer to Goddard Street. Again, this is the photo that they've been released. This is from the Lewiston Police Department putting out this image. We had images earlier that were from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. The reason we keep going back to this one is because it's a tighter shot, especially the image right here. This is the best shot we have so far from law enforcement, so we suspect it's the best shot they have of the face of the individual they're looking for. This is a mass casualty situation, a mass shooting situation at multiple locations. To the best of our knowledge, one suspect. The subject of this manhunt still underway now, more than 2.5 hours. This has been going on, folks. We mentioned it earlier, the response has been far and wide. We have reports that the Boston Celtics put out a statement on social media tonight, issuing their thoughts and prayers for the people of Lewiston tonight. We also know, we brought it to you earlier, I'll mention it again right now, we've heard from the White House tonight that President Biden has been briefed on the situation that's unfolding right now in Lewiston, and is continuing to monitor the situation, as is Governor Mills in Augusta. So state, county, federal, all the way up to the White House are aware of this. The prayers are coming in, but at this point, obviously, law enforcement needs more than prayers. They got to find this guy for the sake of our communities tonight, and they're actively doing the best they can to find him.
We want to go back out to Lewiston now to CBS 13's Johnny Maffey, who has been at the hospital outside Central Maine Medical Center. Johnny, what are you seeing there right now? Is there still a pretty large police presence?
There certainly is a large security presence. Again, good evening again to you, Marissa and Greg. One thing we have seen since we have been here, since the last time we checked in here on CBS 13, is some nurses have been shuffling in and out, which certainly a good thing. Everyone's getting that rest they need, because they did call this a mass casualty event here at Central Maine Medical Center. Another note is they are being escorted, some of them, by the security officers and police officers that we are seeing. Now, we'll show you over here. Earlier tonight, if you weren't watching, there were a lot of family members and loved ones and friends concerned over here. There was a table set up, multiple people in scrubs. I'm not sure if they were nurses or not, but certainly hospital employees had their laptops out, had their tablets out. They're trying to check people in, trying to help people account for their loved ones, but it was very difficult. There were a lot of questions still, certainly not a lot of dry eyes going on, a lot of people on their toes. Now, another thing is we just saw a helicopter take off from here at Central Maine Medical Center, and there have been some helicopters circling around the area as well. And people down in the Portland area tell me the life flights have been landing over at Maine Medical Center, and certainly some concern, but it's been more calm now because all of those loved ones over there were moved to a different location, not right inside the hospital entrance here, but a different location. Now, behind us is the main entrance, and that's where there are some ambulances staged across the street. There's multiple towns, 5 to 10 towns named, and some of the parents we talked to 2 parents whose sons were at the bar that Mal Meyer is at right now, and they haven't been able to get in touch with them last time I checked in with them, but we'll certainly be looking out for them tonight, and definitely thoughts and prayers to everyone that's involved right now.
Yeah, Johnny, as a father of a 23 and a 21-year-old son, I can't imagine what that family's going through right now, hoping and praying that their kids who are adults who are at that bar are okay tonight. Our thoughts are with every one of those families tonight. Johnny, thank you.
We want to get right out to Dan Lamparello live in our newsroom. And Dan, we understand you have some information from our media partners at the Bangor Daily News about who this suspect may be.
That's right, guys. Our media partners at the Bangor Daily News, actually their political editor Michael Shepard, who partners with us here at CBS 13 quite a bit, has confirmed with a state police spokesperson that the suspect involved, or if the only suspect involved in tonight's shooting in Lewiston, has been identified as 39-year-old Robert Card. Again, that's according to our partners at the Daily News, who have confirmed this with a state police spokesperson. They say there's currently a be on the lookout for this suspect tonight, and his last known address, the I-team has been doing a little bit of digging here. It looks like his last known address was somewhere in the Bowdoin area. Again, this is being confirmed right now by our partners at the Bangor Daily News. They've reached out to a spokesperson at the Maine State Police. Us here at CBS 13 are still trying to verify this independently, but as of right now, the BDN says Robert Card, 39 years old, is the suspected shooter in tonight's mass shooting, active shooter situation in the city of Lewiston. Again, just coming into our newsroom right now. Something we'll continue to follow, guys. As I get more information, we'll check back in.
Dan,
we hope this helps law enforcement get closer to finding the suspect.
We've been mentioning the statements coming in from far and wide, frankly, all the way to the White House. We just got a statement from New Hampshire's Governor Chris Sununu, putting out a statement tonight as well that they've been in touch with officials here in Maine, offering to provide any medical and law enforcement and public safety resources that may be needed as the folks here in Maine continue to deal with what the governor of New Hampshire is describing as and rightly so, horrific situation. Again, that's the latest from Governor Sununu in New Hampshire, offering the state of Maine any resources. And honestly, those resources may be needed in the days ahead just to give some relief to our own law enforcement and medical community staff. But obviously grateful to hear of support coming in from out of state.
Yeah, it's still a huge police presence from what all of our live crews are saying in Lewiston. Obviously, some of this video from earlier tonight when they were just arriving in Lewiston. This is now a couple hours old, but you can see the blue lights pretty much everywhere. I know our crews on the way also said when they got to Lewiston, pretty much everywhere they were driving, they were having to move out of the way because there was a law enforcement vehicle coming through. And that's really tied in with what law enforcement is asking of the community right now. There is still a shelter-in-place order. It started in Lewiston, then it took effect in Auburn as well, and now it is Androscoggin County-wide. So anybody in Androscoggin County currently being asked to shelter in place, to get somewhere safe, stay somewhere safe. And from what we're hearing from our crews there, they say the streets are eerily quiet, so it does sound like people are heeding that warning from law enforcement.
And again, this expanded. This was Lewiston earlier, where the shelter-in-place order came out, where the schools that were parent-teacher conferences were scheduled tonight. Those were quickly canceled. We saw it then expand to the city of Auburn across the river and now Androscoggin County-wide. And our understanding as well is that this manhunt that started in Lewiston, it's not just in Lewiston right now. We can tell from the fact that they've expanded the shelter-in-place area. In Molliston Way, that was another location that was a reported shooting location where police have been investigating. Our understanding is that this investigation and this manhunt is Androscoggin County-wide, which again, the information we have leads us to believe that again, they're investigating all possible leads about where this person could be, and they have reason to believe that he's not necessarily in Lewiston anymore. They don't know that. He could be or may not be, which is why law enforcement is sort of expanding their net and where they're asking people to react. They wouldn't obviously ask people Androscoggin County-wide to be safe and shelter in place if they had reason to believe that he was still in Lewiston or even Lewiston and Auburn. Obviously, since they're not saying that, they're in fact expanding the area they want people to shelter in place. That is evidence that they believe that this search area has expanded. So there are multiple communities across Androscoggin County. We know many of you who are watching us right now in Androscoggin County. Take that message seriously. We know you are, but let's reiterate it. Take it seriously, be safe. Until this person is captured, that it's resolved, that they know it is contained to one person, the danger is not over, folks.
And we know, again, there were multiple locations where police are investigating. And so we don't know if there was maybe more than one shooter. We don't know if somebody was in a vehicle, probably getting to and from locations. A lot we still don't know at this hour. But again, obviously a large search area, one that's expanded with this manhunt underway. And again, we want to keep showing these photos. These are photos from the Lewiston Police Department. The best photos we actually have of this suspected shooter here. Again, a white man with brown hair, a brown beard, wearing a brown sweatshirt and carrying a large AR-style rifle. And again, it does appear to be the same man who was seen in photos released by law enforcement a little earlier tonight. And those looked like they came from security cameras at the Just-in-Time bowling alley. Unclear where these photos were taken or
Right.
how much later it may have
And
been.
let's keep the photo up because, again, our Dan Lamparello reporting with our partners from the Bangor Daily News, from Michael Shepard, our partner there at the BDN, reporting a person of interest or a name of interest, Robert Card, last known address in Bowdoin, Maine. So this is Robert Card is one name that has come to our attention through law enforcement, through our partners at the Bangor Daily News. Again, we're working to confirm every single detail we get. The last one we have is that 16 people are confirmed dead. This is the ID, Robert Card, one suspect. That's the only picture we've gotten, at least multiple pictures of the same individual. Robert Card is who they're looking for tonight, and this is him. We've got no word that there may be multiple suspects involved. That's not been the case. They believe there's one vehicle involved. That's the vehicle that they've shown us, and they've shown this individual. So this is what we know right now. And to the last we've heard, they don't know where this guy is. So again, shelter in place, Androscoggin County wide, and until they know differently, it remains in effect. And law enforcement doing everything they can, pulling resources from far and wide to be investigating this and trying to track this guy down.
Let's check in again with CBS 13's Anna Kuhn, who is at City Hall. Anna, is anything happening there? Any updates coming out of City Hall at this point?
Marissa, no updates so far. There seems to be some delay in this state police press conference, but we are hoping to gather more information when that happens later on tonight. But as you and Greg mentioned, the #1 notice out there is shelter in place, and that's definitely true here at City Hall. Pretty much everybody inside the City Hall is a member of the press, and we are locked inside this building. And as we were driving up over here, a spokesperson for the city called me telling me to come to City Hall and shelter in place, asking me if I was okay, asking me when I was going to be here. And I think that just shows the level of fear that is out there on the street. People want you to get inside, they want you to stay safe, and they are very adamant that you are following that rule.
Anna, thank you so much for the update. And yes, very important to reiterate, that is the message coming from leaders at all levels tonight, that people should be sheltering in place, staying home, and staying safe. Thank you for the update.
We've just been handed an update as well. Apparently the White House has been in touch directly with Governor Mills. We mentioned earlier the White House put out to us that in fact that they were monitoring the situation, that President Biden had been briefed. Here's the statement we received from the White House saying the president spoke by phone individually to Maine Governor Janet Mills, Senators Angus King and Susan Collins, and to Congressman Jared Golden about the shooting in Lewiston, Maine, and offered full federal support in the wake of this horrific attack. Again, this coming from the White House press office tonight, of an individual conversation between President Biden, members of the delegation, and Governor Mills, offering full federal support. That would be law enforcement, the ATF, FBI, any resources they may need to deal with this situation. It's on offer from the White House tonight.
We did see a tweet by Boston ATF a little while ago,
Yes,
that agents were headed up this way from Boston. So yeah, again, lots of federal resources, lots of local and state resources, all working for this manhunt. And we do have a new statement from the office of U.S. Senator Angus King, this updated statement about the shooting.
And here it is, yes.
This is what they say. Again, President Biden just reaching out to Senator King directly, offering any federal assistance he can provide to help the people of Maine. Senator King will now be headed to Maine on one of the first flights available. He wants to be home to support Lewiston in any way he can.
And that's an update from what we heard from the senator's office earlier tonight, that he was planning to stay, that he was monitoring the situation and planning to stay in Washington for a vote that was going to continue. Multiple votes on the Senate floor that were planned for tomorrow. He was planning to stay there and vote, but at this point is changing his mind about that and heading home directly as soon as he can.
I mean, just speaking to obviously the urgency with this ongoing situation, and also just the huge heartbreaking tragedy underway in the Lewiston Auburn community tonight.
And I'll repeat it. We heard it just a short time ago, but in the context of what we're talking about, Governor Chris Sununu in New Hampshire obviously offering the same level of support, any resources that he can provide in terms of state medical or law enforcement or public safety resources that Maine may need to ask New Hampshire for help with. He stands by ready to provide that assistance as well. This is some of the video. This was fairly early in all this when our crew first started arriving in the Lewiston area. This was probably about 2.5 hours ago that this video was shot, maybe about 2 hours ago at this point. So Again, we saw that huge police presence where already we were seeing, and that's a state police vehicle already on scene at that point. We saw people trying to get off the streets, vehicles getting off the streets, helicopters in the air, both law enforcement helicopters and life flight helicopters in the air, transporting people from Central Maine Medical Center down to the trauma center at Maine Medical Center as well. Again, if you're just getting the number, we are hearing 16 people confirmed dead and, quote, dozens of people injured. The suspect, ID'd as Robert Card, the state police spokesperson telling our partners at the Bangor Daily News, and by extension to information you're getting as well, Robert Card, the suspect identified tonight, who they're still, at last check, still looking for.
And at the hospitals as well, I know Johnny Matthew was saying earlier, just the huge security presence at the hospital. There were, guards, officers standing right outside the doors, and I know they moved family members inside, obviously, for privacy, but also safety and security.
I think safety was an element of that,
because
yes.
This shelter-in-place order is still underway. They don't want people out and about. It's not safe at this hour. Again, an armed suspect out there that they are still looking for.
And we saw people, Johnny Maffey reported he saw, as nurses were perhaps being relieved of duty and changing shifts, they were literally escorting nurses to their, and medical personnel to their vehicles with security personnel to make sure that they could safely get to their vehicles to go home. Again, it is a ongoing, incredibly serious, incredibly tragic and horrific situation unfolding in our communities tonight, Lewiston, Auburn tonight. Let's go live again to CBS 13 and Fox 23's Johnny Maffey. He is live right now at Central Maine Medical Center. Johnny, what's the latest up there? What are you seeing right now?
Well, Greg, last time we checked in, I told you guys that there was a group of loved ones looking for patients inside that was moved inside. Now, I don't know the location where they moved, but I'm texting back and forth right now with a mother who's looking for her son inside, and she says they were moved in due to the fact that there are still active shooters. That's what they were told by law enforcement that moved them to a room inside, not right through the main entrance. This, I believe, is a hospital employee pulling out right now. A lot of officers have been escorting some nurses and employees who are headed out for the night, and I'm sure that some people will definitely have to be due back in a little bit later. Now, the person I've been talking to still trying to get in touch, find out more information about her son, and they say that there are still hospital employees. This is from a text from like I mentioned, a patient's mother. There are still hospital employees trying to get people that information that they very much need, and certainly waiting for an update from them throughout the night. Like I mentioned as well, and you just said it to Marissa, active security presence right now, a lot of people on their toes, and a little bit ago we saw a helicopter take off from the roof, and there were some circling the area earlier too, and that's what we have right now, and certainly working to learn more.
Johnny, thank you for the update. Obviously, hard to imagine what any of those families are going through right now. Our thoughts and prayers are with all of them.
Right, and we hope they get the information they need, whether, again, they've lost a loved one, or their loved one's getting care, or their loved one's been transported from one hospital to another. We know all of those things have happened here tonight in this incident. Some families are getting the devastating news that their loved ones have passed away. We know there are multiple people dead. Last check, 16 people confirmed dead tonight, dozens of people injured. Let me say it again, how much we appreciate those members of the law enforcement community and the medical community who are putting themselves out there right now to try and resolve this situation, to help those who are injured, and to put themselves in harm's way when it comes to law enforcement to try and resolve this, find this person, and bring him into justice. Obviously it's a lot of steps that have to happen between now and then, but the first step is to make our communities safe again throughout this horrific ordeal.
And I know Dan Lamparello touched on this earlier, how much training and preparation law enforcement does for this situation. Obviously hoping you never have to put those skills to use, but this is something that they are prepared for.
They are.
And obviously this day has come to one of our own communities.
And the elements of that, you may ask, again, some of it is fairly obvious, but I'll say it out loud. The things that they're preparing for aren't just, okay, how do you investigate, where do you go? It's how do you coordinate all these resources? If you have state police involved, county officials involved, local law enforcement officials involved, how do you work together to be as efficient and successful as you possibly can? That's what they train for. Communications during emergency situations. That's what they're getting ready for. How do we coordinate this? How do we make this happen? And that's what they're putting into play right now as we speak and have been for several hours now to try and resolve this situation. And the fact that they apparently haven't resolved the situation speaks to a person who appears to be on the move tonight. And again, trying to track down multiple leads is our understanding in multiple communities, evidenced by the fact that they've expanded the shelter-in-place order from Lewiston to Auburn and now Androscoggin County wide. The fact that it's this large, folks, speaks to the fact that there are this many people working on this, and they just don't know, at least to our knowledge, don't know exactly where this person might be. And so out of an abundance of caution and to follow up all leads, they've expanded their area, Androscoggin County wide. And again, I can't say it enough. You know, these folks have worked really hard to try and bring that person right now into custody so that we can resolve this. Again, to a best of our knowledge, this person has been identified as, I believe, Card.
Robert
Card. I didn't want to misspeak. I was about to say a slightly different name, so I'm glad I didn't. Robert Card. Last known address in Bowdoin is the information we have. They're looking for this individual. And let's go ahead and go live as we continue our coverage now. All right, hold off on just that a moment ago. Okay, the very fluid situation. Thank you, folks,
One thing we
for
are
bearing with us.
just getting in is a statement from Maine Medical Center, obviously in Portland, largest hospital in the state. We're told Maine Medical Center has alerted on-call staff and created critical care and operating room capacity in anticipation of potential patient transports coming from the Lewiston shooting this evening. At this time, they confirm they will receive one patient transport from Central Maine Medical Center, and other Maine Health facilities are also standing by and preparing to provide care. They also add that out of an abundance of caution and because of the dynamic developing nature of this situation, MMC and other Maine Health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice. Again, that as well speaking to the heavy security presence at Central Maine Medical Center tonight.
And we mentioned a moment ago how this investigation is expanding beyond Lewiston, Auburn into greater Androscoggin County. CBS 13 and Fox 23's Mal Meyer. He was live on Lincoln Street in Lewiston. We understand he is now in Lisbon, where police were told have been looking for this suspect, Robert Card. Mal, there's a police presence behind you right now. What can you tell us? First of all, tell us where exactly you are and what's happening there.
Yes, I see a law enforcement agent from the U.S. Marshal's office just walked by us. We are on Lisbon Street near River Road. We are in Lisbon, which is several miles away from both of those shooting scenes back in Lewiston. This is near the Androscoggin River, and it's also by Lisbon Falls. We are hearing a helicopter overhead, and we can see a very big police presence behind me. We saw what we believe to be a SWAT team go by the street just a short time ago. I can hear the helicopter overhead right now, and my photographer pointed out it looked like potentially a drone was also flying over the scene a short time ago. I asked a police officer just a few minutes ago if they believed that the suspect was here. He replied that he did not know. Then another law enforcement official came up to us and said for us to get back, and then said the area was not safe. So this is a very active scene. Again, we are in Lisbon by Lisbon Falls. This is several miles away from those shooting scenes up in Lewiston. So we're trying to gather more information about what could be happening here if they do believe that the suspect is in the area. But this has just been unfolding over the last few minutes here. So again, we were told just a very short time ago by law enforcement here to back up, saying that this was not a safe area to be in. So we are definitely keeping our eyes peeled for anything, hearing anything that could be happening around the scene. But we just saw, again, somebody from the U.S. Marshal's office just passed us a short time ago. We believe that we saw a SWAT vehicle down the road as well, just about a block or so away. So we're working to gather more information about what exactly is happening here near Lisbon Falls. But right now we are in Lisbon, and we're just trying to get more information.
Mel, you and your photographer stay safe first of all, and if you see any activity, alert us. We'll certainly come back to you. And we do have another update just coming into the newsroom. CNN now reporting 22 people are dead in these shootings. A little while ago we heard 16, but that number now up to 22.
And in fact, it had started as 10. Was the number we were given initially as the number of confirmed deaths, and as we feared, that number is rising. 10, 16, now 22 is the number we're getting tonight. Mind-boggling to think that this is unfolding here in our communities here tonight. Just to give context to where Mal is, as we come up on the 11 o'clock hour, those watching us here on CBS 13 and Fox 23, Lisbon Falls, just a short, relatively short, maybe 10 miles or so drive down 196, State Route 196. I'm not saying that's the route we know that this person took, but that's the general state highway down from the Lewiston Auburn area right down to Lisbon Falls area, excuse me, which is just southeast of the Lewiston area. So to give context to those who may not be entirely familiar with the area, as we've been saying, schools closed in Lewiston and Auburn tomorrow. The Central Maine Community College is closed tomorrow as well. In fact, let's read a statement that we've gotten from the superintendent there in MSAD 75, canceling schools tomorrow. That school's in the Bowdoin, Topsom, Harpswell area. Again, further context. If you keep going down 196 from Lewiston, Auburn through Lisbon Falls, you end up in Topsom. So that's the corridor there. They put out this statement, the interim superintendent saying, quote, "As the events of tonight continue to unfold, my first priority is the safety of our students and staff. This is terrible and a tragic event, and I think this is the best decision to everybody's safety, again, is to cancel classes there in the MSAD 75 area, again, which includes that area around Topsom, I believe."
And we want to check in now with Mike Violette from Lisbon. Mike, obviously we're hearing that the police presence has moved to the Lisbon area. What are you seeing and hearing where you are?
Well, Marissa, I can certainly confirm that. For the better part of an hour here, we've had emergency vehicles, cops, SWAT teams flying by with sirens. Clearly, you can hear the helicopter from the state police overhead, and we're used to a lot of traffic here on 196 because, as Greg just pointed out, it's the main drag between Lewiston and the Mid-Coast, and a lot of BIW workers go back and forth. We're used to a lot of traffic, but my God, this has been unbelievable tonight, and certainly I would classify it as a little bit unsettling as well to have it happen. I'm literally about a mile away from where they are right now, so we're certainly not used to this, and certainly not used to this kind of police presence, and it's just a remarkable day in all the wrong reasons, for all the wrong reasons.
Mike, have you been sheltering in place, and if so, for how long?
Yeah, I mean, I've been home all day since late afternoon, and obviously I got a message from a friend of mine who texted me and said, "I hope what I'm hearing in Lewiston isn't true." So obviously I jumped right on Twitter and began monitoring things and became aware of just how serious this was. And it was going on in Lewiston, which Sparetime Bowling is, a good 7-8 miles away on the other side of town. So you don't feel immediately threatened, but then you hear, Walmart distribution center, and then you hear the other place, the name of which escapes me at the moment, and then, not long thereafter, I start hearing helicopters flying overhead, and I start hearing sirens and check the window, and clearly the suspect has come down here and apparently is at the Peppermill Trails, which is about a mile away from where I am, which is, there's a brook down there. It's close to the Androscoggin River, which apparently is where his car was found and where the police presence is at the moment. I can't hear the helicopter at the moment, but I certainly have, in the last hour, I've heard it go overhead a number of times.
And Mike, to follow up on that, and glad to hear you're well, but to follow up on that, did you obviously see and hear the presence ramp up in the last half hour, 45 minutes or so, from what you were seeing earlier? Okay, which does coincide with what our Mal Myers.
Greg, you could hear it was a very loud, large vehicles. I think one of your reporters mentioned a SWAT vehicle. You could clearly hear that go by. Unlike anything you've ever heard or seen before is the way I would classify it. You hear an ambulance go by here and there, or actually I'm right around the corner from Lisbon Fire Department and the Lisbon Emergency Medical, the EMTs and such. So, it's not unusual to hear an ambulance go by, but to the amount that we've heard is just beyond belief tonight. It's been unsettling to say the least.
Yeah, certainly incredibly difficult to wrap your head around. Mike Violette, thank you so much for talking with us tonight. Stay safe.
Sure. Thank you, Marissa.
And to build on what we were just talking about there with Mike Violette, and to build on what Mal Meyer said, the shelter-in-place order that's in existence for Lewiston, for Auburn, for all of Androscoggin County, none of that has changed. What has slightly changed is there's an increased emphasis right now in the Lisbon Falls area. As Mal was saying, the message there is that's a focal point. They want people there to be vigilant and be safe. So if you happen to be watching us in Lisbon, in that area, and think like, okay, this is happening to my north, it's close, but it's not me. No, they're saying right now, it is you. You need to take this seriously, you need to be safe, you need to be careful, and you need to shelter in place there as well. Again, I want to pick up on something Mike just picked out. He said that there was a vehicle found in Lisbon. That's unconfirmed at the moment. There are reports, though, of that. There are reports that there's a heavy police presence, and Mal Meyer's seeing it near the river off of Androscoggin, the Androscoggin River there in the Lisbon Falls area. We're bringing that information for safety purposes, not as confirmation that that's where this guy is. This is for safety focus, folks. So take that seriously, and as we learn more, as they narrow it in, we'll bring that to you.
Yeah, we're learning more also about the FBI response. The FBI Boston Division continues to coordinate with local, state, and federal law enforcement partners in Maine and say they stand ready to assist with any available resources they need, including evidence response, investigative and tactical support, as well as victim assistance. We continue to urge the public to remain vigilant and report any and all suspicious activity and/or individuals to law enforcement immediately. As this situation is still very fluid, we have no further comment at this time, and we'll refer you to the Maine State Police. But clearly, Maine getting a lot of help from partners at all levels. As I know earlier this evening, President Biden speaking with our governor, Janet Mills, as well as our congressional delegation, promising any federal resources that can be sent to Maine to help.
Yeah, and to pick up on this, I want to say it's not just being offered, folks, it's here. I think that where there's resources, our understanding is it's on the move. If there are resources in Boston or in New Hampshire that could be useful in this, our understanding is it's here. It's not just offered, it's being sent. That includes resources from New Hampshire as well. For example, helicopters if they're needed from their state police. My understanding is it's on its way or here already. They're not just offering the help, they're giving it. That's the important message to pass along when it comes to that.
And just to recap a little bit, in case folks may be just hearing about this and just joining, a manhunt underway. All of Androscoggin County is under a shelter-in-place order. An active shooter situation unfolding tonight in Lewiston in multiple locations, at least 2 confirmed locations, possibly more. And as you mentioned, obviously the focus at this hour in Lisbon. But here are those confirmed locations on the map. Just-in-time Recreation, a bowling alley in Lewiston, as well as Schemengees Bar and Grill restaurant, not too far away from there in Lewiston as well.
And let me ask the director, leave this map up for just a moment, because I want to point out a couple of things as well. You can see 196 there, just above where it says Schemengees Bar and Grill restaurant. That's where 196 is, going off down to the lower right of your screen. And as you see it there, there's Lisbon. And so that's where the focus is right now as well, in addition. Not just there, but in addition, and there's a particular focus in the Lisbon area. And it's just off that map is where we see down 196 continues, down to Topsom. And we just heard from the school there. They're closing school all the way down to that area as well, MSAD 75, because they want to be safe. Mike Violette brought up an interesting point. There are a lot of workers at BIW, for example, who live in the Lewiston, Auburn area or points in that area, who travel 196 on their way to work. There's actually buses that they use, shuttles that they use to bring people down to work down in Bath. Unclear tonight what's happening with those shifts, if they're going to somehow close a road. So far, we have not gotten that information, but it's something to continue to monitor. But this is the area of interest right now, folks. It's all of Androscoggin County, particular focus obviously on Lewiston, some in Auburn, and in Lisbon and Lisbon Falls, a area of interest at the moment as well.
And again, let's get another look at the suspect police are looking for. Here he is. These are photos released by Lewiston PD a couple hours ago. This is a pretty close up. This is the best photo we have of his face. A white man identified as Robert Card at this point. You can see he's carrying a large AR-style rifle, wearing a brown sweatshirt, brown hair, brown beard. This is the man they're looking for.
Yeah, and to reiterate, there's a lot of stuff on social media about this individual, who he might be. We're not in the business of speculation, folks. So we give you the information we get and we can confirm. But there's information out there about who this guy might be. All we can tell you is this is the person we're looking for. We don't know much about his background or who he is or where he may have been. But we do know that he's the person of interest, the suspect involved in this mass shooting and now the manhunt that involves the bar and restaurant that we mentioned in Lewiston, that involves the bowling alley in Lewiston, involves potentially other locations in the Lewiston area. And they're now looking for this individual armed in the photos, as you can see, with a long AR-style rifle, by all accounts, delivering death and destruction and heartbreak with that weapon in our communities. Tonight, he is still on the loose. It's an active search, resources coming from the feds, the county, the state, from neighboring states to help in the search for this individual tonight.
Again, tonight, CNN reporting 22 people dead, dozens more injured. And we want to show you a look too at where there's a lot of police activity right now in Lisbon. This is off of Route 196. Greg, as you mentioned, and Mike Violette,
Correct.
obviously a heavily traveled route. A lot of people driving through there. That Lisbon boat launch we're hearing is where police seem to be focusing their efforts right now.
That's correct. And we don't have any additional information. We confirm there's been reports there's a vehicle that's been found abandoned there. We're working to confirm that information. There's a boat launch there, as we can tell you. And again, the concerning point of this would be if he has been traveling in a vehicle, and we know that they put out information about a vehicle of interest. If they found a vehicle there, obviously the Androscoggin River is right there. Could the person have gone on from there? That is what law enforcement is working actively right now to try to determine as they search by air and by land. And who knows, possibly and likely by water as well at this point to try and track down this individual. But that's where they're at. That's where they've been focusing. That doesn't mean that the shelter-in-place order has been lifted elsewhere in Androscoggin County, because it hasn't. But that's the area of focus, that Lisbon boat launch right now, a heavy police presence, we can confirm.
Yeah, and by all means, our understanding that shelter-in-place order still in effect, again, across all of Androscoggin County. And we do want to get out to the newsroom to Dan Lamparello, who has more information for us. Dan, what have you learned?
Well, guys, I just talked with one of our law enforcement experts. We're just trying to learn a little bit more about how a horrific incident like this is investigated, the resources that go into it. And I had a chance to speak with Betsy Smith. She's the spokesperson for the National Police Association, the national group that helps train and represent officers all across the country. She told me that her son was actually stationed at Brunswick-Nairville Air Station when it was still in operation. And tonight she says she knows we're a state of small cities and towns, and that oftentimes we have limited police resources, but she said she knows that our state comes together when it comes to that sort of thing. But still, what we're seeing unfold tonight in Lewiston is unprecedented, and in her mind, she said the words horrific, and that there's going to be a lot that law enforcement have to do to not only find the person or people responsible for this, treat those who are injured or fatally wounded, and try to bring that community back together and pick up the pieces. Here's a little bit of what she had to say about the investigation and what goes into investigating something this horrific.
From a law enforcement perspective, there is so much work to continue to be done. And I know they just had to postpone their press conference. This is an insurmountable, almost crime scene, multiple crime scenes for law enforcement to be able to deal with. And then also hunting a man who has no compunction about killing 22 plus people. It's a nightmare is what it is, frankly.
That nightmare unfolding for us tonight in our state, which has never seen anything of this magnitude. Betsy Smith from the National Police Association, we appreciate her time tonight. I'm going to have a little bit more from her coming up in a little bit. But again, a lot of resources going into this. We know police departments across the state are assisting Lewiston PD, as well as the state police, Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. It takes a lot of law enforcement to not only find a suspect in this case, and this is something they're trained for as well. We here on the I-Team, Marissa and I have covered that extensively across our state, just the training day in and day out that these officers do to hopefully never have to confront something like this. But tonight, that training being put to use for sure. Guys, I'll send it over to you.
Dan, thanks so much for the update. And I know Betsy Smith touched on this, but obviously someone who has taken 22 lives allegedly, you know, you worry about the danger that law enforcement would be in this situation, trying to track him down.
Yeah, every single human being who's working on our behalf to track this person down is putting themselves in harm's way. I mean, that's all we can say about that, and our appreciation is certainly going out to our law enforcement community tonight. trying to bring an end to this. And we're getting a statement as well. We want to point out Senator Susan Collins. We've heard from other members of the delegation. She released a statement tonight saying, quote, "As our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support we've received from across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering the assistance, federal assistance from President Biden tonight." We heard a similar statement from Senator King tonight. Again, we also heard from Governor Mills's office saying that there was a private phone call between Governor Mills, the senators, Congressman Jared Golden, and President Biden tonight, offering any support that we need. Federal resources are on offer from the White House.
This statement here from Maine Medical Center saying, quote, "Maine Medical Center has alerted on-call staff and created critical care and operating room capacity in anticipation of potential patient transports coming from Lewiston. At this time, MMC can confirm it will receive one patient transport from Central Maine Medical Center. Other Maine health facilities also standing by, preparing to provide care. And out of an abundance of caution and due to the dynamic nature of this situation, MMC and other Maine health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice." Maine Health and Maine Medical Center expressing their deepest sympathies to those impacted by this tragedy. Obviously, the hospitals, dealing with this mass casualty situation, both in Lewiston, Maine, other hospitals potentially across the state as well.
They train. We mentioned law enforcement. They train for this as well. They train some of the coordination that they need to use. So that's being brought to bear tonight. Also want to bring you this. This is a brand new photo released to us of the picture of the suspect. Again, Robert Card is the name that we've been given. We saw photos of him, what we've been told is him, from law enforcement showing him wearing a brown jacket and carrying an AR-style rifle. We now have this image, which gives the clearest picture yet of his face. There's an active manhunt underway right now for this individual. You can see Robert Card, last known address in the Bowdoin area, which again may explain, quite frankly, why the Bowdoin School District has expanded the school closings. The Topsom Bowdoin District has announced they're closing schools. It could potentially be because that is the last known address of this individual. And we also know that it appeared that he was traveling from Lewiston, at least some of the information we have, possibly to Lisbon and Lisbon Falls down at 196, back towards the Topsom Bowdoin area. Again, here's another image. This allegedly, our information coming to us from the Lewiston Police Department, the same individual taken from a surveillance camera at one of the places, possibly the bowling alley, where one of the shooting locations they're investigating. And again, as Marissa said, the number we have right now to work off of is 22 people dead and dozens, quote, dozens of people injured tonight. Gratifying to hear that Maine Medical Center, who's on the standby, so far has only had to deal with one person being transported by life flight from Lewiston down to Portland. We had gotten that information that there were people being transported. They're confirming one so far. And again, medical personnel on standby throughout the region to respond to this mass casualty event.
And again, the scene here we're talking is far and wide across Androscoggin County. At this point, it includes both Lewiston and Lisbon. Here's a look at where there's a lot of police activity right now in Lisbon off of Route 196. Not sure exactly where that video. Here we go. This is the map. The focus right now near that Lisbon boat launch. Some reports that a car had been left near the boat launch. That is not confirmed at this point. But certainly the police presence has shifted to Lisbon. Still a lot of people in Lewiston, though, a lot of police officers. The Associated Press also reporting tonight
that a firearms instructor recently was treated at a mental health facility, is now a person of interest in Maine in the massacre. That's a police source. So again, this is all fluid. This is just coming in. The information we got that is that an individual who was treated for a mental health condition, who has recently received treatment for that, is now a person of interest in a mass casualty situation, according to a police source. Again, to connect the dots, the only individual that we've been given who's a suspect right now is Robert Card. And that's the individual who police have put out information about tonight that they're trying to track down. We've seen the image. We've seen the images of an armed individual, allegedly Robert Card, at these locations where we had mass shootings tonight, including a bar and restaurant and including a bowling alley, both of those in the Lewiston-Auburn area, Lewiston specifically, Both of those communities are still in a lockdown, Lewiston and Auburn. In fact, Androscoggin County-wide remains in a lockdown. And we've been telling people, as we look at the person of interest and the new photo being released, Robert Card is the person who the state police tells our media partners in the Bangor Daily News is the person of interest, the suspected shooter. And at this point, they're looking in the Lisbon Falls area as well.
And obviously Lewiston police now releasing this clearer photo of Card. Anyone with information still being asked to contact authorities. They were also sharing a photo of a vehicle that he had been connected with, the suspect's car earlier tonight. That was a white or silver light-colored, looked
Either
like a
an SUV
station
or
wagon,
possibly a
SUV,
station wagon.
maybe a Subaru. Kind of looked, yeah.
Let's bring it
there
up.
we go. Looks like it might be a Subaru Outback by the look of that, a white vehicle again. Connected with this suspect tonight. So anyone with information about the vehicle or the suspect still being asked to contact police and still being asked to stay safe and shelter in place right now.
And whether that's the same vehicle that is, allegedly potentially been found at the Lisbon boat launch, we don't know that. But that's just what they're being asked for you to look at tonight. If you have information on this vehicle, if you know where Robert Card might be, you're asked to contact law enforcement and bring them that information as they follow up leads. Again, we've heard from multiple people tonight. We heard from Johnny Maffey outside of Central Maine Medical Center, who had spoken with family members who are desperately waiting for information about their loved ones. We saw earlier tonight dozens of people affiliated with people who they just didn't know where they were. Who had been at the bar, where one of the scenes of the mass shooting, who had been potentially at the bowling alley, another scene of a mass shooting. These family members, desperate for information, had been gathering. They're now in a safe place. But we heard from people who, Johnny Maffey had spoken to a mother who was texting him saying she still didn't know, still desperately waiting for that information. We also heard from a father, by father I mean Father Dan Greenleaf from the St. Peter Parish, who reported that a colleague had administered last rites to two people who were at Central Maine Medical Center earlier tonight.
Just devastating loss. It's hard to wrap your head around tonight, this impacting our community. We want to check in again with CBS 13's Mal Meyer, who is in Lisbon, where police are looking for Robert Card right now. Mal, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we've been here for about 15 minutes or so at this point. We are on Lisbon Street in Lisbon, right near the border of Lisbon Falls along the Androscoggin River. And just a short time ago, we did hear a rather large bang kind of sound in the distance. It was kind of back where other law enforcement vehicles have been, but after that we didn't see a lot of movement. That's what's so hard about these kinds of situations is that it's very fluid. A short time ago we also saw a drone fly overhead. We also saw an armored vehicle leave the scene right around that same time. They weren't going very fast though at all. They were just headed up the road. We've also been seeing a helicopter flying overhead with some light coming out of it, looking down below, right by a very wooded area where we are on Lisbon Street. But it's tough to tell kind of where they may be looking. Now, again, we don't necessarily have confirmation that they believe the suspect is here. I did talk to a law enforcement official at the scene a short time ago, and he indicated that they did not know if the suspect was here. But then right after that, a different law enforcement official came up and said for us to move back because the area wasn't safe. We still haven't seen much movement beyond that, but we are seeing law enforcement scattered right around this area to the north and to the south, really, of where we are located. Again, we are on Lisbon Street in Lisbon, right along the Androscoggin River, where there is still a very active scene at this point, but it's unclear, where law enforcement may be. It is very dark out here. It is very hard to see where they are, but we have been seeing lights on both sides of us where we are on the road. So we're still working to get more information about, what led law enforcement to this area, what led them to this part of the scene, especially since we are several miles away at this point from the shooting scenes back in Lewiston. So we are working to try to get more information here, but again, it is still a very active scene. We are seeing various law enforcement vehicles. I know that just a short time ago we saw somebody from the U.S. Marshals Service as well, and in addition to that helicopter that keeps circling overhead. So we're going to keep on trying to get some more information here on the ground in Lisbon. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Mal Meyer, obviously be safe out there, please, and give us more information as you can and safely do so, but be safe, as he's reporting live there from Lisbon, which is an area of interest. He said, again, he heard a loud bang. What that was, we don't know. As we learn more, we'll bring it to you.
And we are getting some more details about the person of interest in this mass shooting tonight, Robert Card. The Associated Press now reporting Card, the man identified as the person of interest in this mass killing in Maine, is a firearms instructor trained by the military, that he was recently committed to a mental health facility, according to a state police bulletin. That bulletin, reviewed by the AP, was being circulated to law enforcement. That bulletin says this man, well, the man in this photo, the suspect in the person of interest, Robert Card, had been trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. That document, the AP says Card had been committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks this past summer. It did not provide any specific details about his treatment or his condition, but that document, the AP says, also said Card had reported hearing voices and had threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco. Card, again, tonight being sought as a person of interest in these mass shootings tonight in Lewiston, and police still searching for him as far as we know this evening.
Right. Obviously, a firearms instructor, somebody who is very well conversant in the use of firearms, and the photos that we have here confirm what appears to be an AR-style rifle in his hands tonight. Let's go ahead and bring you a live look outside Maine Medical Center right now. This is live right now, as we got a statement from Maine Medical Center shortly ago. They say that they do have their trauma center on standby. They confirm that they've received at least one patient brought to them through Life Flight down to Maine Medical Center from Central Maine Medical Center. Again, a live look right now where our understanding is they are absolutely on standby. We're also hearing that they're canceling, they're shutting down their campus essentially. Guests who are just there to visit, for example, a loved one. Obviously, that wouldn't be happening at 11:25 at night anyway, but they're closing that down until further notice, closing down their campus, and also that could affect elective surgeries heading into tomorrow. We do have a crew there, as you can see, on scene at Maine Medical Center, but that's the look right now as the entire medical community responds and ramps up its entire response to a mass casualty event. We've said it before, they train for this, they pray they never have to use it. They're putting it in place tonight. They are actively responding to the situation that is unfolding.
And obviously, as we can see, all those law enforcement vehicles, a heavy police presence just outside the hospital, much like what we saw at Central Maine Medical Center. When Johnny was live earlier, we saw those officers standing right outside the door, and he had mentioned that they also moved the families who were there waiting for answers inside because this shelter-in-place order is still in effect, and just trying to protect everybody at this point. So both of those hospitals under pretty heavy security at this moment.
Yeah, and initially when we were hearing helicopters in the background at first, at this point several hours ago when Anna Kuhn was there first, now Johnny Maffey, we heard helicopters circling behind them. Obviously we were wondering, are those Life Flight helicopters? We learned after that it was more likely that those were law enforcement helicopters that were part of the security because, again, that is an area of focus that they wanted to secure. The place where they're bringing, and that's part of the training, when they're securing a mass casualty event and they still have an active shooter, they're going to bring protection to the place where a lot of people are gathering, and that is the hospital right now. And so, again, all of that is being put into place throughout the state of Maine, particularly in Lewiston right now.
And we want to go back out to CBS 13's Johnny Maffey, who has been at Central Maine Medical Center for hours now. Johnny, what can you tell us? What are you seeing there now? Is there still a pretty heavy police presence?
Yes, there certainly is, Marissa. They've been outside here, cruisers in and out, and several cruisers just entered the area as well. Now we'll pan over to the right here. Again, we're to the right of the entrance if you're looking at Central Maine Med, and a bunch of law enforcement went into a parking garage across the street there that is lit up. We saw them walking around over there through the parking lot here, and we weren't sure what was going on, but definitely some cruisers entered the area as well, and there are still officers with the long guns outside, and it is all being blocked off. The patients are still, the patients' families are still inside trying to find out more information. I've been texting with a mother of one of the patients, and she's been saying that they're going to be taking people in as they know, people in meaning family members and loved ones as they know more, but she still hasn't heard anything at her son. That was at one of the bars. That was one of the locations of the mass casualty situation we're talking about here. So that's the update. A little action we've been seeing certainly from the law enforcement here, and we'll definitely keep you posted. We've been here for a few hours now, and we're definitely on alert.
Johnny, thank you very much. Obviously, we appreciate Johnny Maffey there reporting from Central Maine Medical Center and talking directly with some of the families who are anguished tonight, either getting horrific news that a loved one has passed or also horrific news that their loved one's been injured and they don't know what's happening. And all of our thoughts and prayers are with all of those families, not just obviously our greater communities, in particular those families dealing with directly this devastation tonight.
Yeah, again, CNN reporting 22 people killed, dozens more injured. We want to go out to Dan Lamparello, who is live in the newsroom. And Dan, you talked with some of the city councilors in Lewiston. What did they have to say?
We did, and one of those council members, Robert McCarthy, is actually the one who confirmed to CNN that devastating number of 22 people who have died in this horrific mass shooting event in the city of Lewiston tonight. Councilman McCarthy, I also got to chance to talk with him this evening, just a little bit about what he's feeling as a member of power in the city of Lewiston, and what this overall repercussions of this will have in the days, months, weeks, and obviously years ahead. But he did reveal some interesting information tonight. We know that one of the scenes was at the Sparetime bowling alley, and he says he heard that there was actually a children's birthday party or celebration happening at that bowling alley at the time that this mass shooting happened this evening. Here's a little bit about what he had to say.
Someone told me that there was a children's bowling event going on at the bowling alley, which is extremely tragic if that's the case. It's so surreal. You see it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here, and it just blows your mind.
Councilor, bring my mic back on. Let's go live to Lewiston right now. Our understanding that Shannon Moss, State Police spokesperson, is speaking right now at Lewiston City Hall. Let's go there.
Is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School. So in the neighboring community of Auburn at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the City of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties are out there. Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that, and I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation, so the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that, and when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening, and I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Does the suspect have any known criminal history with law enforcement? Is he someone who's been on the radar of state police or local police, to your knowledge?
Well, Mr. Card, who we're speaking about right now, is a person of interest and a person of interest only, right? I'm not listing him as a suspect at this point, and we're not prepared to go into his background or anything else that we may be aware of. One more question?
You're only looking for one shooter, correct?
We're looking for this person of interest right now, and that's what we'll label and list and speak about at this particular moment. When we have additional information, I'm happy to share that. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. Again, thank you for your time. And I know Assistant City Manager O'Malley will make arrangements, I think, to move everybody out of the building. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. These are the flyers that we were mentioning, so feel...
We've been listening to Mike Soschuk. He is the Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Maine, reiterating that Robert Card is in fact the person of interest in this case. His photo obviously being widely circulated now. We've shown it to you multiple times here as well. We're also learning that the Lewiston Town Hall, the City Hall, is going to be shut down. They're going to try and bring everybody out of there as they can attempt to secure different locations. So again, let's recap a little bit of that. That was Michael Soschuk, the Commissioner of Public Safety for Maine, reiterating that they are working with multiple law enforcement agencies to try and bring a resolution to this, and they have one person of interest they're talking about, and that's this Robert Card.
And he also revealed a few more details about this mass shooting situation. He said it started at 6:56 this evening, a shooting incident involving multiple casualties. Again, he is not putting a number on exactly what those casualties are right now, but confirming they are searching for a person of interest, Robert Card of Bowdoin, who is armed and dangerous. They say do not approach him if you see him anywhere. A shelter in place remains in effect. He mentioned both Lewiston and Lisbon specifically. We've been hearing all of Androscoggin County throughout the evening. He also confirmed, Soschuk confirming, that the vehicle they had been searching for earlier this evening was located in Lisbon. They're still looking for more information about that and about this person of interest. He also touched on they're going to have a reunification location at the Auburn Middle School. Anyone with questions, concerns, concerned about loved ones can go there. They're going to have counselors on hand. And he also alluded to the fact that they'll have law enforcement there, and anyone who may have information about this person of interest can also go there and bring that there to law enforcement. Again, that is at the Auburn Middle School.
And to recap some of what we've been learning from other law enforcement sources about this individual, who they're looking for. Again, we heard from Commissioner Soschuk. He did confirm his age. He said his birthday is 4483. That'd make him 40 years old. This is who they're looking for, Robert Card. We've heard from other law enforcement sources, not just from this news conference, obviously. Understandably, the Public Safety Commissioner being very, as we've been trying to do as well all throughout this evening, is be very careful about stuff that's not confirmed. But what we have heard from other law enforcement sources is that he is a firearms instructor, military training, had recently gotten mental health support, and had been in fact committed to a mental health institution. And so Robert Card had been, obviously was not there now. He's been released and is a person of interest tonight, and the only person of interest tonight who they continue to search for. He alluded to it, Commissioner Soschuk did, that they're getting resources. We've heard that resources from the feds and from neighboring New Hampshire are on offer and actually deployed or deploying to the state of Maine as we speak to help with the search, to help with the investigation, and to help with counseling. Everything involved with this mass horrific shooting event. All resources that can be brought to bear from our mental health community to our schools, to our law enforcement, to our medical community, all of that is being brought to bear right now. But the most urgent thing right now is to find that guy you see on your screen right now. And they've tracked a vehicle. It was a vehicle of interest to Lisbon. And that's also in Androscoggin County, for those who are wondering. That's in the southeastern end, well, Durham technically, the far southeastern corner of Androscoggin County. Lisbon, right next door, is in the southeastern part of Androscoggin County.
Commissioner Soschuk, again, talking about those resources, hundreds of officers, he says, hundreds. Currently here looking for Robert Card. We've seen police tonight in Lewiston, all across Lewiston, now obviously focused in Lisbon, where they found that vehicle that they had been searching for, but hundreds of officers in Lewiston, also at the hospitals, you know, security
protecting
at the
all
hospitals.
These locations. Let's go live right now to CBS 13's Anna Kuhn, because she is at City Hall there in Lewiston. And Anna, we understand they're probably going to be asking you to leave soon, but let's get to what you've got. You were there for that news conference. Recap, what did you hear? Maybe something we may have missed. What did you hear and what did you got?
Greg, a lot of that information was confirming what we've been reporting tonight. Again, the person of interest is Robert Card. That was confirmed by Softcheck tonight, as well as that there were multiple casualties, but he did not report a number and said the situation is fluid right now and only wanted to give out accurate information, so he didn't want to give a number of casualties in this situation tonight. But he did give us some information about Card, that he is a person of interest and police do consider him armed and dangerous. So if you do see him, do not approach that person of interest and instead call the police immediately. And the newest information we really got from this press conference is that right now there is a shelter in place in Lisbon, and that's where they found a vehicle of interest in this situation. I know Mal is reporting up there for you, but there is a shelter in place now in Lisbon, and the state police spokesperson says she's about to share that information with the public. So we want to make sure that folks watching in Lisbon know they should stay home with their doors locked. Again, hundreds of police officers working on this situation. And the other new piece of information we got tonight is that Auburn Middle School is going to be used as a reunification center. The state police spokesperson, Shannon Moss, says that should be open now and likely will be open throughout the night. But that's a place where families and friends can go. Head to Auburn Middle School if you have questions, if you're unable to contact a loved one, if you're worried about somebody that you may know who you think may have been involved as a victim of this shooting. Head to Auburn Middle School, and they hope they'll have counselors there to help you through those questions and concerns and hopefully give you as much information as they possibly can. Again, that's Auburn Middle School. She says it is open tonight and expects that it will be open late into the evening. Greg, Marissa.
All right. Anna Kuhn, live for us at Lewiston City Hall, which again is about to be secured. So Anna's going to be leaving there. Thank you very much, Anna. Be safe, obviously, out there tonight as you leave. Recapping some of what we were just talking about as well, Marissa, of what we learned tonight from Michael Soschuk, the Public Safety Commissioner for the state of Maine.
Yeah, and we want to take a look here too. Obviously, Lisbon really in the focus right now. Commissioner Soschuk mentioning that that is where they found the vehicle that they had been searching for. Lisbon is where it was located. We're still waiting for more information. It sounded like Anna said they might release more information about that vehicle,
vehicle
soon. So when we get that, we'll certainly bring it to you. But Lisbon, obviously a focal point tonight.
And speaking of more information from that focal point, let's go live to CBS 13's Mal Meyer. He's been there for a while now. And Mal, again, what's the update? A little while ago, you said you heard some interesting sounds, and we're seeing lights in the off the road there. What's the update there live right now?
Yeah, Greg, we haven't heard much since that time that we heard that bang sound. It's unclear what that was or where exactly it came from, though it did sound like it was coming in that direction. But again, then after that, we didn't see much movement at all. We have been seeing some law enforcement vehicles coming and going from the scene. And of course, when we touched base with you about a half hour ago, we were seeing a helicopter flying overhead using a spotlight down below in a very forested area near where we are here on Lisbon Street. But we haven't seen that helicopter in a while. We also saw a drone flying overhead, but that also left the scene a while ago. So it's been relatively quiet over here now. I was listening to that state police press conference just a short time ago, and they did mention that that vehicle that seems to be connected to this incident was found somewhere in Lisbon, but what is unclear is exactly where in Lisbon that was. I have reached out to a state police spokesperson to see if that might have been right around the scene where we are, which is right by the Androscoggin River. We're also very close to Lisbon Falls as well. But there still does seem to be a pretty large police presence here. I know that when we arrived to the scene right around 11 o'clock or so, we saw a U.S. Marshal's office agent here on the scene, an officer with that department here on the scene. We also saw a very heavily armored vehicle as well. But it's relatively quiet here right now as we're approaching 11:45. Very quiet, but we are seeing law enforcement coming and going and still here at the scene. Again, when we initially arrived, I asked a law enforcement officer if they believed that the suspect was right around here. He said that they did not know. Then another officer said that we needed to move back because it wasn't safe. Again, I have reached out to a state police spokesperson about this, asking if they believe that the suspect may be around here. At this point, it's really not clear. We have been relatively quiet just in case, because again, law enforcement is saying stay inside your home, lock your doors. If you see anything suspicious, if you see somebody, that you should be calling police. So it has been relatively quiet here, especially within the last half hour or so. Again, we're not seeing a helicopter flying overhead or anything like that, but we'll be sure to keep you updated as soon as something may happen here or if we see any kind of movement along those lines. Back to you in the studio.
Mal, live in Lisbon for us tonight. Thank you for the update. Obviously, as he said, there's police activity there. We're still waiting on hopefully a little more information as to what police are doing there, if they found anything connected with that vehicle. But still, again, hundreds of officers looking for that person of interest, Robert Card, tonight.
Yeah, and again, we're going to follow the lead of the Public Safety Commissioner and refer to him as a person of interest going forward until we hear otherwise. And the sole person of interest that they're looking for right now. As we heard Mal mention, again, they have focused on a boat launch there in Lisbon, and they have a specific shelter-in-place order for Lisbon and Lisbon Falls. To be clear, there was already a shelter-in-place request for all of Androscoggin County, which would include Lisbon, Lisbon Falls. They're being very specific, though, and considering that a place of interest. So, again, we want our Mal Meyer to be safe out there as well. He's gotten directly from a law enforcement source walking by him who said, hey, we don't consider this area right now to be safe, which would be a clear indication that that's a focal point for this person of interest at the moment.
And here's a live look at Maine Medical Center, again in Portland. We know they've gotten at least one patient transferred there from Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston. Still a heavy police presence there tonight, a lot of security outside the hospital. Again, this is a serious situation, a developing situation. They are still looking for this suspect. So heavy police presence here. We saw the same thing at Central Maine Medical Center up in Lewiston as well.
Yeah, and part of the mass casualty response plan, which we've been talking about that they're putting in place right now, does involve law enforcement, security personnel being at hospitals to help to secure these areas and to make sure that they're safe and that they're ready to receive people who maybe have traumatic injuries. And we know people have traumatic injuries tonight because that's the information we're getting. Again, 22 dead is the number from CNN. I want to cite them, not state of Maine officials. They're not giving us a number. CNN reporting 22 dead. Others picked up on that number as well. AP tonight reporting the same. So that's the information we have to the best of our knowledge right now. The information we had earlier that this Robert Card was a person of interest, that has been confirmed. Let's show you his photo once again, because this person, to the best of our knowledge, still not in custody. And as long as he's not, here's his photo.
Again, these are the photos that were actually first released of this person of interest earlier this evening by Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. You can see him there, brown hair with a beard, the brown shirt, the same person we saw released in some other photos from later in the evening. He is holding what appears to be an AR-style rifle. These are the other photos. We're not exactly sure where these were taken.
These are from Lewiston Police. But
Lewiston
you're right,
Police.
not as clear. I mean,
we don't know what business or exactly where this was. That earlier photo we do know was from the Just-in-Time bowling alley, which police have confirmed is one of the locations
of this mass shooting. And the other location that's been confirmed as a location of the mass shootings was the I'm going to say it wrong. But the bar and restaurant, Schemengees, I believe it's pronounced.
On Lincoln Street.
On Lincoln Street. That's another confirmed location of the mass shooting event. And again, there's still a police presence there, even though obviously the shooting is long gone. In fact, we learned tonight, just a short time ago from Commissioner Soschuk, that this all started almost exactly 5 hours ago. Coming up on, I think it was 6:52 or so.
6:56, according to Commissioner Soschuk.
According to Commissioner Soschuk, is when the first reports came in, almost exactly a little under 5 hours ago, from that bar and grill where people have been gathering, like anyone would. Here it is. It's a Wednesday evening. People are out, hanging out with friends and family, and then that evening turned horrific in an instant because of allegedly this person of interest, Robert Card, entering these locations with an AR-style rifle, and a mass casualty event commenced. That's what we know tonight. That's what's being shared with us from law enforcement.
Yeah, and this obviously an older, perhaps driver's license photo of Robert Card being released by Lewiston, Maine police tonight as they continue to search for him. Hundreds of officers at all levels, local officers, those from state agencies and federal agencies as well, here in Maine, in the central Maine area, Lewiston, Lisbon, Auburn, searching for this person of interest tonight.
And again, to reiterate to those who are, there's probably nobody just joining us at this point, but schools are closed from Lewiston, Auburn, all the way down. In fact, we have a full list right now on our website. Frankly, we usually bring this out during snow events.
Weather.
During a major weather event where we get school closings and cancellations to come in. We're using that resource right now at WGME.com and Fox23Maine.com to get you that information about what schools are closing. And it's been expanding. I think a lot of school districts are doing what would appear to be the prudent thing right now and closing down. All Auburn schools, Lewiston, BMV also closing tonight. We also heard from MSAD 75. That's the Bowdoin Topsom area. They've closed their schools as well. Full list right now. You can get it if you're curious, want to check in on it, and get other information on what's unfolding tonight. You can always go to WGME.com.
A little surreal and sobering to be seeing that list used for a mass shooting in our state. Our own David is at St. Mary's Hospital in Lewiston right now. We want to go to Dave, who is on the phone. And Dave, what are you seeing there right now?
Well, Marissa, it's pretty quiet here right now. When I drove in about maybe a half hour ago, 45 minutes ago, I was greeted by armed personnel, and they are, circling around the hospital. So security is very, very tight here, but it is very quiet. I would say right when I got here, I did hear the choppers off in a distance. And again, I don't know if those were life flight choppers or the choppers that are assisting in the search. The other thing, multiple cruisers passing me on the way up on 95. At least 7 or so. So as Mr. Soschuk was saying, that there's a heavy police presence, throughout Androscoggin County. The real surreal thing right now is if you look out over on Sabata Street, it is literally a ghost town. Now, granted, it is late at night, but there is nothing. I mean, it's very, very, very quiet, desolate right now. In the city, and our heart breaks for everyone. This is something that we're obviously not accustomed to, and we never think it could happen here in Maine, but it apparently has, and it's very surreal. But it's quiet here now, and again, a heavy police presence here at St. Mary's Hospital in Lewiston, and we'll pass along any information that we get, as it becomes available.
And Dave, I know that this must be particularly tough for you. Obviously, I know your family has ties to Lewiston, so again, seeing what you're seeing, it has to be really, really difficult.
Oh, no question, Greg. No question. My wife was born in Lewiston. Her family, obviously, is from here, and it's just something that you can't even imagine that it would happen to a place in Maine. It's just unimaginable right now. But again, our prayers are with all the families, and hopefully this can come to a resolution very, very, very soon.
Dave, I know we heard from some of our crews who were at Central Maine Medical Center about some of those families showing up at the hospital, who were having a hard time getting in touch with their loved ones. Have you seen any of those families showing up there at St. Mary's?
No, not when I got here, Marissa. We do know that there are patients here being treated from this incident, but that's about it. As far as folks trying to get in or anything, it really is very, very quiet here. And I can once again hear the chopper off in the distance. But other than that, it's been pretty quiet.
All right, Dave, again, we really appreciate it, buddy. Be safe out there as well. I know this isn't something Dave usually covers as well, but it shows you the seriousness of what's going on here tonight, that we would, all of us are here, all of us thinking of these communities, and all of us ready to bring you the information as we get it. Dave, thanks, man.
Yeah, certainly just an unprecedented situation for our community.
It is. And we've said it. You never hope that this is ever going to be needed. All these resources, all this planning, all of this training that our law enforcement and medical personnel go through, you hope it's never needed. That's the word we always hear when we'll cover, when they have a large mass casualty exercise. In fact, I think they just had a sizable one this summer where they're working through that. And they do it because they want to be ready. And they do it hoping they never, ever, ever have to put it into place. They did tonight.
We always hear that. It can happen anywhere, but you just don't think it's going to happen in your state, in your community.
No.
Yeah, it's devastating.
As we mentioned a little while ago, we did hear from Michael Soschuk. He is the Commissioner of Public Safety. Again, we want to repeat some of what he had to say about what's happening right now with the investigation, what he's asking of the community, and what we know right now.
This is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
All right, that was Michael Soschek speaking just a short time ago at the Lewiston City Hall tonight, giving us a state police perspective and update on what we're dealing with this evening.
We want to go now out to CBS 13's Dan Lamparello in the newsroom. And Dan, you spoke with a law enforcement expert. What did they have to say?
Well, guys, the law enforcement expert is Betsy Smith. She's with the National Police Association, an agency that works to train law enforcement officers and represent them across the country. And they train specifically for things like this. We've covered that here on CBS 13 countless times of our local police departments, trying to really get to the bottom of how best to respond to a horrific thing like this that you hope never happens. But again, tonight, that training being put to the test for sure. And the public safety chief there, Mike Soschek, alluding to multiple scenes across the city of Lewiston, even some areas of Lisbon, all of those areas in shelter in place tonight. Betsy Smith with the National Police Association talked with me a little bit about what law enforcement has to juggle during a scene like this that is so fluid and so convoluted. Here's what she had to say.
Evil of this nature, frankly, knows no bounds. And so law enforcement has to be thinking about all those things in addition to providing, immediate care for the victims. And then again, securing those multiple crime scenes. And don't forget, communication is difficult when you have multiple police agencies involved. Not everyone has the same radio. And I want to remind people that these law enforcement agencies involved also have to, they must answer other 911 calls, other emergencies, domestic disputes and traffic crashes and things like that. So I believe that from around the state, there will be an outpouring of personnel.
And that personnel we've already heard about tonight. Mike Soschek alluded to it in the press conference you heard a little while ago, that the Maine State Police obviously taking the lead on this. Lewiston Police in the city, Auburn Police, Androscoggin County Police. Our partners at WBZ News down in Boston tell us that Mass State Police are currently assisting the Maine State Police along our southern border, keeping an eye out for this person of interest in this case. So law enforcement across our region are now putting their resources into high gear to not only help find the suspect in this case, but also take care of the calls, as Betsy said there, that will continue to happen. 911 doesn't just shut down when an incident like this happens. So there are law enforcement officers who are involved with this, those who are still responding to other calls tonight, and all of them, I'm sure, are on high alert. Greg?
All right, Dan Lamparello, thank you for the update. A broader perspective of exactly what police are dealing with and what they've done to get ready for a day like today, which no one ever hopes would happen, but when it happens, they're ready and they're doing it right now. We are, of course, learning much more about this person of interest in tonight's mass shooting. According to the Associated Press, the AP says Robert Card is a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility. That is according to a state police bulletin. Now, the bulletin says Card had been trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility here in Maine. The document says Card had been committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks in the summer of 2023, so this past summer. He did not provide specific details about his condition or his treatment. It also said that Card reported hearing voices and had apparently threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco. The other thing that we learned is that he is considered tonight armed and dangerous. The state police only willing to publicly say he's a person of interest, but in the same sentence, they are saying he is considered to be armed and dangerous. We also learned that he is 40 years old and that he's a last known address believed to be in the Bowdoin area, and that tonight, obviously, there's a huge response in multiple ways. The focus most of all on helping the victims, the medical response, and equal to that, the search and the manhunt to try and track down this person tonight. And then all the other ancillary things that our communities are dealing with right now, shutting down schools, preparing to have services available, counseling available, not just to families, but let's say that you have to tell your child that why is school closed tomorrow, Mom and Dad? Well, there's resources to help with some of that as well that schools are coordinating to provide. That's what happens when something of this magnitude happens in our community. This is going to be something that reverberates in our communities for days and weeks and months likely, regardless of how long the manhunt takes place. It's something that's going to be, with us. The scars will be with us for a very long time. But first and foremost, law enforcement trying to find that person of interest right now.
And there are still a lot of questions about the number of people killed in this mass shooting, the number of people injured. State police not releasing any specific numbers. Here's how they responded when they were pressed by the media a little while ago.
I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
So as you heard, Maine state officials not releasing any numbers on how many people are hurt, how many people have been killed, but CNN reporting tonight 22 people killed in Lewiston and dozens of people injured.
And we obviously, we've decided to continue to report that number just to try and put it in some context. Some of the numbers, and these are numbers that are being reported by law enforcement personnel through other, through sources to the media. So we're gonna continue to mention this number with the caveat that, as Commissioner Sostek said, it could change. And we obviously pray to God that it doesn't change up. Is that a possibility? Of course. But we're going to continue to report the number as best we know it right now, for context only here, folks. In addition to the other thing we've heard, which is there are potentially dozens of people injured in these mass shootings. It sounds like the two shootings are localized now to these two places, the bowling alley, the bar in Lewiston. There are reports of other locations. Those may have been, we understand, places where this vehicle of interest was possibly spotted, or other reasons to think that that suspect may have been there. Foremost among that list right now is, of course, in Lisbon, where his vehicle may have been spotted at a boat launch there. We've been seeing it, we've been reporting it. There's a heavy police presence right off of Route 196 at a boat launch around the Androscoggin River in Lisbon. So we're going to continue to bring that information, because there's also a particular message to the folks of Lisbon to shelter in place right now. So we want to emphasize that point as well at this moment.
And we've been hearing that really since this all started. That was one of the first things we heard, early on. We weren't getting a lot of confirmation about what happened in this case, but one of the first things that happened was that Lewiston schools sent out an alert to any parents. Apparently there were parent-teacher conferences tonight. They sent out an alert to anyone who may have been at or near any school to get to a safe place at the school, to go into lockdown. We then heard the city of Lewiston via a spokesperson that the entire city was under a shelter-in-place order. So this shelter-in-place has been in place for hours now, and with good reason. Again, they are still searching for a person of interest who is believed to be armed and dangerous. Again, they say do not approach him. If you do happen to see Robert Card, call 911, alert authorities, but do not approach him. For now, anyone in Androscoggin County, specifically in Lewiston and in Lisbon, is told to stay in a safe place. If you're at home, stay inside, lock the doors.
And a moment ago, we had that map that showed that Lisbon Falls, the Lisbon boat launch. Let's show it to you again, because again, this has been a focal point. Right off of Route 196, for those who know the area, Lisbon Falls is further down to the lower right of your map there. So right in Lisbon is where this boat launch is. And for reference, for those who don't know, if you follow 196 up to your upper left, that takes you back into the Lewiston Auburn area. So this is where the focal point is right now. We heard helicopters overhead searching that area. Mal Myers on scene. He also saw law enforcement. He spoke with a marshal who was walking by. He heard a law enforcement source tell him, hey, this isn't necessarily safe right now. This area is a focal point. So that's the last thing we've gotten as to where the focal point might be about where the search is leading. And it's important to double underline this, folks. They don't know. Just because they're focusing there doesn't mean that that's where he is, because we also heard places that they were focusing in Lewiston initially for a good reason. That's where the shooting happened. I
mean, obviously he's been mobile throughout the evening to get to multiple shooting locations.
And whether he's still mobile is an open question, because there are reports that his vehicle was found near that boat launch. We're still waiting for more confirmation about some of those details. But, again, he could still be on the move. And here he is again. This is some of the first images we got of Robert Card. And frankly, you can see the bowling stuff on the door behind him there.
Yeah, this is at the bowling alley,
This is at the
just
bowling
in
alley,
time.
which is one of the mass shooting scenes. So they released this image, person of interest, believed to be armed and dangerous right now, believed to be armed with what appears to be an AR-style rifle. And we know that there are reports of a lot of people who were shot tonight. And we'll be getting more details about who they are and what these families are going through in the hours ahead. For now, what we know is state police want this guy, and they're actively searching for him.
We want to go ahead and check in with Mal Meyer, who is now, we're told, in Lewiston. Mal, are you in Lewiston? And if so, what are you seeing right now?
At the Lisbon town offices, and we can hear a helicopter back overhead of us using a searchlight again. We were told to move from where we were before. We're about just a little bit over a mile northeast from where we were reporting earlier tonight. Again, at the Lisbon town offices, which also serves as the police station. We were told by an officer after one of our live hits, after we actually just talked to you a short time ago, and we were told that we needed to clear the area, that there were law enforcement searching the area where we were standing just a short time ago. And one of the officers who approached us called it the danger zone, at which point we promptly packed up and got here to the town offices. Very active scene that we were seeing along the way, seeing a lot of different law enforcement agencies set up along the side of the road. And again, here too as well, behind me, we saw the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. They had a cruiser here. We're also seeing multiple ambulances that are also stationed here at the Lisbon town offices. Now, I want to tell you about a Facebook post that the Lisbon Police Department made just a short time ago, saying that there is as many people know, that there is an active situation happening right now in Lisbon. They said on Facebook, again, this is coming from the Lisbon Police Department, that the matter does involve a search within the town for a suspect believed to have been involved in multiple shootings incidents in Lewiston. Again, they are using the term suspect, but as we heard from the state police, they are identifying Robert Card as a person of interest in this mass shooting incident that happened in Lewiston earlier tonight. Again, a very active scene. We are again seeing a helicopter flying overhead using a searchlight down below in a very wooded area where we are in Lisbon. Again, a very active scene. And again, we were just told a short time ago that we needed to move up this way because, as one law enforcement officer put it, we were in the danger zone. And so we are aware that they are searching that area. And so we will continue to get more information and hopefully hear exactly where they believe that the suspect may or may not be if the search brings them to any certain part. But again, we are at the Lisbon town offices right now, which also serves as a police department. We're told to move back this way because law enforcement are actively in the area and told us to clear out because, as one officer put it, we were in the danger zone. Back over to you.
Mal, you and your photographer certainly stay safe. Thank you for the update.
Yeah, accurate information is critical. Being safe, Mal, that's more important, obviously, tonight. So thank you very much. Let's continue our live coverage now. CBS 13's Johnny Maffei had been live outside of Central Maine Medical Center. He is now live in Auburn. That's an area, too, Johnny, where we're hearing that they're trying to set up a reunification center and some other things. But what's going on exactly where you are there in Auburn? What's happening behind you?
Yeah, so Greg, we're here outside of the middle school in Auburn, and they are trying to make this a reunification center. Now, Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque was just walking around as people have been pulling in. They're trying to help connect everyone with their families right here at the middle school, and he's directing them inside, of course. Now, back at the hospital, we were there for a couple hours. We had a crew there for even longer than that, and what we learned was how I was talking to a mother who said her son was inside the hospital. She was working on that reunification process from one of the rooms in the hospital, and she told me that employees were really trying and working hard to get the information and connect people with the people that are in the hospital, and she said that they're bringing families one by one into a private room and back out, filling them in on what was going on. So certainly a slow process, but trying to get everything right and trying to learn everything again. And when we were over there, again, it's not too far from where we are here at the Auburn Middle School. It was just a few minutes ago, and what we saw was helicopters, a heavy police presence, certainly guarding off that locked down Central Maine Medical Center.
All right, Johnny Maffey live for us in Auburn tonight. Keep us posted on what's happening there. Again, that's where one of the areas, and you can understand why, they're trying to make sure that they use the resources they have and segment it out a little bit. And a place, rather than have all these families descend on the hospital where they're obviously dealing, first and foremost, trying to do trauma care, that they're trying to deal with this mass casualty incident. They want to have a secure place for folks to get information where they can go, and they don't want them all descending on the hospital right now, quite frankly. So that's why they've set up this other place where a place where people can go to get information, get resources, get help. And so that's all the things that we talked about, all the things that are being set up in various ways to try and deal with this situation that's unfolding tonight.
We want to go out to CBS 13's Dan Lamparello at the live desk. And Dan, you spoke with some Lewiston council members about hospitals. What are you hearing?
Yeah, we've talked with many of the members of the Lewiston City Council tonight, all of them in shock about what has happened in that city this evening. Just a horrific act of violence that nobody would have thought would have happened in Maine's second largest city. Councilman Robert McCarthy is who I spoke to. We talked with him a little bit earlier about his knowledge of what's happened, what he's hearing from law enforcement there in the city. He told us that obviously one of these shootings happened at one of the local bowling alleys. We're told it's called Sparetime, during a children's bowling event. And he said that all of the Lewiston hospitals, St. Mary, Central Maine Medical Center, they are on high alert. Here's what he had to say.
The two hospitals have called in every off-duty staff member that they could to deal with this. We are a town of about 39,000. Our hospitals are not geared to handle this kind of shooting event, and they're doing the best we can.
And as we often hear in Maine, many agencies, whether they're private or public, are coming together in times of need. We've heard St. Mary's, CMMC, Maine Medical Center down here in Portland, all on alert tonight, doing anything they can to help those who have been affected by this. And I do want to read just quickly a statement from St. Mary's Health System. I know we've talked about it a little bit earlier, but they've activated their emergency response plans, called in all available staff, and they're collaborating closely with their local partners to ensure a unified response and effort in treating those impacted by tonight's event. So a lot of agencies, private, public, coming together tonight for this awful situation unfolding in Lewiston. Guys, over to you.
Yeah, so heartbreaking, Dan, hard to put into words.
Yeah, I can't even believe, obviously, that this is happening. Dan, thanks. Let's go ahead and check in with Anna Kuhn one more time. She was at, well, frankly, she started her evening at Central Maine Medical Center. She was then at Lewiston City Hall, getting the update from law enforcement, and now she's on Lincoln Street, which is one of the scenes of this mass shooting, that bar. Anna, where are you, and what are you seeing, and what can you tell us about the scene there?
Greg, we're fairly far away from that scene. That bar, Schemengees, is probably about half a mile back, and this street on Lincoln Street has closed off for about a mile. We were originally on the other side and had to drive around here, but next to me is a Maine State police officer blocking the scene, and you can see down the road behind me there are quite a few emergency vehicles still with flashing lights on. But as you mentioned, Greg, we have been all over the city tonight, and it's a lot quieter here now than when it was when we first drove up through Lewiston. We couldn't drive more than a few blocks without emergency vehicles flying by, sirens on. We were constantly pulling over on the roads, but driving here from City Hall was much quieter. And the streets outside, there's not many people walking around, not many people driving around. In fact, the most people we've seen are actually other press driving around or police officers, but no flashing lights and no sirens. But in that presser, we did hear that there are over 100 law enforcement officials, in the area. So we understand this is a massive amount of force coming all together in this area. So it does seem quieter now, but of course, still on high alert, still on lockdown in Lewiston. But it is fairly quiet in this area here.
Anna, thanks so much for the update. Good to hear that it's quiet, actually. I mean, it means people are staying inside. They're keeping the roads open for police to be able to get out and do their jobs.
Incredible police presence all throughout the Androscoggin area tonight and beyond, actually, as we're hearing. It's not just, give you an idea of how many resources are being brought to bear on this. Yeah,
WBZ, our partners down in Boston, are reporting that Mass State Police are actually stationed all along the border with Maine, keeping an eye out for this person of interest, Robert Card, because they say he has previous ties to Massachusetts. So certainly just getting help from law enforcement at all levels, not only here in Maine, but elsewhere as well. Yeah,
as Dan was mentioning too on that. And then we also heard that, again, we heard it from the governor of New Hampshire. Governor Sununu offering resources from the state of New Hampshire as well. We heard from a source. I've heard from a source that there's in fact a New Hampshire State Police helicopter among the many helicopters in the air.
We can hear them.
You may wonder, I mean, again, every live shot we go to, we hear about helicopters in the air. You may wonder, how many helicopters does the state of Maine have? The answer is quite a few, but it's not just ours. We're getting help with that right now from federal resources where they're available. New Hampshire specifically, we know of. Massachusetts offering their help as well on the ground. So again, this is where there's a regional approach. When it's a major weather event, we talk about getting help to get the power back on. This is an example of that, where there's a huge event like this, horrific event like this. It's not just one community or one county or one state that's responding. There is a regional system to try and maximize the response to this in all the ways, and we've been talking about it now for hours, all the ways that this response is ramped up tonight to try to deal with all the myriad impacts that this potentially one individual has brought to bear on our state tonight. All these people responding. Heartbreaking to think about, but they're responding and they're doing the best they can, and hopefully we'll have an update soon that they've tracked this person down.
It is all hands on deck from everything we've heard, all hands on deck. Hundreds of officers here in Maine. And Maine State Police posting their official press release so far just moments ago. It says in part, a shooting incident with multiple casualties has occurred in multiple locations in Lewiston.
And they include a photo, one of the best photos we have that shows his face. Our understanding, the person of interest considered armed and dangerous, Robert Card, age 40, last known address in Lewiston, Bowdoin. I meant to say Bowdoin. Again, born on April 4th, 1983, that makes him 40 years old. He's considered armed and dangerous. Again, they're just calling him a person of interest, but there's a lot of other dots that we're connecting here. If anyone sees this individual or knows who he is or knows where he is, do not approach. Again, considered armed and dangerous. A shelter-in-place order is still in effect for all of Androscoggin County with a specific focus, not just on Lewiston anymore, but on Lisbon. State police do say they located the suspected vehicle in Lisbon. It's at that boat ramp right off of Route 196, where Mal Meyer just had to move because he was told he was in the, quote, danger zone.
We touched on this earlier. I mean, obviously, somebody like this who would, carry something out, like a mass shooting, taking, potentially dozens of lives, you have to be concerned for those law enforcement officers who are out there looking for him and not knowing what they're going to encounter.
And again, based on information that we're receiving, learning more about this person of interest, this is the detail that we have. But before we go to this, we have some breaking news right now. We understand that the mayor of Auburn, Mayor Schemengees, is speaking right now to one of our crews. Let's go ahead and listen. Actually, that's Mayor Levesque of Auburn. Mayor Schemengees is Lewiston. This is Mayor Levesque of Auburn. Let's listen in.
For the city of Auburn, plus Lewiston, county, state, everybody's here. That's one thing about Maine. If you're not from Maine, you won't understand it. But when someone's in need, everybody comes, and everybody has come to this. I've got Poland Volunteer Rescue in the back helping people in case they need it. I mean, this is an all hands on deck situation. So yeah, you can train for this, but you can never be completely prepared. But I've been talking to a lot of our officers tonight, and that we all should be proud of them.
And that support from just beyond the region, beyond Maine, really. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a lot of phone calls from around the country, text messages out from folks, and everybody knows about this. Obviously, it made national news. But at this point, we're going to really focus inside of our community. We're going to heal our community. We're going to persevere. We're going to get through this. And there's no time not to. So it will take a while. Something like this doesn't just get solved overnight. Nobody can expect it to. But we got a really strong community. We've overcome a lot, and we'll overcome this.
Jason, what's the scene like in there right now?
There?
Yeah.
Relief. It's really relief. You know, if you think about it, I mean, this is a happier place right now in the entire area. This is a reunification center where people, you know, witnesses saw traumatic events are coming together with their family and loved ones who were worried to death about them, and they're coming together, so it is happy. But on the flip side of the happiness, what you're seeing is the turmoil and the trauma that they're going through, especially the witnesses. And that, unless you've been there, you can't really understand, you can't really describe, frankly, other than you can feel empathy for them, and that's what we're going to try to do here.
Where were the witnesses between the events and now when they were brought?
They were at an undisclosed location, centralized, safe location. We brought them there, and obviously police did too as we're clearing the scene. It's going to be a long process to clear the scenes. But then, you know, we brought them once everything was settled. We can bring them back here safely, and obviously all the statements were taken and so forth. That needs to happen. So, I mean, investigation is investigation, and that's a paramount importance at this time.
Mayor, forgive me for asking. In other mass shooting incidents in other parts of the country, the reunification point has sometimes been a moment where a loved one comes to the tragic realization that their relative didn't make it.
Yes.
Have any of those interactions taken place here tonight?
Yes. I'll just leave it at that.
What sort of the process have the hospital workers been working to connect more and more people throughout the night?
I haven't talked with the hospital directors or emergency room staff. They're extremely busy, and we all need to respect that. They are working with known victims right now, whether it be casualties or fatalities, and they're going to work through that process with the appropriate guidance, mental health support networks that we have. We actually have trained professionals here from the state police as well as local churches that are trained in crisis response that are actually helping people through this.
How long can we expect this center to be open?
Until it's done. Anything else? Thanks, Jason. Okay. No.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Mayor.
Inside?
You were listening to Mayor Jason Levesque, the mayor of Auburn tonight, who's outside of the Auburn Middle School right now, which, as you heard, is serving as a reunification center. For further, again, to fill in the blanks on some of that, what we're talking about here, these are individuals who may have been witnesses to these horrific shootings, who law enforcement needed to debrief before they were allowed to be released to their family members. Or they may have been people who were frankly hiding in places.
Yeah, we knew people were kind of hunkering down, sheltering in place in different businesses and restaurants. So potentially those could be some of those people showing up too.
Heartbreaking, as we're hearing, he had the one answer we needed to hear. Are there some folks getting bad news tonight? Yes, they are. That is happening.
He also talked a little bit about this investigation. Obviously, the search for a person of interest continues. This is a photo released earlier tonight of the person of interest, Robert Card. You can see there, that is from a security camera, we presume, at the bowling alley, one of the initial calls to come in just around a little before 7 o'clock this evening. One of the first photos that law enforcement released of Robert Card.
Yeah, and law enforcement have not confirmed. They're only saying that all this started at 6:56 tonight. That's when they got or I should say yesterday at this point. It's now almost 12:30 in the morning on Thursday. But the initial call came in at 6:56 Wednesday evening. They have not revealed whether that was at the bar or it was at the bowling alley. We do know that at some point, and those two locations are about 5 miles apart, is my understanding, roughly. So they're not right next door. So again, he was transporting himself by a vehicle. We have no information that there's a second suspect or person of interest. This is it. It's that guy. According to police, that's their one and only person of interest tonight. So there were two different confirmed mass casualty locations: a bar on Lincoln Street, where we heard from Anna Kuna a short time ago, and this bowling alley, which is located on the north side of Lewiston. So this is the image they've released. We have other images as well. But this is where you can see this individual holding what appears to be an AR-style rifle, a long gun. It appears to have been used in multiple mass casualty shooting events tonight. And that person is still considered armed and dangerous and still on the run right now.
And with that manhunt underway, it's really creating a lot of uncertainty for others in the community, in particular schools, area businesses, all closing tomorrow. You can see right here, this is on our website, WGME.com, but schools, businesses announcing closures. You can scroll through and check out everything that's closed. Yeah. Among them, Central Maine Community College, UMA at Lewiston, the University of Southern Maine, all closed. RSU 1, 15, 4, and 75, as well as Auburn schools closed as well. The Lewiston BMV will be closed. And I shouldn't say tomorrow, that's actually now today. As you said, it's 12:30.
Right.
But you can check out that full list of closures. Again, just the far-reaching effects of this tragedy.
And you were saying it earlier, Marissa, just how, frankly, mind-boggling it is that we're using our school closing list, which we use for like a snowstorm, to put out information tonight about schools and businesses that are forced to close because we have had a mass shooting come home to Maine.
Yeah, you think about everyone seeing that on a typical weather day, and maybe the kids being excited to have a snow day.
The juxtaposition of that.
To be using it for something like this is just kind of makes you sick to your stomach.
So at this point, Maine State Police also putting out a caution to folks right now about having to the public in general, about this individual. What we know about this individual is that it's a person of interest, firearms instructor, trained by the military. This is according to a state police bulletin reported by the Associated Press. Trained by military, recently was committed to a mental institution, and obviously we heard that was this summer, that he was for a couple of weeks in the summer of 2023, and then was released, and that there was concern that he might potentially carry out a mass shooting, or at least talked about hearing voices and about potentially carrying out a mass shooting at a facility in Saco. So this is what we're piecing together based on information that's being reported about who exactly this 40-year-old Robert Card is.
Yeah, and again, his most recent address, from what we understand from law enforcement, is Bowdoin. But we're also aware, our partners at WBZ reporting that Mass State Police are stationed all along the border because he has previous ties to Massachusetts as well. So they're there keeping an eye out for him tonight. Again, hundreds of officers currently looking for Robert Card tonight.
With a specific, we've been saying it, we'll say it again because it's important to say, specific interest and focus on Lisbon right now. The vehicle that they've been looking for apparently located near or at a Lisbon boat launch along the Androscoggin River. So they're looking for him right now, in particular in that area. To say that's the only place they're looking would be false, because they're obviously following up multiple leads using all the resources they have to expand the search, but also to tighten the net on where they think this person might be. We heard from Mal Meyer, who's in Lisbon right now, that he was told to move back further away from that boat launch and also deal with the what they were calling a potential danger zone. So we're going to go to Mal in a moment, though, but first, let's hear this again. For those who may have missed it or want to hear it again, Michael Soschuk, who's the Public Safety Commissioner for the state of Maine, issued a statement tonight talking about what they can confirm and what they can tell the public, us right now, about this shooting and about this search. Here's what he said.
This is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
And let's check in again with Mal Meyer, who is in Lisbon, where again police have really been focusing tonight. They told us earlier that is where they located a vehicle that they had been searching for earlier. Mal, what are you hearing and seeing right now?
Well, right now it's been relatively quiet. The helicopter stopped flying overhead. We saw it do one kind of last loop without a spotlight. As you have been hearing us talking about just a short time ago, we've been seeing a helicopter flying over the scene for quite some time, but again, that's kind of tapered off at this point. We've been seeing a lot of law enforcement coming and going. We are at the town offices right now on Lisbon Street, which is just up the road from where we were earlier this evening, where there was a large law enforcement presence. At that time, we were told then to move. This was probably about 45 minutes ago. We were told to move from that area by a law enforcement official who approached us, and he said at that time that we were in the danger zone and that law enforcement was out in the area searching through. We know that the Lisbon Police Department posted on Facebook about 40 minutes ago that this was an active situation and it was ongoing. It did involve a search within the town for what they called a suspect believed to be involved in multiple shooting incidents in Lewiston. They are calling him a suspect, but again, we heard earlier tonight the state police referred to Robert Card as a person of interest in connection with the shootings in Lewiston. Lisbon is several miles away. It is a town over from Lewiston, but we are several miles away from where those shooting incidents happened in the city. The Lewiston Police Department also asked in that same Facebook post for residents to shelter in place, to not go outside or go about, and to make sure that they lock any kind of doors or windows, those kinds of things, which we have been hearing from law enforcement repeatedly since the shootings happened earlier tonight. The law enforcement is also saying that the Lisbon schools will be canceled for tomorrow, so there will be no school tomorrow. They said that they would be posting updates as well as more information becomes available. But again, we are about a mile away or so northeast on Lisbon Street at the town offices, about a mile away from where we were before, where there was a large law enforcement presence. We saw that law enforcement was scattered throughout the area in a very heavily wooded area of town, searching the area actively. And actually, now as I'm just talking, I can hear a helicopter coming close by. It's unclear if that's involved in this, what police have described again as a search. We should know more soon, but we've been seeing a lot of law enforcement coming and going down the street. I saw one vehicle that appeared to be a New Hampshire State Police vehicle leaving this area just a short time ago. It's unclear how many agencies are responding or potentially searching the area right now, but I know that that law enforcement official who approached us and told us to leave what he called the danger zone was armed at that time. So of course we cleared and moved down to the scene. We have been seeing some law enforcement coming and going. There were some law enforcement officials here at the town offices, but they have also cleared. There were 2 ambulances. I see that there is one still behind me, but another one left a short time ago. And now again, I'm seeing the helicopter coming up overhead. So this does appear to still be a very active scene, and we're going to keep searching for updates from the police department, hoping to get more information from the Lisbon Police or the Maine State Police. We'll be sure to update you as we do.
Mal, we can hear the helicopter here from the studio. It sounds like it's just above you, and certainly still a lot of police there in Lisbon. Thank you for the update.
Yeah, good to get that visual confirmation from Mal there too, that a state police vehicle from New Hampshire is on the ground. We had heard reports that there was perhaps a helicopter from the New Hampshire State Police in the air, and maybe that's what he was hearing as well. But just the huge response from multiple agencies, not just in Maine, across the region. That help obviously greatly appreciated by our local law enforcement community and all of our communities. Let's go live right now to Lincoln Street. CBS 13 and Fox 23's Anna Kuhn is joining us live once again near Schemengees Bar and Grill, one of the confirmed mass shooting locations there on Lincoln Street. Anna, again, we see the blue light still behind you there hours later. What's happening there right now?
Greg, there definitely is still a police presence here on Lincoln Street, and we're about 500, 600 feet in front of that bar. You can see that white sign behind me. That's the sign for Schemengees Bar, and there are definitely police cruisers over there with some blue lights on, but it is fairly quiet here. Actually, the most action we saw were 3 police cruisers just driving away a few minutes ago. 2 left, and then just before you took me live, another one just left. That police cruiser from Sabattis, which again just goes to show how many police officers from how many towns are coming together tonight to respond to this scene. But it is fairly quiet here. We've seen a few cars come and go driving along the road, but all those cruisers that left, they had their lights on, but no sirens, were in no sense of rush. So there is a sense of calm here, Greg, but definitely a tough night and a dense sense of scared in the air. As we walked around, as we drove down here, we didn't see people out on the street. We didn't see many cars driving by. People are sheltering in place as law enforcement has instructed them to do, and we expect will continue to do so for the next time being.
Yeah, and I think the fear right now and the shock and I think the grief is still ahead of us. Thank you, Anna Kuhn, live for us along Lincoln Street near that bar, which we have gotten confirmed as one of the two, at least two, but we believe two locations of these mass shootings tonight.
And Justin, from Bates College, which is in Lewiston, of course, they are releasing a statement that classes are canceled for today, and the campus is on lockdown with some students and staff still forced to stay where they are. They write in part, "We realized there are students who were not in their residence hall as we went into lockdown and employees who are on campus and unable to return home. If you are in that situation and you have a specific emergency medical need, you should contact Campus Safety, the number 207-786-6254 with your current location and your need."
Yeah.
We know a lot of people have been in lockdown or sheltering in place tonight. You know, people who were out at a restaurant on this Wednesday night when this all unfolded, still there hours later, unsure if it was safe to leave.
Yeah, exactly, and they were in fact told not to leave. The message was, as part of the larger, shelter-in-place order, was, hey, if you're in a place where, like a bar or a restaurant, stay there. We heard from one of our own colleagues who works in the sales department here at CBS 13. As this was all unfolding, she and others were sheltering, and we never named the location, but sheltering in the bar, in the restaurant, because they didn't know if they could leave or if it was safe to leave, and so that's where they hunkered down. And it's just incredible to think of the fear, as Anna mentioned it, that was spread throughout our communities tonight because of what apparently is one individual, one suspect, one person of interest considered armed and dangerous tonight.
Yeah, and police, again, this shelter in place, we've been reiterating it, but again, if you're home, they say stay inside, lock your doors. It's kind of hard to say that here in Maine. You don't think of a community being like that, but that's the reality tonight. It's a serious situation. It's a dangerous situation. They say Robert Card is believed to be armed and dangerous. If you see him, do not approach him. But if you do know his whereabouts, certainly call 911.
And as we mentioned, Mal Myers live at Lisbon Town Hall, but this is the place right here. Look at where a lot of this police activity has been happening in Lisbon. It's just off of Route 196. Again, the website FlightAware actually shows a New Hampshire State Police helicopter circling the area in Lisbon, where police say they found that suspected vehicle. In fact, I had heard that from a law enforcement source, that the helicopter that Mal Meyer was hearing overhead was in fact from New Hampshire. FlightAware confirming that based on the signature of the aircraft. That's what this website does. And you can see, as we pull out just a little bit,
wow,
you can see the path in which this helicopter has been flying.
I mean, clearly concentrated on a certain area. It's a big area, but...
It's a big area, but as Mal Meyer was saying, again, right when that little bow where the Androscoggin River goes up in the middle of your screen there, that's where the boat launch is, at the top of that bow. And then the other areas where those circles are kind of concentrated, those are wooded areas just off of Route 196 in the Lisbon area. And as you head to the right side of your screen there, a little bit downstream as you follow Androscoggin, that's Lisbon Falls. Yes, over to that side of your screen, that's Lisbon Falls, where some of the search has been happening as well. So that's the concentrated area where this New Hampshire State Police helicopter has been flying. Again, we feel comfortable showing you this because we think it's highly unlikely that this is one asset, one resource from law enforcement. We're not giving anything away on the minute chance that this suspect is watching TV right now. We're always careful to do that in a lockdown situation or anything like that, to be careful of revealing law enforcement assets and where they might be. But in this case, we're comfortable showing you this because it shows you, one, it's New Hampshire who's providing resources, and it shows you the area where they're flying and where they're searching right now for this person of interest.
And not only a decent-sized search area, but obviously also with multiple scenes. We heard earlier from one of the law enforcement experts that Dan spoke with, just the challenges that come in an investigation with so many different areas, obviously a number of victims. They have a lot of work and also, are on the front lines of this potentially very dangerous situation.
And to coordinate this safely. Again, you've got assets in the air from New Hampshire. They need to be communicating safely with assets from Maine as well. So that's what's happening. And here's a live look outside right now, outside of Maine Medical Center in Portland.
You can see at this hour, still law enforcement out there, security out there. Very similar to what we saw at Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston. A lot of security as this situation is still unfolding. And obviously we know Maine Med took in at least one patient.
At least one.
From the hospital in Lewiston. They're certainly prepared for the possibility of more.
Yeah, and it's important to mention here as well, this is part of their response plan. When there is a mass casualty event, they're trained to have security pay particular attention to hospitals because those are areas you need to secure because that's where the wounded are going to be taken. So that's why there is part of the mass casualty response plan that all of these law enforcement and hospitals drill on. Part of it is increased security presence around the hospitals, and we're seeing that. That vehicle right now with the headlights, that's a police vehicle.
Also locking down the campuses.
And also locking it down. That's what we should mention.
Yeah.
Maine Med is technically locked down right now. Not that, again, there'd be people visiting loved ones who might be just patients at the hospital right now at 12:40 at night. They obviously don't have visiting hours, but the hospital is locked down until further notice, and they have already announced that they're going to be potentially limiting elective surgeries heading into tomorrow, depending on what the needs are, to respond to this situation. So that's what we're seeing, a live look right now, some of the outside of Maine Medical Center in Portland. And again, the law enforcement isn't there because there's any specific threat against the hospital. No, that's not it at all. It's because this is part of their response plan.
Yeah. They plan for this, they train for this. This is all to be expected in a situation you would hope would never happen. Here we are. These are some photos released earlier tonight. Actually, the first photo released of this person of interest, Robert Card, by the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office not too long after, within a couple hours of the first reports.
Well, yeah, and again, obviously they need to confirm who it is they think they're looking for as a person of interest, and based on the images, they're able to put out the image first, and we got the name later of who they think this is, Robert Card, age 40, of Bowdoin. Let's go ahead and go out live right now and continue our coverage.
Let's check in with Johnny Maffey, who is live in Auburn right now. And Johnny, what are you hearing and seeing there?
Good morning, Marissa and Greg. So we're here outside the middle school, and some witnesses and also some families. They're calling it the Reunification Center here. They're setting up shop, and we just heard from Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque as well, who told us that it's been a really tough night. He said, hey, guess what? Who's asking the questions? Because we've never seen something like this before. Another thing he mentioned was there were witnesses who were kids that he talked to. He also said he has seen some families get some unfortunately bad news tonight as well. We were over at the hospital earlier, over at Central Maine Medical Center, less than a 10-minute drive away from right here, and there have been some buses arriving. We're not sure if those are witnesses or victims, but a few other cars have been showing up here. Some families have been in and out. We haven't been over there, but we're not going there out of respect, of course, for all the witnesses and victims. Certainly, it's been calmer over here tonight on the Auburn side of things, and Mayor Levesque said it'll be a few weeks before really everything can feel like normal for some people around here.
Yeah, Johnny, certainly a lot to process, and this has so many far-reaching impacts for all members of the community. Thank you so much for the update there. And here is a look at where there's a lot of police activity right now in Lisbon off of Route 196. It's been largely focused on the Lisbon boat launch, and we do know from state police officials earlier tonight, they told us that they did find a vehicle that they had been searching for there in Lisbon. The website FlightAware also showing a New Hampshire State Police helicopter. If we can pull up the FlightAware map, we were seeing that helicopter circling, here it is, circling the area in Lisbon. Again, where police say they found the suspected vehicle connected to this person of interest. The helicopter, essentially, you can see flying in circles over this area, this Lisbon area, and then a little further down below where those bigger circles are toward Lisbon Falls. But just, you can see what a large search area this is. They obviously have hundreds of officers here in Maine helping. This helicopter, again, coming from the New Hampshire State Police. We know that President Biden earlier tonight calling from the White House to Governor Janet Mills, offering any resources, any federal resources he could. We know some Boston ATF agents, Boston ATF tweeted out they had agents headed this way. So, you know, just a small glimpse into the resources being devoted to Maine in this horrific time. And back to the person of interest now, Robert Card. We're learning a lot more about him, the person of interest in tonight's mass shooting. According to the Associated Press, they say Robert Card is a firearms instructor trained by the military, that he was recently committed to a mental health facility. That, they say, is according to a state police bulletin. The bulletin says Card had been trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility here in Maine. The AP says the document says Card had been committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks just this past summer. Did not provide specific details about his treatment or what his condition may have been, but it did also say that Card reported hearing voices and had threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco. So those are just some of the details that we are learning about 40-year-old person of interest, Robert Card, who again, whose last known address was in Bowdoin, but who we're also learning had some previous ties to Massachusetts as well.
Yeah, and even part of the help that we're getting tonight is, my mic comes back on, the part of the help we're getting from Massachusetts is they're obviously on the border down there, just in case. I mean, they had descriptions of his vehicle, right? So they were looking out for that, and they're helping out our resources to make sure that they could cover that. So great to see all that help happening tonight.
And we are hearing tonight from a Lewiston resident who's reacting to the shooting. Don Dosty speaking out. Have a listen.
My first reaction was a lot of anger that it was happening in the community, because Mainers were much better than this. You know, it's this, you've had these interviews with people all over the country before, and a mass shooting, you just can't believe it's going to happen in your hometown, and here we are. I got helicopters flying over my house with searchlights, and it's unreal.
I think he captures the sentiment felt by so many people tonight. Just it's
unreal.
Hard to put into words.
That we're dealing with. And again, to recap again, some of the people that we've heard throughout the evening, this all started again 6:56 tonight. Coming up on, at this point, 6 hours ago, is where there were first reports of a shooting happening at one of those two locations, the bar and grill on Lincoln Street, and also the bowling alley further north in Lewiston. Those are two different places where mass shootings happened, confirmed by law enforcement at this point. All of that went down. We heard of almost immediately, Lewiston Public Schools was getting word, put out a note saying that they wanted people to cancel going to these potential school conferences.
Or if they were already there.
Or if they were already there, head home.
Shelter somewhere safely.
And again, we started hearing though from people at Central Maine Medical Center. We saw lines and this is some of the early video that we were getting as well from some of the viewers out there. Seeing the breaking response as the law enforcement was reacting while there were still other people on the street, that quickly cleared out, reacting to these shooting scenes. Going to Central Maine Medical Center, we saw lines of ambulances outside of Central Maine Medical Center earlier in the evening. We also heard heartbreaking stories. Our Johnny Maffey says he spoke with a mother who was desperately trying to get information about her loved one who she couldn't track down, who might be at the hospital. We also heard from another woman who says that she spoke to a family member who said that 5 members of her family had been shot, and she was trying to get information. We also heard from one of the fathers, Father Dan Greenleaf, who was with the St. Peter Parish in Lewiston, who relayed to us in an interview that one of his colleagues, was at Central Maine Medical Center and had actually essentially administered last rites to 2 people as they passed away tonight. Some of the stories that we're hearing tonight about what this has meant for our community and the families that are in shock and that are grieving tonight, dealing with the fallout of this, and it's not over yet. I mean, again, thank goodness we haven't heard of additional shooting locations, knock on wood, but the search continues. And obviously the fear is if this is an individual who's showed no compunction about shooting people, that it could happen again. And that's what law enforcement is dealing with as they try and narrow the net, narrow the search, and keep themselves safe.
We heard too from Johnny earlier at the reunification center that they've established at the Auburn Middle School. Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque was there. He talked about how, Maine and the central Maine community come together so much in these times. And he said, we're going to get through this. But it's so fresh. Everyone is still just absorbing this and digesting this. And, he talked a little bit about the families who some people were coming there. Some of them were witnesses to all of this who had sort of been detained by police, obviously to give their statements as part of the investigation, and then we're heading to that reunification center. And he was asked if there were other people there who had maybe learned that a loved one didn't make it. And he said yes.
One word answer, yes.
People who are having that just unimaginable reality tonight.
So, and again, still a lot of things we're trying to learn here tonight, still a lot of questions, including foremost, frankly, about the number of dead and injured. That's the number people keep wanting to see. We've been reporting 22 is the number that we've heard reported by CNN. We're attributing it to them. State police not releasing specific numbers. Here's how they responded when they were pressed by the media earlier tonight about that.
I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
And to recap that, I want to emphasize, obviously public safety folks are being extremely cautious, as we are, about the information they pass along to the public. And again, so he doesn't want to confirm a number of 22, or we had at first heard 10, it then was 16, and now the most recent number that we're hearing reported is 22. And the fear is exactly that, though. That number can change. It has changed. Tragically, the number's gone up. There obviously is fear that number will continue to go up, but we're comfortable at this moment, just for context, not to tell you that we definitively know this. The context is that we believe, and it's been reported, that 22 are believed to be dead. And as that number, if it's firmed up from law enforcement and others, we'll bring that to you.
Yeah, certainly any updates as we get them. We've also heard, again, not confirmed, but heard potentially dozens of people injured as well. And we know the hospital's Central Maine Medical Center pretty quickly, early on, released a statement saying that they were reacting to a mass casualty situation.
And speaking of that response, right now live in Lewiston, our own Dave Eade is outside of St. Mary's Hospital. Dave, who has a lot of family ties to the Lewiston area, reporting live. Dave, what are you seeing right now from St. Mary's?
Well, Greg, it is still very quiet here, and it has been really for the most part. When we first got here, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, we did hear the helicopters off in the distance, but those have since gone silent. Haven't seen a lot of ambulances come in here, although we do know that they are treating some patients from this horrific incident that occurred here earlier tonight in Lewiston. Know the condition or the number of patients that are here at St. Mary's. There are still armed personnel walking around the campus. In fact, they just passed me just a few minutes ago. So there is heavy security here, as I'm sure many spots throughout Androscoggin County tonight. But it's still very, very quiet along, up Sabata Street and the surrounding streets as well. And I know folks are, hunkered down in their homes and staying safe. And right now, that's probably the best advice is for people to stay indoors.
Dave, I know we've touched on this. You obviously have a lot of ties to the Lewiston community, so I know it's a difficult night for you to be out there as well.
Oh, absolutely, Amanda. My late wife, Lisa, is from here, and obviously her family, and I know so many people in the Lewiston, Auburn area. They're all family, and our heart are just breaking for everyone here tonight. It's just and we've been talking about this throughout the night. The incidents like this happen in other parts of the country, and really in the back of our minds, we're like, it could never happen in Maine. How could it happen in Maine? It did, and it's extremely surreal right now, seeing what's happened here. And Lewiston's a good-sized city, but it's still a sleepy city. It's still quaint, and you just never think anything like this could ever happen, and it unfortunately it has. And it's you just hope and pray for everyone involved in this senseless tragedy tonight.
We echo that, Dave. It's horrific to think that we're having to talk about this. Dave, again, thanks, buddy. We'll talk to you again soon. Meantime, we do want to show this again. All right, guys. Thanks, Dave. We do want to show this again. We showed it again a moment ago. Is the image of the person of interest. We're careful to say that person of interest. That's how he's being described right now by Maine State Police. However, they're adding to that, saying he is also considered armed and dangerous. And this photo tells you why. This is one of the first images that came out, as we've been saying, from the bowling alley, we believe, from early on this evening. That is what has been described to us as obviously it's a rifle. Appears to be an AR-style rifle. Again, these are weapons. Let's let the political debate happen. I mean, we've heard reports tonight that there might be mental health issues involved. There's obviously an issue of a high-powered weapon involved. Okay, is there going to be a debate now in Maine over the politics around this? Yeah, probably. That's not the night for that. Tonight's not it. What we do know that's relevant about this weapon, though, is if it is in fact an AR-style, and it appears to be, AR-style rifle, it can quickly do devastating damage to multiple people. And that's what we're hearing about tonight, and that's what we're seeing in these images. So as we see these images of an individual of interest who's described as Robert Card, age 40 of Bowdoin, still at last check, here it is, almost 1 o'clock in the morning, still at large, on the loose, and a threat to our communities. You're advised to take that seriously, especially in the areas around Lewiston, and especially right now in Lisbon and Lisbon Falls. And that's what we continue to monitor as we speak. Again,
A lot of law enforcement officers here looking for Robert Card. They're hoping to get the person responsible for this. Hundreds of officers, as we understand it.
Yeah, and I understand that we go live right now. I believe it's Anna, once again, Anna Kuhn is live in Lewiston for us again tonight. Again, it looks like there's been a presence there on Lincoln Street all night long, Anna. It looks like it's maybe even ramped up a little bit, even here at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Greg, the last time we spoke, I told you that 3 police cruisers left the area, and just about 5 minutes ago, 7 more pulled into this site. Like you said, it's 1 in the morning now, and in that presser, we heard that the first call for this scene was around 6, 7 o'clock at night. So it's been quite a few hours now, but this road, Lincoln Street near Schemengees, is still blocked off for about a mile down the road. That white sign behind me, that's where the bar is, and you can see police presence outside. It's unclear exactly what's going on here, but police, we know, are diligently working and coming from all over the state of Maine. We have state police here. Police cruisers that just pulled in are from labeled Kennebec Sheriff cruisers. So that police response, we know, has been coming from all over the state. Everybody is here hours and hours later, still live on this scene and present here near this bar.
All right, Anna Kuhn live on scene. Again, keep us posted on that. Obviously Lewiston police have been on scene there for multiple hours now, as Anna mentioned. First reports of that shooting 6:56 tonight. Whether it was there, I want to be clear about something. Whether that first report of a shooting was at the Schemengees Bar in Lewiston, or it was at the bowling alley, which is maybe 5 miles or so north of there. We don't know. We don't know. That hasn't been confirmed yet about where the first place was. We do know those are the 2 locations, though, where mass casualty events, mass shootings, and death happened tonight.
And we do know that since that time, they have essentially had Lewiston under lockdown. Obviously, that shelter-in-place order expanded to include Auburn and then all of Androscoggin County, with an emphasis on Lisbon as well, which is where police have been focusing some of their search as the night goes on, or now the morning. But that shelter-in-place really happened almost immediately. obviously giving us a sense of just an urgency here and a danger.
And this is from very early this evening, and these, as you can see, you can just read the names of the towns on the sides of the ambulances. Topsom, we saw Turner, obviously Lewiston,
New Gloucester there.
New Gloucester. I mean, the one positive I think we can take from all this is just how ready our people are, ready to respond and to help each other in our moment of need. Our communities look out for each other, and they're looking out for each other tonight. These are law enforcement professionals who train for this, never hoping to have it happen, hoping to ever put this into place, but they work with each other and they train to be able to communicate and work together so they can cover each other's backs, they can do it efficiently, and they can cover a broad area and in multiple ways. There's still a manhunt underway. There's multiple deaths investigations underway. There's reunification happening. There's the medical response. All the ways in which that our community, our law enforcement community, and our medical community is responding tonight, in ways that we're not even describing. Hats off to every single one of those communities tonight for what they're doing.
And obviously a different crime committed years ago, back in 2018, but the manhunt aspect of this makes me think of when Corporal Eugene Cole was killed in Somerset County. Obviously that set off a 4-day manhunt for John Williams,
Correct.
the man convicted of killing him. And I recall seeing just a very similar police response, just law enforcement from other states, from every community, just descending on that area that was in Norwich Walk.
And instructive to remember that because, again, that, as you pointed out very importantly, that manhunt took multiple days before it was resolved. We can't predict this, folks. Is this going to be over in a couple of minutes or a couple of hours or a few days? We don't know. But I know law enforcement's in it for the long haul, and they're going to keep out there until they figure it out and they solve it. Speaking of law enforcement and the response, some of the communications, again, that we've been hearing from law enforcement throughout the evening, we heard a little while ago from some of the conversations happening in Turner as they were responding. I also want to share some of the communications happening in Auburn, from Auburn Dispatch. Take a listen, involving actually...
To Turner Rescue, need you to respond to the town of Lewiston. It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down.
So again, that was actually involving Auburn and Turner responding to that one. And as you heard, they were mentioning the bowling alley as being one of the first locations they were responding to.
Yeah, that was certainly early on when things were just unfolding, and we were kind of just, our phone was ringing in the newsroom very early on, just call after call reporting this. Obviously, we had to work to confirm the information before bringing it to you all, but our phones just started ringing right away with people reporting this.
Yeah, and at first we wanted to not believe it or not think it could be that big.
Yeah.
And obviously all of that is not true. It is bigger than we ever could have possibly feared in our wildest nightmares. That's what we're in right now. Dan Lamparello has been with us throughout the evening as well, joining us live with a little bit more on what we know about this person of interest background, Dan.
Yeah, ever since Robert Card has been named a person of interest tonight by the Maine State Police, obviously Michael Soschek, the head of the public safety for the state, brought up his name earlier, addressing and saying adamantly that they're just calling him a person of interest right now. But Robert Card, since that name came up, the I-team here has been looking into his criminal background, and it just came back into us this evening. We found that there's only one piece on his criminal history from his time here in Maine. He was charged with operating under the influence in 2007 in the town of Topsom. He was found guilty of that charge, was fined $500, and was jailed for 2 days, 48 hours, and his license was suspended for 90 days. Again, Robert Card, as you can see here, is still a person of interest and is still at large tonight. I've had a lengthy conversation as well with one of our law enforcement experts who we've been trying to lean on tonight to learn a little bit more about how this search may be going for someone like this, someone who is possibly believed to be armed and dangerous. We're not sure if there's just one suspect or multiple suspects. That law enforcement officer is Betsy with the National Law Enforcement Association, and she basically told us that there is a lot of resources going into this right now, a lot of coordination. Here's what she had to say. But to have such a large area and still have somebody who is actively on the run as of right now, we're told, What does that mean for law enforcement? How do they have to get themselves organized to try and wrap their minds around all of this?
Well, first and foremost, we have got to get that suspect in custody. So that's where most of the resources are going to be aimed at capturing or eliminating this killer. We also have to remember, even though that we just have one shooter identified, that doesn't mean that there are not other people involved in this. So that's something that law enforcement has to consider.
A lot to consider for law enforcement tonight, not only keeping the public safe, keeping themselves safe in a situation like this that is obviously so fluid. We've been thankful for Betsy there with the National Association of Police to talk with us about kind of what we could expect from our local police who train for this on a daily basis, and unfortunately it's become all too real for them tonight. Guys, I'm going to send it over to you.
Dan, thanks so much. And I know one of the things she talked about earlier as well was just how difficult an investigation is like this because of having multiple scenes. And then obviously they found a vehicle further away in Lisbon. And right now we're seeing a New Hampshire State Police helicopter actually helping in the search for this person of interest, Robert Card. This is zoomed in pretty tight, but from what I can tell, it looks like it's still in the Lisbon area.
Yeah, that actually is literally just east of where that boat launch is, where they apparently found the vehicle that they linked to this Robert Card fellow. So the reason, this is the FlightAware website, the reason we know that's a New Hampshire State Police helicopter, I had actually gotten information from a law enforcement source that there was, in fact, a New Hampshire State Police helicopter in the area of Lisbon, and then FlightAware confirmed it. Because they're based on basically the signature, the ID of the aircraft, as how FlightAware tracks these aircraft, and that is a New Hampshire State Police helicopter being brought in to help supplement the search and manhunt that's underway right now. All of those green lines and circles, that shows you the flight path, and it's an active flight. And there it came in. You can, as we pulled out, you see it. It came in from all the way out to the west of us. From near the New Hampshire state line.
They're obviously very focused on that specific area. I mean, you can see all the circles, so all the loops they're doing. And this is probably one of the helicopters that we heard in some of our live crews live shots.
Mal Meyer was live not too far from there at Lisbon Town Hall currently. He was in an area closer to the boat launch and then was advised by law enforcement, you need to pull back. Our crew, in his words, I'll repeat it again, called him in the danger area, the focal point of where the search is right now. That's where they were looking, and again, that's what all those circles are. And again, what's interesting here too is, and we were getting it from Betsy Smith there from the National Association of Law Enforcement, was the coordination that has to happen. I mean, here you have an asset, you have a helicopter coming in from New Hampshire that's trying to help with a search on the ground where there are assets from all over the state of Maine, and they've got to communicate for their own safety and for the effectiveness of that search. And the fact that they're able to do that and make it happen seamlessly is part of what Betsy there was talking about.
Yeah, we know they have plans for this. Obviously, they're in touch with each other, and they assist each other frequently. You know,
they do.
When major things happen, and obviously they are just putting every resource they can at this. There are a lot of eyes in Androscoggin County and beyond right now.
And speaking of your eyes, at home, if you're watching us from Androscoggin County, in particular, you're watching us from Lisbon Falls. The shelter-in-place order for you, that's still in effect. And the video we just showed you of the New Hampshire helicopter, and you can probably, if you're watching us from Lisbon, I'm sure you hear it out your window. You heard it overhead.
We heard that from Mike Violet, who we talked to earlier.
He lives, a friend of the show here.
He
lives in that area, and he said he was hearing it as well. So hearing it all night long. So that, or at least actually ramped up over the last, at this point, we talked to him about an hour and a half ago. It had ramped up shortly before that. So Lisbon's only been a focal point to this degree, only for the last couple hours at this point. And as they confirmed to us, actually more recently than that, that is where they believe they found the vehicle, and that's where they're concentrating the search. Is he on foot right now? We don't know. They don't know. Did he somehow have another vehicle that he could have transferred to, or it's a boat launch? Was there a boat there? These are all the things they're investigating right now, trying to narrow it down. But one of the absolute things they want to take care of is make the assumption he could still be in that area.
And armed, they're saying.
And armed and dangerous, and continue to search that area, and that's what we're seeing in that FlightAware video.
Yeah, and again, we've heard it, and it's not hyperbole. It's not trying to be hyped up to say stay in your home and lock your doors. I mean, that is the message from law enforcement, from local leaders tonight. Not an exaggeration, not a drill. You're being asked to stay at home and take all those precautions. I know Mal mentioned it earlier too, like checking your windows, locking your windows. I remember the big manhunt back in 2018. They were, telling people even like your outbuildings, your sheds and stuff. You just don't know where somebody who's in kind of a desperate situation might hide.
And it's instructive to mention, again, we're not trying to draw parallels here other than it's instructive, as I said, to mention, as Marissa brought it up first, when we saw that massive manhunt after the murder of Somerset County Sheriff Deputy Eugene Cole, they had a sense that he was still on the ground in the area, but they didn't know. He had apparently at one point had stolen a law enforcement vehicle. They at one point located that vehicle. It turned out that individual, who's now in prison, convicted of the crime, had been hiding out in a relatively localized area from where they had found that vehicle.
In a camp.
In a camp, and he'd been there for a couple of days. And so, again, law enforcement, they don't rule anything out or in, but they pay attention to the information they're getting. And the latest information they have on where this person of interest might be is somewhere near that boat launch. And based on their information, he's no longer in that vehicle. So where is he? Well, they're going to assume that he could possibly be on foot, and that's why we see that concentrated search happening there near that boat launch in Lisbon. So again, if you're in that area, take that seriously. Keep your doors locked.
Let's check in again with CBS 13's Johnny Maffey, who is live in Auburn right now. Johnny, what are you seeing? What are you hearing out there?
Good morning, Greg and Marissa. So we're here at the Reunification Center outside of the Auburn Middle School. We heard from Mayor Jason Levesque about an hour or so ago, and we also heard from him. He was talking about how there are witnesses inside here. There are also some victims inside here. Some of those victims and witnesses are kids as well. Now, I just talked to a local police chief tonight, or this morning actually, and what he was telling me and speaking on, some other situations and based on his trainings is that those helicopters we keep talking about by the areas they're searching, they could be using infrared, and he also mentioned that Pennsylvania manhunt in the same sentences. They could be performing similar stuff to what we saw in that situation a few weeks ago. Now, another thing Mayor Levesque said here out of Auburn is that the law enforcement officers, they're a tight community just like the community as a whole, and they're certainly working very hard, and he's grateful for all the support and cooperation from everybody tonight. Now, another thing we learned from Levesque is that, he did learn some bad news, and he saw some families learn bad news right here in the middle school behind us. And so if you guys have been following along tonight, I was talking to a Lewiston mother. Her name's Jessica, and she was working for hours and hours trying to find out about her son who was inside of one of those bars that we've been mentioning tonight that one of those mass casualty events happened at. She just texted me since 1 a.m. She finally found out some information, and that info was her son did get shot 4 times, and she said some other info they're learning from that room at the hospital that at Central Maine Medical Center that some of the families and loved ones were in, that families would be going in and out of there trying to, the nurses and the hospital employees were going in and out of there, bringing some families in, talking to them privately, letting them know what they could know. But certainly the hospital workers doing some very important work, some very hard work, and we're certainly giving them their time on that. That's another thing that Mayor Levesque said as well. So we'll play some sound bites from him throughout our coverage here, certainly here from Auburn.
All right, Johnny. And first of all, let me just say on behalf of all of us, and I'm sure you related to Jessica, heartbreaking to hear that and it sounds like you were saying he's still alive, he's in surgery or being treated. Heartbreaking to hear that you got that news. So I just wanted to say that, Johnny. Johnny, thanks. Live outside of the Auburn Middle School right now. He did mention it too. The Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque was out there speaking earlier tonight about this.
Yeah, he spoke about the shootings just about an hour ago. Police have set up that reunification center for people in Auburn who maybe have been separated during all of this chaos. The mayor says this tragedy has touched the entire area.
And first of all, thank you. It's been a trying time in our community, and granted, where this happened in Lewiston, we are one community, and had a lot of friends and family that were around this, and I just met a couple of them that I didn't know were involved. We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event, and talking with them. And my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
That's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, this is a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And yeah, and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up. And
certainly everybody is hugging their loved ones a little bit tighter tonight.
Yeah,
and our thoughts just go out to everyone in that community right now, especially those people who are still waiting for answers about their loved ones.
And again, some of the folks who are being reunified tonight were witnesses. They may have seen it, and they obviously, as part of the investigation, they were interviewed by law enforcement, because law enforcement has to do everything they can right now to figure out what happened, who did it, how it happened, and to make sure that when they get to the resolution, that person can be prosecuted for what they did. That's what law enforcement's trying to do tonight, in addition to finding. So these witnesses were obviously detained for a long period of time, which can be traumatizing for their loved ones and for them as well as they try and figure this out. But it has to be done. We're also, as we heard a little bit, again, 2 mass shooting scenes. Obviously, one was a bar and restaurant. Those are adults. We're also hearing that there was a bowling alley involved, and we've heard some reports that there may have been children at that bowling alley. And I think we heard an allusion to it from Johnny there a moment ago, that some of the witnesses were children, likely at the bowling alley, from what we know of the incidents. I can't even imagine, a parent who's for heaven forbid, first lost a child. We don't know that, by the way. We don't know if any among the dead is a child. We don't know that. But we do know that, from what we're hearing, that they were at least present during some of this and were in harm's way. And, that's just how horrific the events of tonight unfolding still here in our state of Maine, how horrific this is.
And certainly why they're also, I know the mayor spoke to it, but why they're putting a huge emphasis on everyone's mental health, and they're bringing in counselors to that reunification center, and just trying to do everything they can to support people in the community right now. And this is just beginning.
Just beginning.
Right? I mean, there's a long way to go. This is just the start.
Yeah, we heard from Mayor Levesque from Auburn a moment ago. We also got a statement from from Lewiston, Mayor Schemengees. He says, quote, "I am heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and our grit, and we'll need both of those in the days to come."
We've also been hearing from many of our congressional leaders tonight.
And there's the statement from Mayor Schemengees. Here's
this one here, Congresswoman Shelley Pingree reacting to this horrific news out of Lewiston, saying, quote, "I'm closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I'm holding the affected communities in my prayers." Congressman Jared Golden also issuing a statement on the situation. He says, "Like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work." And, hours later, that is still the focal point here, and that's still what local leaders are saying. Law enforcement, obviously hundreds of officers in that area doing what they need to do to try to track down the person responsible for this, and still asking folks to shelter in place, to stay in a safe place, to stay in their homes, not only so the law enforcement can do their work, but also for safety,
Absolutely. And, that is the local impact. As we sort of look more broadly to share that with you, I think we've already shared it. Let's repeat it again. We heard that President Biden himself was briefed on the situation and had a personal phone call. And on that phone call was Governor Janet Mills, Maine Senators Angus King and Susan Collins, as well as Congressman Jared Golden. At least those 4 were on that phone call with the president, and that the president offered his support and federal resources. And to that point, we do know already that ATF in Boston, for example, has assets already in Maine. They mobilized quickly, and so among the search and among all the forensics and all the expertise that needs to be brought to bear on something this large, All federal resources have been offered and are being delivered, from our understanding. We mentioned, obviously, the helicopter from the New Hampshire State Police. We had heard from Governor Sununu of New Hampshire earlier tonight that anything Maine needs when it comes to supporting our law enforcement, public safety, medical personnel, that they were ready to provide that help as well. And they're not just ready to, they are providing that help.
It is all hands on deck.
It is.
And I think Mayor Levesque used that exact term. It is all hands on deck, and they're doing everything they can at this point to track down this person of interest. Obviously, that's the urgency, that's the priority right now. This is one of the photos. This is actually the first photo that authorities released earlier tonight of the person of interest, Robert Card. This was at the bowling alley. You can see the pins on the door right behind him. Yeah. But you can see he's holding what appears to be an AR-style rifle. It's hard to look at, to be honest.
It is. And according to the Associated Press, we're learning more about Robert Card, who this individual is, 40 years old, firearms instructor. Now, this is according to the Associated Press, and they're reporting that Robert Card was a firearms instructor trained by the military, recently was committed to a mental health institution. That's according to a state police bulletin obtained by the AP. The bulletin says Card had been trained as a firearms instructor by an Army Reserve training facility here in Maine. The document goes on to say that Card had been committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks this summer, the summer of 2023. It did not provide specific information about what his treatment might have been, his current condition, or what his condition was then. Now, this report, again, the AP citing this state police readout, also said that Card reported hearing voices and had threatened to carry out a shooting at a military training base in Saco. Again, so to be clear, none of tonight's episodes involved Saco, but that's some of the information they were working on when it comes to this individual, Robert Card. A lot more will come out. Hopefully it comes out because we're learning about the court process that may continue once he's captured. But that's the point. This is incredibly stressful, an incredibly stressful night for people who are on the ground, and especially right now, we want to point this out again, the people in Lisbon, they're being urged right now to shelter in place.
Joining us now on the phone is Lori Suzanne Dell. She is in Lisbon. Lori, what can you tell us?
Well, I'm at my son's house on Frost Hill Avenue, and I'm watching the helicopter has been circling overhead now for, probably about an hour and a half, close to 2 hours. There was a heavy police presence at the end of Frost Hill Avenue at the intersection of 196 at the boat landing, where the suspect's car, it appears, was spotted by Lisbon police. And ever since, the helicopter has been focused on an overhead search behind the Frost Hill Avenue that has extended out as far as in-town Lisbon and over the Lisbon High School. Right now, I'm watching it as just behind my son's house. It is still in the air and still actively searching.
Obviously, this is an incredibly scary situation for the community. How are you feeling right now?
Well, I'm very happy that everybody here seems to be safe at the moment. My son is at home with his family, with my grandchildren, and everything here is, we have everything well lit, and we made sure that our vehicles are locked and that the keys are in the house, so that none of our vehicles could be used for getaway. And we're just trying to heed the warning of the police to shelter in place and just wait this out until we hear a positive word from law enforcement.
And are you familiar with, again, obviously you live in the area, this boat launch, I think there's a park there as well with some trails right along the Androscoggin River. For those who aren't familiar with that area, maybe describe it. Is that a heavily wooded area? Is there a large, is it a large boat launch or is it a small boat launch? What is that area like?
It is a small boat launch, excuse me, that is right alongside Route 196. So if you were leaving Lisbon heading toward Lewiston. It's on the right-hand side. You could almost miss it if you're not looking for it. It's so small. There's a lot of wooded area surrounding it. It is not a terribly large boat landing, and mainly I think you'd use small boats, canoes, things like that.
So you're, I'm sorry, yeah, cough for a moment if you need some water. It's obviously, take a moment here. But again, for perspective here, this boat launch and this area, you just said that if you didn't know it was there, you might just fly right past it. The implication there would be that perhaps this is an area that this person of interest is familiar with, knew to stop there. And again, I understand there's some trails through there, right? Is that right, as well? And it's heavily wooded. Is it a place where if you knew the area, you could try to go there and get lost?
Yes, and I'm sorry about the coughing. I'm just getting over flu.
I'm sorry.
So it is a heavily wooded area, and there are trails that go off through from that boat launch through the woods behind it, and it stretches up and behind Frost Hill Avenue and goes by right behind my son's house. And this is where the helicopter, right now the helicopter's coming back towards us, and this time they have their spotlight is on, shining down in the backyards of the residences. So they seem to still be quite heavily active in searching this area right there.
Are there many? It looks like maybe there's some homes nearby. Are there boats readily available? I know you said maybe smaller ones like canoes, but is that something someone could get a hold of and use the boat launch?
No, I don't believe that there were any boats there at the time. It's pretty much a place where you'd put your boat in, you'd use it, and then you'd take your boat out when you're done. It's getting a little hard to hear at the moment. The helicopter's right overhead.
Oh, and we certainly appreciate it, and I hope you're getting better here fast, recovering from the flu. My understanding as well is that road is closed right now. A lot of its stretch of 196 is closed by law enforcement right now, right where you are. All I'll say, and thank you so much for your time, Lori Suzanne Dell joining us on the phone from Lisbon. Be safe. You and your family, obviously it sounds like you're right in the area that they're concentrating on. And just to show it, as we take a look once again on the FlightAware website, this is the area that this New Hampshire State Police helicopter has been searching. And as Lori Suzanne there told us, it's been about an hour and a half. She's been hearing it overhead from her recollection. And you can see those tight circles it's flying.
Just how many times
it's
gone over kind of the same area. So, there's clearly a very big focus.
If we can zoom in, the producer Ted, who's kind of got this up for us right now, zoom in and go up a little bit, like that big, bright, tight circle upper left. Stay just right of that. Yeah, go up right. Okay, stop right. Now, that area is where they're obviously searching. That's a wooded area. Now pull it down, if you would, Ted, down and zoom in right along the river just to the lower right of where you are. Zoom in right at where that little river is joining the Androscoggin. Now up a little higher. Yep, right there. Zoom in there. This is what Lori Suzanne was talking about. Right in there is where that little parking lot is and where this car was apparently found. It's not on the main part of the Androscoggin River. It's at that little river just north of there, that's a tributary to the Androscoggin. That's where the boat launch is, and there's a lot of trails in that area, and so that's where the vehicle was found. It's interesting that the helicopter isn't circling right over that. It's circling over wooded areas and other areas just around it. Again, I don't want to overstate this. We don't know this is where the guy is, but it's clearly where law enforcement is concentrating resources right now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and check in with Mal Meyer, who is in Lisbon right now, where again, there's a very active search for the person of interest. Mal, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, we just saw a lot of movement, Marissa. There were about a dozen vehicles that were just behind me all around the mobile station here in Lisbon Falls, but they suddenly took off literally just a minute ago towards Main Street. They were headed in that direction altogether. It was the most movement that we have seen in quite some time. We've been seeing law enforcement coming and going around this area tonight where we believe that the search has been, but this was the most movement. They took off all in one direction, all at one time, literally just a few minutes ago. Now, we were talking to somebody around the area who was seeing that helicopter. We were also seeing that helicopter flying overhead. It looked like that they had a spotlight towards the river, towards the Androscoggin River, towards Durham, which is just across the water, the town over. But again, we're still seeing more law enforcement go that way. It's unclear where they might be headed to. Right now, we are in the heart of Lisbon Falls, right by the mobile station. They were headed in the opposite direction towards Main Street. This is, of course, also in the opposite direction of where we were earlier tonight, where there were law enforcement officials searching a very heavily wooded area around here. It was that same area where a law enforcement agent just right around midnight came up to us and told us that we had to leave because we were in the, quote, danger zone at that time. So we did move back towards the town offices, which is down that way. But again, just a few minutes ago, we saw about a dozen law enforcement vehicles all suddenly take off at once towards Main Street here in Lisbon Falls. So we're going to go try to figure out what may be happening. If there is an update in the search, we'll be sure to get back to you with more information as soon as we get that.
Mal, thanks so much for the live update. Well,
let's go out live once again as we continue our team coverage. CBS 13 and Fox 23's Anna Kuhn is live outside of that Lewiston bar. Schemengees, I believe, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, is where this focal point has been. Anna, we know that's one of the scenes of the mass shootings. What's the scene like? Again, this was at this point, 6.5 hours ago, roughly, that we believe this happened. What's it like right now? What's the law enforcement presence like there right now?
Greg, it has definitely quieted down here. You can see behind me that white sign, that's where Schemengees Bar is, and you can see some police cruisers near us. We're at the blockade on this road and on Lincoln Street, where it's closed off for about a mile. So there is a police presence on each side of that blockade, and then there are some cruisers closer to the bar, but we haven't seen much movement here in the last 20 or so minutes. Definitely a lot quieter than when we first got to Lewiston this evening. We drove through this general area of Lewiston, headed up to City Hall, and we couldn't drive more than a block without pulling over for a police cruiser to drive by, an ambulance to drive by, all with flashing lights and sirens on, obviously responding to a massive response coming from all across the state to this area. So it has definitely quieted down a lot here since that time hours ago, but we expect that the police presence will be here for quite a while longer. We've heard nothing from law enforcement officials that are at this blockade, no signs of them leaving anytime soon. So we'll be here if we hear any updates. Greg, Marissa.
Anna, thanks so much for us tonight live in Lewiston. And just to recap a little bit, the commissioner, Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk briefed us earlier, give us a little more information about what happened. All of this starting about 6:56 with, he says, shooting incidents and multiple casualties. Again, we don't know where this all started. We know there was a bowling alley. We know there was the bar where Anna is. We don't know where it happened first. We don't know the person of interest path exactly, and obviously that's part of the investigation. We know police talked to witnesses for a time tonight, and then some of them went to the reunification center, obviously caught up with loved ones who were concerned because they weren't hearing from witnesses who were tied up.
Right, and that's what part of the trauma that these families are going through. Even if your loved one has survived this, if they're a witness to it, they needed to be detained for a while to be interviewed, and then before they finally could be brought to this reunification center they've set up at Auburn Middle School. Let's listen again. You brought up Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk, who was formerly the Portland Police Chief, now is the state leader for the Department of Public Safety, which includes state police. Here's what he was talking about earlier tonight when he gave a briefing about what we know about this case.
This is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, A couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road.
CBS 13's Johnny Maffey joining us right now live from Auburn. Let's send it over to Johnny. And Johnny, what's happening there?
Hey Marissa, so I'm getting some updates from some people I was talking to actually over at Central Maine Medical Center. One of the mothers telling me her son was shot 4 times. He's on a ventilator right now, and they're finally able to go see him at, it's now 1:30 in the morning here. They've been, keeping in touch with me through the middle of the night. She's telling me, her name's Jessica, her son got shot 4 times in the spinal cord. The police sergeant said his kidneys and also his shoulder blades. And another father tells me of a separate family that he was looking for his son as well. And he tells me this at the 1:30 hour as well, that the sergeant said his son got shot as well. And, he was looking for him. They said they thought they had him, but then they found out that they might not have him in there, so still looking for answers right there too. Now earlier tonight, like you guys were mentioning, we caught up with Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque here, who said, what's going on? How do we do this? I've never had to talk about something like this before, and we really haven't seen this, like David's been mentioning, in Maine. You don't expect it to happen in a place like this, but this is a reunification center here at the Auburn Middle School, and so they're both witnesses as well as people related to and loved ones of the victims behind us in the middle school. And Mayor Levesque said they're going to be here until as long as they need to be here. And he also said, he's seen some people receive that bad news that you really just never want to hear. So we're hoping for the best, certainly for the victims, that the families we've been talking to and all of the families out there. And those hospital workers are really trying to connect everyone. Now, if we rewind a little bit to a few hours ago, right? We were on the way, the crew, the photographer I'm with, we were driving up 95, and in the New Gloucester area, we kept pulling over. Everybody, all these blue lights were flashing right by us. They're all going in the same direction, but it was crazy. Once you got to Lewiston, we got to Central Maine Medical Center. We were driving through Lewiston, and cops were going in different directions with their lights on. They were on their toes. There was heavy security over at Central Maine Med, and we kept talking about the helicopters all night, right? Some of them went over to Portland, and of course the Boston FBI is on the scene, is alert to everything as well. And so just this crazy situation certainly had everyone on their toes across New England, really.
Oh yeah, Johnny, and again, I said it to you earlier, boy, just thank you for getting us those updates from those families that you were staying in touch with, and just heartbreaking to hear that they're getting that kind of news, and our prayers are with those
Certainly
families.
heartbreaking.
Thank you so much, Johnny.
And Johnny, mentioning, some of the helicopters that we've been hearing throughout the night. This one shows the track of one from the New Hampshire State Police. This is on FlightAware, showing the search path of this helicopter. Right now, you can see it's over. That's the Androscoggin River.
That is the Androscoggin. It's
River.
flying down the Androscoggin.
This is in Lisbon. You can see where that search has really been concentrated. We know they found a vehicle that they had been searching for in connection with the person of interest in Lisbon. You can see just how many times that helicopter has circled and circled over the same areas. Now it seems to be heading kind of in a different direction down the Androscoggin.
Expanding the search, and we saw that one loop you're seeing that we're over right there, the loop on the south side of that river, that was relatively recent. That's again for this individual, from what we know, to end up there where the vehicle was on the north side of the river at the boat launch. That's where they found the vehicle of interest. If he ended up on the south side of the river, he would have had to cross the Androscoggin River, which at this time of year, that's never easy. For starters. Two, it's almost November. That water would be extremely cold. It's not fast right now, but it's cold. And now they're still searching on the north side of the river, but farther afield than where they were. Again, based on FlightAware, this is a New Hampshire State Police helicopter, which we've been hearing overhead. Our reporters, Mal Meyer, they're in Lisbon. We've been tracking this helicopter just for a sense. This is one asset among the many that's out there tonight, folks, which is why, again, we felt comfortable sort of sharing that one. Because it highlighted a couple of points. One, we are getting help from New Hampshire and elsewhere. Two, it's one asset that's looking in the area around the Androscoggin River and around Lisbon right now. And the fact that it's a continued focal point is important to note for the safety of people who are in that area, and to get some context as to where they might be concentrating a search. But to say we know he's still in the area, no, we don't. They don't know either, obviously. To say that he even ever was in that area, we don't know that either, but there's good information to believe that he could be, and that's why you see that police presence right now.
And again, hundreds of officers in the area. We know they're not only searching from above, we know there are a lot of law enforcement authorities on the ground as well. And our partners, WBZ, reporting earlier this evening that Massachusetts State Police were stationed at the border with Maine because he had previous ties to Massachusetts. So really, authorities using all of the assets they can in a search to locate this person of interest who you're seeing here, Robert Card. This was a photo released earlier tonight by the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. Clearly he is holding what appears to be an AR-style rifle. This appears to be at the bowling alley, one of the two locations confirmed by police where this mass shooting took place.
Yeah, it's again just mind-boggling. I mean, we're struggling to comprehend that this could happen and that this individual could do this much damage in so little time. Apparently, again, this is the person of interest. He's considered armed and dangerous. Where he is, they don't know. Multiple photos of him being released, though, so that to help the public understand who it is and who they're looking for tonight. As we learned, that's Robert Card, age 40. That's according to police. And he is a person of interest. And again, the focal point around Lisbon at the moment, but don't want to get lost on the idea that he could be elsewhere, because he could be.
Yeah, and they've reiterated, if you do see him, come across him, do not approach him.
No.
Call 911. Again, he is believed to be armed and dangerous. And our Dan Lamborello of the I-Team did look into his criminal history just to try to get a little more information.
Interesting here.
The only thing that came up was a single OUI.
And you see the helicopter now heading up the Androscoggin River. I don't want to speculate. It's possible. He's been in the air for a couple hours now. It may be that he needs to refuel, and he's heading to a place where he can refuel. And then while he's doing that, he's flying a path at least along the river to give it a look. Again, that's me speculating, just to be very clear right here, folks. But I do want to point something out when it comes to this search. It's not like this is a missing person, right? Where you mount a large search, where you think you know where a missing person, a hiker who's lost in the woods, where you are going to have grid patterns, where you can walk and you can call out the person's name that you're looking for them to help them. This is not a person who wants to be found. In fact, this is a person who, according to police and everything we know, has no regard for human life.
It's bad enough to think about, 22 people losing their lives, others being injured, but the fact that they don't have the person responsible in custody.
It is unnerving, obviously, at this point, to a certain degree. That's not because of effort, obviously, clearly not. And back to a point that we just made. Again, we're comfortable for context saying that, citing CNN, who's citing law enforcement sources, saying that it's 22 believed to be dead. We're comfortable putting that in some context. We're not trying to say that that's the known number. And to that point, Public Safety Commissioner Michael Sostek was asked about that earlier, if he was willing to, hey, give us a number, because obviously, people want to know. There's a ton of numbers on the internet right now about what that number could be. Here's what he said about that specific issue.
This is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information.
All right, that was Commissioner Sawchuk talking just in general about the terms. Let's bring that moment, though, when he was asked that question about how many people are dead. Let's put a number on that and what his answer to that was tonight.
I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
So there was his answer to that.
Yeah, as you heard
in
it.
context, which was important to hear, I think.
Yeah, they'll give us information when they get it. Obviously, their priority is not on necessarily distributing that information right now, but on trying to find the person responsible for carrying out this horrific attack tonight.
Yeah, a lot of information they've been gathering throughout the evening, talking to witnesses, as we mentioned, obviously, who are now finally being reunited with their loved ones. And, you know, thank goodness, that's actually a good outcome. And it's awful to even think of it that way. Somebody who witnessed a mass shooting, who survived it, who gets a chance to be, you know, go home to their family after dealing with that horrific incident and then being debriefed, obviously, by police as they try and do everything they can to figure out this incident, who this person is and where he might be. You know, for those folks to finally get home to their loved ones, that's a good outcome. And it's still horrific, which is, we can't underline that enough, how much suffering, tragedy, and heartbreak we are having in our communities tonight. As we've been talking about this, it's two things. The search, that's preeminent. The loss of life, that is also preeminent. And that's what I hope have been trying to emphasize throughout this ordeal.
And just some of the uncertainty right now for people, hearing from Johnny, just kind of the unimaginable experience of these families, trying to get answers about their loved ones. In one case, I think he said, maybe it was a case of mistaken identity, but they thought they located a loved one, but it didn't turn out to be the case. So you just can't imagine what people are going through, just not knowing, not having all the answers right now.
And among the uncertainty, again, you have all these different community-based organizations and institutions, Bates College being one of them. In Lewiston, they put out a statement tonight. They're telling us that the following, that their classes are canceled for, I should say now, they say tomorrow, but actually for today at this point. That they've canceled classes for Thursday, writing in part, quote, "We realize that there are students who are not in their residence hall as we went into lockdown and employees who are on campus and unable to return home. If you are in that situation and you have a specific emergency medical need, please contact campus safety at 207-786-6254 with your current location and your need." This is Bates College, the campus is in Lewiston. It is not particularly close to these two shooting locations that we know of. It's more into the northeastern part of town. But it is an institution, obviously, that's trying to grapple with this. They have a couple of thousand kids, listen to me, I'm a 54-year-old man, so I call them kids, young adults who are on that campus. And they're trying to deal with that. That's just one institution. As we bring back up the FlightAware map that shows some of the flying. And actually this shows that my speculation that maybe he was refueling and he's now circled back. So he was actually searching more of the Androscoggin River on the possibility that maybe he's in a boat And now he's circled back to the original search location there in Lisbon.
Yeah, again, that's the New Hampshire State Police helicopter. Looks to be headed back toward that area that they've been searching. You can see how many sort of loops they've done over the area. And we heard from, one Lisbon resident who talked about hearing that helicopter right above her. She also talked a little bit about that boat launch where it sounds like
local perspective
they may have found the vehicle that they had been looking for in connection with this person of interest. And the way she described it was, you wouldn't know this boat launch was there. It's so small. The average person driving by would completely miss it, especially in the dark. You imagine this is a wooded area, probably not super well lit at night.
So our information on this individual, Robert Card, is that he has a residence in Bowdoin. We also know that according to his police record, he was arrested for OUI about, 16 years ago in the Topsom area. And, obviously knows that area well. So the presumption would be that if you're going to pull off into some very small random boat launch in Lisbon, you know that area, you know that spot, and you know that there's woods and trails around that spot.
And obviously we're waiting for more details from police
Correct.
on that vehicle.
To be clear,
but
right, we're filling in blanks here, folks. I hope that's absolutely clear. This is not based on anything that the law enforcement has told us. It's what we're hearing from people who know the area and what police have confirmed that they did find the vehicle of interest at that boat launch. Again, just to be clear, this is what I was talking about, that back in 2007, he was found guilty in May of 2007, $500, and jailed for an OUI incident that happened in that area.
Hear me?
So that's, again, just to highlight what we were talking about there.
Yeah, again, this is the person they're looking for. A manhunt underway. We really can't emphasize that enough. Tons of law enforcement resources here looking for this person of interest. And we want to go back out to Lewiston, where CBS 13's Anna Kuhn is live outside the bar there, one of the two scenes where police say this all began. Anna.
Marissa, not a ton of new information here, but we are live near that bar, and you can see there are still police officers outside. We have seen some police walking around, some cruisers driving up and down the street. No major changes here, but there is still a police presence. Things are still going on here, but we're not sure what it looks like. Of course, down closer to that scene, we can see cruisers that are just outside the bar. That's where that white sign is. You can see some lights down there, some police cars. Not sure what exactly is going on here, but again, they've been here for hours now. That police presence was much heavier hours ago when we were driving through Lewiston. We saw a lot more cop cars, sirens, and flashing lights. It has calmed down a bit since then, but that police presence is still strong here, and there is no sign of anyone leaving for the night.
All right, Anna Kuhn with a live update there from one of the two mass shooting locations that we know of here tonight. Anna, thank you very much. That's along Lincoln Street outside that bar and grill.
And she and so many others of our field crews have mentioned just how quiet it is where they are. The streets are really quiet.
And to be clear, it's been that. It's 1:54 in the morning at this point. Appreciate those, by the way, who may still be with us trying to get information what's going on. But it's been that way all evening. It's not like it's just now. It's been quiet, strangely quiet in terms of the general populace for hours.
Right, which we take in part to mean that people are heeding the warnings from law enforcement and following that shelter-in-place order, staying home so that they stay safe, so that law enforcement can also get out there and do the work that they need to do.
It's the most important thing right now, obviously, folks.
CBS 13's Johnny Maffey also joining us live in Auburn right now.
Hey, Johnny, let's send it back to you again. You've been talking with family members. You're outside of the reunification center there at the Auburn Middle School. What's going on now?
Hey, Gerg and Marissa. So I just I've been having some trouble hearing you guys all night, and this thing just died, of course. So what we're learning, we're here in Auburn outside the middle school, and we've been talking to Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque. We've also been talking to a lot of families. So this is what they're calling a reunification center. There's both witnesses in here and people who know the victims, trying to reunify and connect everyone back together that was happening. We heard some really sad stories. We just talked to a father whose son, one of his 7 children, he thought was in the hospital. He found out he's not there right now. So he's certainly looking for updates throughout the night. We're in the middle of the night here, of course, right now. And We were talking a lot earlier also about just some of the family members outside Central Maine Medical Center, not too far down the road here, here from Auburn, over in Lewiston. And at one point, there were a lot of life flights going back and forth. We keep tracking the helicopters, talking about the helicopters, right? But at one point, the life flights, it may have been law enforcement helicopters because they were circling around, and security was forcing people closer to the building at one point because they saw the maneuvers they were doing up in the sky, and it seemed like it wasn't those life flights that were landing and heading, whether it be to Maine Med or to other hospitals too. I also got a text from someone in Brunswick that they heard a lot of activity around the Tops and Brunswick area of helicopters in the air, and that's something I just got with someone that's been following this situation and lives out over there by the mid-coast. Now, another thing we're learning too is from a local police chief in Maine is that, you know, he said with his training, some things those helicopters might be doing is using some infrared technology. Again, this is not confirmed with the situation with the officers involved, but something they definitely can use. He also said that the suspect, or excuse me, the person of interest, you know, could be very heavily armed, as you guys keep talking about some more and more details about that. And you guys have been filling us in certainly throughout the night regarding that. Now, another thing, as for the reunification center, Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque said it will be open as long as they need it, and it will be a few weeks. Again, I can't hear you guys right now, but we'll send it back over to you and check back in whenever we need to.
All right, Johnny Maffey live for us in Auburn tonight. Thank you, Johnny. And again, hopefully we get Johnny again. It looks like he may have to find a charger for one of his AirPods if we're going to go back to him again live. You know, it just speaks to, I actually had the battery on my my earpiece die a short time ago. I had access to another battery, thank goodness, but it just goes to speak to how long, obviously, the situation has been evolving, and our commitment, obviously, to stay with it and to bring you what we know.
Still developing in a scary, serious situation.
Absolutely. Auburn's mayor, Johnny alluded to this, spoke about the shootings about an hour ago. He was actually speaking to our Johnny Maffey. Yeah,
police have set up that reunification center for people in Auburn that Johnny mentioned, trying to reunite people who were separated during the chaos. The mayor says this tragedy has really touched the entire area.
And first of all, thank you. It's been a trying time in our community, and granted, where this happened in Lewiston, we are one community, and had a lot of friends and family that were around this, and I just met a couple of them that I didn't know were involved. We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event, and talking with them, and my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
You know, that's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, this is a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And yeah, and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up. And
yeah, I think shock sums it up pretty well. Everybody, it's hard to put into words, this tragedy.
What's still unfolding. Again, it's still very active. The search is still continuing. As we look at FlightAware, because this has been a helpful resource to keep track of where this New Hampshire State Police helicopter has been flying. This is based on a website, FlightAware, that keeps track of basically data that's linked to individual aircraft, where they might be, and that's we're tracking it using that resource. And it's been circling and circling and circling along Lisbon Falls. Actually, as we look at this, Lisbon is upper part of your screen where the top of the Androscoggin River bows. That top of that green circle at the top, that's Lisbon, and the other concentrated area down to the right there, just down, that's Lisbon Falls area. So it looks as if, and a lot of that is a wooded area, especially the area on the top area. That's all a pretty wooded area. Some homes, though, it's not just completely woods. There's definitely some residential areas around there too, but Lisbon Falls, obviously, that's much more of a heavily populated area.
Yeah, and we did see that helicopter sort of take a little swing up the Androscoggin, up north, and then you can see it swung back to where all those circles are, where kind of the really concentrated area where they seem to be focused on. Again, state officials told us earlier tonight they did locate the vehicle that they had been searching for in connection with this person of interest. They did find that in Lisbon, and shortly after that was obviously when they shifted their efforts to the Lisbon area, which appears to be very much ongoing and active.
And there could be, obviously there's two reasons when they have a concentrated search like this. They obviously are acting on information that a suspect or a person of interest or somebody they're looking for is still in a particular area. They're going to focus their interest there. But what they're also doing is obviously they're trying to make sure that they keep looking, but they also kind of make it clear that they kind of pin down the person, if that makes sense, folks. Where they're trying to make sure that that person, knows that they're still being sought. They can't just easily slip away from an area. So they're going to probably, until they find this person, keep a concentrated search on this area until they get better information that they shouldn't be there. They're going to stay here and focus that search. So again, I want to emphasize for our viewers who are still with us at 2 o'clock in the morning in Lisbon and Lisbon Falls, this is an area of focus right now. You know it from the helicopter sounds you're hearing. But it's that way because of the information they've gathered about the vehicle and the last known location of this person of interest based on that vehicle. And that's why they've been concentrating in this area in the search. And so far, given what we're seeing and what we're hearing, they haven't found him. They don't know where he is, but this is their best guess.
Yeah, and because of this ongoing search and the uncertainty and the danger this all poses, we are learning about more and more businesses, municipalities, schools that are shutting down today.
That's right.
They are closing for the day. They don't know how long this might go on. Obviously, it's unsafe. That shelter-in-place order is still in effect. The last we heard, it was for all of Androscoggin County. They were still asking people to stay in a safe place. We know some people were in restaurants or bars, different businesses. It was a Wednesday night, about 7 o'clock. So, people were out and about when all of this unfolded, and then very quickly had to pivot and sort of just shelter in place, hunker down, and stay safe.
And in a sense, they were the lucky ones. They were the ones who were actually hearing about all this and just sheltering in place. And the death wasn't coming to their door. It came to a couple of other doors tonight. That's why people are being urged to keep their doors locked. If you're in these areas, these lockdown areas, shelter-in-place areas, particularly Lewiston and Lisbon Falls and Lisbon right now. And speaking of Lewiston, we do have some information and some sound we want to share with you tonight about that.
My first reaction was a lot of anger that it was happening in the community because Mainers were much better than this. It's this, you've had these interviews with people all over the country before in a mass shooting. You just can't believe it's going to happen in your hometown, and here we are. I got helicopters flying over my house with searchlights, and it's unreal.
Yeah.
Unreal. I think
surreal.
that's the word.
Nobody ever thinks it's going to happen, but obviously we've seen these mass shootings happen all over the country far too many times.
Absolutely, and it's again. You hate to say it, but this is why law enforcement prepares. They know what happens, and eventually the fear is it's going to come to your door. As I said earlier, used that phrase, but come to your community. And that's what happened to us tonight. This has come to our community. And I want to say we should all be thankful for the fact that our law enforcement and our medical community was ready for it, doing the absolute best they can. And I am heartbroken for all of us that it has come to our community, though, at the same time. I think that's a feeling that we're all feeling tonight, is just how tragic this is, how unnecessary it is, how senseless and angering it is. And here's the person of interest.
This is Robert Card. This is who they are looking for. Again, these were some of the photos released earlier tonight by law enforcement. This one kind of giving the best look at him directly. This one as well. We're not sure exactly where these ones were taken, but you can see he is holding that AR style rifle, and unclear where he is. Some of those photos, the first one that came in actually we know was taken at the bowling alley.
Right.
One of those two confirmed.
And this one might be, we
locations.
just don't know. It looks like a parking lot in this first photo where you see his face. So presumably that's a security camera. He's walking in the door of a business from the outside in at that moment. The second photo right after it is showing us him somewhere inside that same place. You see like some mats. But regardless, that's one of the two mass shooting locations where we have reported but not certainly confirmed by state police of 22 deaths tonight and multiple, potentially dozens of people injured tonight.
Some of this video, this was from hours ago at this
Right.
point. I mean, probably what, 6 hours ago when this all was really just getting started and our crews were first arriving in Lewiston. And I know Anna touched on it, but she said when they first got to Lewiston, they were pretty much just moving out of the way because there were law enforcement vehicles driving in all different directions.
Right.
I mean, there was just a really big urgency to that response still at that time.
Because again, at that point, the information they have is they're responding to one shooting, and then minutes later, another mass shooting, only a few miles away. And there were initial reports that there may have been 2 other scenes, at different locations where there may have been shootings, and it still might come out. It may come out that there were, people who were shot along the way, as this individual may have been traveling from one location to another. We don't know. Is he firing out of his vehicle? We don't know that yet. We're waiting to hear more information about exactly where it is that they're looking at. And that's what law enforcement is doing tonight. They're doing 2 things. They have some people on their team who are actively looking for this guy, and the others are actively investigating what we do know and talking to witnesses, collecting information. Frankly, that bar and likely the bowling alley, these are death scenes. So that's part of that investigation. So that's all happening as we speak.
Yeah, and we heard from Johnny, who talked to the Auburn mayor earlier. I mean, a lot of those witnesses were detained for quite a while as part of the investigation. They had to be questioned. Police
and
had
Johnny
to,
was told that some of them may have been children who were witnesses.
Police had to get whatever information they could to aid in this investigation. But you can imagine, those witnesses being tied up, they couldn't get in touch with their loved ones, who are trying to get answers as well. It's just a devastating situation all around.
Back to the FlightAware data. This is showing basically a live look digitally of where this state police helicopter from New Hampshire has been. And actually, Ted, our producer, if you can zoom in on where you believe that helicopter is right now, because this is a new area. There it is. Circling up to the north. And again, what we don't know is if they're responding to anything specific or if this is just a search pattern. What we do know from those circles is those are areas of initial concern, that they thought they may have information that would lead them that those would be a place to search. So they tightly searched a couple of those areas. On the left, that is the area in the wooded area not too far from the boat launch, off of some trails. And the area to the right, just slightly lower on the screen, where it's kind of not a tight circle, it's more of a, looks like a ball of yarn.
Yeah, it does.
That's more like Lisbon Falls. And that's more of a, there's more homes down in that area. So those were 2 areas that they were concentrating their searches.
But certainly expanded a little bit
beyond
expanded. Those.
Just in the last 45 to an hour that we've been watching
this.
We
saw it head up the Androscoggin, and then obviously it headed a little bit to the northeast. Looks like it's on its way back at this point.
Right, which is,
it's hard to speculate, but obviously, they are very focused on that area of Lisbon and Lisbon Falls.
Right. So that's what we're watching, and that's what we're continuing to bring you, folks. And to reiterate that, the message still continues to be from law enforcement: lock your doors, folks. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. You're probably not heading out anyway, but stay inside, lock your doors, be safe. Listen to law enforcement. Many people who are in Androscoggin County, in fact, some of our reporters in the field, because they're in Androscoggin County, got alerts to their phone. Like for example,
the countywide
alert, shelter in place, came to people's phones who were in Androscoggin County. Pay attention to communication from law enforcement as they try and tell you what they know and to keep you safe. That's what they're trying to do right now is they want to bring this to a safe resolution as quickly as they possibly can.
And some of our crews too, I know were moved to safer locations by law enforcement. I know Mao was in Lisbon and
near the boat launch,
authorities told him he was in, I believe, quote, the danger zone. And they, insisted that he move back, obviously, for safety.
Let's listen in again. We've been monitoring, we're getting information from police sources and from law enforcement. We're also monitoring some of the communications that are happening that they've been talking about. Let's listen in again from some of that communication that came in earlier tonight about the search.
To Turner Rescue, need you to respond to the town of Lewiston. It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down.
So that was from the early part of that. You heard that the person mentioning Sparetime, which is a bowling alley, also Just in Time.
As we understand it, it was Sparetime and more recently has changed its name to Just in Time. So that also might be why you're hearing it referred to as two different places, but it is the same bowling alley. Yeah, on Mullison Way. That's the one located on Mullison Way.
That's right, and that's why they've been, again, that was just for perspective, that was the Turner Fire and Rescue sending resources down and communicating with the Auburn dispatch to understand where they needed to be and where they could go and where they needed to help, and what they knew about the evolving situation. So that sound was from very early, responding to some of the initial reports of that mass casualty event. Quote, multiple people down was how they phrased it in that exchange.
And I know in the video we were showing with that sound, you could see the physicians and emergency personnel stationed right outside the hospital, the line of waiting ambulances, just so many doctors, EMS officials at the ready to take any of those patients.
And again, the breaking news we've been following all night long has to do with this individual right here. That is, according to police, Robert Card. He is considered to be a person of interest. He's also considered to be armed and dangerous. And they're looking for him right now. They also released information about a vehicle. We're not going to even bother to show you the picture anymore because at this point they found the vehicle. He's not there. And that's what's concentrating the search there in Lisbon. So again, as we get more information about where they're searching, where it's relevant to public safety, we'll bring that to you.
CBS 13's Johnny Maffey is live in Auburn right now. Johnny, I know you have been in touch with some of the families and really hearing just some of the heartbreaking stories of what they're going through. Have you received any more updates from them?
Hey Marissa, so yeah, since we got on the scene around 9 o'clock tonight, we were hearing from this mother, Jessica, and she's from Lewiston. Her son was over at one of the bars that Mal and Anna are outside of right now, and she was trying all night to get in communication. The hospital staff were working really hard to try to connect people over there at Central Maine Med. We're of course outside live in Auburn here now. And what she learned after 1 o'clock, she told me, was that her son was shot 4 times in the spinal cord, also in the kidney. That's what a police sergeant told her. They actually were not allowed to see their son now, that family, but they told us he's on a ventilator now. They will be able to see them tomorrow, according to doctors, and she said she'll keep me posted. She doesn't have to keep me posted, by the way. They have much more important things going on. And we also heard from a father, his son, one of 7 kids he has, and all the kids and family were coming there once they heard the unfortunate news. He still hasn't received information on if his son is at Central Maine Medical Center or not yet. And back before the families were moved into a room over at Central Maine Medical Center, well, they were standing all outside, and there were helicopters circling around. There was tears certainly, but just a lot of confusion going on, and that's exactly what this reunification center here at the Auburn Middle School is for, and that's what Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque was telling us too. Now, you guys were talking about, of course, all the state police troopers, and I know you've been playing sound bites all night long too. It's not just state police troopers here, like you guys were mentioning, but New Hampshire and Massachusetts, and of course our partners at WBZ down in Boston have found out a lot of information going on. It's just we're learning a lot, and we're bringing it to you guys as we learn it, and like Maine State Police says, as accurate as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that's our mission, Johnny. That's what we're doing a small part here. They're doing the big part. To your point, though, a moment ago, huge appreciation to those families who are willing to keep you in the loop on that, so that we can give people some perspective on what families are dealing with. Because, my gosh, I mean, I can't even imagine some of that stuff, Johnny. Again, but to emphasize it, your understanding of the reunification these aren't necessarily people who had been injured, who are being released, and then they're going to go find their loved ones. These are folks who may be going through different types of things, right? Like either witnesses who are being debriefed and are finally being reunited. These aren't the injured who are going to that Auburn Middle School, who are finally getting reunited with their family.
Yeah, that's right, Greg. So actually a bus came in at one point, and we're learning that was some witnesses as well. And with the bowling alley factor in all of this over at Just in Time Bowling, well, We heard there were some kids that were witnesses. That's what Mayor Levesque told us, and he said they will keep this place open as long as they need to keep it open. He said the community's just been great, and whether that's the law enforcement community or his community here in Auburn, in the Lewiston, Auburn, LA area. He also said that some people are here to try to figure out where their friends, their families, their loved ones of the victims. It's sort of that reconnection, like reunification process.
Yeah, we're glad to hear you got a new earpiece too, because we know you've been out there long enough that your batteries were dying out there. So Johnny, appreciate everything you're doing out there too, to keep us in the loop from the perspective there in Auburn. Appreciate you, Johnny. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough night all around, and we've talked about training for this and preparing for this, and obviously this is not something we've ever done before. No. So we're also kind of doing this on the fly and bringing you information as we get it. And anything we can, any information we can pass along.
We're here for you.
Yeah, and we certainly want to go out to CBS 13's Anna Kuhn. And Anna, you are in Lewiston, outside that bar, one of those scenes where this mass shooting took place. What are you seeing out there right now?
Marissa, it's stayed fairly quiet here, but we are still outside this scene, outside the bar Schemengees, where this road is still closed off, and there is still a police presence. You can see behind me, there are still police cars here. This road is blocked off on both ends for about a mile, but when you talk about training and preparing for the situation, we were just talking to the officer here who says he has never seen a police presence this heavy or a response this heavy to an event like this, and he's coming from a different county to come work this scene tonight. So it does just speak to how connected law enforcement is all across the state of Maine. And I know we've been saying it and hearing it all night that this, of course, is shocking and devastating. And you can see that just from events like Schemengees Bar posted it was industry night tonight. They were offering a discount for those working in the restaurant industry to come to the bar. And that post is now inundated, flooded with hundreds of messages, people praying for them, sending hearts and love for that restaurant. It just shows what kind of shock that this situation was, and then immediate community response. We've seen that from police officers. We've seen that from people on the street out here tonight. So, of course, a devastating and tragic night, but nothing but love reciprocated into the Lewiston community.
All right, Anna Kuhn live for us in Lewiston. Yeah, just heartbreaking. And did my mic just drop out? I'm trying to see.
I can hear you.
All right, good. I may have just killed another battery in an earpiece because now I suddenly can't hear much. Anyway.
You're still with us.
All right, thank you. Anna Kuhn, thank you so much live for us out there tonight in Lewiston. Again, just reiterating the fact that this is still an active scene. That location there, obviously at the bar, at this point, it's more of a recovery scene as they're trying to recover evidence to try and build a case and to understand exactly what transpired there tonight. Obviously, there's no threat there at that bar anymore, but the fact that there's still a police presence there, we're going on, 7 hours more than at this point since these shootings occurred. It just tells you just the extent of the law enforcement activity out there tonight.
Yeah, and we do know this all started just a little before 7 o'clock. That was according to Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk. He identified those two scenes that we've been focused on, the bar where Anna just was, and then of course the bowling alley. What we don't know is where it first started.
We don't.
We
Whether
really
it was the
don't
bowling
have
alley
some
or the
of
bar, we don't know. But
some of the more details about that. But we do know it started around 7, and we know our phones were ringing off the hook with concerned people. A lot of people trying to get answers, and we don't have a lot of those.
Not specifics. And again, the biggest answer we don't have is where's that guy? That's the person of interest that is identified as Robert Card, 40 years old, Bowdoin, last known address. Also, we're getting reports that he is a trained firearms instructor and that he had maybe had a mental health issue that he had to seek treatment for just this summer. State Police, that's coming out of a bulletin that the AP is citing related to State Police. Officially, State Police, they're only calling him right now a person of interest, but that they do consider him armed and dangerous right now and still not in custody.
Yeah, again, this is one of the photos that authorities first released tonight. This one appears to be at that bowling alley. You can actually see the bowling pins on the door behind him. That's Just in Time Bowling Alley in Lewiston. Again, we've been calling it that. Also, Sparetime, as we understand it, used to be called Sparetime. Now it's called Just in Time, but that might be why you keep hearing two different names. It is the same bowling alley. But this is the first photo that the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office released. You can see him holding that AR style rifle. And again, this was the first glimpse we got at this person of interest, which they have now identified as Robert Card.
Yeah, again, let's bring this back, this flight aware data. I mean, we've been showing it a lot for those viewers who've been with us for a while now. The reason we're showing it, and we'll reiterate it, is because this is a New Hampshire State Police helicopter that's been in the area for more than 2 hours now, concentrated around that area around Lisbon Falls, where the boat launch is, where the vehicle was found. That has been one of the hard data points that the state police did confirm. Michael Soschuk did confirm that at the boat launch there in Lisbon or along the Route 196 there is where they located the vehicle of interest linked to this person of interest. So that's why they've been concentrating the search there. And I believe, as our producer Ted, who's sort of operating this for us, the FlightAware, I think we're seeing that helicopter, head home.
Potentially.
It looks like, because again, you see the starting point there off to the left. That's just over the border into New Hampshire, I believe anyway, from our information. And it could be a refueling issue, and maybe he's going to go back, refuel, and come back. Or maybe it's time to change over. We don't know. But that we know that helicopter has literally been in the air for more than 2 hours, circling and circling and circling over Lisbon and Lisbon Falls, and is now leaving that area at this point.
Yeah, you can see where that search is concentrated. And we mentioned the boat launch. We talked to one Lisbon resident earlier who kind of described that area for us. She said the boat launch is very, very small. And really, you wouldn't know it's there. You could easily just drive by it and miss it. So, that obviously makes you wonder if this person knew it was there, was familiar with the area, because it's also kind of a heavily wooded area, is how she described it.
And you can kind of see that on the map there, too. It's just off of Route 196, just to the north. There's some trails in there as well. Whether this person is familiar with that area or not almost doesn't matter. What does matter is that that's where the vehicle was found, and there are trails right there, and there are a lot of heavily wooded areas right along there. And just to the east of that is where you have the more populated areas, especially as you get closer to Lisbon Falls. And there are homes, though, to be clear. There are some homes just around the little tributary of a river that leads into the Androscoggin, right near that boat launch. So those folks, a particular concern, are being told shelter in place, stay in, stay up to date with law enforcement. It's a serious concern, but that's where they've been searching, and that's what we know about that specific area where that car was found.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, there's still a lot of details that we don't have, but we did hear from Public Safety Commissioner Michael Soschuk earlier this evening. Again, he couldn't tell us everything, but we did get a lot more information, and we want to have a listen to what he had to say.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Soschuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public. That approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the city of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening, and I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Does the suspect have any?
You were just listening to a pre-recording of a press conference that happened with the Commissioner of the Maine Department of Public Safety, Michael Soschek. It happened earlier tonight in the city of Lewiston, at Lewiston City Hall. We were just giving you a recap of what he had to say. Obviously, the state police holding back some information right now, as this is still a very fluid situation in the city of Lewiston tonight, when we know multiple people are dead, multiple people injured. We don't have firm, complete numbers from the state police just yet, but again, as you just heard from the state police there, they are searching for a suspect. And we want to give you a little bit more information on Robert Card. He's 40 years old. We're going to show you a little bit of information here on the screen that was provided to us, provided here to the I-team here at CBS 13, and what we know so far. A state police bulletin showed that Card has been trained on firearms, was also possibly a member of or a reserve member of the National Guard here in the state. That bulletin also alleges that he had recent mental health issues, including hearing voices, and was also committed over the summer to a mental health facility. That's what we're learning from state police, as well as a law enforcement bulletin that went out earlier today. We're also learning a little bit about his criminal history in our state. It is not very long. We were only able to find one charge that dates all the way back to 2007, when he was charged charged with OUI in the town of Topsom. He was found guilty of that misdemeanor charge, was fined $500 and jailed for 48 hours, and his license was suspended for 90 days. Now again, Mr. Card here on your screen, still at large tonight, and the city of Lewiston, the town of Lisbon nearby, is in lockdown tonight. We're able to speak with a law enforcement expert a little bit about what our officers, the state police, sheriff's department, how they're all coming together to try and find this suspect. Here's what she had to say a few moments ago. But to have such a large area and still have somebody who is actively on the run as of right now, we're told. What does that mean for law enforcement? How do they have to get themselves organized to try and wrap their minds around all of this?
Well, first and foremost, we have got to get that suspect in custody. So that's where most of the resources are going to be aimed at capturing or eliminating this killer. We also have to remember, even though that we just have one shooter identified, that doesn't mean that there are not other people involved in this. So that's something that law enforcement has to consider.
A lot of things that law enforcement have to consider out there, including still responding to other 911 calls that may be coming in as they're still investigating the horror that has unfolded tonight in our state's second largest city. So Lewiston in lockdown tonight. Lisbon still has a shelter in place tonight as well. And the city of Lewiston is also in mourning. I've had a chance to talk with a few elected officials in the city, a couple members of the city council, including Larry Pease, who grew up in the Lewiston-Auburn area, has been there all his life. And tonight, he just says he has a message for the Lewiston community.
Well, my message to the people in Lewiston tonight is I have full faith in our police department. We have a great department that's certified. I know we're going to take care of this situation. It's a situation where it's never good, no matter what.
Could you have ever imagined something like this happening in your city?
Oh, God, no. No. I grew up in Lewiston, Auburn. I've been here all my life, other than maybe 2 years. But, no, I would have never thought this would happen.
And I think that's what a lot of us are thinking tonight. We see it all across the country. We see it too much across the country, never thinking it's going to happen in your area, especially in our state. And here tonight, we're talking about a mass shooting in the state of Maine. It's 2:30 now here on your Thursday. We're going to continue covering this all night live here on CBS 13 and on Fox 23. I do want to hand things over now to our Good Day Maine team, Katie Sampson and Jeff Peterson. Guys, good morning.
Dan, thank you so much for all of your coverage. We appreciate Greg and Marissa following this breaking news for us for the past 7 hours. We are now taking over for the rest of the morning. If you're just tuning in, this is what we know right now.
Now, 2 mass shootings in Maine, with CNN reporting 22 dead and as many as 60 injured. State officials say they're not ready to confirm any numbers yet. Now a manhunt is underway.
A person of interest right here is 40-year-old Robert Card. We've been showing this photo all night and all morning. He's considered armed and dangerous. Some photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants.
Now the search is being concentrated on a boat launch in Lisbon, just off Route 196, where police say they found a vehicle of interest. They continue to search there. Again, this is a very small boat launch in this area between the Lewiston, Auburn area and Lisbon and Topsom, but that's where they are right there. Found a vehicle of interest in that area.
And as far as the timeline, it all began last night at 6:56 p.m. Police got a report of a mass shooting at Just-in-Time Bowling in Lewiston, also known by its former name, Sparetime Recreation. Here's dispatch responding to the initial reports at the time.
To turn and rescue, need you to respond to the town of Lewiston. It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down.
Well, here's a map of the situation last night. A little later, there was a mass shooting at Schemengees Bar and Grill, also in Lewiston. There's still a shelter in place in Lewiston, which has been expanded to Auburn and the entirety of Androscoggin County. Now, the area between the two locations of the known shootings, just 9 minutes between the two, 4.1 miles.
And this is what we know about Card. His last reported residence was in Bowdoin. According to the Associated Press, Card is a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility. He'd reportedly been hearing voices and threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco.
And these videos now from witnesses at the time, you can see the heavy police presence. Again, police say if you're in Androscoggin County, you should shelter in place, stay inside, and lock your doors.
And right now, Maine State Police putting out a caution to the public. So this is a live look at their page on Facebook. They say Robert Card is considered armed and dangerous, as we've been reporting. If you see him, it is so important to not approach him or try to contact him. Just call police immediately. We're also following reaction from local and state officials this morning.
That's right. The Lewiston Mayor, Carl Shalane, saying in part, quote, "I am heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come."
The office of U.S. Senator Angus King releasing a statement as well, writing, quote, "President Biden just reached out to Senator King directly and offered any federal assistance he can provide to help the people of Maine." Senator King will now be headed to Maine on one of the first flights available. He wants to be home to support Lewiston in any way he can.
Meanwhile, Senator Susan Collins also releasing a statement overnight. As our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support we've received from across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance.
And Congresswoman Shelley Pingree reacting to the news out of Lewiston, saying, quote, "I'm closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I'm holding the affected communities in my prayers."
Congressman Jared Golden issuing a statement saying, quote, "Like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work." Of course, this is his home district. Of course, Congressman Jared Golden speaking out about this.
And Lewiston City Councilor Robert McCarthy says last night's mass shooting situation has strained local hospitals, as you can imagine. He's concerned about the victims, with reports that one of the shooting locations is a bowling alley where children were present.
Someone told me that there was a children's bowling event going on at the bowling alley, which is extremely tragic if that's the case. It's so surreal. You see it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here, and it just blows your mind.
Well, we were following reaction from local and state officials. Meantime, CBS 13 and Fox 23's Johnny Maffey is at the middle school in Auburn, which is being used as what's being called a reunification center.
And Johnny, you've also been able to speak with some of these family members who are absolutely horrified, some of them trying to find out updates about their family members who were injured. What can you tell us?
Well, it's been hours and hours where some family members have been trying to get some updates over at Central Maine Med, just down the street here, a few minutes away from the Auburn Middle School. But what we're doing here is this is a reunification center behind me here at the middle school in Auburn. And so they're both witnesses as well as people who know the victims, trying to reunify and reconnect with the situation. We are told one important note is some of these witnesses are kids. When we're talking about the shooting that happened at the bowling alley, that's where that could have been from. That's all from Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque, who was in there. He said he saw some people get some bad news tonight. As for those, Katie, what you mentioned regarding the families and the victims, I talked to a mother named Jessica, and she lives in Lewiston in the area, and her son was at one of the bars that we've been live outside throughout the night, and she finally learned at the 1 o'clock hour that her son was shot 4 times. The police sergeant told her that he was shot in the spinal cord. He was shot also in the kidney area, and he's on a ventilator right now. The good news, if any, is the bright spot is they will be able to see him tomorrow, according to the doctors. But I did talk to a father who one of his 7 kids and the rest of the family came as soon as they heard heard him, told a father still trying to look for his son at Maine Med, Jeff and Katie. And you know, we've been here all night. The police officers have been on alert. There was high security over there when we were there over at Central Maine Med, and also, of course, you know, we've been talking about the helicopters all night. Those life lights taking off from the roof as well. It's been busy.
Johnny, what can you tell us about this reunification center? Obviously, it's very quiet there now, but are we expecting many people to be there, you know, in the coming hours? And what types of services will they be able to get there?
So there certainly are services. There are people here that are trained to deal with these situations, which is, you know, what a lot of these people need right now, as there's no blueprint certainly for what's going on here. And whether it was Dave Eads saying that tonight or the Auburn mayor saying that tonight, you know, you don't expect to see this in Maine, but a bus of witnesses came over, and also some people have been parking in and out. And Mayor Levesque told us that this will be open as long as they need it to be open.
Now, Johnny, one last thing to talk about. Since you've been there, just ballpark, how many people have you seen going in and out of that area right there in that building?
Yeah, so Jeff, at first we found out about it just after the state police commissioner mentioned it at his press conference. And so we got over here before a few people got over here, maybe, you know, a half dozen cars or so were here. But at one point this parking lot was full, and a bus came over as well. A few dozen people certainly were over here. And just another note sort of about just all of the chaos throughout the night. If some of the people were just tuning in right now, is, you know, when we were on the way up here, I mean, there were cruisers flying by us. They were all going in the same direction. But once we got here, and some of you saw those videos on Twitter, we've been sharing them on our newscast throughout the night as well, as the cops are going in all different directions, really trying to, you know, figure out what was going on, because there's been multiple scenes here. And you know, that's what we're working to just learn more and more about.
All right, and if you have any information about the person of interest, you can also head to the middle school in Auburn. Johnny, of course, will be checking back in with you for updates throughout the morning. Now we want to check in with Mel Meyer, who is live in Lisbon Falls this morning.
And Mel, what are you seeing there right now?
Well, I'm right by the high school, Jeff and Katie, and you can see behind me there is still a blockade here on Lisbon Street. That's been this way for hours tonight as police have been searching the area. We were just down the road on the other side, about a mile or two or so back by the Androscoggin River. That's when we were told to move even further that way. It's been a series of movements throughout the night as authorities have been combing over the area time and time again. We've been talking a lot about a helicopter that we have been seeing overhead looking around the area. Now, about an hour ago, we were right over by here when we saw the helicopter circling overhead again, but then it was moving very slowly back kind of towards the Lewiston area, but it was shining its spotlight across the river over on the Durham side, and it was moving incredibly slowly. It's been a while since we have seen the helicopter, since we have heard the helicopter, and then while we were here an hour ago, again, right by Lisbon High School, we saw a convoy of law enforcement vehicles, about a dozen or so, all suddenly take off at once towards Main Street, going that direction. And it was very unusual. It was unlike anything that we had seen earlier tonight. We've seen, of course, a lot of law enforcement coming and going all around the area, as Johnny was just mentioning, but this was very deliberate, all going up in one direction, all just in a matter of moments. But then we did try following them. We weren't able to see where they ended up going, so we came back around here. And that's what we've been looking for within the last hour, but it does seem like law enforcement is still around the area. Now, I do want to mention one thing that it's kind of been developing over here. Behind the high school, we have seen a number of tactical units being stationed there in a parking lot. We've seen another of other law enforcement vehicles also going into that parking lot where they have been standing by. So it's unclear kind of where this search may be headed to, or, you know, what kind of parts of the area that they're looking at the most. Of course, this has been the high priority area, and at one point, you know, a few hours ago now, we were told to completely move away from part of Lisbon Street because we were told we were in the danger zone, and we had to move back to the Lisbon town offices to get to a more safe and secure area. But still, obviously, a lot of law enforcement out here now in the early hours, and they are continuing to stage in this area. Clearly seeing that happening behind Lisbon High School in their parking lot. And of course, again, just right behind me here on Lisbon Street, we're by the mobile station here in Lisbon Falls. So still an active area, maybe not quite as active as before. Of course, not seeing that helicopter at this point, but we will continue to look for any kind of movement or updates and see where the search may take them.
Mel, you mentioned the danger zone. Of course, that they're looking at a vehicle of interest that may be connected to the person of interest at the boat launch along 196. Whereabouts, how far away are you from that area?
Yeah, I would say we're probably about a mile or two or so away from that area. It would be down that way, I believe. You know, it's tough to say exactly what that looks like, because we heard from the state police talking about during their last press conference, saying that yes, the vehicle had been found, in that it was in the Lisbon area, but they didn't go into much more details beyond that, and they really haven't said much about the search. A lot of what we're hearing about the search was from a post made by the Lisbon Police Department on Facebook, probably about an hour or two ago now at this point, but they haven't posted any updates. At that time, they were just saying that, you know, the schools are going to be closed today, that people should be staying inside, that they should secure their homes, and you know, be careful in that regard. So we haven't had too many updates since we had that state police presser, and we haven't seen any more updates really from the Lisbon Police Department. A lot of what we're reporting on is just what we are seeing here on the ground in the Lisbon area, in Lisbon Falls, just looking for any signs that the search may be going somewhere or focusing in one place in particular.
Yeah, we'll keep following those Facebook pages, and of course Mal is continuing to post updates on everything that he's seeing on X, so we appreciate all of the updates. You can follow at MalWGME as well.
And when you go on to X, formerly known as Twitter, you can see Lisbon is one of the top trending items on X right now. So national interest, international interest on this area, Lewiston, Auburn, especially Lisbon right now.
Yeah, Mal, we'll check back in soon. Stay safe out there. Auburn's mayor spoke about the shootings just about an hour ago. He says this tragedy has touched the entire area.
And first of all, thank you. It's been a trying time in our community, and granted, where this happened in Lewiston, we are one community, and had a lot of friends and family that were around this, and I just met a couple of them that I didn't know were involved. We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event, and talking with them. And my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
You know, that's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, this is a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And yeah, and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up. And
Yeah, Jason Levesque mentioned, you know, when it comes to Lewiston and Auburn, one community, but you know, look, the state, we're all one state, and really our hearts go out to everybody in that area. Everybody's been touched by this. So again, not just one community, Lewiston, Auburn, and we throw in Lisbon as well, but the whole state is together on this too.
Condolences are pouring in this morning. Let's check back in now with CBS 13's Anna Kuhn, who's live in Lewiston now.
Yeah, what can you tell us with the scene down there right now?
Jeff, Katie, we're outside Schemengees Bar, which is one of the scenes of tonight's mass shootings. And you can see behind me, that white sign behind me, that's the bar. And you can see there are some police cruisers on the street still with their lights on, but the scene definitely has settled down a lot from what it was earlier this evening. When we were driving through Lewiston when we first arrived, it was hard for us to even drive through the city. We were stopping every block or so to let emergency vehicles go by us with their lights and sirens on, just trying to stay out of the way, honestly, of that emergency response. And eventually, I know Mal mentioned we covered that presser at Lewiston City Hall, which is when Lewiston first was heading into lockdown, and the city still is in lockdown, but when we were standing in City Hall, that lockdown was definitely present as we were locked inside of City Hall for that presser. That's when they announced that hundreds of police officers were responding to tonight's tragedy, and we definitely saw that police presence everywhere we went around Lewiston tonight. It has settled here in Lewiston on Lincoln Street, but police presence is still here, and it doesn't seem like they're going away anytime soon. Jeff, Katie.
Yeah, I looked on the website for this establishment. It's 10,000 square feet. It's got billiards, so I'm sure people were there playing pool. It's got dart leagues, also cornhole as well, with tournaments going on. There could have been a lot of people inside that bar and restaurant.
Yeah, it appears on Facebook that it's a very popular spot in the area, so you hate to think that it was a crowded place at the time of this incident.
Yeah. What have you seen police and investigators down there doing around that establishment?
Well, we haven't seen much action. We have seen some cruisers coming and going from the scene. We spoke to one officer here who says this is pretty much what it will look like for the rest of the night. There is going to be a police presence here as they're inside that bar. They're looking at what happened. They're collecting evidence, and eventually they'll clean up and move out from this scene.
And just another note, I was talking with Johnny as well. So Johnny Maffey has also been in touch with the mother of one of the victims, and she told him that he was shot at Schemengees, and he's being treated right now for several gunshot wounds, I believe to the spine, kidney, and the shoulder blades. So that's some of the injuries that we're hearing about from this shooting location.
Yeah, and also there was the other one, Sparetime, which is just down the road, not that far away, about 4.1 miles. So those two establishments so close together, and we'll have to see if there's any kind of connection in the future as this all plays out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Anna, thanks so much for the update. We'll check back in soon. We're also monitoring reaction from Central Maine Medical Center. CMMC says there are no specifics to share on the number of deaths and injuries. Central Maine Healthcare is coordinating with area hospitals to take in patients, and they plan to provide updates when they can.
Yeah, we're also hearing from Maine Medical Center, which says, quote, Maine Medical Center has alerted on-call staff and created critical care and operating room capacity in anticipation of potential patient transports coming from, and at this time, MMC can confirm it will receive one patient transport from Central Maine Medical Center. Other Maine health facilities are also standing by and preparing to provide care. Out of an abundance of caution and due to the dynamic nature of the situation, MMC and other Maine health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice. Maine Health and Maine Medical Center expressed their deepest sympathies to those impacted by this tragedy.
And you know that these hospitals and healthcare centers prepare for situations like this, but to actually have it play out, you can imagine it's very chaotic for them and the families trying to check on their loved ones. But they go through these preparations so that they're ready to respond in case of a tragedy like this.
Yeah, and just like law enforcement, also hear us in the media here at the television station getting called in the middle of the night to come on in. Same thing with a lot of the doctors and nurses down there, hospital personnel, EMTs. I had somebody text me this morning. They have a friend who's a trauma surgeon. She got called in as well. So it's going to be all hands on deck for just about everybody out there.
For a long time, too, and those families obviously looking for updates on their loved ones. We also spoke with Betsy Smith about the situation just around midnight. She's the spokesperson for the National Police Association, and she touched on the challenges officers are facing.
Evil of this nature, frankly, knows no bounds. And so law enforcement has to be thinking about all those things in addition to providing, immediate care for the victims. And then again, securing those multiple crime scenes. And don't forget, communication is difficult when you have multiple police agencies involved. Not everyone has the same radio. And I want to remind people that these law enforcement agencies involved also have to, they must answer other 911 calls, other emergencies, domestic disputes and traffic crashes and things like that. So I believe that from around the state, there will be an outpouring of personnel.
And by the way, we are learning more about the person of interest police are looking for. Take a good look. This is 40-year-old Robert Card. We have conducted a background check on Card. Not much of a criminal history.
Yeah, he was arrested for OUI, though, in April of 2007 in Topsom. That was a misdemeanor. He was found guilty in May 2007 and fined $500, was jailed for 48 hours, and had his license suspended for 90 days.
And again, he is considered armed and dangerous. I hope you saw that picture. You've been seeing all night long and into the morning. Please, if you see him, stay away and call authorities.
And take a look. We're getting new video into the newsroom of some of the police response in Lisbon. That's where Mal Meyer is this morning. As you can see, a huge number of law enforcement officials in the area, a helicopter patrolling the scene as well. Lisbon is a major focal point right now for officials after that vehicle of interest, a white Subaru Outback, was found abandoned at the Lisbon boat launch. And we just checked in with Mal to see the latest. He said there was a bit of a lull, but he's been moving around. He's also been told at some points by officials, this is not a safe spot for you. You need to, give us some space. So it's a fluid situation there as well.
And not just moving Mal back from the scene, also everybody living around the area, shelter in place. And you know what? Talk about a team effort when it comes. We saw all the law enforcement working together in some of that video. We have the Massachusetts police at the New Hampshire border right now helping out. We have the ATF from Boston that's in to help out as well, along with the FBI offering resources. Massachusetts State Police, all joining the local authorities. So again, everybody helping out with this situation here.
Yeah. We're also hearing from a Lewiston resident who's reacting to the shooting. Don Dosty speaking out. Take a listen.
My first reaction was a lot of anger that it was happening in the community because Mainers were much better than this. It's this, you've had these interviews with people all over the country before, in a mass shooting, you just can't believe it's going to happen in your hometown, and here we are. I got helicopters flying over my house with searchlights, and it's unreal.
And we are just getting some new information real quick. Shannon Moss with State Police and the Department of the State Police. Shannon Moss says no updates to report right now. A press conference, though, is scheduled for 10:30 this morning at Lewiston City Hall. Of course, we will be there with the latest.
And again, so many law enforcement helping out with this. This has been going on since just before 7 o'clock last night, and it's been all hands on deck for just about everybody at this situation. And again, this search continues, and it will go on until we find Robert Card. Again, he's not listed as a suspect yet, a person of interest.
Person of interest, a vehicle in connection to him has been found and identified in Lisbon Falls, and again, that's where Mal is. So there are several locations that are part of this entire case that you can see there's police presence still at many of those locations.
Yeah, and again, he is armed and dangerous. This is why so many, everything is basically closed down. All of Androscoggin County is shelter in place. We heard that Bates College is closed down. Of course, all the colleges there, all the schools, until this person is found.
Yeah, and we just mentioned the person of interest criminal history. We do have a copy of that here. We're working to get as many documents and information about 40-year-old Robert Card as we can, and we have been showing his photo as well. But he is considered armed and dangerous. Do not approach him if you see him. And very, very frightening for many families. Obviously, those impacted as far as injuries and the deaths reported, but also those who live in these regions that are affected that are being told right now, do not leave your home. Stay inside, lock those doors.
And not just that, but the Androscoggin County Sheriff Department is encouraging all businesses to lock down or close as the investigation and the manhunt continues.
And it's truly shaken the entire region, the entire state, and New England. We've been hearing, just from people on social media wanting to know, some of them wanting to know answers, wanting to learn more information, others just sharing their condolences. It has rocked the entire state.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I started getting texts. I just gone out for a long walk, and all of a sudden at 7:30, I get a text going, hey, what's going on in Lewiston? I remember calling up to the newsroom, and they're saying we have a crew on the scene, and then all of a sudden, like within a half hour, it just blows up. And, we finally hear a lot of the details, not just coming out on our website and our newscast, but national newscasts as well, and websites, and it's been all over the place, trending on X as well. This is a national or international story right now.
And here's the thing with social media, there's a lot of information and misinformation that's being shared right now. And, we heard from the Department of Public Safety earlier, and they weren't sharing much or confirming much. And they said that they weren't going to do that because they didn't want to get information out there that they cannot confirm 100% at this point. So again, CNN reporting 22 deaths at this point and dozens more injured. But we have not heard that from state officials at this point.
Yeah.
They're not confirming any numbers right now.
And again, we're working with many media outlets here, including the Bangor Daily News, the Associated Press, and CNN, and of course listening to law enforcement and the state as well.
And we have several crews that are live right now. We've got Mal Meyer, we've got Johnny Maffey, who's live at Auburn Middle School. And Auburn Middle School is definitely going to be a big resource for a lot of the families looking for answers about their loved ones. And there's also resources out there for people who are just struggling and need help, need someone to talk to, because this is going to be a big conversation that parents are going to have with their children. We've got all of these schools that are closed for Thursday. Auburn School Department, Brunswick, Lisbon, MS80 52, 75 15, RSU 1, RSU 4, CMMC, and Bates College as well. So many schools that are sort of in this region that will not be in session today.
Yeah, all of Androscoggin County, basically, and of course we're talking about some of the schools in Lisbon as well. And that is where it seems the search has really centered around right now is this boat launch. Here's a look at the police activity right now is in Lisbon. It's right off 196, and this is where they say they found that Subaru right there. And this is a very small boat launch, and this is a vehicle of interest that is connected to the person of interest.
Yeah, and I heard Marissa talking earlier that they spoke with a woman in this area who was kind of describing the boat launch and saying, yes, it's very small and that the area is very wooded, and almost if you didn't know it was there, you might just drive by and not even really notice it, which, could lead you to think that the person of interest knew about this boat launch because it's so small. Someone who isn't familiar with the area probably wouldn't even know it was there.
Yeah, I've driven by on 196 many times and stopped at that boat launch.
Okay.
And I know how small that is. Obviously, I've never been there at night.
Right.
But it is a small place, and who knows, he might have had a boat there, but it's a very wooded area, many parts of the area down there. So we will keep you posted. Again, that is the center right now. And again, we've been talking about it. That is one of the trending items on X right now is Lisbon, centered in on that Lisbon boat launch.
And there are still a lot of questions about the number of dead and injured. State police, again, not releasing specific numbers. Here's how they responded when pressed by the media overnight.
I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Well, Sostek would not say that. We have heard through CNN, who has talked to many people who have been on the scene down there, that 22 people confirmed dead, anywhere between 50 and 60 injured. But again, that number could go up, so we're just waiting to hear right now. And again, with so many people injured, so many victims on this, they really needed a place to go.
Yes, and CBS 13 and Fox 23's Johnny Maffey is live for us at the middle school in Auburn, which is being used as a reunification center. So Johnny, we know that you've been able to speak with some of the family members of the victims, and you've also been learning more about how this spot will be used later on this morning.
Yeah, that's right. So we talked to Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque a little bit earlier this night. I'm not sure what it is right now, but what he was telling us was that this will be open as a reunification center as long as possible. When he first came up and talked to us, he said, hey, how do I do this? Because you don't expect something like this to happen in Maine. We got off the highway after a few cruisers passed us with their lights on, and there were cops going in different directions. That's not something you see anywhere. But with the multiple scenes, we have multiple reporters obviously at those scenes. That's what was necessary for the officers tonight, and obviously still certainly a very active situation. Now, I was at the hospital a little bit earlier, Central Maine Medical Center. It's not too far away from right here at the middle school, and it was very active over there as well. You could tell the police were on their toes. Their heads were on a swivel, our heads were on a swivel, and it was those families, like you mentioned, Katie, that were trying to learn that information. Some of them telling me via text, I've been talking to them throughout the night here. It's still night for them. They're still awake, and it is still, some of them still just don't know what's going on, and some of them do have some updates, but they told us that they won't be able to see their children really until tomorrow.
Some of the feelings that we've heard from so many people, whether it's I've received texts or we've heard, with sound bites on the air or from some city officials, state officials, everything from shock, grief, and pain. And again, one of the things that we see this so often in big towns, but this can happen in small towns. We've seen it happen all over the country. Lewiston is the second biggest city in the state. And what have you been hearing from the people down there about again the shock that it did happen here?
Yeah, well, that's exactly what Mayor Levesque was talking about, Jeff. He said, it is a shock because, he was talking about how the community is really coming together. And I know you were talking about it, how that LA, Lewiston, Auburn community is really coming together. But also we're hearing things nationally. We're hearing things from all across the state. And certainly law enforcement from across the region is backing Maine, backing the Lewiston, Auburn area here tonight. And, Jeff, I know you have some kids. I can't imagine what some of those parents are going through that not only found out their kids got shot or maybe got some even worse news, but also just don't know, and the uncertainty. I don't know what they're going through,
Yeah, with my kids, I had two of my kids texting me last night. One of them in high school, the other one out of college. And they were both asking me all the questions going, what's going on? What's happening? This is horrible. How can it happen in Maine? Right. Dad, you've always told us this is such a safe place to live. It is. And every now and then, something like this happens, and it's horrible. Mm-hmm. And there's so many questions and that so many kids have. And, the big thing is just give them a hug, tell them you love them, and tell them that everything's going to be okay, and just be there to support them. And
tweeted about this, just saying it's an extremely difficult night for first responders, loved ones of victims and Mainers, and the disaster distress helpline is available if you're experiencing emotional distress. So you can call or text the disaster distress helpline to maybe navigate this if you are unsure for yourself or with your young children or other family members how to have that conversation and process this.
And not just, I was talking about my kids, but how about the kids that were probably at one of these restaurants? And not just, I was talking about my kids, but how about the kids that were probably at one of these restaurants or bars? I mean, this happened at right around 7 o'clock.
A
bowling alley, the pool, darts, cornhole. Probably had video games at this at Sparetime. Some kids. Might have been injured. Some kids witnessed this, so it's going to be a tough time for a lot of people to heal.
Yeah, and we have Gabrielle Caracciolo from our sister station WJAR at Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston. Good morning, Gabrielle. What can you tell us?
Well, there is a heavy police presence here outside Central Maine Medical Center. I've seen at least a half dozen officers armed surrounding the emergency entrance just on this side of the hospital. It's about 2 miles down the road from where those shootings took place. And they have no specific numbers on the numbers of deaths or injuries of people brought here to the hospital. But the hospital did share on its website last night that they were responding to a mass casualty incident. Unclear, though, how many people exactly were brought to this hospital in the last hour or so. We haven't seen much movement. We have about the half dozen armed officers kind of walking back and forth in this area surrounding the hospital as that search for the person of interest continues, but not a lot of movement in and out of the hospital. In the about hour and a half that we've been here, we haven't seen anybody come in or out of the hospital except for a couple of workers. You have to imagine it's a very difficult evening to be working inside the hospital. No clue at this point how many people they are responding to, how many people they're treating, or the severity of some of those injuries.
Yeah, and we've been told that this isn't the only hospital that's getting patients down there. I mean, how many people have you been seeing coming and going, and do they have a shelter in place there at the hospital as well?
Yeah, it does appear that the shelter in place is in effect in this area as well. Just down the road, we've seen several signs about that shelter in place, and police have been out and about. We really haven't seen many people in this area aside from police. A handful of people have come to the hospital and left the hospital that have appeared to be workers, but beyond that, it's pretty quiet at this time outside of the hospital. But we have no clue exactly what is going on inside, how many people they are rushing to treat, and what the severity of those injuries are.
And we're hoping for more updates. Again, the press conference, Shannon Moss with the Department of Public Safety saying that's happening at 10:30 this morning at Lewiston City Hall. So we're hoping to get some more updates on numbers during that event. So.
All right, we appreciate your coverage down at the hospital. Thank you very much. You know, this, again, as the search continues for the person of interest with this, you know, we remember not that long ago that we were covering Corporal Eugene Cullen. You were live on the air. That was like wall-to-wall coverage as well. We were going through the same thing, trying to find this killer that was out there.
A manhunt, yeah. So we have this person of interest who they've identified. We have some details. That search, as we know, is still continuing and ramping up. So just to recap here, CNN is reporting 22 dead and as many as 60 injured in those 2 mass shootings. State officials not confirming that at this point, but now that manhunt is underway.
The person of interest is this guy right here. Take a good look. 40-year-old Robert Card. He's considered armed and dangerous. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants. You can see he's right there by the bowling alley where one of the shootings took place. He's on the outside, walking out right there, pointing that gun. And again, I hope you take a good look. If you've seen this person, please call local authorities.
Yeah, and you can see some of the words up top, just in time. That's the new name of this establishment. It's also known as Sparetime by many in the community. And the search is being concentrated, part of that search, on a boat launch in Lisbon, just off Route 196, where police say they did find a vehicle of interest.
And it all began last night as we start to, again, tell you more about this. Just before 7 o'clock, 6:56 to be exact, police got a report of a mass shooting at Just-in-Time Bowling in Lewiston, better known by its former name, Sparetime Recreation. Here's dispatch responding to the initial reports at the time.
To Turn and Rescue, need you to respond to the town of Lewiston. It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down.
Here's a map of the situation last night. You can see where these 2 locations and scenes are located and how far they are from each other. A little later, there was a mass shooting at Schemengees Bar and Grill, also in Lewiston. At Schemengees, there's still a shelter in place in Lewiston, which has been expanded to Auburn and the entirety of Androscoggin County. But we looked this up, Jeff, the distance between these 2 scenes, and it's what, about 4.1, 4.2 miles?
Yeah, right there, all on 196, and we put with the GPS 9 minutes in between, so we don't know how these 2 incidences are related at all, if they are. And so, but again, they're so close to each other, you'd have to think about that. Let's check in now with Mel Meyer, who is live in Lisbon Falls this morning. And Mel, again, this is where the main search is going on right here at that boat launch. Tell us what you're hearing from folks there.
Well, right now we're still on Lisbon Street. We're right by the high school where there's been a large law enforcement presence throughout the evening and early hours of the morning. But now we've been seeing a lot of law enforcement parked behind the high school. That includes a number of tactical units that have also been parked out back. We have been seeing law enforcement actually inside the school as well. It's unclear what they are doing at this point. We know that the road is still blocked off behind me. We can actually see a Monmouth Police Department vehicle stationed right there that's been blocking off the road. It is blocked off for quite a bit of ways because, as we've been telling you, we were down the road that way earlier tonight. That's really where that big law enforcement presence that we were initially seeing, and that really seemed to be the center of their search at the time. We know that we saw officers in kind of tactical gear, carrying long rifles, that thing, and also bringing out armored vehicles as well at that time. We've been seeing helicopters going overhead, the same helicopter going over and over and over in circles in the area. We haven't seen that in quite some time now at this point. It's unclear kind of where that search stands. We know that the state police is not going to be offering up any more updates at this point tonight. Instead, that they are planning on holding a press conference at 10:30 tomorrow morning, or rather later today, this morning. And so, it's unclear kind of where their search stands, where they're going to be focusing their attention, that sort of thing. Hoping to get more insight from that from law enforcement as the night goes on. I know that Lisbon, the town posted, just urging again, please, people, shelter in place. Make sure to lock your doors. Make sure they are secure. Make sure your homes are secure. And if you see anything suspicious, anything out of the ordinary, that you should be calling police right away. But again, it's really unclear where kind of the search for this person of interest stands at this time, just because we haven't heard from state police, and it sounds like they won't be giving us any updates at this point in the night.
Mel, we see some of the police cars in back of you. We mentioned some of the agencies that are helping out from out of state. You know, the Mass Police at the New Hampshire border, ATF Boston is helping out local authorities, also the FBI, Mass State Police. What local departments here within the state of Maine have you seen when you've been there at the scene, or here in Lisbon, or throughout the area of your coverage tonight?
Well, we've been seeing a number of sheriff's vehicles, and it doesn't look like to be from the same county necessarily. Sometimes they're going by so fast it's hard to see where they are coming from. But we are talking about sheriff, local police departments. I know that I saw for sure a New Hampshire State Police vehicle at one point too, going past the town offices, and that was probably about 2 hours or so ago. So we're seeing huge law enforcement response coming to the area. But yes, a lot of different Maine towns from right around here. Again, it's kind of hard to keep track. I know that there was a Portland Police Department tactical vehicle that was brought in and went to behind the Lisbon High School a short time ago. So yeah, pretty much far and wide, the response has been really incredible.
Yeah, and we've been monitoring the Lisbon Police Department page on Facebook, as you have, Mel, and we know that you are continuing to post updates on Twitter, also known as X. So if anything does happen there at the scene, we know we'll find out about it very quickly.
Yeah, of course, with the Commissioner of the Department of Public Safety here for the state, Michael Sosek said we have hundreds of law enforcement personnel in the state helping out with this, hundreds.
Mal, we'll check back in soon. We're also tracking a number of schools and businesses that will not be opening today. This is a live look at that list on our website. It includes Auburn schools, Lewiston schools, RSUs 1, 4, 13, and 75, Central Maine Community College, and the University of Southern Maine. Also, the Lewiston BMV will be closed, among a number of other locations. Again, that full list is available on our website, WGME.com. And I was just checking our emails because we're getting dozens and dozens of emails with updates. And it looks like Lewiston police are letting the public know that there are some road closures because of the ongoing investigation. So Mollison Way in Lewiston will be closed until further notice. River Road will be closed from Locust Street to South Avenue. And residents of River Road will be allowed into the closed area. They're thanking everyone for their cooperation, and obviously they're urging people to just stay home anyways, but if you have to go out, avoid those areas, Mollison Way and River Road from Locust Street to South Avenue.
And you mentioned Mollison Way, that of course the address for Sparetime or Just-in-Time Recreation Center where one of the shootings took place. And again, Androscoggin County Sheriff's Department is encouraging all businesses to lock down or close as the investigation and manhunt continues this morning.
Yeah, and residents as well. Let's check back in now with CBS 13's Anna Kuhn, who is live in Lewiston. What are you seeing right now, Anna?
Katie, Jeff, we're here outside the scene of Schemengees Bar, which is, of course, the scene of one of those mass shootings last night. And it has been for quite some time, it is fairly quiet here, but the police presence is still present here. The road is closed off. As you mentioned, a lot of roads closed in Lewiston, and this is one of them. It's closed for about a mile on each side of the bar, and that police presence will likely be here for a while, although it has stilled out. When we first got here, there were a lot more officers here coming from all over Maine, as we've continuously mentioned. But now it has quieted out here, and these police officers seem like they're staying put for the time being. They're likely doing booking and evidence. They're cleaning out that scene, and eventually we'll head out of here. But for now, it seems like it's going to be a long night for law enforcement officials here. As you mentioned, a lot of schools and businesses closed tomorrow, and it's not shocking as we've been driving around the area. It's very quiet here. People are listening to those shelter-in-place rules.
And again, you're looking at the person of interest right now. He again is 40-year-old Robert Card from Bowdoin. He's considered armed and dangerous. That's why we have the shelter in place for all of Androscoggin County right now.
And Anna, is that entire area around you sort of closed off? Can you kind of give us an idea of, have you seen any cars driving by? So I know you said it's very quiet.
Yeah, we have seen a few cars driving by. It does seem like some people are just looking on ways to get home if their road is closed off. But Lewiston is still in a shelter in place. Auburn is still in a shelter in place, as well as Lisbon County, and they're taking that shelter in place very seriously. When we first were driving up to the scene, we were headed to City Hall for that press conference, and a spokesperson for the city actually called me multiple times asking me where I was, when I was going to get there, and if I was safe. She was urging me to get to City Hall because we were actually locked inside City Hall. City officials are taking this shelter in place very seriously, and that's continued since we've gotten here and all throughout the night.
Yeah, and of course we'll keep following those shelter-in-place warnings to see if or when, they are lifted. But at this point, that is certainly not the case. But that press conference will be happening at Lewiston City Hall, and that's where our crews will be heading to get updates from police.
Yeah, everybody is staying home today. All right, thank you very much, Anna. Lewiston City Councilor Robert McCarthy says last night's mass shooting situation has strained local hospitals, and he's concerned about the victims with reports that one of the shooting locations is a bowling alley where children were probably present.
Someone told me that there was a children's bowling event going on at the bowling alley, which is extremely tragic if that's the case. It's so surreal. You see it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here, and it just blows your mind.
So you imagine this bowling alley was packed with people, including children, and then you have Schemengees, which is where Anna is, and they have events all the time, cornhole and darts, billiards, that type of thing. So you have to imagine that there were many, many dozens of people at both of these scenes.
Yeah, when it comes to Sparetime, they have 22 bowling lanes there, so you can imagine a lot of people, even on a Wednesday night, where again, this happened early in the evening. I mean, it's 7 o'clock. I mean, most kids, even on a school night, are going to bed at 7 o'clock for the most part. So you would imagine that's a family place. Yeah. And we mentioned the other place, of course, Schemengees, a pool league, also dart league, and that cornhole league. And again, that's a facility that is 10,000 square feet. A lot of people were there.
Yeah, and we are learning more about that person of interest police are looking for, 40-year-old Robert Card. Here he is. We've conducted a background check on Card. Not much of a criminal history. He was arrested for OUI in April of 2007 in Topsom. That was a misdemeanor. He was found guilty in May 2007 and fined $500 and was jailed for 48 hours and had his license suspended for 90 days. And we are following reaction from local and state officials this morning.
That's right. The Lewiston Mayor, Carl Shalene, saying in part, quote, "I am heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come."
The office of U.S. Senator Angus King releasing a statement as well, writing, quote, "President Biden just reached out to Senator King directly and offered any federal assistance he can provide to help the people of Maine." Senator King will now be heading to Maine on one of the first flights available. He wants to be home to support Lewiston in any way he can.
Meanwhile, Senator Susan Collins also releasing a statement overnight. As our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support we've received from across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance.
Congresswoman Shelley Pingree reacting to the news out of Lewiston, saying, quote, "I'm closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I'm holding the affected communities in my prayers."
Congressman Jared Golden issuing a statement. Of course, this is his district. Of course, you're talking about Lewiston and the Lisbon area. He says, quote, "Like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work."
And we have Johnny on standby, but I wanted to share a quick update. I just pulled up the Schemengees Bar and Grill page on Facebook, and there is a statement. This was posted 27 minutes ago. Someone who has access to this page, I'm not sure who it is, posting, "My heart is crushed. I am at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make any sense of this? Sending out prayers to everyone." And right now it has dozens of comments, dozens of shares, lots of people posting, sending love and prayers to all. So heartbreaking, love for all the families involved, heartbroken for everyone, sending healing energy. So hoping to learn more from these establishments that are impacted, and of course the people who were inside those establishments.
Yeah, and of course, later on in the morning as the sun starts to come up and, people probably going to sleep and maybe waking up are going to hear more about the situation and have more comments on social media. Also, we're hearing from Governor Mills. She says, I am aware of and have been briefed on the inactive shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local enforcement. I will continue to monitor the situation and remain in close contact with public safety officials. That is from the office of Governor Janet Mills.
Let's check back in with Johnny Maffey, who is live at the middle school in Auburn, which is being used as a reunification center.
All right, Johnny, what can you tell us now? How much activity have you seen in the last hour or so?
Well, Jeff, it's been pretty quiet over here the last hour or so. There has been some action, whether it's cruisers or some people coming out for a breath of fresh air. But with this unification center, there are witnesses here. There are also people who know the victims that are trying to reconnect with them, really, and that's what the hospital staff was working really hard at doing throughout the night last night. And another thing that I haven't mentioned yet, as we're sort of transitioning to the morning here, so some people might not have picked up on it, we're talking about a lot of helicopters, right? I mean, whether it's the Life Flight or the law enforcement helicopters. Well, one thing a local police chief told me was that they might be using infrared based on his training and his knowledge. That's a possibility. They're using infrared to try to search for this person of interest, Robert Card, that we keep talking about. And another thing is, he said that as for Card, it looked like to this police chief I spoke with that he could be heavily armed, and so that's certainly something that Mayor Jason Levesque here in Auburn touched on right here at the middle school just a few hours ago this morning. He said the law enforcement just have been absolutely great. They've been working really hard, and it's not just the law enforcement right here in Lewiston and Auburn in the area, but also Maine State Police. Hundreds of people, hundreds of officers are on duty right now, and it's also Mass State Police and also New Hampshire. And another thing we mentioned as this night has happened and has been going on, he also said, the medical staff has been working hard as well over at Central Maine Med. And I'm going to send it back to you guys. I can't hear you right now.
Okay, Johnny, we'll check back in soon. Johnny has been obviously reporting on the services that will be available there at Auburn Middle School, and also he's been talking to some family members of the victims about the injuries, about the shock, everything that they're going through right now.
Firsthand, as family members have come into that reunification center, he has talked to people that have had family members or friends shot. And
on a ventilator right now.
Yes, and one's on a ventilator. We're learning, by the way, this shooting is the worst in the U.S. this year. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive. The organization sending this message out on X late last night when their reported number of deaths was 16. They say it's the 565th shooting in the U.S. this year and the 31st mass murder. And I'm looking at a website right now saying mass shootings are defined as an incident in which 4 or more victims are shot or killed. Again, this is according to the archive. Again, this one in Maine right here, the worst. And we've had well over 500. That's more days than we have in the year.
And we're going off of the numbers that CNN says it's confirmed as far as deaths at 22. Our partners at the Bangor Daily News are also reporting that number as well. And of course, dozens more injured in this. We have not confirmed that number with Maine State Police or the Maine Department of Public Safety. Soschuk going on that press conference hours ago and really cautioning giving much information at all, because he says he didn't want to release misinformation, or if these numbers change, he doesn't want to confuse any families out there who are impacted by this. That 10:30 press conference at Lewiston City Hall, we're hoping to learn a lot more about what they know and what we still don't know about this.
And here's the deal: you've heard all kinds of comments from people that have gone to some of these establishments. Both of them. We've heard from law enforcement. We've heard from city officials, state officials, and the thing that we really want to hear about, of course, is we want to hear from you out there. We want to get this person caught, and so please take a good look at the picture. This is him. This is the person of interest. He's 40-year-old Robert Card. He's considered armed and dangerous. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. You can see he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants. This is the time where we all come together, not to support each other, that as well, but also to try to find this guy, to find out his involvement in this case. So take a good look.
Man who has a bit of a criminal history, and that's the photo right there. So let's check back in now with CBS 13 and Fox 23's Anna Kuhn, who is live at Schemengees Bar and Grill. And Anna, I don't know if you heard me earlier, just a few minutes ago, reading a statement on the Facebook page there at the establishment, but saying that their hearts are crushed, they're at a loss for words. You can only imagine what they're going through right now.
Katie, absolutely. We're here looking at that post, and it just shows, again, the shock of what happened here tonight and how long it will take for establishments like this to recuperate. And right now, you can see behind me, there are still police present here on this scene, and they're also, of course, working to clean up this scene. But the cleanup will come in a different sense for everybody tonight. Police will be here logging evidence, cleaning up the scene before they take off after being here for hours and hours. But this bar, this establishment, will likely take much longer than that to recover from an event like this. So shocking and devastating. Katie, I know you read that post earlier, but you know, in a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. And I think the fear, the tragedy and the loss tonight just resonates in a post like that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if people start to try to come to some of these scenes to lay flowers for the victims. You know, you see a lot of vigils after tragedies like this, and of course Anna will report back if she sees those start to pop up. People just finding any way to share their thoughts and feelings and process what has happened.
And I'm sure, you know, everyone's under, of course, a shelter in place right now. Once the person is caught, the person of interest or the suspect in this case, whoever that is, you know, we're looking for Card right now. I'm sure so many people will be coming out and putting down, you know, memorials, flowers and things like that. So, of course, we'll continue to follow those two scenes as we go on. Now, still a lot of questions about the number of dead and injured. State police are not releasing specific numbers. Here's how they responded when pressed by the media overnight.
I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
All right, so again, as you can hear, we really didn't learn very much information during that press conference. And he was basically prefacing it with, I don't want misinformation out there. And we have noticed, I mean, with the use of social media now, there are so many things out there that are not factual, that you don't want to confuse people, especially these grieving families and these concerned families, people who have lost their loved ones and those who are trying to find updates on their loved ones who are in the hospital right now, which many of those are in shelter in place. Johnny said he spoke with one victim's mother who is getting updates, but is not going to be able to see her son until later on this morning.
Yeah, and it's not just, you know, statistics, you know, when it comes to the number of people killed or injured, even you know, roads that are closed, schools that are closed, but it's also much more than that. I mean, people you know, want to find as many details as possible. You know, we were talking in the newsroom. We're seeing all kinds of video that's fake video too of this. And so you just got to, you know, watch these. You know, we're dealing with CNN, the Associated Press, Bangor Daily News. We have the number of 22 people killed through CNN, and we'll continue to work together on this to get the facts right.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're trying to do for you this morning. And we did speak with Betsy Smith about the situation around midnight. She's the spokesperson for the National Police Association. She touched on the challenges these officers are facing.
Evil of this nature, frankly, knows no bounds. And so law enforcement has to be thinking about all those things in addition to providing, you know, immediate care for the victims. And then again, securing those multiple crime scenes. And don't forget, you know, communication is difficult when you have multiple police agencies involved. Not everyone has the same radio. And I want to remind people that these law enforcement agencies involved also have to, they must answer other 911 calls, other emergencies, domestic disputes and traffic crashes and things like that. So I believe that from around the state, there will be an outpouring of personnel.
And by the way, we're talking about some of the videos from witnesses at the time. You can see the heavy police presence. Again, police say if you're in Androscoggin County, you should shelter in place, stay inside, lock your doors. We mentioned like the entire county, Androscoggin County, again, sheltering place. You can see the police presence. I mean, again, Department of Public Safety, the Commissioner, Michael Soschek, saying we have hundreds of law enforcement involved. Even my house, I live on Route 302 near Westbrook, and I could hear police cars, going by there. And this is before everything happened. I didn't know what was going on. And so you can see how many people are responding to this.
Yeah, it's been, you imagine that there are people there on the road right now, like, what is happening? That's always your thought when you hear these sirens and you see these flashing lights go by you. And I know from Mal's perspective, who's live in Lisbon, where they found the vehicle connected to the person of interest, he was reporting, it's sort of come and go. He saw, a surge of police to one spot, and then you wonder, okay, did they find something here? We obviously don't know that, and then it quiets down a little bit, and then maybe there's a resurgence. So it's hard to know, but it certainly just amplifies the chaos a little bit when you see all those sirens and you wonder where are they going and why.
Yeah, and again, the people inside their homes, they're watching us, listening to the radio, looking online at some social media in shock, grief, and also panic as well. Not even want to look out the window, not wanting to step outside their house. And so just, again, people terrified about this. And we talked about Mel Meyer, who's live in Lisbon Falls. This is right here seems to be the place where it's centered around the search. It's a boat launch there. First of all, tell us, you were in a different area and you were asked to move because you were in a dangerous area. Explain that to our viewers.
Yeah, so that happened right before midnight, right around that time. We were down the road. We're on Lisbon Street. We're actually right by Lisbon High School, but we were about 2 miles or so down the road this way, back towards, kind of going towards the Lewiston area, and we were told to move back. At that time, of course, it was very dark out there. We were seeing a large police presence at that time and kind of fanned out around the area. And then at one point we were told by law enforcement that had full gear on and had a long rifle to move back, saying that we were in the danger zone and that they were searching the area. So then we moved. We've been kind of moving around all through the night, going here, there, and everywhere. And so, we've been here outside the high school, and there's been a large tactical presence. There's been multiple tactical vehicles that have been parked by the high school, and there has also been other law enforcement vehicles, but they're actually not moving. They've been parked there for quite some time, but we are continuing to see vehicles kind of coming and going from this area. One thing I did want to mention is we have been hearing from a lot of people around the area just looking for the most recent updates. I know I heard from one woman on Facebook reaching out because her sister lives in Lisbon Falls. She was saying that they were hearing the helicopters overhead. At one point that it sounded like a message was potentially going out and they weren't sure what that was, and they were all very scared, and that's something that I'm hearing about. I actually just heard from a woman that I went to college with who now lives in Lewiston. She said that she's been hunkered down at home, just really scared and still up at this early hour, just not able to sleep because it is so scary. We went to college at that time during the Boston Marathon bombings, and we were there downtown when that happened. And of course, that led to a very long manhunt, also to where it led to further towns away. That search expanded and expanded beyond Boston. So it's very scary. She mentioned that. I know it's also been thrown out there by some other people who as well compared it to that experience of just not knowing what to look for, not knowing what to expect, and just seeing such a huge law enforcement presence, all in focusing their attention on a search for somewhere where you just don't know where they are. And again, we haven't gotten any updates from state police in some time since they had that briefing a couple hours ago, and they're telling us that they won't have another update or any kind of press briefing until 10:30 at the Lewiston City Hall, I believe it was. So hopefully we'll get more information before then. It's unclear right now where the search is kind of going, or how that may be going, or what methods they may be using to try to find this person that's still at large, at least for all we know at this point.
You know, the one thing I wanted to ask you, Mel, is you got moved out of what's called the quote-unquote danger zone. I mean, you're there with police officers. It looks like they do have a road blocked off there. Had they talked to you about, you guys out in the field, if you guys are in any danger? I mean, what have they told you guys about that, our reporters that are out there?
Yeah, we've got a lot of reporters out here who have been kind of waiting by the high school because we've been seeing kind of a lot of movement right in this area. So we're by the mobile station here in Lisbon Falls, where they put up really the end of the blockade. It goes on for several blocks that way back towards Lewiston. So, this has been blocked off at one point. Again, we're kind of in the middle of that blockade, and that's when they told us to move back to head towards the Lisbon Town Hall and the police department. So, that's kind of how we've been moved around, and then came on to this side over by, again, the high school, just trying to see where law enforcement might be, where they might be focusing their attention. I know a while ago now, at this point, we saw at one point there was a large group of police vehicles here, and all of a sudden they all took off at once. There was about a dozen of them, and that was the most movement that we have really seen so far tonight. It was unclear where they went to or what they were doing. But again, now a lot of law enforcement is kind of stationed right behind the high school. We have seen multiple tactical vehicles and law enforcement vehicles there. We've been seeing some law enforcement inside the school as well. But it's kind of unclear right now where they're focusing their attention or what might happen next.
Yeah, it's difficult because, our crews are out there trying to get answers. But to give our viewers a little context, a lot of these crews that are right there behind Mal, they're not able to give much information about what's going on. They're deferring to the higher ups, especially the people that are holding this press conference at 10:30. So we really probably aren't going to learn much, except for where can Mal be? Where is it safe? We need you to move here. But as far as updates on this manhunt, we're probably not going to have many answers until 10:30.
Yeah, when we do that press conference. So Mal, thank you very much. Stay safe out there, okay?
Yeah.
And you mentioned that road blocked out there. Many other roads blocked all around the city, not just, Lisbon, Lewiston, Auburn, all over the place in Androscoggin County.
Right now, Lewiston police are announcing several road closures related to this active investigation. So they say until further notice, Mollison Way will be shut down right near one of the scenes affected by this. River Road will also be closed from Locust Street to South Avenue. The residents of River Road will be allowed into the area, and we'll of course keep you posted on those road closures, but we imagine that those will be closed for an extensive period of time as this shelter in place continues for the entirety of Androscoggin County because of this extensive search.
Well, we're checking back now with Gabriella Cacaraccio from our sister station WJR at Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston, one of a few of the hospitals that are taking in some of the injured. And again, some of the numbers we've heard, again, the latest from CNN, 22 killed, 50 to 60 injured. So it's been a busy night for our folks that are doctors and nurses and EMTs.
And what can you tell us, Gabrielle, about what's happening outside of the hospital?
Yeah, we can't really see what's going on inside, but outside there is still a very heavy police presence. In fact, several more police officers coming to this front side of the hospital near the emergency entrance, all of them armed and walking around this area of the hospital. It appears officers from multiple departments in different uniforms kind of monitoring the area outside the hospital as that search for the person of interest continues. This is just a few miles down the road from where the shootings took place. We have seen that heavy police presence continue here throughout the night. Now, the hospital shared on its website last night that they were responding to a mass casualty incident, but it's unclear exactly how many people were brought to this hospital specifically. We have no specific numbers on the number of people who were killed or brought here, how many people are injured, or the extent of the injuries for any of those people who are injured and are being treated inside the hospital right now. And another consideration when there is a hospital responding to a mass casualty incident like this is the need for blood donations. There is already a nationwide blood shortage, and so we know that there are probably several people inside the hospital getting blood transfusions today as that shelter in place is hopefully lifted in the coming hours, sometime later on today. I'm sure that need for more blood donations will continue. We don't know what the full extent of some of those injuries are and how long they're going to continue to need some of those treatments like blood donations, as the doctors and nurses inside this hospital and other hospitals are working to help the people who were injured.
Well, we see a lot of the lights flashing around you. Why don't you maybe tell us about the law enforcement presence around that hospital?
Yeah, it's a very heavy law enforcement presence. They've mostly just been walking around monitoring the situation. It's pretty quiet outside the hospital. We've only seen a couple of people, a couple of workers show up, go inside the hospital. A couple workers have stepped outside mainly to get some air, and then I've seen them go right back inside. So it's pretty quiet here on Main Street outside the hospital, but a very heavy law enforcement presence outside nonetheless.
Thank you. We appreciate you reporting and joining our team for this coverage from WJAR this morning.
Yeah, many reporters out in the field. We continue to have more reporters come in during the day, of course, as the sun starts to come.
Yeah, Stephanie's heading in and Brad Rogers as well, so we'll be hearing from them later on this morning. Just to recap, CNN is reporting 22 dead and as many as 60 injured in these two mass shootings. State officials not confirming that, but this manhunt they are confirming is well underway.
All right, please take a good look at your television set right now. Take a good look at this guy. He is the person of interest, not a suspect. They're not naming him a suspect, but a person of interest. 40-year-old Robert Card, who was considered armed and dangerous. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. You can see he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle coming out of the Sparetime bowling alley. You can see the pins and also the bowling ball right there on the glass door in the background. Again, he's wearing those brown clothes and dark pants. Take a good look. And again, if you have seen him or know him, please reach out to local law enforcement and let them know where we can find him.
Certainly a frightening image there. And then the search is being concentrated on a boat launch in Lisbon, just off Route 196. That's where Mal has been reporting live. That's where police say they found a vehicle of interest.
That's right. It all began here last night at 6:56. That's before 7 o'clock. These shootings and everything, the incidents. Police got a report of a mass shooting at Just-in-Time Bowling in Lewiston, better known as its former name, Sparetime Recreation. As we showed you in back, of course, a Card standing in front of that glass door. Here's dispatch responding to the initial reports at the time.
To turn or rescue, need you to respond to the town of Lewiston. It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down.
And here's a map of the situation last night. A little later, there was a mass shooting at Schemengees Bar and Grill, also in Lewiston. So you can see how far apart these two locations are. We looked them up, and it's about 4.1, 4.2 miles between the two. What a 9-minute drive.
Yeah, so close together right there along 196, also in Lewiston. There is still shelter in place in Lewiston, which has been expanded to Auburn. And how about this? The entirety of Androscoggin County and you know, not just the shelter in place, but all schools have been closed. If your child goes to elementary school, high school, or college in Androscoggin County, they're not going to school today.
Yeah, just a quick check on those. At least Auburn schools, Brunswick schools, Lisbon schools, MS 80, 52, 75, 15, RSU 1, 4, CMMC, and Bates College. And we do have that full list of those closures on our website right now, WGME.com.
And again, those will stay closed until they find, again the person of interest. That is Robert Card, who's from Bowdoin, and again, considered armed and dangerous. Now, Auburn's mayor talked about the shootings with reporters a couple of hours ago.
Here's what he had to say after speaking with some witnesses.
All right, we'll try to get that full interview with the mayor of Auburn. Again, some of the things he's been talking about is, again, he is the mayor of Auburn. The shootings happened in Lewiston, but he was talking about a great quote that says that we are one community. Lewiston and Auburn, and he is giving full support to the folks, of course, in Lewiston, because basically they're sister cities, so close together. And actually, not just Lewiston and Auburn, but not just Lisbon too. It's the entire state coming together, not just to help each other in this time of the just panic and also horror, but also to try to find this suspect.
And I think I am hearing that we do have that interview now, so let's take a listen.
And first of all, thank you. It's been a trying time in our community, and granted, with this happened in Lewiston, we are one community, and had a lot of friends and family that were around this, and I just met a couple of them that I didn't know were involved. We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event, and talking with them. And my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
That's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, this is a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up.
And again, you mentioned, again, we are one when it comes to Lewiston and Auburn. Jason Levesque, again, supporting Carl Chalene, who's the mayor of Lewiston, trying to be there and comfort each other and help each other out. And let's find this guy and get him behind bars.
Well, and you have to imagine that, Lewiston and Auburn, you're going to different establishments, so it doesn't necessarily mean all these victims are Lewiston residents. Many of them are probably Auburn residents as well, so certainly impacts the entire area.
Yeah, again, and those cities are close together,
right,
just separated by a river. And again, you're talking about two popular establishments that so many people go there from all around the area, probably not even Lewiston and Auburn. We just talked to meteorologist Christian Bridges. Of course, it's 3:50 in the morning. This happened at 7 o'clock last night. It's been dark the entire time. It'll be a lot easier when the sun comes up, and sunrise, he just said, is 7:09 this morning, and that's, I think, when they have their best chance of getting this guy into custody again, Robert Card.
And that will be about 12 hours, just almost exactly,
yeah,
that this will have continued to go on. So we also, I've been monitoring this page on Facebook. This is Schemengees Bar and Grill, one of the sites of where this happened, and they did release a statement, and we just wanted to share that with you. Some of the first comments that we're hearing from Schemengees, pulling it up right now. They say, we're not sure who is posting this, but someone clearly with the establishment says, my heart is crushed. I'm at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make any sense of this? Sending out prayers to everyone. And of course, it has all kinds of shares and comments. People who just can't make sense of this at this point.
That's right. And again, that bar and grill located at 551 Lincoln Street. It's you can imagine probably a lot of people in there. A Wednesday night, just before 7 o'clock, eating dinner, having a few drinks, also playing some games. I mean, they have a pool league there and also darts, cornhole as well. It's 10,000 square feet. So I'm sure a very popular place and a lot of people there as well. And we'll continue to monitor that Facebook page to hear more reaction throughout the morning.
Yeah, and there's a lot of comments from people asking, was so-and-so there last night? So that just adds to, this sense of unknowing and wanting to find answers of people in the community, So it's very, very sad to see that.
Yeah, and again, the thing is not knowing, and
right,
that's what adds to the panic. Not just that this guy is loose, but I've been able to get a hold of my friends and family.
Right.
Are they sleeping, or are they with this establishment, or what's going on?
Exactly. And speaking of, some of these families are also working to get updates on their loved ones. So let's check back in with Johnny Maffey, who's live at the middle school in Auburn that's being used as a reunification center. Johnny, any updates for us?
Well, Katie, luckily it seems like those parents I were talking to are getting some rest now, but I do want to share you just a text I don't really know how to describe from a father. His name's Arthur. He lives in the area, and his son was over there at Schemengees, and let me pull it up here. He said, I asked him if he had an update after we left Central Maine Medical Center. This text was around 1:30 this morning or last night, depending on when you woke up this morning. I asked him for an update. He said, They said, they meaning the doctor, they said he was here. Now they said they don't have him. The guy he was playing pool with was shot several times and brought here, and he was not. I don't think he made it. And that was again just a few hours ago at 1:30. He was sitting next to that man that he was playing pool with, one of his friends. I also heard from a mom that she finally found out after hours and hours that her son was shot 4 times. He's on a ventilator now, and they will get to see him, the doctors told them, in the morning. But what we're doing right here outside of the middle school in Auburn is it's a reunification center. And so what that means is some witnesses are inside and some people who know the victims are inside. And by reunification, they mean that reconnection process. You know, trying to connect people. Those hospital staffers were working really hard out in their scrubs. They set up a table outside at the CMMC, where of course we have a reporter now. And at one point there were a lot of families and parents and loved ones trying to figure everything out. There were then, because the scene was so active, just pulled towards the door and then even moved inside because the helicopters were circling. And it's just, like we keep mentioning, such an active scene with cop cars going in every direction, a lot of unknowns, as we have now, and we're told we won't hear much until 10:30.
Johnny, you can imagine so many people impacted by this. Maybe they can't find their friends, their family, but they're told to shelter in place. I mean, they're watching the coverage right here on CBS 13 or Fox 23, listening on one of the many radio partners that we have, or watching on social media. They can't go anywhere. Is there a phone number or an email? Can you find that out for the people who are watching right now, that they can maybe find out some information from this reunification facility?
Yeah, definitely. Well, they can come to this reunification facility, we're told, and that's what we talked to Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque earlier, who said this location will be open as long as they need it to be open. But next time we check in, I will get you that number. I apologize for not having it now. And for those people watching and for everyone, I mean, our hearts certainly go out to them. I can't imagine what they're going through. It was a really scary situation when we were over at the hospital, and I know it's still scary out where some other people are as well. You know, it's been calm over here. There's a police presence over here, but when things were dicey at the hospital, and they were moving people inside, there were a lot of security officers with long guns. The head was on a swivel, and I just can't imagine what's going on through their heads right now.
Yeah, and that's good to get that phone number and that email, because again, very confusing for people out there. Again, they're being told to shelter in place, but they want to hear about their friends and family as well.
Yeah, Johnny, can you again just talk about when you were seeing sort of that chaos, you know, at the hospital, how many people you saw, how many you thought maybe were family members or friends versus police presence?
Well, Katie, from the people I talked to a mother and a father, 2 separate families with their kids inside, like I mentioned, and the tears we saw from the other people showed they were certainly loved ones. It did feel like there were a lot of family members there and some friends as well, you know, certainly close people. And when, at one point, we talk about the life flights, right? And we were checking the flight aware, and we were seeing them go up and down the river in Lewiston in the LA area. And at one point, though, there were helicopters circling the area, and that's when it got a little more intense. There could have been a threat in the area. They just weren't quite sure what was going on. And I've mentioned this before, I'll say it again, because it's very confusing, very rare when you see cops with sirens going in different directions, literally passing each other. That means they're going to different scenes or patrolling different areas. Again, those question marks just made everyone stay on their toes, and it was definitely intense over there.
And again, if you're, you know, friend or family just living in that area, you know, really just scary, and you know, panic has set in, not knowing what to do. But the big thing is just stay in place.
Right, and they seem to.
Go ahead.
Definitely, and that seemed to be the compliance we heard from Mayor Levesque. He said the community's been great, and the stay-in-place order has been followed, and that just helps the law enforcement officers who are working very hard around the clock trying to, you know, solve all this.
All right, Johnny, thank you for that update. And this is why police want everyone to shelter in place in Androscoggin County. They are looking for this man considered armed and dangerous, a person of interest, 40-year-old Robert Card. And you can see him there. The photos shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office appearing to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants.
Yeah, we're told he's 40 years old and he's from Bowdoin. Again, his name is Robert Card. Take a good look. Please take a good look. And if you've seen this person or you know him, we need you to reach out to local law enforcement so we can catch him, get him off the streets, and find out how he is involved in all of this.
And we are learning that this shooting is the worst in the U.S. this year. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive, the organization sending this message out on X late last night when the reported number of deaths was 16. They say it's the 565th shooting in the U.S. this year and the 31st mass murder.
And that's incredible. 565, and at least 22 now. We can probably add to that, with Maine. Of course, that's the number we're receiving from CNN. But again, 565, that's more than, that's more than we have than days in the year,
Yeah.
Closing in on, 2 years. And so it's just so, sad and horrific to hear about what happened. Just the numbers are incredible, not just here in Lewiston and Auburn, but all over the country as well. Now, Lewiston City Councilor Robert McCarthy says last night's mass shooting situation has strained local hospitals.
And he's concerned about those victims with reports that one of the shooting locations was a bowling alley where children were present.
Someone told me that there was a children's bowling event going on at the bowling alley, which is extremely tragic if that's the case. It's so surreal. You see it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here, and it just blows your mind.
Well, we're learning more again about the person of interest they're looking for. It is Robert Card, and we have something that came out from the Associated Press. He's wanted is a person of interest in the mass killing. He's a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility. This according to the State Police Bulletin. The Police Intelligence Bulletin reviewed by the Associated Press is being circulated to law enforcement officials last night. The bulletin says the man, Robert Card, has been trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. The document says Card has been committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks in the summer of 2023. It did not provide specific details about his treatment or condition. The document also said that Card had reported hearing voices and had threatened to carry out a shooting at the military base, training base in Saco. Card was being sought by police as a person of interest again in the shootings. Again, a firearms instructor, as you can look at the picture again, and this is something else with his history.
Right, we did look up his criminal background, so we can tell you that he got an OUI in April of 2007. He was fined $500 and jailed for 48 hours, and his license was suspended. So not a lengthy criminal background that we've found, but that is just some information about his history. And of course, we have that information from the Associated Press. And just a quick update on sort of the timeline here. That first report of the first shooting, that what came in at 6:56 last night. So that was a little over 9 hours ago. And we know that sunrise is just about 7 o'clock this morning. So that's in 3 hours from now. And you can imagine that, hopefully it'll be easier for officers who are doing this search for this person of interest when the sun comes up. And then we also know that state officials will be holding that press conference at 10:30 this morning at Lewiston City Hall.
Yeah, and this is something that, again, if you look on every national website, carrying the story. I received, when I woke up this morning, I had texts from friends of mine in the television industry in San Francisco, in Denver, in New Orleans, in New Hampshire, in California, all over the country, asking me about what's going on in Lewiston, Maine. How are you going to do the coverage and everything? So everybody, all eyes are in Lewiston, Maine right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of heartbreak out there as well. We're also tracking a number of schools and businesses that will not be opening today. This is some important information for your children and how it's going to impact, your day to day. This is a live look at that list on our website. So it includes Auburn schools, Lewiston schools, RSUs 1, 4, 13, and 75. Central Maine Community College and the University of Southern Maine. Also, the Lewiston BMB will be closed, among a number of other locations. So we do have this full list on our website right now, WGME.com, and it's worth, checking with your school or your business, your place of work maybe, to see if that's impacted. Because if this shelter in place continues, throughout the next few hours, throughout the day, throughout tonight, you'll be impacted by that.
You mentioned local businesses. The Androscoggin County Sheriff Department has encouraged all businesses to lock down or close as the investigation and the manhunt continues. Again, searching for Robert Card.
So there are still a lot of questions about the number of casualties here. State police are not releasing specific numbers. We're hoping to learn more about that at the 10:30 press conference. Here's how they responded when pressed by the media overnight.
I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Again, the Maine Department of Public Safety says a news conference is set for 10:30 this morning at Lewiston City Hall. Of course, we will be there. We will stream it live on our website. We'll have it live on the air. We'll have updates on X, Twitter, Facebook, everything to get you the very latest information. We're hoping to learn a lot more about this and the search for the person of interest.
And hopefully all the things that he couldn't answer, hopefully he'll be able to answer at 10:30 this morning. We've also got some video of some of the police response in Lisbon. As you can see right here, look at all the police vehicles right here, and also sheriff, deputies, state police. Huge number of law enforcement officials. We're told that there are hundreds in the state right now, centered in Androscoggin County, and there's also a helicopter patrolling the scene, at least one. Again, Lisbon is a major focal point right now for officials after the vehicle of interest, a white Subaru Outback, was found abandoned at the Lisbon boat launch. That's right there, located between Lisbon and Thompson on Route 196.
And these are some videos from witnesses at the time. If we can pull these up, you can see the heavy police presence. Again, police say if you're in Androscoggin County, there's that new video, you should shelter in place, stay inside, and make sure and lock your doors. And checking our emails throughout the morning for updates as well. And we have an updated article from the Associated Press with some new information we wanted to share with you. So they spoke with a bowler who was at Sparetime, or also known as Just-in-Time Recreation, the bowling alley. One bowler who identified himself as Brandon said he heard about 10 shots, thinking the first was a balloon popping. And you hear that a lot about there's the confusion, like what was that? You know, that couldn't have been what I thought it was.
Here's a place that you know, I read on their website, they have birthday parties.
Right.
And so very well, you know, with kids there too, they were going, oh, it's probably not a big deal.
Right. So he said, quote, I had my back turned to the door, and as soon as I turned and saw it was not a balloon, he was holding a weapon, I just booked it. And, you know, we certainly hope that he's okay and everyone that he was with is okay. They spoke with Melinda Small, who is the owner of Legend Sports Bar and Grill. She said her staff immediately locked their doors and moved all 25 customers and employees away from the doors after a customer reported hearing about the shooting at the bowling alley less than a quarter mile away. So you can imagine there's that ripple effect. Obviously, there's the scenes where this is happening. Then there's surrounding establishments, people walking by, people maybe hearing what was going on or word of mouth and not knowing if this person is going to come there next.
And also, I'm sure a lot of people, and this is when it comes to habits, when they walk into an establishment, most of the time they walk out where they walked in. And so a lot of people didn't know like where another exit might be and everything. And so, you know, imagine how many people were frightened just with there's not knowing what to do, not knowing where to go.
Right, the chaos, you know, is very, very frightening. And we're following reaction also from local and state officials this morning. Lewiston's Mayor Carl Schemengees saying in part, quote, I am heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come.
The office of U.S. Senator Angus King releasing a statement as well, writing, quote, President Biden just reached out to Senator King directly and offered any federal assistance he can provide to help the people of Maine. Senator King will now be headed to Maine on one of the first flights available. He wants to be home to support Lewiston in any way he can.
Senator Susan Collins also releasing a statement overnight. As our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support we've received from across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance. And Congresswoman Shelley Pingree reacting to the news out of Lewiston, saying, quote, "I'm closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I'm holding the affected communities in my prayers."
Meanwhile, Congressman Jared Golden issuing a statement saying, quote, "Like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight." Of course, that's his home district, Lewiston and Auburn. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work.
And we do want to send things back out to Mal Meyer, who is live in the Lisbon area. That's been a big focus of the search this morning.
I was checking with Mal right now. Mal, we see lots of police presence in back of you. Tell us, first of all, where you are and how far you are from that boat launch where they found that Subaru that they think is the vehicle of interest.
Yeah, we're a few miles away from the boat launch. We're right by Lisbon High School, where the end of the blockade is right here on Lisbon Street, right behind me. We are by the mobile station, and that blockade goes on for several blocks down that way towards the town offices for Lisbon. You know, it's been relatively quiet here over the last few hours. Yes, there has been a lot of law enforcement coming and going from the scene, which we have been seeing from time to time, but we're also seeing a lot of the law enforcement stationed in back of the high school, parked along the back end in the parking lot. We've seen a number of tactical vehicles there. We've also seen law enforcement inside the building. What they are doing at this point is not clear. Again, we haven't had really any updates from the state police, and earlier tonight, we heard from the state police. They were saying that, you know, we want to be the only source of the updates of what is happening. We know that Lisbon police did put out an update on Facebook a few hours ago saying that, yes, there was a search going on around the area and that people should be cautious, that they should be staying indoors, that they should be securing their homes, those kinds of things that we've been hearing all throughout the night over and over again, that you should stay home, that you should stay in place wherever you are, lock the doors, lock the windows, stay secure, and if you see anything suspicious or anyone suspicious, you should be calling the police right away. Now, that blockade stays up right behind me. We've been seeing that going on for quite a few hours now, but really not a whole lot of movement, just a lot of law enforcement vehicles kind of coming and going from time to time. I do just want to provide a quick update because I reached out to town officials, and at this point they are declining to comment, referring instead to the police chief, the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office, or the Maine State Police. Just again, reiterating the message, though, that people need to be safe at this time. You know, because we haven't really had any updates since earlier tonight from the state police, it's unclear kind of where the search for this person of interest stands at the moment. Again, they are calling him a person of interest, not necessarily a suspect in this shooting investigation here in Lewiston, and now that's, of course, obviously extended down to the Lisbon area, where we have continued to see that large presence, police presence, throughout the night.
And Mal, I know you've been checking social media and you've been posting on social media, you know, any updates that you have monitoring the police Facebook page. Have you also been hearing from anyone in the community, just kind of, you know, concerned, confused, you know, what's going on here?
Yeah, a few hours ago, I had somebody reach out to me on my Facebook page asking for updates about what was happening around the Lisbon and the Lisbon Falls area. She said that her sister lived right around here in Lisbon Falls and was really concerned, especially seeing the helicopter overhead. At one point, the woman who had contacted me said that her sister was hearing some sort of message that was perhaps going out. She couldn't hear exactly what it was, and that was leading to more confusion and I think more kind of panic about what could be being broadcasted. It sounds like maybe that perhaps was just a message to be staying inside and staying secure in your locations. I also heard from a friend from college tonight, a woman I went to college with in Boston earlier tonight. She now lives in the Lewiston area. She was saying that she was really hunkered down and that she was really scared. She was wide awake here even in the early hours of the morning, just hoping to kind of get any kind of updates from police and authorities about what may be happening happening. Really scary situation to just be a part of that, not know what's going on, but seeing such a huge law enforcement presence, obviously, for such a scary incident that now has spanned several miles across the area.
And Mal, first of all, talk about what you've been seeing over the last few hours that you've been out on the scene. I mean, you've heard helicopters, you've seen police cars flying by, but also not just because it's early in the morning or even late last night, but it's been pretty quiet when it comes to like the public, just people being out on the roads.
Yeah, we have started to see a few more cars that definitely don't seem to be affiliated with any kind of law enforcement coming and going. I know I saw a truck, trailer truck, a while ago. So there does seem to be kind of some movement, but I think people know obviously to just keep on going, not making any kind of stops or anything like that. But yeah, mostly just law enforcement kind of coming and going. They're not necessarily having their sirens going or anything like that. Don't seem to necessarily be super in a hurry to get somewhere fast, beyond what we saw a few hours ago now at this point. Right around this area, we saw about a dozen police vehicles take off in one direction towards Main Street here in Lisbon Falls, but where they went to exactly, we're not quite sure, and we're not sure what they were up to. We never ended up catching up with them at that time. But again, most of the law enforcement just kind of keeps on coming from the same area in and about, but we are still seeing that presence at the high school, kind of stationed there with ambulances, tactical units, those kinds of things, right at Lisbon High School.
All right, Mel, we know that if anything changes, if there's any updates, you'll bring those to us live here on the air and live on social media so that people will be informed and extremely up to date on what's happening in that Lisbon area.
Yeah, just like all our reporters, we really appreciate the hard work and all the details that you've been giving us. Hey, by the way, we're trying to learn everything we can this morning about the two locations in question.
First, Just-in-Time Recreation, better known by its former name, Sparetime Recreation. That's at 24 Mollison Way. According to the business's website, it's a bar and restaurant, event venue, and bowling alley that hosts a number of leagues throughout the week. Schemengees Bar and Grill, that's at 551 Lincoln Street. That opened up back in 1998. It's also an event venue with pool tables, dartboards. We checked their website. They have cornhole as well.
Yeah, someone from the restaurant posting on the business's page on Facebook, writing, quote, "My heart is crushed. I am at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make sense of all this? Sending out prayers to everyone." And on that page on Facebook, if you go there, we've read some of the comments out there as well. There are dozens of them right now.
Yeah, a lot of people sharing their condolences, of course, and some people just wondering, was my friend there last night? I can't get in touch with them because they're probably overwhelmed with what's going on. So you can imagine there's a lot of panic in the community because these are two popular establishments in the area.
Yeah, it goes from panic, and also chaos. When they had the shootings last night, and again, people just not knowing, either somebody not answering their phone because they're at their hospital,
right.
maybe they went to sleep and trying to get a few hours. Yeah, their
lost
phone
battery.
died. Yeah. Well, the person of interest now, again, we're going to keep talking about him. Take a good look. It's 40-year-old Robert Card. He's from Bowdoin, who is considered armed and dangerous.
These are photos of him shared by the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault rifle and wearing brown clothing and dark pants. This is the person of interest. Officials not calling him a suspect at this point, just a person of interest.
Yeah, and again, according to the Associated Press, he is a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility. This all according to a state police bulletin. Now, Auburn's mayor talked about the shooting right here when it comes to being in Lewiston with the reporters a couple of hours ago. Here's what he had to say after talking to witnesses.
I'm the mayor of Auburn right now. And first of all, thank you. It's been a trying time in our community, and granted, where this happened in Lewiston, we are one community, and had a lot of friends and family that were around this, and I just met a couple of them that I didn't know were involved. We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event, and talking with them. And my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours, in this whole area, and the whole state, frankly, are going after them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
That's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, this is a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And yeah, and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up and
Who's
cope with it
arriving
tomorrow.
by bus?
Say again?
Who is it that's arriving by bus?
So what we did is we took the witnesses of the two locations. We actually brought them to a holding area so we could interview them, clear them, and then we wanted to bring them all over here so they can have what we call a reunification process with their loved ones, which is the proper way to do it. We wanted to make sure that evidence could be gathered and the proper protocol could be followed.
Can you talk to us about the different ages of the witnesses? Were there kids that witnessed this?
Yes. It's all ages. It was all ages. There was, just talked to some teenagers, and it was all ages.
And what can you say about the law enforcement officers working this very serious situation?
It's unbelievable. It's literally unbelievable. We have our entire force out here right now for the city of Auburn, plus Lewiston, county, state, everybody's here. That's one thing about Maine. If you're not from Maine, you won't understand it, but when someone's in need, everybody comes, and everybody has come to this. I've got Poland Volunteer Rescue in the back helping people in case they need it. I mean, this is an all hands on deck situation. So yeah, you can train for this, but you can never be completely prepared. But I've been talking to a lot of our officers tonight, and that we all should be proud of them.
You heard from the mayor. He had to take a moment when talking about some of the witnesses and people on scene when he said all ages, including teenagers and young children at those establishments.
And he talked about just the shock, and he still hasn't been able to even fathom that this happened. And you can imagine people waking up this morning hearing the news. It's very hard to think that this could happen in your community.
Yeah, and some of the people that you know, for some reason they weren't checking social media or watching the news. Again, this happened right around 7 o'clock, and you know, it really doesn't start getting out till a little bit after that. You know, maybe some people went to bed. They're waking up to this news, and some of the words that he was using during that interview, you heard him: shock, grief, panic, and also worry. That's the big thing this morning, is worry. If you haven't heard from your friends and family, wondering what happened.
Yeah, we do want to check in with Brad Rogers, who is just down the road from Just-in-Time Bowling, better known as Sparetime, where police first got reports of this mass shooting. So Brad, what can you tell us?
Well, right now the road remains closed as investigators, I'm sure, are gathering evidence inside the bowling alley itself. As you say, this happened around 7 o'clock last night. This was where the mass shooting started, at the bowling alley, where there were children, teenagers, and young adults, and probably some older adults in there as well. But this is a pretty much a place where a lot of young people hang out, we are told. Surveillance cameras did capture the surveillance photos and video of the gunman, Robert Card, as he held the gun up and prepared to shoot at fire on all of these bowlers inside the bowling alley. And you can only imagine that, you know, here at the bowling alley, everyone's backs were likely turned when he opened fire, which is just an awful thing. One of the bowlers there said he thought a balloon had popped. He turned around, and then he saw the gunman, and that's when he took off running down the bowling alley, slid into the pins, and then climbed up in the machinery to hide from the gunman, and waited until the shooting had stopped and the gunman had left. At this point, we don't know exactly how many people were killed inside the bowling alley and how many were injured as well. We've gotten reports for anywhere from 16 dead to 22 dead in total, but of course we know there's a second shooting location as well at a bar on the south side of town. The gunman, again, 40-year-old Robert Card. We know he was an instructor, a shooting instructor for the Army Reserve, and he was driving a white Subaru. That Subaru has since been found in Lisbon, abandoned, and there's still no sign of him. A manhunt is on, and residents here have been told to shelter in place. And I can tell you, the roads are pretty empty here in downtown Lewiston. I know it's early and everything, but there would be more traffic than this on the road. So a lot of people are heeding that warning and sheltering in place. With me right now is
Mar McHenry.
Mar McHenry here. And Mar, you live just about 4 miles from here. You've been inside the bowling alley before. Talk about the lay of the bowling alley here.
You walk in, you got the pins to the right, you got the little shoe thing to the left, a little deli area, get the food, and that's it. It's pretty open.
Yeah. Your thoughts when you found out? You found out later on, yesterday evening, or even early this morning.
I'm still in shock. I can't even believe that somebody would do this in Maine. Like, we leave our doors open here. Very scary.
The fact that you were struck, the fact that there's so many young people in there, and this was picked as obviously a target with so many young people inside the building. It's hard to explain.
You can't explain it. No one does. Who does this? Like, I'm surprised the man is still alive, to be honest with you. I can't believe he got out and is this long not being caught. Scary.
Yeah.
And I have to wonder, who do I know? I mean, all these people that are deceased, this is a very small community. You know everybody. We're talking 30,000 people in Lewiston. You know everybody. You grow up here, you go to school, you know everybody.
Would have been a popular place even on maybe a Wednesday night.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think on Wednesdays, I'm not sure, but I think it's the league night for the teenagers where they have the little bowling leagues, but I'm not sure. Don't mark me on that, but all the kids hang out here.
Yeah. What's going through your mind? How are you feeling about all this right now?
I don't even know how to feel. I think I'm honestly still in shock.
All right, Mar McHenry, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Be safe, guys.
Yep, thank you. Appreciate it. So, I mean, it's just an awful situation right now. We've got a gunman still at large right now. We don't know if he's fled into the woods, if somehow he, went into the water, had a boat waiting for him, had another car waiting for him. But there's a manhunt on right now. They've got roadblocks, I believe, set up in Massachusetts and New Hampshire, looking for the gunman if he tries to leave the state. But I tell you, this is just a terrible situation here, and it's just it's just hard to believe. You just can't. You just feel for the families, really, the families of the people who've lost loved ones and whose loved ones are fighting for their lives right now in the hospital.
Yeah, Brad, this happened over 9 hours ago, and still police presence. Talk about how many law enforcement officers are still around that establishment right there. This is the scene of one of the crimes.
Well, we've got 2 or 3 officers right here, just blocking this end of Mollison. I'm sure they're doing the same at the other end. We can't exactly see what sort of activity. You can't quite get a clear picture of the bowling alley. It's sort of around the corner there, but you have to assume that in situations like this, they typically take hours and hours to gather evidence. So they're probably have a team of forensic officers in there gathering evidence still, and probably at both shooting locations here and at the bar on the south end of town.
And I think the resident that Brad just spoke with, said what a lot of people are feeling, just pure shock, still in shock. Can't process that this could actually happen in Maine.
Yeah, and not just that, but worried too, wondering, if she knows anybody that was inside that bar and restaurant that might have been killed or injured too.
Yeah.
All right, Brad Rogers, thank you very much. Now we're going to talk to Stephanie Grinley.
Yeah, she's at the other scene, Schemengees Bar and Grill in Lewiston, where the other confirmed mass shooting took place. Stephanie, what can you tell us what you're seeing? Clearly we can see some officers behind you.
Yeah, you can, Katie and Jeff. It's a busy scene here tonight. Jim's going to pan over and look at the officers. I mean, we have the Kennebec Sheriff's Office, Lewiston Police here, Maine State Police, FBI. When we were driving into Lewiston, it was very eerie, dark, not a lot of people out. I saw maybe one person walking around. People are taking the shelter-in-place order very seriously. But I have seen some cars recently pull up and then turn around. This road is obviously blocked off. We are about 1/4 of a mile from the crime scene, Schemengees down there. We don't really know the casualties at this point in Schemengees. But what I can tell you is what they posted on Facebook tonight. Many of us were preparing for dinner out and about last night, and Schemengees was doing the same industry night tonight. You work in the bar, restaurant industry, you get 25% off your bill. That was posted 10 hours ago to their Facebook page. And then just 1 hour ago, My heart is crushed. I am at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. And how can we make any sense of this? Sending our prayers to everyone. Obviously, our prayers go out to all of the victims affected tonight. There's a lot of unanswered questions. I've read on Facebook some people asking how the suspected shooter got from point A to point B. We don't have those answers at this time. Hopefully we'll learn more at the press conference around 10:30 today. As for police presence, we've seen it come and go. I'm expecting that to stay in place. It's a dark night for Maine, dark night for Maine history, maybe the darkest. As the light comes up, eventually as the sun rises, we'll start to learn more about the crime scene here. For now, I'm live in Lewiston. Back to you, Katie and Jeff.
All right, Stephanie, thank you for that update. We'll check back in soon. And it sounds like we're getting some updates in the Lisbon area from police and the town manager.
Yeah, that's right.
So let's check back in with Mel Meyer, who is live there for us, working to get more information. Mel, what can you tell us?
Yeah, well, Katie, we just heard from the Lisbon Police Department. The police chief actually deferred me to reach out to the Maine State Police, other law enforcement for any kind of updates. But then the Lisbon Police Department just a few minutes ago posted on Facebook saying that they continue to recommend that Lisbon residents continue to shelter in place with an emphasis on residents between Mill Street in Lisbon Center along the Route 196 corridor east to Main Street in Lisbon Falls, and then goes on to say that businesses located in this area especially will mostly be closed until those safety concerns have been addressed. They really want people to cooperate this with staying in their homes or sheltering in place wherever they may be, locking their doors, locking their windows, not going outside or anything like that, reporting anything suspicious at this time. We do not know necessarily where the search for this person of interest stands at this point because we haven't had any updates from the Maine State Police. Earlier tonight during a press conference, they deferred any kind of updates back to themselves, saying, you know, we're going to be the point on this. We're going to be providing you any updates. Now, again, we are getting some updates here and there from places like the Lisbon Police Department and those kinds of agencies. Of course, we're hearing those on the ground. Now, earlier to this morning, Kitty and Jeff, you guys had been talking and saying, you know, we are trying to get in more information, but the people here on the scene, they are not talking necessarily about what is being happening because this is sensitive information, because they're deferring to those higher ups, especially within the Maine State Police, trying to have them put out any kind of updates. Some of the updates are what we're seeing firsthand. For instance, we're right outside the high school where there are law enforcement vehicles that are parked in the parking lot. We have seen a number of tactical vehicles stationed there. We have been seeing law enforcement in the building for the last few hours or so. So, you know, we are going based off of our own observations, what we are seeing out here in the field, where this is all happening, and trying to work those updates. I did just hear from the Lisbon town manager a short time ago. He also deferred to the state police and other law enforcement agencies, but reiterated that for the safety of the community, all town buildings have been closed upon the request of law enforcement while they continue to search for the suspect, in his words, suspect. But again, Maine State Police earlier tonight said that this was not necessarily a suspect, that it was a person of interest. But we know that a lot of their focus around the area has been near Lisbon and Lisbon Falls tonight. We have been seeing a helicopter flying overhead. That hasn't happened in a while, and it does seem like the area has kind of calmed down a bit for the last few hours, but there is still an active police presence here.
Yeah, and we've heard hundreds of law enforcement officers there, not just local. You know, talk about a team effort from around the region. We've been told that Massachusetts police are helping out at the New Hampshire border. Also, ATF Boston agents are again letting us know here in this area, any law enforcement in Maine let them know anything they need that they'll help out. Also, the FBI has offered resources, and Massachusetts State Police as well. Again, a team effort. Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Maine all working together to get this person of interest behind bars.
Yeah, and as Mal has been saying, you know, he's actively trying to get more information, get updates, but some of these local officials don't feel as though they can share some of the even if they do have some information. They want to leave that to state police, who plan to conduct this press conference at 10:30. But we are working to get as much information as we can. But it sounds like the big message right now is just stay home, shelter in place throughout Androscoggin County, because that's where Mal is, but also we're hearing in Bowdoin, which is where this person of interest, their last known address was as well.
Yeah, they're looking at that. And again, he's from Bowdoin. That is a 40-year-old, again, a Robert Card from Bowdoin. So they're thinking maybe he went to his hometown. Who knows?
Who knows?
Yeah. Well, just to recap again, CNN is reporting 22 dead and as many as 60 injured in the 2 mass shootings.
State officials not confirming that, but they do confirm a manhunt is now underway. The person of interest is right here, 40-year-old Robert Card, who is considered armed and dangerous. Some photos here shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office.
As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants. Take a good look at his face, a look at his clothes. If you know him or have seen him, please give your local law enforcement, whether it's the police department or a sheriff's department or Maine State Police, a phone call so we can get this guy behind bars.
Now, we just heard from Mal, of course, so the search is being concentrated on that boat launch in Lisbon, where Mal is, just off Route 196, where police say they found a vehicle of interest that is connected to the case.
Yeah, it's a white Subaru. Again, that Lisbon boat launch is located on 196 between Topsom and Lisbon, and it's a very small boat launch, and they're kind of trying to figure out why that person left the boat there, and they're trying to figure out, you know, maybe he had someone pick him up, maybe was on a boat because it's right by the river, or, you know, there's a forest area by there, maybe he disappeared in there. So many questions need to be answered. But again, they're going to know a lot more when the sun starts to come up, and that's in about 2.5 hours.
Yep, so just right around 7 o'clock. So to give you a time frame here, this all started last night at 6:56 p.m. Police got a report of a mass shooting at Just in Time Bowling in Lewiston, also known as its former name, Sparetime Recreation. So here's dispatch responding to the initial reports at the time.
To Turner Rescue, need you to respond to the town of Lewiston. It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down.
Well, here's a map of the situation last night. A little later, right here, it all started again just before 7 o'clock. There was a shooting. We don't know which one was first, but there's Just in Time Recreation and also a Schemengees Bar and Grill restaurant. They're located right there down the street from each other on Route 196, 4.1 miles apart. We put it in the GPS. It's a 9-minute drive between those two places. And by the way, there's still a shelter in place in Lewiston, which is expanded to Auburn, and actually all of Androscoggin County.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea, you know, we are hearing from Brad Rogers. He is at Just in Time Recreation, and then Stephanie also reporting this morning from the other scene. We're also learning some new details coming in from the Associated Press. They spoke with a bowler identified only as Brandon, who says he was at Sparetime, Just in Time Recreation, when the first shooting took place. So he says he heard 10 shots, thinking at first it was popcorn popping or a balloon. Brandon says, quote, "I had my back turned to the door, and as soon as I turned and saw it was not a balloon, he was holding a weapon, and I just booked it." Brandon says he ran down the alley, hiding in the machinery where the pins were reset, and he was among a busload of survivors taken to the reunification center in Auburn.
And speaking of that, checking back in with Johnny Matthews at the middle school in Auburn, which is being used as that reunification center. And Johnny, you have heard some heartbreaking stories from some family and friends that have come down there of some of the victims.
Yeah, definitely, Jeff. And one of the big things that I really can't comprehend right now is the people that are still waiting to try to hear some information. Now, the people I've been talking to are luckily getting some rest right now, but we're here at the reunification center where some witnesses are, and also some people who know victims, know the patients inside the hospital. And one thing to note is that in this case, when we hear about what happened at the bowling alley and people were going on at the bar, the witnesses are sort of victims to this too. It happened right in front of them in some of these cases, and they had to run off and run away from it all. And I'm told by one of the parents I spoke with that their son, had to, his friends were running away, and they were all just running. And we talked to a guy who, his son, one of 7 kids, he doesn't know where he is right now, but he knows his friend was shot. They were playing pool together over where Brad and Stephanie are, and that's just one of the many stories. We're over at Central Maine Medical Center. Well, I was there at least. That was yesterday at this point, before midnight, before the day turned into Thursday, and there's a heavy police presence over there, like you guys were mentioning. And one thing that was just really shocking to me, and Mayor Jason Levesque from Auburn said it was shocking, and a lot of other people as well, is just the cop cars and ambulances and helicopters going in so many different directions because of all that uncertainty that we keep mentioning. And I mean, I know you're a parent, Jeff. it's a lot what they're doing right now. And the moms and dads we're talking to and the tears we had to see, it's heartbreaking, definitely an understatement, like you mentioned.
And I did get texts from 2 of my 5 kids. One of them was my 15-year-old son asking me, man, what's going on? Can you give me some details? I didn't want to tell him too many details.
That's what everyone's asking.
Yes, I know. And another one was my an older daughter, and her first thing is like, Dad, you've always told us Maine is such a safe place, and then something like this happens, and it really kind of lets you know that it can happen anywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, if it can happen in Maine, it can happen anywhere. It's not just the big cities like New York or Chicago or San Francisco, whatever. It can happen right here in a place. I mean, Lewiston, which is really a small town of just over 30,000. It's the second biggest town in Maine, but again, it happened here.
Yeah, Johnny, I imagine the people you spoke with were just in pure shock.
Yeah, definitely. The word shock was certainly thrown around, Katie. And one other thing is you don't see all that helicopter action in a place like Maine. It's, like you said, Jeff, a small town, but it can definitely happen anywhere. We unfortunately saw a mass shooting, what qualified as a mass shooting, happen in Bowdoin and Yarmouth over the summer. And, it happened here again in this one, obviously much larger, much more tragic, not to compare the two at all, but, with the higher numbers and everything, of course, what we're learning and what we continue to learn. And when these people wake up, we will be talking to them again, and hopefully they will see their kids, because that's something you shouldn't have to hope for.
Yeah, we've heard from an organization from the Gun Archive that they've said there's 565 mass shootings this year, and this one in Lewiston is the biggest.
Yeah, and we just want to remind everyone that if you have questions and you want to speak with someone in person, those resources are available right where Johnny is right now at the Auburn Middle School. So Johnny, thank you for the updates, and I know you're still working to get more details, and we'll check back in with you in just a few minutes.
Well, we're trying to learn everything we can this morning about the 2 locations in question. First, at Just-in-Time Recreation, better known by its former name, Sparetime Recreation, located at 24 Mollison Way, which, by the way, Mollison Way is closed right now.
Correct. And according to the business's website, it's a bar and restaurant, event venue, and bowling alley that hosts a number of leagues throughout the week, and also parties as well.
Yeah, Schemengees now is a bar and grill located at 551 Lincoln Street. It opened up back in 1998. It is also an event venue with pool tables and dartboards. I mean, it's a huge facility, 10,000 square feet. They have many leagues there, even cornhole. And so you can imagine, even on a Wednesday night, just before 7 o'clock, lots of people down there, probably just like the other establishment, having fun with their friends and family.
Yeah, having dinner and taking part in these activities as well. I imagine there are a lot of regulars that frequent Schemengees, and someone from the restaurant posted on the business's Facebook page, writing, quote, "My heart is crushed. I am at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make sense of any of this? Sending out prayers to everyone." And that last, question, how can we make sense of this, is a question a lot of people are asking this morning.
Yeah, again, you wake up, we report the news every morning. Good Day Maine, 4.5 hours on CBS 13 and Fox 23. We report about things like this in some of these other cities across the country, and sometimes, it seems like it's not real.
Yeah.
But you happen right here in our backyard. It's like you have to pinch yourself and go, wow, this is reality. This really happened.
Everyone here is still in shock
Yeah.
as well, as we're trying to find more information to bring that to you. You've been in this business for decades and decades, and to have it happen in your community. It's very shocking.
No, it is shocking. And, you know, I go back to all the other news events that I've covered in the past, whether it's 9/11. You know, we had Corporal Cole, that big manhunt with a law enforcement officer, and many others. And to have this is just, I mean, enormous. With the amount of police presence, and again, with 22 people killed, according to CNN, and so many people injured at these 2 restaurants and bars and grill.
Yeah, and still many more updates to come. We're also tracking a number of schools and businesses that will not be opening today, as you can imagine. So this is a live look at that list on our website. It includes Auburn schools, Lewiston schools, RSUs 1, 4, 13, and 75, Central Maine Community College, and the University of Southern Maine. Also, the Lewiston BMV will be closed, among a number of other locations. Again, that full list is available on our website, WGME.com. And even if the school that you attend is open today, I imagine many of these schools that aren't in that shelter-in-place zone will have counselors on hand to talk with kids, because they're still going to have these conversations about how this happened and how do you talk with these children and students about it.
And it's not just in Androscoggin County. I talked to a couple of parents last night, right before it came in, saying that they don't even know if they want their kids to go to school in the greater Portland area, because
I can see that.
Yeah, a lot of the kids are on social media and they're seeing all this play out, whether it's on TikTok or Instagram or whatever, and maybe seeing some images they probably shouldn't be seeing. And all of a sudden they're getting freaked out and they're scared.
Yeah.
And so there's some parents going, I don't even know if I want to have my kids go to school today, because I just want to be near them after hear what happened in Lewiston.
And we do want to caution everyone tuning in, because there are some false facts out there. There's some false video, fake video out there that's circulating. So we're trying to bring you the most accurate information that we can share right now from all of these officials and witnesses and people impacted that we've been in touch with since this all began, again, at 6:56 last night.
And again, not just accurate information, but accurate video as well, and accurate graphics, and some of the names and everything that's involved with this. So we're bringing it to you. We're working with some of our partners, including the Bangor Daily News, the Associated Press, CBS, and also CNN as well.
Yeah, and just a few reminders right now. Lisbon Police, they're urging residents to continue sheltering in place. In a post on their page on Facebook, they say they're putting an emphasis on the area between Mill Street and Lisbon Center along the Route 196 corridor east of Main Street in Lisbon Falls.
This is a look at the full post. They say they're working with other law enforcement agencies to assure the residents and businesses in the community can go about their daily activities safely. They say more updates will be provided when possible and when the shelter-in-place recommendation is lifted. But at this time, I mean, we're hearing from the Androscoggin County Sheriff that says the department is encouraging all businesses to lock down or close the investigation, and the manhunt continues. Again, police, detectives, FBI, everybody on hand searching for this suspect or for this person of interest. They really don't know where this person is. That's why they're asking everyone to just stay home, don't go to work, don't go to school.
Yeah, stay safe, lock your doors, and let them do this investigation. And we're hoping that sunrise, hopefully it'll be helping with the investigation.
Yeah, and Brad Rogers talked to a woman earlier, about the situation. She lives not that far from one of the restaurants, and she says, geez, usually I leave my door unlocked. Lock your door this morning, because you never know who's going to be knocking at that door. Here's a person walking around one of these communities, whether it's Lisbon, Lewiston, Auburn, Bowdoin, whatever, because Bowdoin, again, is the hometown of Robert Card. And so just play it safe, lock your windows too, and also look out the window through your little peephole to make sure it's somebody that's knocking at your door, knocking at your window.
Yeah, and if you see something suspicious, call police.
Absolutely.
That's the ultimate thing, because this person is considered armed and dangerous. Again, top officials monitoring the situation closely. Governor Janet Mills issuing a statement saying, quote, I am aware of and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local law enforcement.
Well, and we're checking back on now with one of our reporters that's out at the hospitals. And again, several hospitals taking in some of the injured. Again, according to CNN, there's been up to 60 right now. That's the number we're hearing.
Right. When you have that many casualties, you try to help as much as you can. And we're checking in with Gabrielle Caracciolo from our sister station WJAR. So she's at Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston. What can you tell us, Gabrielle?
Yeah, there's still a very heavy police presence outside Central Maine Medical Center here in Lewiston. We have seen police kind of moving around this perimeter. They're blocking that entrance to the emergency entrance of the hospital. Police with their weapons drawn, walking around to this area from several different departments. There's some state police here as well as local police kind of on a perimeter of this area as that search for the person of interest continues. Of course, this hospital just a couple miles from the two different locations where those shootings took place. And the hospital shared on its website last night that they were responding to a mass casualty incident, but it's unclear exactly how many people were brought to this hospital or what exactly their conditions were. We don't know if anyone brought to this hospital has died or how severe any of those injuries are. Don't have any specific numbers of deaths or specific number of people injured here. Now, we haven't seen any family here over the last couple hours. There is that family reunification center over at the middle school in Auburn. So it's been pretty quiet here outside the hospital for the last several hours with just police patrolling the area. And of course, as that shelter in place remains, we really aren't seeing anyone out and about on this area. A couple people have showed up to work here at the hospital, but other than that, we are not seeing anyone going in or out of the hospital in the last several hours. We have no idea what exactly is going on behind those doors, but we know that they did say they're responding to that mass casualty incident. So clearly numerous people being treated at the hospital here. At some point, blood shortage, the national blood shortage will become a concern. The need for blood donations is always great, and especially this time of year. And now after a mass casualty incident like this, you can imagine that they'll be asking for blood donations maybe once that shelter in place is lifted. For now, we're still working to figure out exactly how many people are being treated here, what the extent of some of those injuries are.
Yeah, Gabrielle, talk about how long you've been there tonight and into this morning, and also maybe how many people you seen maybe going in and out, and the police presence there too.
Yeah, so we've been here since around 2 a.m., so coming up on 3 hours now, and it's been pretty quiet aside from the police the entire time that we've been here. The number of police that have been visible have fluctuated over the course of those last 3 hours, but I've seen police kind of walking around, moving their cars around, but throughout the 3 hours there has been a steady police presence. There have been officers with their weapons drawn outside of the hospital. The entrance to the emergency room, the ambulance entrance, it kind of dips down a little bit. So we've seen officers kind of walking up and down that hill there. Sometimes they're out of our line of sight, but they are still there and kind of surrounding the hospital. But other than that, it's been very, very quiet. A handful of doctors and nurses showing up to the hospital closer to 2 a.m. when we had first gotten here. We haven't really seen much of that in the last couple hours, and nobody coming or leaving the hospital really since.
And of course, the second we get any updates on what is happening inside the hospital, we know you will bring that to us. Gabrielle, thank you for the update.
Well, it is 4:49 here on this Thursday morning. Again, this all started just before 7 o'clock last night, and state police are still not releasing specific numbers.
Here's how they responded when pressed by the media overnight.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Sawchuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the city of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
And not too long ago, Lewiston Mayor Carl Schemen posted this message on a community Facebook page called Lewiston Rocks. In it, he says, "Stay strong, Lewiston." Mayor Schemen posting this message about 3 hours ago, so around 1:30 this morning, as police continue to search for that person of interest. And we do have a quick update. I'm checking my email, every few minutes as I can. Cape Elizabeth schools closed today, and that's not in the shelter-in-place area. But as we were saying, some families may just decide that they don't want their kids to go to school today.
Yeah, and again, this all comes down to so many kids being able to, it's not just, of course, the news is not just on TV now. You can get all these details. It's on websites, it's on social media. And so, again, I spoke about it, about 10 or 15 minutes ago, that I talked to some parents last night and they felt like they didn't want their kids going to school. And they live in the greater Portland area.
Right.
And so, again, you said there's no shelter in place, but they just felt like they wanted to be near their kids and maybe talk to them or answer questions they might have. And some of the kids, I had one of my friend's kids like text me and ask me questions, and all I could tell them is just, stay home, you're safe where you are, and just make sure your doors are locked and you're fine. The police are, on the scene and doing their best to find the person, that's responsible.
Some difficult conversations will be happening throughout the day today, and we're checking back in with Brad Rogers, who is down the road from Just-in-Time Bowling, also known as Sparetime, where police first got reports of the mass shootings.
And Brad, what's the latest down there? And talk about the police presence where you are right now.
Well, we do have the road is all blocked off here at Mollison Way on both ends of Mollison Way. The bowling alley is just about a few hundred yards behind me here, and we do know that there's a police forensic team there gathering evidence at that bowling alley at this time. That will likely take place, as we've seen in many other shooting situations. That is a lengthy process where they're gathering all sorts of evidence there at the bowling alley. Surveillance cameras did capture the gunman, Robert Card, on camera, raising his gun and preparing to fire on a crowd of bowlers, many of them young people. One of those young people named Brandon, he said that he thought at first a balloon had popped. He turned around and saw the gunman and then took off running down the bowling alley, slid into the pins and then hid underneath the machinery until the shooting had stopped. He thought he heard about 10 shots in all. At this point, we don't know how many people at that bowling alley were killed or injured even at this point. We do know, though, that there was a children's party going on at the bowling alley at the time, which is just horrifying. And also a person who worked at the bowling alley, he was shot 4 times, 3 bullets in one leg and another bullet in the other leg. He's going into surgery sometime here overnight. I believe he went into surgery is what we were being told here. At this point, there's no sign of the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card. He is as we have said here, a shooting instructor at the for the Army Reserve at the Army Reserve Center there in Saco, which is my hometown. This summer he was committed to a mental health facility for 2 weeks here, and all we know at that time is that he was talking about doing a mass shooting, perhaps in Saco, at that Army Reserve Center where he worked. At this point, he is considered armed and dangerous. He is missing. There is a manhunt on for him right now. We do know that his car has been found in Lisbon, pretty close to the boat ramp there in Lisbon. But there is no sign of Robert Card at this time, and residents have been ordered to shelter in place, and they are heeding that warning here in Lewiston. I know it's early, but there are very, very few cars out on the road here in Lewiston. It sort of reminds me of the Watertown after the Boston Marathon bombing, where the streets were just empty. Everyone was home, sheltering in place, heeding the warning then. And it's that same sort of eerie feeling here in Lewiston where, where's all the people at? A lot of people just in shock here. We did talk to one woman here who lives just about 4 miles here, and you can listen to some of her comments here about, what she's going through.
It's devastating. Because I even said there's a lot of kids that hang out there. Why would somebody do that where kids are? I just don't understand what's going on, to be honest with you. Yeah. Scary. I don't think the shock has set in. I think tomorrow it's going to kind of be like, wow, this doesn't happen here. I stopped by my mother's house to put the bar in her sliding glass door and make sure her doors were locked. She always leaves her doors open. I will not be leaving my doors open anymore.
Everyone should have their doors and windows locked, sheltering in place. If you see anything suspicious, call the police. I know you've been saying that back there in the studio as well. But that's what it's going to take, perhaps, to find this suspect and bring him into justice. Back to you guys in the studio.
Brad, thank you very much. We've been talking about, Cape Elizabeth schools just closed, and all the schools up in Androscoggin County. During Brad's live shot, I just got a phone call. My kids go to school in Westbrook. They have closed as well. So, again, not just Androscoggin County schools, but schools around here. Just out of the message that I got from Westbrook schools, out of abundance of caution is what they're doing. But also other schools that have closed down now, Winthrop Public Schools, even South Portland has closed down as well. Wow. And we've also mentioned, no surprise, Auburn schools, Brunswick schools, schools have closed too. And we go through the RSUs, RSU 1, RSU 15, 4, 73, and 75. Also, no surprise, Lewiston schools are closed. So, again, once you see Cape Elizabeth, Westbrook, I'm sure more schools in the greater Portland area might do the same thing.
And of course, the families' parents often get those calls or emails, to alert them about the closures. But if you are not on that list or you're wondering about, a niece or nephew's classes, you can check that list on our website, WGME.com and Fox23Maine.com. And we have a list of those businesses that are closed for the day as well.
And not just that, but the government offices. You can imagine some of the town halls and, just for, some of the city and city employees do business, those close down as well. So make sure and go to the website, WGME.com or Fox23Maine.com for the latest when it comes to schools, businesses, or government offices.
And just to recap what we know, if you're just joining us this morning, CNN is reporting 22 dead and as many as 60 injured in these two mass shootings. State officials not confirming that, but we're hoping to learn more at a press conference at 10:30 this morning at Lewiston City Hall. They do confirm a manhunt is now underway.
And speaking of that manhunt, take a good look right here. Please, if you're not in front of your TV set, come over and take a good look at this picture. If you're just waking up here at 5:02, the person of interest is 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin, who is considered armed and dangerous. Now, these are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants. You can see right in back of him, that's the glass door that goes in to one of the places, the Sparetime bowling alley right there. You can see the bowling ball and the pins right there, and he's walking out of that right in that picture. And so please take a good look. If you know him or you've seen him, please give local law enforcement a phone call.
Now, the search is being concentrated on a boat launch in Lisbon, just off Route 196, where police say they did find a vehicle of interest, a white Subaru, but no answers. And we're hoping that maybe when the sun comes up at 7 o'clock, it'll be easier for them to see, and maybe they can find some answers to track this person down.
Again, it's located on 196 between Lisbon and Topsom. It's a very small boat launch surrounded by, forest. I've been there before.
Woods,
to go fishing before and had stopped there as well to have lunch in the year, 5-6 years ago, over the years I've lived here. And that is a very small boat launch, and nobody knows why the white Subaru is parked there at all. We don't know if he's in that area or somebody picked him up. He left on a boat going down the river. Who knows? But they have a big police presence at the Lisbon boat launch.
And this all began last night at 6:56 p.m. Police got a report of a mass shooting at Just-in-Time Bowling in Lewiston, where you saw that person of interest photo, better known by its former name, Sparetime Recreation. So here's dispatch responding to the initial reports at the time.
To town and rescue, need you to respond to the town of Lewiston. It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down.
And here's a map of the situation last night. A little later, there was a mass shooting at Schemengees Bar and Grill, also in Lewiston. You can see the distance between the two. We looked up the distance. It's about 4.1 miles and would be about a 9-minute drive between these two scenes. There is still that shelter in place in Lewiston that's been expanded to Auburn and the entirety of Androscoggin County, and it's been that way for many hours.
And it's just a 9-mile drive away. We went under the GPS. Katie just mentioned a little over 4 miles. Yeah, 4.1. Yeah. We don't know what the connection is at all. We have no idea, but you just got another, there has to be some kind of connection being so close together like that. And again, we'll hopefully find out more. There's going to be a press conference at 10:30 this morning right here on CBS 13 and Fox 23. Hopefully we will learn more. Again, we're learning this shooting is the worst of the year in the U.S. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive.
The organization is sending this message out on X late last night when the reported number of deaths was 16. They say it's the 565th shooting in the U.S. this year and the 31st mass murder.
That's incredible. Again, when you consider there's only 365 days out of the year and 565, that's more than we have days of the year. Again, some of the stats, just mind-boggling. And again, it happened in Lewiston, Maine.
It's not a statistic. You want to be a part of it all. And this is what we know about Card. His last reported residence was in Bowdoin. They're also in a shelter in place. According to the Associated Press, Card is a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility. He'd reportedly been hearing voices and threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco.
All right, so we know he is the person of interest. He has a vehicle of interest. That's what police are calling it, located at that boat launch off 196 in Lisbon. Let's check in back with Mal Meyer, who is not that far from that area. And how far are you away from that boat launch, you think, Mal?
Well, I think we're probably about a few miles away from there. We're right over by the Lisbon High School, and I just kind of wanted to provide a recap for people who are maybe just tuning in this morning, who maybe gone to bed. I know that people have been staying up trying to figure out what's going on, to hear any updates, but I wanted to kind of provide a little bit of a recap for people who are just waking up overnight. We have been on Lisbon Street and around this area for several hours now. There continues to be a police barricade, which you can kind of see behind me. The road is closed off on Lisbon Street, and it is for quite a few blocks down the ways. We did just get an update from the Lisbon Police Department a short time ago. They continue to recommend that, of course, people stay in place, but they have an emphasis on this between Mill Street and Lisbon Center along the Route 196 corridor east to Main Street in Lisbon Falls. So if you are kind of in this area, that is the emphasis area that the Lisbon Police Department is now identifying. Now, again, we've been seeing a lot of law enforcement right around this area. When we initially came on the scene, probably around 11:30 last night, the scene was very big, very active. We had people running up in tactical gear. At one point, we were further down the road, and we were told that we needed to move because we were in the quote danger zone. That is what a law enforcement official told us at that time. Of course, we promptly picked up all of our stuff and we headed towards the Lisbon Town Hall, which is just down on this road a ways back. So we were moved kind of out of that area. Now we are on the other side of that, over in Lisbon Falls, where really the police presence remains.
And Mal, you've been there for a while now. Let's talk about the police presence where you are right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so right over by the Lisbon High School, there is a parking lot kind of on the side and the back. We have been seeing law enforcement going in and out of that early this morning, including some tactical units that have been also parked by there, as well as an ambulance I can see from here and other law enforcement vehicles. I know that law enforcement was inside the high school earlier this morning. What they are doing in there right now is unclear. We have been trying to get information from as many sources as possible, reaching out to the Lisbon police chief, who actually declined to comment to me, saying that he was deferring to other law enforcement, including the Maine State Police, but really reiterating that people need to shelter in place. I also talked to, emailed with the town manager, who also declined to comment, but again, really reinforcing that people need to shelter in place.
And we're already hearing from even more school closings at Cumberland, Falmouth, Yarmouth, etc. So this is impacting not just where Mal is right now, but they are in a shelter in place, as we've been reporting for the past several hours.
And I'm sure more to come. Just go to our website, WGME.com and Fox23Maine.com. Again, when we heard Cape Elizabeth and then Westbrook, South Portland, we knew more were coming.
Yeah, Mal, thank you for the updates. We're trying to learn everything we can this morning about those two locations in question. First, at Just-in-Time Recreation, also known as Sparetime Recreation, located at 24 Mollison Way. According to the business's website, it's a bar and restaurant, event venue, and bowling alley that hosts a number of leagues throughout the week. And we have Brad Rogers there live for us. And Schemengees Bar and Grill, located at 551 Lincoln Street. That opened back up in 1998. That's also an event venue with pool tables and dart boards, and that's where Stephanie is reporting for us.
Yeah, someone from the restaurant posting on the business page on Facebook, writing, quote, my heart is crushed. I'm at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make any sense of this? Sending out prayers to everyone, and there's been Tons of people that have replied to that post right there on the Bar and Grill's website, and I'm sure many more to come as people start to wake up here on this Thursday morning.
Lots of shock, and we're hearing some interviews from the AP. They spoke with someone who was at the bowling alley who didn't know what was going on. There was chaos. They thought maybe a balloon had popped. They heard about 10 gunshots, and then we're also hearing from businesses around Schemengees, in the same area, who also heard the news through social media of what was going on, and just pure panic and everyone trying to evacuate as fast as possible.
And we're hearing about people that were in the bowling alley that went in back of where the pins are to hide, people jumping down, underneath pool tables, anything they can. Again, at first they didn't know it was a gun. Some people described it as a balloon popping. Other people described it as popcorn. Johnny Maffey's been talking to some people that he heard were, shot. Even some people,
on a ventilator.
in the hospital on a ventilator as well. So, right now, Lewiston police are announcing several road closures related to their active investigation.
They say until further notice, Mollison Way will be shut down. River Road will also be closed from Locust Street to South Avenue. The residents of River Road will be allowed into the area. Of course, we'll keep following this. We're monitoring the police departments on social media, looking for any updates so we can give those to you as soon as we get them.
Well, meanwhile, Lewiston City Councilor Robert McCarthy says last night's mass shooting situation has strained local hospitals, and he's concerned about the victims with reports that one of the shooting locations is a bowling alley where children were present.
Someone told me that there was a children's bowling event going on at the bowling alley, which is extremely tragic if that's the case. It's so surreal. You see it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here, and it just blows your mind.
And again, so many people commenting about the shooting, whether it's a city official, you just heard from a city council member, or law enforcement. Of course, Brad Rogers earlier today talked to somebody who lives nearby, one of the bars, one of the restaurants. And so, so many people coming out just really shocked about this whole situation.
That woman said, first off, who would do something like this? And that the news really hasn't even set in yet. And you can imagine that's the feeling that every Mainer is feeling right now.
Well, it's like even last night when I first started hearing things happening, I'm calling the station going, what's going on? I start reading websites, ours, I look at CNN.com, and then finally, we get the call, we're gonna have to come into work. I got my call about 9:30 last night, and I try to get maybe a half hour sleep, and then all of a sudden I wake up this morning almost wanting to pinch myself going, am I really coming into this story? Is this really happening? And even on my car ride in, I was still thinking the same thing, but right when I got here and we saw Greg Lagerquist and of course Marissa Bodner live on the air, I was like, it kind of hit me right then that this was a huge story happening.
And I think what's tough is that we're trying so hard to get more information to share with you, but we don't have that at this point. It sounds like 10:30 this morning is really that key time that we're going to get that big update, hopefully, from State Police and the Department of Public Safety outside Lewiston City Hall with some more information on the casualties, the number of people who have been impacted by this, and maybe more about this person of interest as well.
Yeah,
the search.
Yeah, the big news that we're hearing this morning is, again, all the schools that are closing, not only in Androscoggin County, but in Cumberland County now. And again, where the main search is going on, which, they were centering around where the boat launch is on Route 196 between Topsom and, of course, Lisbon. And, again, a search, they're thinking about Bowdoin because this is where Robert Card was from, is Bowdoin. And so that's another area that I'm sure they're searching around that area as well. Nobody knows where he is, or at least we've been told they don't know where he is.
And they'd rather be cautious,
Yes.
extra cautious, right? Because they don't know.
Yeah.
But it does cause confusion and cause concern for residents,
Yeah.
you can imagine.
Yeah, but again, just rest assured that any new detail that we get, we will relay it to you. We're getting the emails. We're looking at social media sites. We found Facebook pages. We're hearing interviews with law enforcement officers. So everything we can get that we'll deliver to you, because I know so many people are anxious about getting some details.
Yeah, here's what we do know. The person of interest is this man, 40-year-old Robert Card, who is considered armed and dangerous. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants, and you can see where he is right now, too.
Yeah, that's right. That's, the Sparetime bowling alley right there, where one of the shootings took place. And I mean, when I saw this picture last night, right around, I think it was like 8 o'clock, 8:30 when this first came out. And I can't imagine That's a guy holding an assault rifle coming out of a business after shooting people in Lewiston, Maine.
It's chilling. You can't fathom it. And like we've been saying, residents still can't process what has happened.
Yeah, not just, I mean, us here in the news business. I mean, these stories that we don't cover that often, that we don't experience. And here's the other day, we're getting reports of some of the injuries and, of course, the amount of people killed, according to CNN. 22 people killed, as many as 60 that we're hearing injured, and you can imagine it's been really busy at some of the area hospitals.
Yeah, and some of the stories that we've heard from Johnny, who's been in touch with some of these family members, just absolutely heartbreaking updates from them that, friends didn't make it in the hospital, other family members shot 4 times, dealing with gunshot wounds to their kidney and lungs and ribs and
spine,
on the spine,
yeah.
on a ventilator right now. So we're keeping a close eye and hoping that they all make recoveries. But Johnny has made some connections and is working to get updates on those victims.
Yeah, and by the way, we are monitoring reaction from Central Maine Medical Center. CMM says there are no specifics to share on the number of deaths and injuries. Central Maine Healthcare is coordinating with area hospitals to take in patients.
They do plan to provide updates when they can, and as you know, we'll bring those updates to you immediately as we can.
Now, we're also hearing from Maine Medical Center, which says, quote, Maine Medical Center has alerted on-call staff and created critical care and operating room capacity in anticipation of potential patient transports coming from, at this time, MMC can confirm it will receive 1 patient transport from Central Maine Medical Center. Other Maine health facilities are also standing by and preparing to provide care.
Out of an abundance of caution and due to the dynamic nature of the situation, MMC and other Maine health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice. Maine Health and Maine Medical Center express their deepest sympathies to those impacted by this tragedy.
Well, right now we're going to talk to somebody who lives near where the boat launch is. One of our radio partners is radio station WSKW. It's 1160 AM. Mike Violet is the morning host there. I've known Mike for a long time. Mike is located right now about a mile from where the vehicle of interest is found, that boat launch. And Mike, first of all, tell us, about, you must have been hearing all kinds of police activity and helicopters as well. Tell us the scene, especially, late last night into early this morning. And it sounds like we've lost the phone call from Mike. We're going to try to get that back as soon as we can. Again, that's Mike Violet, who's with our radio partners at WSKW 1160 AM in Augusta.
Yeah, we have him on the phone. We're just trying to get the audio working so that we can share that interview with you. I think we do want to check in with Stephanie Grinley, who is at Schemengees Bar and Grill in Lewiston. That's where one of the confirmed mass shootings took place.
Yeah, Stephanie, what is the scene looking like now, hours after the shooting took place?
Jeff, Katie, it's getting a little busy out here. I've seen a lot more cars coming through. We are on Lincoln Street. It's a main road here and it's blocked off. We are about a 1/4 of a mile from the actual crime scene. I think it's important to touch back on the timeline of the events of what we know. So initially, the shooting call came in around 6:56 p.m. Eventually, somehow in that time span frame from the bowling alley to here, we don't really know the details. We know it's a 10-minute drive approximately to get to this location. Schemengees posting on Facebook some really sad news tonight. Industry night to night. So initially they posted, they were so looking forward to celebrating the bar and restaurant industry. You get 25% off your bill. And then just a couple hours later saying, quote, "My heart is crushed. I am at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make any sense of this? Sending our prayers to everyone." People are starting to respond to this post from everywhere. Posters from Texas, Florida, sending prayers and thoughts. Right now, we're just waiting to get more information out here. Still just an eerie presence at Schemengees Bar and Grill. I know when I tuned into the news, right after my shift has ended, I got some dinner and I was in Portland enjoying myself, and then I checked my phone and you your heart sinks and you don't know what to do. And I heard you guys talking about that earlier. It's just, how do you make sense of all of this? So right here, we are standing live in Lewiston. We're going to be live all morning until we get this press conference at 10:30. Maybe once the sun comes up, we'll be able to see some more here of the scene. But for now, live in Lewiston, I'm Stephanie Grinley. Guys, back to you.
Stephanie, I know you were talking about that statement, that the bar and grill made on Facebook. Yeah. Tell us just a little bit more about some of the comments. It sounds like people from, the area and also from out of state offering their condolences.
Yeah, I think that's really all people can do right now. I think there's this sense in the air of just holding your breath. We're all just waiting for this person of interest to be caught. We're all standing by just waiting for that. And until we get that, it just feels like you're constantly holding your breath. It's tragic what happened. It's very eerie tonight. That's all I can really describe.
Stephanie, talk about the police presence where you are. Do you see other agencies there besides Lewiston Police or Auburn Police, State Police, or anybody from out of state there as well?
Yeah, we see people coming and going. We've definitely seen the Maine State Police. We've seen the FBI. We see the Kennebec Sheriff's Office right behind me here. People are coming and going here at this scene. Obviously, their attention is diverted elsewhere at this moment as well.
All right, Stephanie, thank you so much for that update. A lot of shock for many people in the community and beyond. And we're also tracking a number of schools and businesses that will not be open today, including many outside the Lewiston, Auburn, Lisbon area.
Yeah, this is a live look right now of the list on our website. And again, I just got a call about 15 minutes ago. My kids go to Westbrook schools, and I got the message during one of our live shots. I got a phone call, and I knew it was Westbrook schools, and I picked it up and listened to it. Westbrook schools was closed, and you can see it not just centered around the Lewiston, Auburn area or Androscoggin County. This is down in Cumberland County as well, because not just Westbrook schools, but also we have, and we just heard in York County, Biddeford schools have closed now, along with Sanford schools down in York County. South Portland, West Bath is closed now, and Winthrop schools closed, and now the latest one is Yarmouth schools closing as well.
And I imagine that even if a school, decides to stay open for students who may want to attend, they would certainly understand if a family decides it's not a good idea today. They would rather stay home with their family and maybe have some of these conversations, together.
Yeah, and again, most of these schools, or all of these schools these days, have counselors on hand to help people out, especially kids, because we know kids, can watch the news and hear about the news more than just right here on, television like CBS 13 and Fox 23. They're on websites, they're on social media, and they're getting a lot of the details that we're telling them and they're hearing about, and they got a lot of questions that they want answered.
Yeah, and there are some resources available, and you can find that full list of all those closings, including businesses that are not open today, on our website, WGME.com and Fox23Maine.com. We'll keep monitoring that to bring you the latest, but certainly a number of closings today.
All right, again, this happened at 6:56 last night. It is now 5:24 in the morning. Again, the search continues for the person of interest in this. The CBS 1319 spoke with Betsy Smith about the situation around midnight.
She's the spokesperson for the National Police Association and shed some light for us on the challenges these officers are facing.
But to have such a large area and still have somebody who is actively on the run as of right now, we're told, what does that mean for law enforcement? How do they have to get themselves organized to try and wrap their minds around all of this?
Well, first and foremost, we have got to get that suspect in custody. So that's where most of the resources are going to be aimed at capturing or eliminating this killer. We also have to remember, even though that we just have one shooter identified, that doesn't mean that there are not other people involved in this. So that's something that law enforcement has to consider.
And we do want to show you a map of these confirmed locations just so you can kind of see where things are located. So at the top, you can see Just-in-Time Recreation, also known as Sparetime Recreation in Lewiston, and then Schemengees Bar and Grill. We looked this up, we were curious. Obviously, we're curious about what connection these two scenes may have, but as far as distance, it's about 4.1 miles between the two.
Yeah, and that's about according to GPS, about a 9-mile drive. And right now, we're not sure which, whether it was Schemengees or Just-in-Time Recreation, known as Sparetime as well. Which one came first? They're still trying to figure that out. We'll also hear more this morning at 10:30 during that press conference. But again, those two, businesses are pretty close together.
Yeah, we do know that first call at 5:56 came in from Just-in-Time Recreation, and that's where we have Brad Rogers for us this morning. So he's right down the road from there. Brad, tell us who you've been talking to and what the scene is like right now.
Well, not a whole lot of people out here. We did talk to a woman earlier, and we'll hear from her in just a little bit. Right now, the road here, Mollison Way, is still blocked off. The bowling alley is actually a couple hundred yards back here behind me. We do know we can see police cars still there. They're still gathering evidence at the scene of the bowling alley. But I tell you, this has been such a shock to everyone here in Lewiston. A lot of people, as you say, trying to make sense of all of this. Inside that bowling alley, we had surveillance video. You saw the surveillance video of the gunman, Robert Card, aiming the gun and firing on a crowd of bowlers who likely had their backs turned to him. One of the bowlers thought he heard a balloon pop and turned around, saw it was a gunman, and then took off running down the alley. Everyone was scrambling for cover at that point. And we don't know exactly how many people were killed or injured in there. We do know though that there was a some sort of a children's bowling party going on there at the time, which is just horrifying to even think about. There were also teens in there as well. And this was likely the first location where Robert Card, who is being labeled as a person of interest, who Robert Card chose to fire on a group of innocent people here behind me here. Again, no word on the number of people killed or injured, but people here are just mortified, and we spoke with one woman about that, and here's what she had to say.
It's devastating. Because I even said there's a lot of kids that hang out there. Why would somebody do that where kids are? I just don't understand what's going on, to be honest with you. Yeah. Scary. Yeah. I don't think the shock I set in, I think tomorrow it's going to kind of be like, wow, this doesn't happen here. I stopped by my mother's house to put the bar in her sliding glass door and make sure her doors were locked. She always leaves her doors open. I will not be leaving my doors open anymore.
Well, 40-year-old Robert Card is considered armed and dangerous. He's a shooting instructor for the Army Reserve. He was anyway. He was committed to a mental health facility sometime, we believe, this summer for a couple of weeks there. And during that time, he was mumbling and talking about wanting to, do a mass shooting, even at the Army Reserve training facility there in Saco, which is where I live. But the big question, though, is, where did he get his hands on a gun? In a case like that, where he's talking about doing a mass shooting, where he's in a mental health facility, his guns, you would think, should have been confiscated. That's the law in Maine. But we don't know if that was the case, but we do know how easy it is to just go in and buy a gun. You would hope he would have been put on some sort of a list where you wouldn't sell him the gun, but we don't know what the case is. So there's going to be a lot of questions regarding that, how he got his hands on the gun. Also, during the shooting here, this bar, Legend Sports Bar and Grill, which is just right here behind me, they were also heard about the shooting as it was happening. They'd gotten some sort of a call to alert them of the shooting. They immediately locked the doors and got everyone in the back of the thing and turned the lights out to protect the people in there. Of course, the gunman didn't go in there, but they took immediate steps, which is what they should have done, to protect the people inside the bar here as well. Instead, he went to a bar across town, and that was his second shooting location here. He is still at large. There is a manhunt for him right now, His last known whereabouts, we believe, is in Lisbon, where his car was located near a boat ramp there. But at this point, there's still no sign of him.
All right, Brad Rogers live in Lewiston for us. We're hearing from so many different law enforcement officers, also politicians. You know, I've heard from Governor Janet Mills, President Biden offering whatever he can to the state of Maine. Also, we've heard from, Susan Collins, Angus King, Jared Golden, and also Shelley Pingree, and also local officials as well.
Yeah, something else to note. I'm just scrolling on X because we have a lot of different crews covering this for us. And one reporter with WBZ from Boston is outside CMMC, and she's reporting that law enforcement officials and armed guards are surrounding the hospital, and they're escorting medical staff to and from their vehicles. There's obviously still concern for them as well because we don't know where this person of interest is, right? So everyone is on high alert and has their guard up right now, as they should. Everyone else who doesn't have to be at the hospital, of course, is being urged to shelter in place.
Yeah, just because they have all those crews in Lisbon near the boat launch, or maybe where Robert Card is in Bowdoin, doesn't mean he's at those two places.
Right.
Even when those cars parked there, he could still be in Lewiston near one of the bars or restaurants or one of the hospitals or anything else like that.
Yeah, we have not heard any information as far as where they think he might be. We're just going off of where we see a heavy police presence.
Yeah, we talked about the local law officials commenting as well. Here's Lewiston City Councilor Robert McCarthy. Says last night's mass shooting situation has stranged local hospitals.
And he's concerned about the victims, with reports that one of the shooting locations is that bowling alley where children were present.
Someone told me that there was a children's bowling event going on at the bowling alley, which is extremely tragic if that's the case. It's so surreal. You see it on the news and you say that's never going to happen here, and then it happens here, and it just blows your mind.
And we heard from Mayor Jason Levesque from Auburn, and Lewiston City Councilor mentioned children. I mean, he said that he's talked to some teens that were at the bowling alley or at the other place playing games, with family and friends, and some really young. And so, I mean, these are kids that were either injured or could have witnessed everything. So just incredible what's been going on, and especially so many children that could be involved.
Well, I believe that what we reported earlier, there was some new information from the AP. They interviewed a 10-year-old boy, and he's the one who said he thought it was a balloon that popped. Yeah. And he said he heard about 10 or so gunshots, realized it wasn't a balloon popping, and then ran as fast as he could.
Yeah, so here's the deal.
Very young.
It's 5:30 in the morning now. The sun's going to be coming up, sunrise at 7:09. So hopefully this will give law enforcement the opportunity to catch this guy.
Yeah, this person of interest, 40-year-old Robert Card, who is considered armed and dangerous. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he does appear to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle. He's wearing brown clothing and dark pants.
And this is what we know about Robert Card. His last reported residence, we told you about, in Bowdoin. They do have a police presence there. According to the Associated Press, Card is a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility.
He had reportedly been hearing voices and threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco. We do have a background check on Card that we conducted earlier this morning or last night. Not much of a criminal history. He was arrested for OUI in April 2007 in Topsom. That was a misdemeanor. He was found guilty in May of 2007 and fined $500, was jailed for 48 hours, and had his license suspended for 90 days.
Now, you can imagine with so many people right now, according to CNN, 22 people killed and also up to possibly 60 injured, that, friends and family that don't know where their family members and friends are probably just so worried right now.
Yeah, searching for answers, scrambling to find more information and get in touch and maybe hear their voices. Let's check back in with Good Day Maine's Johnny Maffey, who is live for us in Lisbon now, where there is still a large police presence. So tell us about this move, Johnny.
Yeah, Katie, so I do want to recap sort of what's been going on, like you guys have as well, just to fill everyone in. But yes, we're in Lisbon right now. We're right near their high school, and we're about a mile from that boat launch that we've been talking about all night. And, we saw the helicopters up above. There's cruisers here. We're right on Mill Street, and it's this road right here is blocked off all the way down to Webster Street. And there is sort of a what you might call a staging post across the street here. Not that active as from what we can see with our eyes. But you know, Mal Meyer was just here, and he just tagged us out, and he told us that there has been some activity over here, especially closer to what some might call last night, or much earlier this morning. Now, actually, even last night, Meller Park around 11 p.m. they were moved from what they called a danger zone. That was near that boat launch they were talking about, I believe. And so they were moved to right here. They were pushed back out, and we have reached out to the chief. They said he is deferring to Maine State Police on all of this, and of course we heard them, and we will hear from them at 10:30 later on this morning. That's the latest we've heard from Maine State Police. But this situation, I mean, we've been I started my night last night at the hospital, and then we moved over, of course, to the Reunification Center in Auburn. And it's just been a lot of people on their toes, and now things have certainly calmed down where I have been. But we'll be checking in, of course, at the hospital as well throughout the morning, guys.
Yeah, Johnny, you were at the middle school in Auburn not that long ago. It's called the Reunification Center. And talk about some of the stories that you heard from some of the friends and families of some of the victims, some of the people who were injured.
So, Jeff, we talked to two parents tonight, unrelated, with children that were in the hospital, and they were both at I'm sorry, I've said this a lot tonight, Schemengees Bar. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And one of them, I heard the dad told me his son was sitting right by the door. He was a big guy, and he was actually playing pool with his friends. He still hasn't heard, from what I know, that where his son is and if they have him in there at Central Maine Medical Center. Another mom I talked to, she said her son, who's just 23 years old, he would have turned 24 this winter, was also at the bar, and he got shot 4 times. He's on a ventilator right now, and she was told by doctors that she can see him in the morning, and she said she'll let me know then. She doesn't. I wanted to just go and see her son then, but certainly thankful to them for sharing the stories, and just it goes to show the intensity of this, what these families are going through, what these loved ones are going through. Like I mentioned, a lot of people on their toes at the hospital late last night and early into the morning still.
And Johnny, can you tell us just about the drive from Auburn, where you were, to now where you are in Lisbon? Did you notice anything? Did you see any sirens, hear any sirens, anything like that? And how long was that distance?
Well, Katie, just to provide some context, I don't usually talk about breakfast here, but we tried to stop at a quick Dunkin' Donuts because I've been up since the shift yesterday morning, and they're all closed. The lockdown order, people are following it, which is a good thing. It lets the law enforcement certainly do their job, and it's certainly not something to take lightly when a man of this caliber is still out on the streets and out maybe in the woods or wherever he might be, but on the loose, and they're still working to find this person of interest.
Johnny, how was when you drove from Auburn and all the way over to Lisbon, where you are now? How was the traffic? Did you see very many people out on the road, or people staying home? I know it's early in the morning, and talk about the law enforcement out there too.
Yeah, so it's almost 5:45 here this morning. So as for law enforcement, right here in Lisbon, on between Mills and Webster Street, near Route 9 is what's closed off. Like I mentioned, we'll show people this sort of a stage post over across the street, but it's blocked off here. And law enforcement near us, not a ton of activity going on, Jeff.
All right, Johnny, Matthew lies for us in Lisbon. We'll continue to check back up with you as the sun starts to come up again.
We'll check back in soon, guys.
Yeah, around 7:09.
All right, Johnny, thank you so much for all of these updates. Again, we're learning this shooting is the worst in the U.S. this year. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive.
Yeah, the organization sending this message out on X, of course, they used to be Twitter. Late last night, when the reported number of deaths was 16, they say it's the 565th shooting in the U.S. this year and the 31st mass murder.
The Brunswick School Department just posted on Facebook a few minutes ago, all schools will be closed today. They say due to the shelter in place, all school offices will be closed, and they're reminding everyone to stay safe as police search for that person of interest, 40-year-old Robert Card, who is considered armed and dangerous.
And again, so many schools closing down today that, aren't in the Lewiston, Auburn area. But again, if you talk about where the boat launch is, that, it's between Topsom and Lisbon, where the person of interest and a vehicle of interest, you know, is right there. He parked it there allegedly, his white Subaru. I mean, Brunswick is right next to Thompson. So you think about it, it's just kind of a domino effect. And now, you know, same thing, Bowdoin, you know, closing. And then, of course, you know, so many school officials worried, I think, just for the, you know, mental health of children. And also, out of abundance of caution, too, you know, school officials closing schools here in the Cumberland County area, too.
Yeah, and any school that does remain closed, you know, most of them, it sounds like, are closing for the day. But any that are open, certainly we can assume we'll be offering some counseling for any students that just are having a hard time grasping what has happened.
Yeah, and we showed you what's going on in Brunswick. Just go to our website, WGME.com or Fox23Maine.com. You can see the full list of schools that are closed. Everything from even Yarmouth is closed, and South Portland, Westbrook, and even Biddeford, Sanford in York County closing as well.
All over the state. And again, the Maine Department of Public Safety says a news conference is scheduled for 10:30 this morning at Lewiston City Hall. It's currently 5:41, so that news conference happening at 10:30.
And by the way, we will be carrying that live right here on Fox 23 and also CBS 13 to get the latest information. Again, we're trying to get it all to you. There's so many things happening as the search continues for Robert Card.
Yeah, we've got some video of the police response in Lisbon. Take a look at this. You can see a huge number of law enforcement officials in the area and a helicopter patrolling the scene as well. Of course, this was hours ago. Again, Lisbon is a major focal point right now for officials after that vehicle of interest, a white Subaru Outback, was found abandoned at the Lisbon boat launch.
Well, and these videos from witnesses at the time, you can see the heavy police presence and hear the sirens going off, speeding by with the cars. Again, police say if you are in Androscoggin County, you should shelter in place, stay inside, and lock your doors. I mean, you know, Brad Rogers talked to somebody earlier today that said, well, you know, she lives in the Lewiston, Auburn area, and she feels so safe that she leaves her doors unlocked. Well, guess what? You need to lock them this morning.
Yeah, and that's the end of the interview. She started by saying that. At the end of the interview, she goes, I'm locking my doors from now on because I just don't feel safe. She's still in shock. She couldn't imagine, you know, why someone would do something like this. And you certainly don't think it's going to happen in Maine. You know, no one thought that this would happen.
And also, and again, just to let you, like, if somebody's knocking at your door this morning too, especially 5:42, you've seen, you know, it's still dark. You've seen some of our live shots. Make sure and peek through a window and figure out who's knocking at your door or knocking at your window. So if it happens to be Robert Card, call officials, but please be safe out there.
Yeah,
think about
absolutely.
that.
Better safe than sorry. Now, Auburn's mayor spoke about the shootings overnight. He says this tragedy has touched the entire area.
And first of all, thank you. It's been a trying time in our community, and granted, where this happened in Lewiston, we are one community, and had a lot of friends and family that were around this, and I just met a couple of them that I didn't know were involved. We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event. Been talking with them, and my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
That's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, this is a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And yeah, and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up.
And we're also hearing from a Lewiston resident reacting to the shooting. Don Dosty speaking out. Take a listen.
My first reaction was a lot of anger that it was happening in the community because Mainers were much better than this. You know, it's this, you've had these interviews with people all over the country before, in a mass shooting, you just can't believe it's going to happen in your hometown, and here we are. I got helicopters flying over my house with searchlights, and it's unreal.
And we're learning new details coming in from the Associated Press as well. So they spoke with a bowler identified as Brandon, who says he was at Sparetime Recreation when the first shooting took place. He says he heard 10 shots, thinking at first it was either popcorn popping or maybe a balloon. Brandon says, quote, "I had my back turned to the door, and as soon as I turned and saw it was not a balloon, He was holding a weapon. I just booked it. Brandon says he ran down the alley, hiding in the machinery where the pins are reset. He was among a busload of survivors taken to that reunification center we've been talking about at the middle school in Auburn.
All right, and we want to update something that we just got from CNN. We've been reporting 22 people killed. CNN is bringing that number down to 16. They're revising that. And again, we told you when this coverage started last night and into this morning that this could change, whether it's increasing or even decreasing because of some of the numbers. So it's happening here at 5:45. This happened at 7 o'clock last night. So again, it has dropped from 22 to 16. Again, everyone's trying to get the latest details. We're trying to be so careful when we report some of these details, but that is the latest. So it sounds crazy to talk about this, but it is 16.
Okay, and you can imagine just it's pure chaos, and it's very difficult to keep track of where these victims are being treated and what the status is. It doesn't mean that that number couldn't change, you know, as we get more information. Again, that press conference, 10:30 this morning at Lewiston City Hall with state officials, and they have not been releasing any numbers at this point.
Yeah, but again, I received a text right now that says right now that they're putting it back to 16. So we will keep you posted if that number changes again and goes up. Hopefully it stays at 16.
Yes,
but we'll learn more again when that happens at 10:30 this morning with that news conference. And again, as many as 60 people could be injured in the two mass shootings. And we're trying to recap what we know here when it comes to the two instances at these both establishments.
You know, we've been hearing too, our reporter from WJAR, Gabrielle, she is outside the hospital. She had a good point about the need for blood donations. And, you know, when you have, you know, a mass casualty incident like this, and when blood donations are already quite low, that maybe once these shelter-in-place orders are lifted, you know, the hope would be that some people who are able to would go donate blood to help with this, you know, response, because the victims who are injured, you know, they could have a very long journey of this recovery ahead of them.
Yeah, and I had it on WBZ radio on the way in 10:30 a.m. Coming in, I have maybe a 10-minute commute, and you know, right when you know, it was middle of my commute, they were actually talking about the New Hampshire Red Cross helping out with some of the blood donations, bringing some up into Maine. And I'm sure at some point later on today, probably, the Red Cross here in Maine is going to put that alert out to have as many people come out and donate blood here in the area.
Yeah, I've been checking the Red Cross of Northern New England's Twitter for any updates on that as well. And it does show you that the response and support, you know, is coming in from all over New England. You know, we've been talking about what Massachusetts State Police monitoring the border as they look for this person of interest. Many resources coming in from all over the region of New England to help the victims and also help to try to find this Robert Card.
Yeah, we talked about, I mean, all the law enforcement agencies here in the area. Think about it. I mean, I heard sirens. I live in Westbrook, coming from Portland and Westbrook. I know the Cumberland County Sheriffs are helping out as well. And but how about just out of state too? I mean, we're getting help from the Massachusetts State Police, the ATF in Boston, also the FBI is helping out, just saying, hey, whatever resources you need, we'll help you out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Tell us how we can help, right? And sometimes we don't know, you know, how they can help, but a lot of people on standby to do what they can, because this isn't just a today, you know, event. The recovery is going to continue for days, weeks, you know, years, really. So.
Yeah. And just, you know, the Commissioner of Public Safety here in the state of Maine, Michael Sawchuk, has said there are hundreds of law enforcement officials in the state right now, whether it's being at the border of New Hampshire and Maine to see if maybe Robert Card is trying to get out of state, whether they're blocking off roads, whether they're detectives, you know, working on, you know, the search or whatever. They're all here to try to find a Robert Card and to keep people safe.
Yeah, the search for answers continues. It's, you know, we are trying so hard to find more information. Here's what we can give you, this pretty major update. CNN is revising the number of people who have been killed in this mass shooting to 16. It was 22. So again, some new numbers. We're trying to be transparent with you and give you these updates as soon as we get them.
Yeah, and here's the picture. Take a good look. We've been talking about this all morning long. This is one of the best pictures we have. This is the person of interest, 40-year-old Robert Card of Bowdoin. He's considered armed and dangerous. That's why we have a stay-in-place order right now. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. You can see he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants. You can see him leaving Sparetime bowling, you can see right there, that's the glass door, the front door to that building. You can see the bowling ball and also the pins right there. And it appears to be broken glass as well right there by the window next to the door. And he's holding that gun. So take a good look. If you know him or have seen him, please call 911, your local law enforcement.
Yeah, and the search is being concentrated on a boat launch in Lisbon, just off Route 196. That's where police say they found that vehicle of interest. And as we reported earlier, you know, we moved Johnny. Mal Meyer was reporting there for many hours, and Johnny was in Auburn at the reunification center at the middle school. But we moved Johnny over to this boat ramp location, or as close as he can get to that location. And this shows you, you know, all of the scenes that we're talking about.
Yeah, again, just-in-time recreation, or Sparetime. A lot of people know that by in the Lewiston area. And of course, the other bar right there, that's about 4.1 miles away. And the boat ramp is on 196 right there between Lisbon and Topsom. And again, that's where a lot of these search is centered right there, because that's a small boat launch with a lot of dense forest close by and right next to the river as well.
And this all began last night at 6:56 p.m. Police got a report of a mass shooting at Just-in-Time Bowling in Lewiston, better known by some as Sparetime Recreation.
That's right. And here again is the map of the situation last night. We're going to show you again. A little later, there was a mass shooting at Schemengees Bar and Grill, also in Lewiston. There was a shelter in place in Lewiston, which has been expanded to Auburn and the entirety of Androscoggin County. And just to give you an example, again, these two bars and restaurants are places where families go. I mean, you know, especially Schemengees, they have a billiard league, they have a dart league, they have cornhole. That's a 10,000 square foot facility that has so many people there. You imagine at dinner time, you know, it's just before 7 o'clock, how many people are there? Sparetime Recreation Center, it's the same thing. I mean, you're talking about 22 bowling lanes. You know, I've looked on the website. Both those places offer, a place for events, birthday parties. So you can imagine, we've heard that there are some children that were at some of these places.
Yeah, and speaking of Schemengees, that's where Stephanie Grinley is live for us this morning. Stephanie, what can you tell us about, you know, what you're hearing, what you're seeing? Obviously, there's still police on the scene.
Yes, there are still police on the scene, and we'll have Jim zoom in down there into the scene. You can see just a little bit of that activity outside of Schemengees Bar and Grill. We are being joined live on the scene with national and international networks as well. People are coming to the scene. Reporters are here. We are on the main street of Lincoln Street, so it is getting busy. When I changed over, when Anna Kuhn was out here live earlier around midnight, it was extremely empty. All you saw were law enforcement, and now we're seeing cars stopping by every couple minutes, getting turned around. This road is obviously blocked off. We are about 1/4 of a mile away from Schemengees, where the reported crime scene took place. So this is the second location. The first was obviously called in a little before 7 p.m. It's about a 10-minute drive from the first location at the bowling alley to here, Schemengees. So we don't really know how the suspect got from point A to point B. We hope to learn more in the press release and conference today at 10:30. We also might learn some more once the sun starts to come up. I know it's about to come up, maybe in the next hour or so we start to get a glimpse here. Still just an eerie air, and we're just holding our breath. Jeff, Katie, when I read the Facebook post from Schemengees Bar and Grill, they posted 11 hours now. They posted getting ready for a restaurant and bar industry celebration night. They were going to have a 25% off your bill if you worked in the service industry. And then just hours later, they post something so heart-wrenching. My heart is crushed. I'm at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make any sense of this? Sending our prayers to everyone. That's getting reactions now from everywhere, from Florida, West Virginia, California. People are commenting, just sending thoughts and prayers. Everyone's just waiting to learn more how someone could do something like this. Jeff, Katie, I was leaving my shift at 7:30, was going out to dinner in Portland, enjoying the night, and then you look down at your phone and you read something that you never thought would be possible where you live. And I feel like then you turn on the news and you just start to cry and you start to shake and you ask how, here, why. And I feel like that's a lot of people watching right now. They just don't have answers. And so what we can do is continue to provide you with what we know. It is starting to pick up here. We do see the tape down there at Schemengees Bar and Grill. Not really close to the scene as of yet. We hope to learn more in the coming hours. Jeff, Katie, have any questions?
Just the reaction, pouring in and that support. You can feel it, Stephanie, just from these comments, on social media.
Yeah.
All right, and we'll hear more from Stephanie as the morning goes on. We're now being joined by he's Mike Violet. He's with the radio station WSKW 1160 AM. Mike, one of our radio partners when it comes to CBS 13 and Fox 23. He is the host of the morning show, and the reason we're bringing him on is because he's located about a mile away from where they found that vehicle of interest, that white Subaru, at the Lisbon boat launch, which is located between Lisbon and Topsom. And I have him on the phone right now. I'm going to hold it up to my microphone. That's the technology we're trying to get working today with all the live shots going on today. So, Mike, I know you can hear me. First of all, you're located not that far from there. You've been up basically all night. You talk about some of the sirens and some of the helicopters and all the things that you were hearing last night when this thing all started happening.
Indeed, I have, Jeff. It takes a lot for me to pull an all-nighter these days at my age, but this is so surreal and so unsettling and so close to home. In the case of those of us who happen to live in Lisbon, this is all going on. The manhunt less than a mile from where I sit, which is right on Route 196 in Lisbon, right downtown Lisbon, right across from the mill, to give you a landmark. And so this Pepper Mill Park, where the Subaru was found, is about a mile from here, and it's a very popular walking trail. It's right there on the edge of the Androscoggin. I heard you talking about fishing earlier, Jeff, and yeah, it's a nice little fishing spot. There's a stream that runs into the mighty Androscoggin, and there's a walking trail there. And, of course, there's a parking lot there for people to go to. So this is where the car was found, which is less than a mile from here. I often either walk down there to walk the trail or ride my bicycle down there to ride the trail. So it's a very popular place for the locals here. So to hear that that's where it's all going on, and last night after obviously the shooting occurred, I began getting messages from people to the effect of, gee, I hope what I'm hearing about what's going on in Lewiston isn't true or isn't as bad as it is. And, then we find out how bad it is. And then, ironically, with the way the world is now, I got a text message from my son, who lives in Manchester, New Hampshire, who told me that the manhunt had moved to he said, Dad, are you okay? It's right near you. He's right near you. He had been monitoring a police scanner online and heard it. So then I jumped on that and started to hear it as well. So you go from feeling, horrible about what's going on in Lewiston with the numbers that we were hearing to then feeling, a little unsettled yourself because it's happening so close to you and it's still going on. And, this went on through the night, 9, 10, 11 o'clock. I was on with Greg Lagerquist and Marissa Bodner, I think 10:30 last night. This was all going on, and I could hear helicopters overhead. You could hear vehicles, SWAT vehicles whizzing by here on 196, sirens blaring. It was, a scene out of a movie. This is the kind of thing that doesn't happen here, Jeff and Katie. It doesn't. This is Maine. We're one big small town. We just don't have to do that. But it hits home, and I think the worst part of this is, to me, is as we wait for the state police press conference at 10:30. I think that, the crushing news of the names and the ages of the people that we're going to hear about is going to be absolutely beyond devastating. And I wait for it with great trepidation. I feel horrible because from what I've heard from a contact that I have at Central Maine Medical Center, I asked that contact to give me an update, and all I got was simply a text that said, you don't want to know. And I think that says a lot.
Mike, one thing I wanted to ask you too, this morning, do you feel safe? I asked you today, I texted you and said, well, you're not going to get any news today because we're going to be so busy with the coverage. And you said you weren't even going in.
Right, and I texted my boss, Jay Hansen, up in Augusta to tell him that I wouldn't come in, and he obviously called me, and I did a hit on one of our sister stations, Mix 107.9. Do I feel safe? I feel unsettled, Jeff. I think that's the word for it. I have to admit that I live in an apartment building. There are four tenants in the building. It's a large old Victorian house, and my neighbor, my young neighbors who are a couple with young kids, I texted her about 10:30 last night and asked her, you guys and the kids and your significant other okay? She goes, yeah. And her boyfriend, her significant other, was awake, and he had his rifle ready. And that actually made me feel better, that he had his weapon, because I don't have one, and I'll tell you, not to get off the beaten track here, this makes you feel like you want to have one, but I do feel a little bit uneasy about things, and I can't wait for daylight, because I think once daylight finally hits, this search is really going to narrow, and I think probably one way or another we're going to get an ending here.
Yeah, and Mike, it's Katie here. Can you just kind of expand on what you're hearing from people in the community as far as, the questions they have? Are there certain things they're really hoping that this 10:30 press conference is going to address? Obviously, we're not going to get all of the answers at 10:30 because this, investigation is going to be ongoing.
Well, my sense is that by 10:30, they're going to have this guy, one way or another, dead or alive. This guy's going to be caught. I know, obviously, he's got a career Army background, so I'm sure he's got some survival skills. And clearly, you would think, based on what we saw from the still pictures from the surveillance, that he's pretty heavily armed. But when you're surrounded, at some point, this is going to end. Whether by hook or by crook, it's going to come to an end. What do people feel? Well, other than texting people, I haven't seen anybody in person, but people are uneasy. I mean, my fellow tenants here, they have 3 little girls from like 9 down. When you've got, my kids are, grown and gone. So I can only imagine, though, if they were here with me and they were, 9 and whatever, you'd feel really uneasy about things. So I think it's just a general feeling of, the word I keep falling back on is unsettled. It's just unsettling. It makes you feel uneasy. It's uncomfortable. And I think when you look ahead to the press conference, like I said earlier, my own personal view is this is going to be a crushing announcement of what I think is going to be young kids who were bowling at Sparetime last night. Can you imagine? You've gone bowling. What can be more fun than bowling? Peterson, you and I used to be on the Channel 13 bowling team. We used to have, it's fun. You could never envision a tragedy while you're bowling. But yet here we are in 2023, a bunch of kids went bowling and some people went out and got a burger and a beer and ended up getting shot. That's awful. It's just crushing. The announcement when it comes is going to really be hurtful.
Yeah, we're talking with Mike Violet. He's the morning show host for WSKW 1160 AM. And Mike, you've lived in Maine for a long time. You've been on the radio, whether it was WGAN or WSKW, so people know your name, know your face. I mean, we hear the same thing over and over again. This morning we're going to hear from friends and family, strangers that say, "I can't believe it happened in Maine." Do you have to almost pinch yourself? It's like surreal. This really happened in Maine?
Yeah, that's how I feel, Jeff. Look, born and raised here. I was born in Farmington, grew up in Waterville in the 60s and 70s when, we literally did go around with our doors unlocked and everything like that. Obviously, the world has changed. It's 2023. I think we're all, big boys and girls, and we understand how the world works. But even if we are, you get knocked off your game by this. It's so hurtful. It hits. It stings. These are people that in the Lewiston, Auburn area, which obviously LA is a very tight-knit community, and here in Lisbon, we're the next town down. And I haven't been here long. I've only been here a couple of years, but it's a pretty tight group here. I've gotten to know some people when I go on my walks around the neighborhood. The people are cool, and they're friendly. Some people recognize you and they ask you about a sporting event or whatever. And so these are just Maine people doing Maine things, and that's what they were doing last night. They were bowling, for God's sakes.
Yeah,
I mean, that hits home. It's you're out having fun, burning off, some steam after a day of work, going to the bowling alley, maybe opening up, having a beer and sitting there having fun with your friends or bringing your kids. It's just, I think the ultimate tragedy. The ultimate tragedy, and the fact that the manhunt is still going on makes it, I think, even more uneasy. And for me right now, last night at like 9 or 10, when I was talking to Marissa and Greg last night, I could hear helicopters overhead while I was talking to them. I think the difference now is it's almost an uneasy feeling of quiet. It's very eerie because we don't have that right now. Yet we know that the manhunt is going on, and that as soon as it gets lighter, it's probably going to come to an end.
Mike, we so appreciate you taking the time to speak with us and share with us a little bit about this area that we're talking about, where the search is focused, as well as just the feel that the residents in the Lisbon area and beyond are feeling right now because of this tragedy. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure, guys.
All right. Hopefully we'll talk to you. Maybe you get some sleep, Mike,
And
okay?
stay safe.
Yeah.
Thanks.
We're checking back in now with Brad Rogers. He's just down the road from Just-in-Time Bowling, better known as Sparetime, where police got the reports of the first mass shooting.
And how is it looking down there with the police presence? Are you seeing a lot more action down there, or is it kind of quieted down? Kind of set the scene for us.
Well, we are seeing a police presence at the bowling alley. It's about 200 yards just down the road here. In fact, the roads to both shooting locations here in Lewiston are blocked off still, and they will probably remain blocked off for quite some time here as investigators gather evidence at those two shooting scenes. This all started, as we said, around 6:56 last night when the first call came in, just before 7 o'clock. And that was for a shooting here at the Just-in-Time Recreation, formerly Sparetime Recreation here. You can see surveillance cameras capture the gunman, Robert Card, as he raised his gun and fired on a crowd of innocent bowlers here. You can only just imagine here. Here they are, bowlers with their backs, turned to the door, facing the bowling alley. They had no clue that this was coming. And this gunman just opened fired on the backs of people here at this bowling alley, sending them scrambling for cover once they realized, what was going on. I hate, you mentioned now that they've lowered the death toll down to maybe 16. We're going to find out those exact numbers, I'm sure, at 10:30 this morning. But thank God it's 16 and not 22. But even so, 16 people, some of them at the bowling alley, some of them at the Schemengees Bar. It's just an awful feeling. And I spoke to one woman who lives just about 4 miles from here about what she is feeling right now.
It's devastating. Because I even said there's a lot of kids that hang out there. Why would somebody do that where kids are? I just don't understand what's going on, to be honest with you. Yeah. Scary. Yeah. I don't think the shock has set in. I think tomorrow it's going to kind of be like, wow. This doesn't happen here. I stopped by my mother's house to put the bar in her sliding glass door and make sure her doors were locked. She always leaves her doors open. I will not be leaving my doors open anymore.
Certainly good advice. So we're seeing a little bit more traffic out on the roads right now. 40-year-old Robert Card is considered armed and dangerous. He has not been seen since. His car was located near the boat ramp in Lisbon, which is why there's such a concern over there right now. We don't know if he's on foot or if he's fled in another car or what. At this point, the manhunt is on for him, though. This is a person, though, who was military trained. He was a firearms instructor for the Army Reserve at the training center in Saco. And, this past summer, as you have said, he spent 2 weeks in a mental health facility where he was talking about doing a mass shooting, perhaps even at the training facility, the military training facility in Saco. Instead, he set his sights on Lewiston. And the big question to me is, how's this a person in a mental health facility who's talking about a mass shooting? How does he get his hands on a gun? And that's going to certainly be a part of this investigation.
Certainly is, and those are questions that many of our viewers and people across the state and the country are asking this morning. Brad, thank you. And of course, we did bring you this update from CNN. 16 now dead in this mass shooting. That's down from 22, which was reported earlier. But many injured. We don't have an exact number. They were reporting about 60 maybe injured in this. We have not gotten exact numbers from Maine state officials at this point, but we know that these hospitals are dealing with many casualties right now.
And you know what's going to happen? We've had a blood supply. It seems like all the time, but coming out of the summer and coming out of the pandemic, you know, there's such a shortage of blood, and you know, they're going to need blood donations at some point, I would imagine, here locally. And we have a quote to read. I got to put my reading glasses on for this, but this is from the American Red Cross of Northern New England. Our hearts go out to the community of Lewiston and all those affected by Wednesday's tragic shooting. The American Red Cross is working closely with our hospital partners in Maine to provide more than 120 blood products in response to this tragedy. We stand ready to provide additional blood products as needed. Volunteer blood donors are needed each and every day to help save lives. The Red Cross is grateful for all donors who generously give blood throughout the country to help patients in need. Due to this incident, the Red Cross Blood Center in Auburn is currently under lockdown. We will notify scheduled donors if we need to adjust our center hours in accordance with local orders. They're going to need blood. Of course, that's closed down. Hopefully some, you know, we have one here in Portland that people can go to. Make sure and call in advance or go online and make an appointment today. Or whether you live in York County, find out where your nearest Red Cross is, because they're going to need the blood. You know, the shelf life for blood isn't a long time, and so they're going to need some as much as possible. So that's something a lot of people think that, oh my gosh, I feel so helpless. What can I do? Well, this is exactly what you can do. If you've never given blood before, I give blood every 44 days or 50 days, and it takes a while. It takes a good hour and a half, maybe down there. But it's really
save a life.
Yeah, and it's, to be honest with you, even though they prick your finger and they poke something in your arm, it's kind of painless. And know you're doing so good for you down there. So make sure and donate blood. They're going to need it in the near future.
Yeah, it'll make a big difference. And right now we're starting to hear new audio from dispatchers last night responding to this situation in real time.
It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down. Have PD on scene, but the suspect is still at large.
I need you to respond to 24 Mollison Way, 24 Mollison Way at Sparetime. There's an active shooter situation going on there, multiple patients.
Well, that was the initial call at the Sparetime Recreation bowling alley. Then a short time later, another call came in.
To respond to the town of Lewiston for 2 active shooter locations. One's going to be at Sparetime Recreation. The second will be at Schemengees. Again, the town of Lewiston for active shooter incidents. All available units to Lewiston.
They're reporting 16 people with gunshot wounds.
And it's very difficult to hear those dispatch recordings because it kind of makes it real. You know, this really happened last night. You know, a lot of people still trying to come to grips with how this could have happened, you know.
Imagine on a couple of levels. First of all, the somebody calling 911 and the dispatcher then putting out that message to everybody, and then being a law enforcement officers going there not knowing exactly what they're going to see, how many shooters are involved or anything like that. They're going to 2 different bars or restaurants, and everybody all hands on deck, and they all headed over there. And you know, hats off to our law enforcement that they got there as soon as they could to try to make the best of that horrible situation.
Right, and we have, you know, that little bit of the timeline here, but 6:56 last night. So we're coming up on, you know, in half an hour, it'll be 12 hours since this started. And then a few minutes later, they responded to the second shooting. And, you know, at what point did they, you know, learn about this vehicle? And there's still so much that we need to learn, that we're hoping to learn at this 10:30 press conference with state officials at Lewiston City Hall.
All right, that's coming up in just over 4 hours. And I know you're going to want to tune in for that. Again, make your plans to tune in for that news conference right here on CBS 13 and Fox 23. That's at 10:30 this morning.
Right now, Lisbon police are urging residents to continue sheltering in place. In a post on Facebook, they're putting an emphasis on the area between Mill Street and Lisbon Center, along the Route 196 corridor, east to Main Street in Lisbon Falls.
Yeah, this is a look at the full post. They say they're working with other law enforcement agencies to assure the residents and businesses in the community can go about their daily activities safely. They say more updates will be provided when possible. And when the shelter-in-place recommendation is lifted, I'm sure that will continue until they find Robert Card. And we'll learn much more about that when the sun comes up at 7:09. Meteorologist Christian Bridges told us that's when the sun comes up, the sunrise.
Less than an hour,
yeah, and then of course 10:30 again. We've been talking about is we're going to have that news conference, and we're going to find out about a whole lot more.
Right, and we obviously are sharing this update from Lisbon Police. We just talked with Mike Violette, who lives in that area, and he's on edge, as you would imagine anyone in this situation that has a connection to this area would. You're being told to actively shelter in place. Do not leave your home. Lock your doors. That's frightening.
Yeah.
When you know that there's a person of interest out there that we do not have an update has been captured yet.
Yeah, and we talked to Mike, who's a radio show host at a radio station in Augusta. He's also worked at WGAN in Portland area as well. And just to hear him, that when he was talking to, it was pretty quiet when we were talking to him about 10 minutes ago.
Right.
But around 10 o'clock last night, 10:30, when he was talking to CBS 13's Greg Lagerquist and Marissa Bodner, he said during the phoner that he was doing with them during the interview, he could hear the sirens, he could hear the helicopter right above him, and he says he's about a mile away from where that boat launch is where they found the person, of course, at large, that vehicle at large, right there, that boat launch, the Lisbon boat launch on 196 between Lisbon and Thompson.
And speaking of the Lisbon area, let's check back in with Johnny Maffey, who has been live for us, since yesterday, Johnny, but you've been moving around, as we learn more about where the search is focused and what resources are available. So tell us now what you're seeing in Lisbon and how you kind of got there.
Well, Katie, as the morning gets a little bit later and more people start to wake up, there are some cars driving around here, but there are barricades out here as well, which we'll show you. But we are blocked off from Mill Street here on Route 9 over to Webster Street. That's where the cruisers have been. One cruiser actually just left here, but there were lights when we were on our way in this morning, and also Lisbon Street on our way in one of the main roads. At 5:10 a.m. when some of the shops and stores like Dunkin' Donuts are open, well, those were all closed down, some of those breakfast spots that you might see. And you're also looking across the street now at sort of a stage post. These vehicles, these law enforcement vehicles, the ambulance and some SWAT vehicles have been staged there since last night. Now, I took over for Mal Meyer here last night. He was here about 11 o'clock, and before that I was, of course, in Auburn and Lewiston, but he had to get pushed back from where they were because we're talking about that boat ramp, right? And that's where the helicopters were and the flight aware and the scene Mal and his photographer were at. And they got pushed back because it was called they were in the danger zone. They actually went over to the city hall and then back to where we are here, about a mile or so from the boatyard. But yeah, like you guys said, we've been bouncing all over the place, Katie and Jeff. And whether it was Lewiston at the hospital or Auburn over at the I'm sorry, I'm blanking on it, at the middle school. We can talk more and more about it. There was a lot going on.
It's incredible to just hear who Johnny has been talking to.
Yeah, and especially some of the people you talked to during your last live shot, the reunification center, where some of the family members and friends who were, had somebody, one of their loved ones missing. You were hearing some great stories. Fill in some of the stories you were hearing. Again, some of the people that were injured in the shooting, some people that were hiding, at the bowling alley. It's been incredible to hear some of the stories you have.
Yeah, Jeff, and at the same time, just heartbreaking to hear some of them as well. I can't imagine really what they're going through. I talked to a few people over at the hospital. That's at this point, it's 6 o'clock. That's like 9 hours ago at this point, and some of them, from what I know, still don't really know the status or where their son is. One dad, I texted about 1:30 a.m. I talked to him at around 9 or 10 last night. Texted him through the night, and at 1:30 a.m. He said he talked to the hospital. Quote, they said he was there. Now they say they don't have him. The guy he was playing pool with at Schemengees was shot several times and brought to the hospital, and then his son was not. So, quote, I don't think he made it. And, you know, I let him know we're certainly hoping for the best. He didn't confirm that to me. He's just really scared now at this point. And another mom we talked to, her son was shot in the spine, the kidney, and in his upper back near the shoulder blades as well. And he's on a ventilator right now, but she just can't wait to see him in the morning, the doctor said. They would let him do that. And so the reunification center where we were in Auburn, so from Lewiston at the hospital over to Auburn, that's where we talked to Auburn Mayor Jason Levesque, who is just devastated, shocked, like we keep mentioning, right? And it was just, you know, a lot of uncertainties.
So much uncertainty, and you imagine, you know, at this reunification center at the middle school, there's going to be some relief, you know, so many different emotions, some heartbreak if you hear that you're, you know, the worst possible news about your loved one, but then, you know, elated if you find out that they're okay, because some people, some family, friends, and community members aren't sure the status of their loved ones right now.
Yeah, think about everything that you know, the people are going through, right? The emotions, everything from shock to grief to panic and worry.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the big thing, and you know, we really go through panic right now, knowing that Robert Card, who is the person of interest, has not been caught yet. And so people, especially up in the Lewiston area and Auburn and Lisbon and even Bowdoin, you know, locking their doors. Somebody knocks at that door, they're not opening the door. They're looking out their windows, you know, really scared, especially
Right.
have your kids and everything. You know, the kids are going, why can't we go out and play? Or why are we going to school? And you got to explain everything to them. And so, again, just imagine the panic and the worry that people are, especially in those communities right now.
And you wonder the approach that the officials and investigators are taking. Obviously, they don't want to share those details, you know, with the public, you know, because they don't want this person of interest to potentially find out, you know, where they're looking exactly or how they're doing that. But, you know, as someone, you know, just in the community, you wonder, how are they approaching this? Are they close? You know, what really is the status? And, you know, we don't have those answers right now.
Yeah, and by the way, we are following a reaction from local and state officials. First of all, I want to read you something from the governor's office. Of course, Governor Janet Mills says, I'm aware and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local enforcement. I will continue to monitor the situation and remain in close contact with public safety officials.
And the Lewiston Mayor Carl Shaleen saying in part, quote, I'm heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come.
Meanwhile, the office of U.S. Senator Angus King releasing a statement as well, writing, quote, the president just reached out to Senator King directly and offered any federal assistance he can provide to help the people of Maine. Senator King will now be headed to Maine on one of the first flights available. He wants to be home to support Lewiston in any way we can. And of course, once he lands in Portland, I'm sure he's coming to the jetport. We'll have to see when we get contact with Senator King.
Yeah, and Senator Susan Collins also releasing a statement. As our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support we've received from across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance. Again, she heard from the president about this.
Yeah, Congresswoman Shelley Pingree reacting to the news out of Lewiston, saying, quote, I am closely monitoring the reports of a mass shooting in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I'm holding the affected communities in my prayers. That's a key word, shocking, by so many people.
Yes, and Congressman Jared Golden issuing a statement saying, quote, like all Mainers, I'm horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work. Listening to authorities, that is the big one here, as they are encouraging so many people to shelter in place because this covers a wide region. You know, there's several crime scenes, and there's also the boat launch where they're investigating. So there's a lot of people that are, and there's his connection to Bowdoin as well. So many people encouraged to shelter in place right now.
You can imagine the hundreds of law enforcement officers throughout the region right now and throughout the area. You know, Bowdoin, you know, at the boat launch, and you know, even we've heard that Mass State Police are at the New Hampshire border as well, because they say that he sometimes has a tie to Massachusetts, and so they're covering all their bases to try to find this guy. And again, sunrise at 7:09. That's less than an hour, and I'm sure the manhunt will increase significantly in the next hour.
Yes, and we continue to hear new audio from dispatchers dealing with the situation as it unfolded last night. Let's take a listen.
What do they got? The shooter on Mollison Way at the bowling place.
Going to be a male, black hair with a hoodie, looked like a rifle.
You said white male with a shirt, ran out the back with a beard and a rifle. Seven County, divert our units to Schemengees. Schemengees ran out another active shooter there.
7, I don't know if any description has been given out for the Schemengees one, but again, a black sweatshirt, male with black sweatshirt, last seen headed toward the treatment plant. That's all she could tell me.
7 County got multiple victims. I need multiple victims. I need every unit you can find.
County communications to all county rescue. Stand by for activation. Multiple victims for an active shooter in the town of Lewiston.
So we had 2 separate active shooter incidents. First one will be at Sparetime. Second one, Schemengees. That's where all the ASO units are.
And another school district is closing its doors today. RSU 57 posting this message on Facebook this morning saying all schools and campuses will be closed. This district includes schools in the Waterboro area. That's about an hour 15 away from Lewiston.
Yeah, and over in Farmington, RSU 9's superintendent posting on Facebook that much like the rest of the state, school will be closed today. They say all school buildings are closed and staff is not to come to campus unless they are called in. Both districts are encouraging all students and staff to stay home as police continue searching for the person of interest. I mean, you can tell how this is affecting the entire state, not just the Lewiston-Auburn area. You know, we talk about, Farmington, even communities, not only just in Cumberland County, we had Westbrook, South Portland, Cape Elizabeth canceling school. Even down in York County, we have Biddeford and Sanford schools also closed for the day, canceled.
Yeah, it just shows you the ripple effect and the impact. It is not just the area, it's the entire state, region, really even the country. We do want to take a break from this breaking news coverage and give you a look at our forecast. So let's check in with meteorologist Christian Bridges. Christian, we're looking ahead to sunrise just after 7 o'clock, and we're also looking at the conditions as the search continues and what these officers and investigators will be dealing with.
Yeah, that's right, Katie. Luckily, the weather cooperating with us today, looking very quiet out there, very mild as well all through the day today on this very heartbreaking morning for us here across the state. In Lewiston, where of course we have a whole lot going on right now with the manhunt and the search, it is in the low 50s, 51 degrees there. Here in Portland, very mild in the upper 50s, 57 as we start off this morning. We're 51 in Wiscasset, 55 in Augusta. Certainly a milder start than what we have seen through much of this week. And as I mentioned, thankfully the weather cooperating with us today. Going to be very quiet, no major weather concerns here really from today all the way through early next week. Temperatures going to be in the lower 70s for many of us this afternoon, even a little bit warmer than yesterday. Mixture of sun and clouds, leaning towards more clouds than sun here as we head towards this afternoon. So well above average for the afternoon hours today. For today, right around 70 in Portland, 71 in Sanford, 70 in Freiburg, 71 today in the Lewiston area for those searchers as the sun again comes up at around 7:09 a.m. this morning, so right around a half hour away here. 70 degrees in Augusta, 69 today over in Brunswick. Again, dealing with plenty of clouds, but again, very, very unseasonably mild temperatures, right around 70 degrees as we head into this afternoon. Heading into tomorrow, Friday, looking even warmer. We'll see more sunshine out there. It looks like temperatures starting off very mild once again in the 50s, and we reach the lower, even mid 70s out there on Friday afternoon. Some of us getting at or above 75 degrees for our Friday, and there should be more sunshine as well for Friday afternoon. Notice some showers in far northern Maine. Those look to stay in the far northern portion of the state. It looks like us here in central and southern Maine should be staying pretty quiet as well on Friday. By Saturday, looking like the warmest day we will see this week, even warmer than Friday. Temperatures climbing quickly during the afternoon, upper 70s, near 80 degrees as we head into Saturday. Likely not at record levels, but not too far away for some towns. So very, very warm here before it all comes to an end as we head into this weekend. So let's take a look at our temperature trend here as we head through the rest of this week. 70s for today, lower 70s Friday, even some mid 70s out there for tomorrow. Saturday, quickly warming back up even more, middle and upper 70s out there on Saturday afternoon. Then we see a dramatic more than 20 degree temperature plunge from Saturday into Sunday, highs dropping into the lower 50s. 50s and 40s for highs as we head into early next week. Next week looks unsettled. It looks chilly, but thankfully dry for Halloween, which of course is next Tuesday. So for this weekend, Friday, warm in the 70s, low to mid 70s out there. Saturday, more sunshine and the warmest day, mid 70s, even some upper 70s out there. And as we head into Sunday, again, dramatically cooler. Temperatures going to be in the lower 50s. So let's talk about Halloween, which of course is next week. As of right now, it continues to trend even chillier. Temperatures likely to stay in the 40s for most of us with plenty of sunshine. Likely to be a bit of a breeze breeze out there as well. So definitely on the chilly side of things for Halloween this year, though, as I mentioned, thankfully with plenty of sun. So let's take a look at what we're tracking here as we head into next week. We'll see a cold front, a potent one at that, moving in as we head into Sunday. That brings us much chillier temperatures. We then see an area of low pressure moving into the region as we head into Sunday evening. That continues into Monday. So Sunday, Monday, looking like they'll be pretty damp, really Sunday evening through early Monday afternoon. Notice the blue showing up in northern Maine, far northern Maine, likely to get their first snow of the season on Monday early next week. Likely some of the western Maine mountains will see that as well. Not our only winter weather chance that we do have next week. We'll likely see another potent coastal storm developing as we head towards the middle of the week, just past Halloween. And yeah, it does look like we will see even a better chance for some mountain snowfall here. Depending on the actual track of this system next week, could extend a little bit further towards the coastline here. So that's something to watch closely. Could end up being first flakes of the season for many parts of the state, especially if you have some elevation. By the latter part of next week, remaining chilly, but we will be clearing on out. Here's a look at our 7-day forecast right along the coastline. We're going to be in the 70s out there today, tomorrow into Saturday. Saturday, the warmest day, middle, even upper 70s, along with plenty of sunshine. And then we return to late fall, early winter conditions heading into early next week. Monday, rainy and in the low 50s. Halloween, squeezed in between two rain events here, looking very sunny but chilly, highs in the upper 40s. Look at Wednesday, very cool, highs right around 40 degrees. Likely some of us staying in the 30s. Rain all day. If you're inland, yes, we've got snowflakes on the 7-day for the first time this season. Rain and snow expected next Wednesday. Again, it's going to come down to the track of that system, so that will be something to closely watch heading through this week and into next week. I'm going to send it back over now to Katie and Jeff for their continuing coverage of the mass shooting in Lewiston.
Christian, thank you so much for that update. We do want to recap for you what we know about this developing story, which started nearly 12 hours ago last night.
Right, just before 7 o'clock last night, CNN is reporting 16 dead and as many as 60 injured in 2 mass shootings. State officials are not confirming that, and now a manhunt is underway.
Let's give you a look at this person of interest, 40-year-old Robert Card, who is considered armed and dangerous. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants.
And by the way, he's from Bowdoin, and you can see he's coming out of Sparetime Bowling. You can see the glass door right there. It's got a bowling ball and some pens. And if we have another shot, too, and you can see it looks like part of the glass window next to the door is either shot out or broken or whatever. But that, again, is coming out of the entrance right to that bowling alley. Right there, you can see the broken glass right to the right part of your screen. Now, also, the search is being concentrated on a boat launch in Lisbon, just off Route 196, where police say they found a vehicle of interest.
And this all began last night at 6:56 p.m. Police got that report of a mass shooting at Just-in-Time Bowling in Lewiston, also known by its former name, Sparetime Recreation.
That's right. And by the way, the American Red Cross of Northern New England has released a statement on these mass shootings, writing on its Facebook in part, quote, "Our hearts go out to the community of Lewiston, Maine, and all of those impacted by Wednesday's tragic shooting. The American Red Cross is working closely with our hospital partners in Maine to provide more than 120 blood products in response to this tragedy. We stand ready to provide additional blood products as needed." Now, due to this incident, the Red Cross Blood Center in Auburn is currently under lockdown. We will notify scheduled donors if we need to adjust our center hours in accordance with local orders. Now, that may be closed in that part of the state, but there's going to be other Red Crosses open, and they're going to need blood. So if you live in the Portland area or whatever city you live in, please reach out, look on the website or call to see what you can do to donate blood.
And I did just reach out to the communications director for the Red Cross of Northern New England to see if we can get some more information, maybe get a phone interview with someone over there to talk about the impact that this can have, what they really need right now, because we're just trying to get as much information as we can this morning. And we're also trying to get you more answers and more information about these 2 locations that we're talking about in question.
Yeah, first at Just-in-Time Recreation, better known as its former name, Sparetime Recreation, located at 24 Mollison Way. By the way, Mollison Way is closed off right now. According to the business's website, it's a bar and restaurant, event venue, and bowling alley that hosts a number of leagues throughout the week. It says they have 22 bowling lanes.
And at Schemengees Bar and Grill, that's at 551 Lincoln Street. It opened up back in 1998. It's also an event venue, has pool tables, dartboards, lots of activities. And it looks like, I checked their page on Facebook, lots of regulars who go there as well.
Yeah, also they have cornhole, and that's a huge building. You can imagine there's probably a lot of people there around 7 o'clock at night or so. It's a 10,000 square foot building. Again, pool, darts, cornhole in that area, restaurant and bar, so you can imagine just a place where friends and family were gathering.
Probably having dinner, and someone from the restaurant posting on the business's page on Facebook, writing, quote, "My heart is crushed. I am at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make any sense of this? Sending out prayers to everyone." And it has many, many comments, many shares, a lot of people offering condolences, and also, echoing that sentiment of how do we make sense of this, because it's still a shock to so many.
Yeah, and I did go on that page on Facebook and I started to read some of them. They're very emotional. I had to stop reading them after a while.
Yeah.
But if it's a way for you to maybe, help out, when it comes to you mentally, whatever, to post something, your heartfelt condolences or something, do it. But it's tough to read some of those, realizing that, this really happened.
It did. Yes, it is tough to see. And, some of the comments are, was so-and-so there last night? People checking in on their friends and wondering, were they impacted by this? Because maybe they frequent, Schemengees. And it makes you think about the chaos that probably ensued right after the incidents, of people just wanting to know, was my loved one there? Was my friend there? Was so-and-so there? And if they were they impacted by this? Were they caught in the crossfire? And are they in the hospital now? There's just so many questions, so unknowns that continue this morning.
Yeah, and I'm sure not only the police departments, but the hospitals getting inundated with phone calls.
Right.
There is something in Auburn at the middle school called a reunification center, where folks are encouraged to check out, that they're, to kind of be the in-between,
Right.
finding their friends or family down there. So they're encouraging people to call Auburn Middle School, or maybe go down there. I know there's a shelter in place,
Right.
But to try to get a hold of your friends or family who are at one of those establishments.
And also, I don't know if it's still the case, but at least earlier, I guess last night at this point, I was hearing that if you have any information about the person of interest as well, you can bring that to Auburn Middle School to share. There must be also some, police officers there, investigators there as well.
Yeah, here's the big thing. If you do have information where you can find Robert Card from Bowdoin, he's the one they're looking for, then call 911. That's your best option. Hey, by the way, the number of building closings today continues to go up in Topsom. The town's BMV branch will not be open. Topsom borders Lisbon, where the search is being concentrated on a boat launch just off Route 196, where police say they found a vehicle of interest. That's a white Subaru.
Over in Falmouth, town offices and facilities will all be closed except for public safety. Falmouth officials say, quote, "Our thoughts are with the victims, their families, and others impacted by this devastating event, including any members of the Falmouth community."
Yeah, meantime, the CBS 13i team spoke with Betsy Smith about the situation around midnight. Now, she's the spokesperson for the National Police Association, and she shed a light on some of the challenges some of the officers are facing out there.
But to have such a large area and still have somebody who is actively on the run as of right now, we're told, what does that mean for law enforcement? How do they have to get themselves organized to try and wrap their minds around all of this?
Well, first and foremost, we have got to get that suspect in custody. So that's where most of the resources are going to be aimed at capturing or eliminating this killer. We also have to remember, even though that we just have one shooter identified, that doesn't mean that there are not other people involved in this. So that's something that law enforcement has to consider.
And that person of interest, of course, 40-year-old Robert Card, who is considered armed and dangerous. We want to show you again some pictures of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants.
Yeah, take a good look. If you know him or you've seen him, please call 911. And again, just to see that image and know that he allegedly used this on the people at those two bars and restaurants, it's a little eerie just to even look at that picture.
It's hard to look at it, absolutely. And this is what we know about Card. His last reported residence was in Bowdoin, and according to the Associated Press, Card is a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility. He had reportedly been hearing voices and threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco.
We have conducted a background check on Card. Not much of a criminal history. He was arrested for OUI in April 2007 in Topsom. That was a misdemeanor. He was found guilty in May of 2007 and fined $500, and he was jailed for 48 hours and had his license suspended for 90 days.
Again, we're learning this shooting is the worst in the U.S. this year. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive. The organization sending this message out on X late last night when the reported number of deaths was 16, and it stands at 16. They say it's the 565th shooting in the U.S. this year and the 31st mass murder.
Well, Auburn's mayor talked about the shootings overnight. He says this tragedy has touched the entire area.
And first of all, thank you. It's been a trying time in our community, and granted, where this happened in Lewiston, we are one community, and had a lot of friends and family that were around this, and I just met a couple of them that I didn't know were involved. We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event, and talking with them, and my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
That's really what I wasn't hearing. I mean, at this point, this is a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And yeah, and I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up.
And now we're checking back in with Gabrielle Caracciolo from our sister station WJAR at Central Maine Medical Center in Lewiston. Gabrielle, any updates since we last checked in with you? What are you seeing?
So we are actually seeing a lot more cars on the road on Main Street here, just driving by the hospital in the last hour or two. Now that shelter in place does still remain in effect. Not sure exactly where everyone is going, but we have seen it pick up. The later it gets, the lighter it gets outside, the more people we are seeing out here on the road. As far as at the actual hospital here, there are still police, law enforcement guarding the hospital, standing outside, and the hospital essentially remains on a lockdown. The only people allowed in right now are employees, so family members are not able to get into the hospital to see any loved ones who are being treated here overnight. We don't know much about what is going on inside the hospital, how many people are being treated, or what the extent of the injuries are for the people here at the hospital. Hoping to learn more in that 10:30 briefing later on this morning. The hospital so far has only said that they are helping to respond to that mass casualty incident, and the officers outside have told us that the hospital is locked down. If you are not an employee of the hospital, you cannot get in. We have seen some employees starting to show up this morning, going in to help. We haven't really seen many employees leave, though. So as they've been working overnight treating numerous patients, we don't know exactly how many people are in there or what any of their conditions are.
Gabrielle, I was looking on Twitter. I saw, our partners WBZ in Boston, they have a crew there as well, and they were mentioning seeing some officers kind of, escorting, some of the staff. Have you seen anything like that?
Yeah, some of the staff have been parking in a parking lot across the street. Some of the officers have just been making sure they get across the road safely. Nothing too crazy. They've been walking some of them to the door. That's been going on throughout the evening. We've seen the officers even who have just been walking across the street in front of the hospital, kind of walking around, looking around, but there hasn't been any sort of threat or anything noticeable to explain why exactly they're doing all of that.
Since you've been there, how many medical personnel, doctors, nurses, staff have you seen coming and going out of the doors, vehicles to doors, or maybe even EMTs there?
It's hard to say exactly. I'd say we've seen at least a dozen people show up and go into work. We haven't seen very many people leave the hospital and come out. Maybe closer to 24 now. We've just seen a handful more in the last 10 minutes or so show up to the hospital and going inside in their scrubs. But beyond that, we haven't really been able to tell, what exactly their role here is at the hospital. But we know anyone who's being allowed inside does work at the hospital. Officers are telling us that's the only people allowed inside right now.
Gabrielle, thank you so much for continuing to give us these updates. And for our viewers, if you maybe were tuning in last night and then went to bed and are now tuning in this morning, we do want to give you an update, on some of the numbers here. CNN is now reporting 16 dead in this mass shooting, not 22. 22 was the original number they were reporting. They recently, this morning, updated that number to 16.
That's right. And we'll have more information coming up at 10:30. There's going to be a press conference from some state officials and local officials to give us more details on the search for, of course, Michael Card, and also give us an update on hopefully, how many people have been killed or injured in this. And so that's coming up at 10:30. So you want to stay tuned for that. And we'll continue to update the numbers. Again, it's not 22, it's 16.
So right now we're also starting to hear some audio from dispatchers last night responding to this situation in real time.
It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down. Have PD on scene, but the suspect is still at large.
I need you to respond to 24 Mollison Way, 24 Mollison Way at Sparetime. Get an active shooter situation going on there, multiple patients.
Well, that was the initial call at the Sparetime Recreation bowling alley. Then a short time later, another call came in.
To respond to the town of Lewiston for 2 active shooter locations. One's going to be at Sparetime Recreation. The second will be at Schemengees. Again, the town of Lewiston for active shooter incidents. All available units to Lewiston.
They're reporting 16 people with gunshot wounds.
I mean, you listen to those, even the dispatcher calls. It's just chilling to hear that the messages giving out to law enforcement, and you just want to know what's going through the the minds of some of the law enforcement officials going to those 2 establishments to deal with a live shooter.
And you think about this, how important those dispatcher positions are to effectively communicate exactly what is happening, knowing those follow-up questions to ask, because every millisecond counts in situations like this.
And I mean, hats off to the dispatchers, cool, calm, collected.
Absolutely.
With those messages. Let's
check in now with Stephanie Grinley, who is live for us at Schemengees Bar and Grill in Lewiston. Stephanie, just, heartache there. You have to imagine that, once the sun comes up, in about half an hour, you're going to start seeing some people once the shelter in place is lifted. There'll probably be some, flowers laid there in honor of these victims.
Yeah, so I am starting to see the sun come up right now, Katie. We are on Lincoln Street, at the top of Lincoln Street. If I could describe this road, it's like a main road off 196, and if you drive this road straight, you'll head towards Auburn. So right down the road here, at about 1/4 of a mile, Jim, our photographer, is going to zoom in. You can see there is a heavy police presence. We have people from the FBI. We have the sheriff, Kennebec County Sheriff's Office here. Different law enforcement have come and gone in the past hours. I think it's important to touch on what we do know right now. So we know that calls came in initially around 6:56 p.m. last night. From there, that was at the bowling alley, and then somehow we are told that this is the second location. We are told a shooting took place here. This is a crime scene. Obviously, when the sun starts to come up, we'll start to see more. We did happen to find some images on Google that we're going to show to you right now, just showing what the outside of this building looks like. It's actually quite large. It looks, from what I can tell on the inside, there's a lot of pool tables. It's meant to be a fun environment, a bar and grill. It's meant to just spend time and fellowship with others. Obviously, what happened last night has been extremely dark, and there's no fellowship going on today. We have seen cars come and go like every couple minutes. This road is closed right now. They're only letting a couple cars through, maybe to certain area businesses beyond, but it's really blocked off. So if I would say anything to the public at this point, it's don't try to drive on Lincoln Street right now, Katie and Jeff.
And really don't try to drive on any street. There's a shelter in place, and they want people to stay home.
Yeah.
We have schools and businesses closed until they find this guy. They wanted people just not to be out on the streets. Stay behind your locked door and locked windows.
I know people have that urge to want to go and place items at the scenes of tragedies like this. But right now, that urgent message: stay home, stay safe, lock your doors until officials tell us that it's okay.
Yeah, and we've heard from some of our reporters in that area that even some of the coffee shops are closed. So if you're looking to go out and even get a coffee, most of those places are closed right now. And again, Androscoggin County Sheriff's Department is urging all businesses to close for the day while they look for the person of interest.
You mentioned coffee, and I just saw Aroma Joe's saying,
clear?
As they process the horrific news out of Lewiston, we remain committed to keeping our baristas safe. All stores in the immediate area, including Lewiston, Topsom, Brunswick, and Oxford, will remain closed until further notice. They'll be monitoring the situation as they focus on the safety of staff and customers. And you also saw that with some of the nearby bars and restaurants, near some of these crime scenes too. They immediately evacuated everyone inside, for the safety, obviously, of the customers and staff and everything like that as quickly as they could. So most of the area shut down.
Yeah, one of those was Legends, which is pretty close to one of the bars up there too.
I think right next door, exactly. Yeah. We want to get an update now. We're checking back in with Johnny Maffey, who is live in Lisbon, and he's been in contact with some of the family members of these victims.
Yeah, Johnny, what's the latest? You say you have some new developments that somebody you spoke to.
Yeah, Jeff. So the father I've been talking to tonight, he got some rest, but it was just really unrested throughout the night. And as you can imagine, we met him at Central Maine Med a little bit earlier on in the night, around 8 or 9 o'clock. And he said he was the one who hadn't found his son. Well, I just got some unfortunate news that he did tell me his son was one of the ones lost in this tragedy over at Schemengees, the bar that we just heard from Stephanie at. And so we talked to another mom too there, and of course we heard the bowling alley that Mayor Levesque told me out of Auburn. Mayor Levesque said that there were kids that were witnesses, and we also heard about just the teenage bowling events that were going on there. So not the best news to share, but it just really highlights the tragedy of a lot of parents and families learning the tough news and dealing with it this morning.
One other thing we want to talk about, I'm just reading up. I went into WGB.com and saw the rest of the schools that have closed, and I'm going to bring it up to date on that. But I'm sure so many parents in this area, I know you've talked to some people out there, Johnny, that it's going to be a tough day to deal with this as the sun starts to come up.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Jeff. And we've been talking about it too, sort of. Some of those kids could have gone to bed last night, everything normal, and now schools closed from Cape Elizabeth and so many towns right here in Lisbon, obviously over in Lewiston as well, and in Auburn. That reunification center that I was at earlier this morning in Auburn, Mayor Jason Levesque said that they'll keep that open as a reunification center as long as they need. He's certainly providing the resources. Really talking about that sense of community when we caught up with them. It was probably around midnight, actually.
We're going to mention some of the closings right now when it comes to schools and businesses. So we just heard meteorologist Christian Bridges is standing by, brought us the weather about 15-20 minutes ago. He just told us the Portland Public Library, all the branches are closed, but the list of schools is amazing. And Johnny, thanks for that report. It's incredible if you go to WGB.com or Fox23Maine.com, not just the schools that are in Androscoggin County. I mean, I've got to put my glasses on to read all these, but you have Yarmouth schools, also Wells at Gunquit now closed, even way down in York County. Scarborough schools have now closed. Rangeley schools have closed. Of course, it's Dayton schools have closed. Fayette Central schools closed. Biddeford and Brunswick, and even Andover schools and Acton schools. Again, these are schools, some of them all the way down in York County.
Yeah, I mean, look at the extensive list. These are schools, these are public, buildings, different communities and businesses as well. Many of them have been told to shelter in place. Many of them haven't. And like you said, Jeff, they're just taking it upon themselves to say, stay home, be with your family today, and have these really tough conversations with your children.
Yeah, we have not heard from Portland Public Schools yet, but we do have a couple of schools that are in Portland. Waynfleet School in Portland is closed, and so is one of their schools. Chevers is closed in Portland as well. So the list keeps going. Just go to WGB.com or Fox23Maine.com for the latest when it comes to school closings. Again, this spreading all the way down even to Cumberland County and York County. We're talking about an hour and a half away from where the incident happened.
And as far as just the resources available, I just wanted to mention this again because, we've been talking about, how do you talk to your children about this? How do you process it yourself? And we have the Reunification Center, of course, but the York County EMA was tweeting overnight, obviously an extremely difficult night for first responders, loved ones of the victims, and really everybody who's been touched by this. And you're going to be wanting to check in on your friends, your family, and neighbors, coworkers in the coming weeks. So you can call or text the Disaster Distress Helpline if you're experiencing some emotional distress from these shootings. And we'll work to get that distress helpline up for you because it's something that even if you are not directly impacted by this, the ripple effect is incredible. So if you are on standby right now, the number is 1-800-985-5990, 1-800-985-5990, and the distress line tweeting, it's providing immediate support and crisis counseling to anyone who's experiencing emotional distress related to these shootings. That is certainly the case across the state and beyond. So there is help out there if you're struggling and you don't know how to process this tragedy. Well, the search continues for Robert Card. Again, he's a 40-year-old from Bowdoin. State police are still not releasing specific numbers about the number dead. Of course, are reporting, according to CNN, 16, but there's lots of injured. We've heard as many as possibly 60. Here's how state police and the Department of Public Safety responded when they were pressed by the media overnight.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Sawchuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public. That approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the city of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you this opportunity to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Did the suspect have any Well, you were listening to Michael Soschuk. He's the former Portland police chief and also the commissioner of public safety in the state of Maine. Again, they're going to be holding another press conference later today at 10:30. You'll hear from Commissioner Soschuk about the latest on the investigation, probably along with other local law enforcement officials. We're going to let you know, too, it is 7:01 here on this Thursday morning, and the sunrise is set for 7:09, so I'm sure the search is going to intensify, again, looking for the person of interest, Robert Card.
And we've been talking about how fluid this is. You know, we're getting new information, you know, every minute, and especially when it comes to closings, a lot of communities basically shutting down for the day. You had said earlier, you know, we've got a lot of school closings today. We hadn't heard from Portland Public Schools. We did just hear that Portland Public Schools will be closed today because of this evolving safety situation. And so all students and staff should remain home today. That's according to a tweet that they just sent out a couple minutes ago. And then the city of Portland also sending out an alert. All city buildings other than City Hall and 39 Forest Ave will be closed to the public today. City Hall and 39 Forest Ave will have police present on site throughout the day. And Greater Portland Metro also tweeted an update. They're operating as normal today, with the exception of Route 9 school trippers, because those schools are closed today. And they say stay safe and heed guidance from local officials. So many communities, not necessarily in that direct, you know, area where these crime scenes and the investigation is going on, still being impacted by this.
Yeah, I mean, this is not just Androscoggin County. This is seriously, the entire state, especially when we look at the amount of school districts that are closing for the day. Well, now here at 7:03, again, 6 minutes before sunrise here in Maine, we just want to recap what we know about the breaking news that happened, of course, overnight. CNN is reporting 16 dead and as many as 60 injured in 2 mass shootings.
As you heard, state officials not confirming those numbers right now, but a manhunt is underway, and we are now over 12 hours from when this began. The person of interest is 40-year-old Robert Card, seen here. He is considered armed and dangerous.
Yeah, these are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. You can see it's an eerie photo. He appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants. Take a good look. He's coming out of the Sparetime bowling alley. You can see, of course, the bowling ball and the pins right there on the glass door. We have another picture coming up here where you can see the glass window next to the door is shattered and broken. No word on how that broke or shattered. There it is right there on the right-hand side. And again, it looks like he's coming out of the bowling alley there. Again, that bowling alley located in Lewiston. Now, the search is being concentrated now on a boat launch in Lisbon, just off Route 196, where police say they found a vehicle of interest.
And this all began again at 6:56 last night. Over 12 hours ago, police got a report of a mass shooting at Just-in-Time Bowling in Lewiston, also known by its former name, Sparetime Recreation.
And we are following a reaction from local and state officials on the mass shooting. The Lewiston Mayor Carl Schemengees saying in part, quote, "I am heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come."
The office of U.S. Senator Angus King releasing a statement as well, writing, quote, "President Biden just reached out to Senator King directly and offered any federal assistance he can provide to help the people of Maine. Senator King will now be heading to Maine on one of the first flights available. He wants to be home to support Lewiston in any way he can." Of course, we'll give you updates when he does land.
Yeah, Senator Susan Collins also releasing a statement as our state mourns this horrific mass shooting. We appreciate the support we've received from across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance.
Congresswoman Shelley Pingree reacting to the news out of Lewiston, saying, quote, "I'm closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I'm holding the affected communities in my prayers."
Meanwhile, Congressman Jared Golden, of course, we're talking about this is his district. He's issuing a statement saying, quote, "Like all Mainers, I am horrified by the events in Lewiston. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work."
And let's check back in with Johnny Maffey, who is live in Lisbon for us. And Johnny, we're starting to see the sun come up. We've kind of been waiting for this so we can get a better, clearer picture of some of the scenes that are involved here.
Yeah, according to meteorologist Christian Bridges, sunrise 7:09. We can see, of course, a lot brighter out there today. I mean, you started your coverage last night, so you've been there when the sun went down, and now when the sun comes up. What's the latest where you are now?
Hey, Jeff. So for those of you on Fox 23, we've been here in Lisbon all night. We've had a crew here, but I've been here for a couple hours. And what we're seeing right now, we can see some activity going on behind the high school here, some SWAT activity, actually a Portland police SWAT type vehicle, so definitely a heavily armored vehicle, just packed up and drove away. And we're seeing them right near the softball field. Sort of in and out of some of the trucks and cars and big Humvee looking vans, even bigger than the Hummers, right? But we are about a mile from that boat launch we keep talking about, where the person of interest left his car, and obviously the helicopters were up there, and some of the other stuff going on was just all of that action. And so when I say we have a crew on the scene last night, well, around 11, I was over at the hospital, but Mal Meyer was here. He's, of course, one of our reporters. I tagged him out here, but when he was over here, he was right near that boat launch, a little bit down the street, and the road is barricaded, but no crews are blocking it at the moment. And well, Mal, when he was near there, they said, "Hey, you need to get back. This is a danger zone," and that's how we ended up over here, and we found this staging post, if you will, across the street. But when I was over at the hospital last night, we got there. When we were on the way up, we were in the right lane because cruisers were passing us, at least 5 or 6, I would say, with their lights on. Everyone heading in the same direction towards Lewiston. People from, New Hampshire and so many towns I can't even, you really remember them, because it's really almost every town around the area we saw, including that Portland vehicle that just left. But once we got here, a little more chaotic than I've really ever seen, because cruisers had their lights going each direction, passing each other, going the opposite way. And that really signified that this was a scenario where there were situations at multiple places, emergency situations, and that's what led so many people, unfortunately, to the hospital that we spoke with, and just heard some of those sad stories, guys.
And you can see a presence at back you. It looks like some members of the media. I mean, let's talk about who you're seeing back there. We talked about the tactical crew as well down by the softball field. What are you seeing in front of you, and who are the people that are back of you right there?
Yeah, so let's look at this tactical crew. There's certainly media on a regional and national scale here, but we'll look at the SWAT teams down there. As like you guys mentioned, it's right about sunrise right now, like Christian's been saying, almost sunrise, 7:08, 7:09ish, and we are seeing those guys down there, and we're right near the woods, right? I mentioned we're a mile away, but a lot of woods back there, so we're not sure exactly where their area of focus might be right now. But we do know that there is some teams staged right over here, and again, not a lot of officers in the area necessarily, but the SWAT teams definitely still here. And another thing I want to note too is as the sun does come up, I mean, even if the suspect might be in the woods, that doesn't necessarily mean great things. Certainly hoping they do catch this guy.
All right, Johnny, thank you so much. Can you talk again, Johnny, just about where you started and, your kind of journey? You've been, moved around just as this investigation has continued and we've been learning more information. So tell us about where you started and where you are now and that journey.
Yeah, definitely. So I got to Central Maine Med around 9 last night, and there were people outside. There were 10 or so ambulances staged right across the street at the ready. There were beds at the ready, and there were also a lot of helicopters up above. Now, there are two things to note about the helicopters. Lifeline was crucial in this situation, it sounds like, because they had to take some people to Portland, and also just there were a lot landing on the hospital roof there. But the second point is there were some that were circling the area, and that created concern for the security guards that might not have had communication on the radios. And it also just creates concern for everybody around saying, hey, these are law enforcement helicopters up above, most likely. They removed the families of the victims, trying to figure out and connect with their loved ones. Where at one point they were all kind of spread out, moved right towards the hospital wall, and then at one point they were let right in the hospital. And we've just heard some tough news from Central Maine Med. A few parents I spoke with, one of them lost his son, who was at Schemengees, where Stephanie Grinley is, of course, live this morning. And another one of them hasn't been able to see their son yet. He's on a ventilator after getting shot a few times in the back. Just tragic stuff. Can't imagine what they're going through. And our thoughts have been with them this whole time, and it's not going to stop anytime soon.
Exactly. For many, the pain is just beginning, which is so unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely. And, again, they have the reunification center that people can go to try to get reunited with their friends or family, or just find out what happened. And so, really, there's so many ways that people can get in contact with their friends and family. So definitely check out there. And it's been a busy night and morning for Johnny. He's been all over the place. He's in last night. I don't even think he slept.
No, he didn't. He said he's been, awake since yesterday morning at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
So just trying, working hard to get information for us to then, share with everybody at home, because there are still so many unanswered questions surrounding this. And all we want to do is give those answers. But as you heard from Soschuk earlier, they want to give accurate information. They don't want to give inaccurate information and rush. And we've seen that before. A lot of information circulating online and people talking about things that actually are not accurate. And we have updates. CNN now reporting 16 deaths from this tragedy, whereas a few hours before they were reporting 22. So it's a fluid situation. We're working very hard to try to bring you the most accurate information as soon as we can.
And we're just about 3 hours from that news conference that's going to take place at Lewiston City Hall, that Michael Soschuk will be involved, along with many other law enforcement officials and I'm sure politicians. And they're going to have an update for us. That's coming up at 10:30, and you're going to see it live right here on CBS 13 and Fox 23. Hopefully, we'll get the latest on the manhunt. Hopefully, there'll be an arrest and we'll get an update on numbers when it comes to the amount of people dead or injured and things like that. That we're really looking forward to that. That's again coming up at 10:30.
And we've been talking about the Lewiston superintendent. Obviously, that's the community where this tragedy happened. Jake Langless. He did tweet less than half an hour ago, just reminding everyone there's no school today. School facilities are closed. No school transportation will run in Lewiston to other schools for those who attend elsewhere for special programming. So just don't plan on any of that. He's continuing to ask that people shelter in place if possible. Law enforcement continues to search for this suspect. Sheltering in place allows for fewer distractions while the search continues. So it not only protects you staying at home, but it also allows to not interfere with the investigators and the search. And, police dogs, you imagine, are involved with this as well. So it makes it easier for everyone involved.
I mean, there's really no reason to leave the house because,
Right.
again, we talked about, Roma Joe's not being open, Duncan not being open, all the roads that are closed with so much police presence in the Lewiston-Auburn area, because they're looking for this guy right here, Robert Card. He's a 40-year-old. Again, he's considered armed and dangerous. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants. It looks like right after he was at the Sparetime bowling alley is when they snapped this picture. So again, if you see this person or if you know this person, please call 911. Again, you can see the broken glass there on the window next to the door. And this is the reason that we have this incredible law enforcement presence, because and it's not just local law enforcement when it comes to Lewiston and Auburn and many communities, even from Cumberland County. We have the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department there and many others, but also we have Massachusetts State Police. We have ATF from Boston. We have agents on the way, and also the FBI has offered resources as well. So it's just a team effort. Federal officials and officials from all over New England trying to help in the search and to try to get this man in custody.
And real quick, we want to let you know what we do know about this person of interest. His last reported residence was in Bowdoin, which is also in a shelter in place. According to the Associated Press, Card is a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility. He had reportedly been hearing voices and threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base that's in Saco. And we have conducted a background check on Card as well. Not much of a criminal history here. He was arrested for OUI in April of 2007 in Topsom. That was a misdemeanor. He was found guilty in May of 2007 and fined $500, was jailed for 48 hours, and had his license suspended for 90 days.
The Associated Press also updating us when it comes to Robert Card. This is according to a state police bulletin. Again, they're saying that Robert Card is a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility. So there's the latest details when it comes to, of course, Robert Card. They've been looking for him since right around 7 o'clock last night. And again, it's 7:16 in the morning here on a Thursday.
And we're checking back in with Brad Rogers, who is down the road from Just-in-Time Bowling, better known as Sparetime for many of the folks in the community. That's where police first got reports of the mass shooting.
Brad, what's the latest? The sun is now up. Sunrise was at 7:09. It's now 7:16. How's the police presence? And has anything happened since the last time we talked to you about a half hour ago?
Well, no, but now that the light is out, though, we can clearly see, though, that there are state police troopers at the bowling alley there, just about, I don't know, maybe 200 yards behind me. They're up Mollison Way here. The road is closed, though, as you see at this point, so we're not able to get any closer than that at this point. In fact, one person did cross this barricade, and he was arrested about an hour ago by the police, taking this very seriously, not letting anyone inside there. He was handcuffed and brought to the police station or the jail. Right now we've got about 15, I just counted them, 15 media outlets are here. Which I've never seen this many, media outlets in one place before here in the state of Maine. This is such a terrible event that's been happening here. This started, of course, as you were saying, just before 7 o'clock last night. The first shooting location was at this bowling alley here in Lewiston. You have that surveillance video and the surveillance photos of the suspect going in, raising his assault rifle with a scope on it, and this is a guy who's trained in firearms, a firearms instructor for the military. So he knows what he's doing, and just opens fire on a bunch of kids at a bowling alley. Kids and children at a bowling alley. It's just unfathomable. That something like this would happen anywhere. Let alone right here in Maine. We've never had a shooting of this magnitude before, but it was probably bound to happen here at some point, and it happened last night. Inside that bowling alley, there was we have reports from one young person who was in there. He thought a balloon had popped. He turned around, saw the shooter, and realized what was happening. Hightailed it down, and at this point I'm sure everyone's just scrambling for cover, trying to get away. And he goes all the way down the bowling alley, hides behind the pins and up in the machinery there, until the shooting stops and the gunman, flees again, gets back in his car. And, you think, well, maybe it's over now, but no, he goes to another location at a bar, just 10 minutes down the road there on the other end of Lewiston. Schemengees Bar, and opens fire on people there as well. Fortunately, it ended there. Hopefully nobody else gets hurt. His car was found in Lisbon, which is why there's so much concern over in Lisbon right now, because they just don't know where the suspect is. Is he out in the woods? Is he hiding there? Is he hiding in somebody's house, perhaps? Hopefully not. Or did he get in a car and another car, a second car, or a second vehicle of some sort, and try to flee that way? So the manhunt is on, looking for 40-year-old Robert Card, this trained military gunman, and right now the death toll 16 is what we believe. Thank God it's not more than that, but 16 families right now have lost a loved one, and there's other families, praying for their people who are in the hospital right now, that they're going to make a full recovery here. We talked to one woman here who lives about 4 miles from here. She just came down this morning just to see what was going on, and just couldn't believe that this happened in her hometown.
It's devastating. Because I even said there's a lot of kids that hang out there. Why would somebody do that where kids are? I just don't understand what's going on, to be honest with you. Yeah. Scary. Yeah. I don't think the shock I set in. I think tomorrow it's going to kind of be like, wow, this doesn't happen here. I stopped by my mother's house to put the bar in her sliding glass door and make sure her doors were locked. She always leaves her doors open. I will not be leaving my doors open anymore.
Well, 40-year-old Robert Card is considered armed and dangerous. There's a manhunt on for him right now. We hope he is caught soon, and we're waiting for the press conference at 10:30 this morning to find out more information about the victims.
Brad, thank you so much for that report. This manhunt that's going on right now with hundreds of law enforcement officials here in the state. We haven't seen anything like this in probably around 5 years, when Corporal Eugene Cole was shot and killed in the manhunt for his killer. And you were on the air when they captured the killer, and that manhunt took a while, but they finally caught him.
It took days. So, people were on edge for quite a long time, waiting for answers. It does feel, similar, of just wanting to know as members of the community that someone is in custody. And when that's not the case, you just feel on edge. And there's that question of how long will these shelter-in-place, orders stay in place, and when is school opening back up? There's so many questions these families and people impacted by this are asking. And of course, then you think about those injured. When are they going to be released? Or how's my friend doing right now? Just some of those questions that are being asked. And, with Corporal Cole, that case, you did see the magnitude of that search effort. So it does have some similarities when you think about these hundreds of members of law enforcement, right, that we've been told are part of this search. As far as where they are, their plan of operation, details about the investigation, again, not being released because they don't want this person of interest to find out any of those details.
Yeah, when it came to, of course, Corporal Cole, the killer, they eventually found him hiding out in the woods,
Correct.
Which they're thinking that might be the case this time.
Yeah, it's definitely a possibility. And we don't know if he's near that boat launch. Obviously in Lisbon, they have gone there to the boat launch as part of their search. That's where that vehicle, the white Subaru, was found. So that's a clue, right? But is he still there? We don't know. Maybe law enforcement has some more information. Hopefully they do, because that's what everyone wants, is someone in custody.
Yeah, and I did talk to somebody in law enforcement that said they did have canine units that were there. They had not, this was a couple hours ago. They had not started using them yet, but since the sun is up now, sunrise is 7:09, I'm sure the canine units will be out and about trying to catch this guy.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some more activity, at several of these scenes where we have our live crews as the sun comes up. We do have some updates for you. The Sanford School Department is closing their schools for the day. One of many. A post was made on Facebook with a letter from the superintendent linked.
Yeah, it says out of an abundance of caution, all schools and campuses are closed, and hourly employees should stay off campuses as well. The superintendent says, quote, while there is no current shelter-in-place order for Sanford and local law enforcement doesn't assess any current threat to our community, I made the decision to close schools on Thursday, October 26th, out of an abundance of caution. There will be no school for students or staff.
And adding to our list of closings, Chickadee Infant and Toddle Care in South Portland is closing its doors today. They say out of an abundance of caution, they will be closing Thursday as police keep searching for the person of interest, 40-year-old Robert Card, who is considered armed and dangerous. The child care service is based in South Portland, which is about 45 minutes from Lewiston. As a parent, Jeff, I imagine, something like this happens, you don't want to leave the house, and you definitely don't want your kids to leave the house, no matter where it happened.
Yeah, I did talk to some parents last night, right around 9 or 10 o'clock, and they were, again, we're talking about, it was Westbrook and another parent was in Portland, and they were talking about, geez, they didn't even know if they wanted their kids to go to school.
Right.
Now it ends up being closed, even though something happened, up in Lewiston, and Lisbon and Auburn, that area, that they were thinking about keeping their kids home. And a lot of it is this really hits home. I think a lot of times the parents putting themselves in the parents of other kids that might have involved in this going, oh my gosh, I don't know what those moms and dads are going through, but I don't want to have my kids go through something like this, and almost be there to comfort them too, because the kids, they're on social media, they know a lot more than we think. And I know, I heard from one of my friends' kids, they were like 12 years old, texting me, hey, what's going on? And I didn't want to give them too many details, just to let them know that he's safe, just keep the door locked and everything else like that. But just make sure, talk to your kids, communicate with them. And give them a big hug and love them.
And maybe ask them, what are you seeing? Because a lot of what we're hearing is there's some things circulating on social media that is not true. There's video circulating that is not true. And I think Mike Soschuk was trying to, drive that message home, that you can't believe everything you see on social media. We're trying to give you the most accurate information and not rushing into those, that information, those numbers, the details, until we know it's accurate and we get it from the right source.
Yeah, maybe a good thing is maybe for a few hours, maybe for the kids,
right,
put the cell phones down so we don't get that. We're going to take just a little break from the coverage here, probably about 3 or 4 minutes. And so we're going to be back in just a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to check in now with meteorologist Christian Bridges. Christian, we are seeing the sun start to come up. We are expecting the search for this person of interest to really ramp up. And it does look clear for these crews that are going to be working many hours probably today.
Yeah, that's right, Katie. The weather, at least on the cooperative side for us today, dry, quiet, and very mild out there for that manhunt ongoing up in the Lewiston area. Plenty of clouds out there this morning. Still some areas of sunshine as well. Good mixture of both as we start off our Thursday. There's been a couple light sprinkles or maybe very light showers down in York County. Otherwise, though, it is a very quiet start to the morning and a very mild start to the morning as well. Another factor to our benefit here for that manhunt ongoing up in Lewiston. 53 degrees here in Portland this morning, a very mild start to the day. We are 56 out in Cape Elizabeth, 51 in Gray. Lewiston again at 50, 54 in Durham, and up towards the mountains in the 40s in many towns, 49 in Rangeley, 48 in Bethel. Again, a lot of us off of school today, but temperature is going to be climbing back up towards right around 70. Very similar to what we saw out there yesterday. More clouds than sun likely to be the theme of today, but we will see some good areas of sunshine. And again, temperatures very, very mild out there as we head into this afternoon. For today, 70 for our high in Freiburg, 71 in Sanford, 71 in Lewiston, 70 today in Portland, 69 in Brunswick. So overall, very similar to yesterday, if not even a touch warmer out there for the afternoon. Going to continue to warm our temperatures up here over the next several days. For our Friday, lower or even middle 70s, 75 75 on Friday in Sanford. And then as we head into Saturday, middle and even upper 70s, even warmer. 76 in Portland Saturday, 75 in Augusta, 77 in Sanford. Not out of the question for some inland towns on Saturday to get close to 80 degrees. So on our temperature trend here, you can see temperatures climbing in a pretty big way here as we head towards the weekend, in the low 70s today and tomorrow. Even some mid 70s out there on Friday afternoon. Saturday, middle and upper 70s, and then a dramatic drop in temperatures for Sunday, about 20 to 25 degrees cooler, highs in the low 50s and 50s and 40s as we head into early next week. So a big change on the way here as we head into this weekend. So Friday, very warm. Saturday, also very warm. Lots of sunshine out there. Nice first half of the weekend. Second half, not quite as nice. Temperatures in the 50s. Overcast skies, rain developing, it looks like late in the day on Sunday. Of course, as we head into next week, Halloween is less than a week away. Next Tuesday, looking cool, but thankfully very sunny here for us across the state on Halloween. Highs likely in the 40s, mostly sunny skies, breezy winds. Cool temperatures do look to be in store for our Halloween holiday this year in Maine. Let's check out what we are expecting next week. The pattern looks pretty active, looks chilly as well. The hints are there that some of us could see our first flakes of the season as we head into next week. So we're going to see a cold front moving in on Sunday. Again, that brings in much chillier temperatures for Sunday and into early next week. By Sunday evening, an area of low pressure moves into the region. This is going to bring us our next chance of rain Sunday night, likely into Monday as well. Could even be some snow in northern Maine or in the western Maine mountains. It's our first chance of some flakes in Maine as we head into next week. We've got another chance, though, beyond Halloween. We'll clear out for Tuesday. Halloween looking pretty good. Here we are Tuesday afternoon. Notice plenty of sunshine. It will be chilly, but it will be nice and sunny, it looks like. By the middle of the week, that's when we see another storm system developing. And this one is the one to watch for next week. Depending on the track, could bring a lot of us our first flakes of the season, maybe a snow to rain sort of event. If you're inland in the mountains, a good chance of seeing some snowflakes as we head into Wednesday, Thursday timeframe of next week. So that will be something to watch here. Either way, much cooler next week. Here's a look at our 7-day forecast. In the 70s today, tomorrow into Saturday. Very, very warm out there. Much cooler by Sunday. Rain develops late in the day. It continues into Monday, and then highs are in the 40s by Halloween. Looking nice on Halloween, and then got the rain moving in for Wednesday. And if you're inland, yeah, I think rain/snow is the way to go here. First snowflakes on the 7-day so far this season. I'm going to send it back over to Katie and Jeff now for their continuing coverage of the mass shooting in Lewiston.
Christian, thanks so much for that update. As we've been reporting, many schools are remaining closed today, and that obviously includes Lewiston schools. Superintendent Jake Langlis posting on X this morning, quote, "There is no school today in Lewiston. School facilities are closed. No school transportation will run in Lewiston or to other schools for those who attend elsewhere for special programming. We ask that everyone continue to shelter in place if possible."
Meanwhile, all Portland public schools are closing for the day. The message you're seeing right now is posted to all their social media pages saying that all Portland schools in Central Office will be shut down. If you aren't sure which schools are classified a Portland public school, there is a list from our website. Some of them include Deering and Portland High, Rowe Elementary, King Middle School, Casco Bay, also Longfellow Elementary Schools. As we said, this is just a few of the Portland school closings. We'll continue to update as soon as we learn more. Also, there's the private schools in Portland as well. Cheverus, Waynfleet, those schools are closed. So make sure and check our website at WGME.com and Fox23Maine.com.
We're also getting reaction from a parent whose 23-year-old son was shot at Schemengees Bar and Grill last night. Jessica Karcher telling the Washington Post they were enjoying a night at the bar when the gunman opened fire, hitting her son Justin Karcher 4 times and leaving him in critical condition.
Yeah, she says her son, who's from Auburn, underwent emergency surgery and is now on a ventilator, and the doctors have to, quote, keep resuscitating him, adding he's not out of the woods. She says her head is pounding as she waits for updates and plans to visit her son in intensive care this morning. Just one of the many stories we're expected to get in the coming hours and days as the extent of what's happened in Lewiston unfolds.
And a note, Johnny Maffey has been in touch with her as well, getting updates as he has been trying to, check in with many of these family members that he's learned at the Auburn Middle School where that reunification center is being held.
Yeah, by the way, we're trying to learn details and everything we can this morning about the 2 locations in question.
First, at Just-in-Time Recreation, better known by its former name Sparetime Recreation. That's at 24 Mollison Way. According to the business's website, it's a bar and restaurant, event venue, and bowling alley that hosts a number of leagues throughout the week. Schemengees Bar and Grill, located at 551 Lincoln Street, that opened up in 1998. It's also an event venue with pool tables, dartboards, lots of activities, cornhole. Someone from the restaurant posting on the business's page on Facebook, "My heart is crushed. I'm at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make any sense of this? Sending out prayers to everyone."
About an hour ago, we caught up with Mike Violet, the morning show host from our radio partners at WSKW 1160 AM. Mike is located about a mile away from where police found that white Subaru at the Lisbon boat launch. That, again, the vehicle in question. He gives us a sense of what was going on in the area overnight.
This is so surreal and so unsettling and so close to home. In the case of those of us who happen to live in Lisbon, this is all going on. The manhunt less than a mile from where I sit, which is right on Route 196 in Lisbon, right downtown Lisbon, right across from the mill, to give you a landmark. I got a text message from my son, who lives in Manchester, New Hampshire, who told me that the manhunt had moved to right. He said, "Dad, are you okay? It's right near you." He's right near you. He had been monitoring a police scanner online and heard it. So then I jumped on that and started to hear it as well. So you go from feeling, horrible about what's going on in Lewiston with the numbers that we were hearing to then feeling, a little unsettled yourself because it's happening so close to you. I could hear helicopters overhead. You could hear vehicles, SWAT vehicles whizzing by here on 196. Sirens blaring. It was, a scene out of a movie. This is the kind of thing that doesn't happen here, Jeff and Katie. It doesn't. This is Maine. We're one big small town. Well, my sense is that by 10:30, they're going to have this guy one way or another, dead or alive. This guy's going to be caught. I know, obviously, he's got a career Army background, so I'm sure he's got some survival skills. And clearly, you would think, based on what we saw from the still pictures from the surveillance, that he's pretty heavily armed. But, when you're surrounded, at some point, this is going to end, whether, by hook or by crook, it's going to come to an end.
And you heard Mike mention that time frame this morning, that news conference Mike was talking about. It was announced by the Department of Public Safety. That's happening at 10:30 this morning.
That's right. And the Maine Department of Public Safety will be involved with that. They said it will be held again at 10:30. We're looking forward to that, and we'll hopefully get some of these, all these questions that we need to get answered. I'm on the phone right now with Cumberland County Sheriff Kevin Joyce. He can't comment a lot about the search and things like that, but can you tell us about how the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department reacted to it and what he went through? And first of all, Kevin, thanks for joining us, Sheriff Joyce. And first of all, tell us what would happen. You were listening in to the chatter on the radio right around 7 o'clock, huh?
Yeah, I was in my office and I've got a scanner, and I heard bits and pieces, and I know that they were looking, or state police were looking for a shooter somewhere. Then we got several calls asking either for our tactical team or some other deputies because they were, as it came across, they'd had multiple victims of the shooting. So we deployed our tactical team, our regional tactical team, as well as our detectives. The detectives were able to help Lewiston. We had about 70 witnesses. So as you can imagine, trying to get information from them before we release them, because once you have them, you potentially could lose them. So we did assist them with that. There's a lot of rumors going around about what occurred, and we're always guarded on putting that information out because of the fact that we want to get the facts out there, not just rumors. So we're chasing down all the information, or they are. We've pulled our team at about 2 this morning to rest them because we expect that this may go on for a few more hours. May be needed, may not be needed. There's a lot of federal assets coming in now to assist as well. So it was a great response from Southern Maine law enforcement, and they had several scenes, and you had to provide security. The reality is they don't know where he is still, as far as I know. I know at that time we didn't know where he was. He's going to come back around and, start shooting people at the scene. So bottom line is, for us, it was a kind of what we call a away game outside the county, but we're close enough that, as many other agencies, to provide a little bit of stability until the assets got there.
Sheriff Joyce, it's Katie Sampson here. I just would like to get your, reaction to the magnitude of this. You've been in law enforcement for many, many years. Can you just give us, how extreme the situation is from your perspective and everything you've seen in your history with law enforcement?
Well, I didn't go to the scene, but I talked to a few people, and all I can say is horrific. I've been telling people that Maine is really a safe state, but we're not immune, and we're lucky. We've been lucky. That luck ran out last night. I don't understand what humanity can do to humanity. This blows my mind. This is an epidemic that somehow we got to wrap our arms around it, figure out how we avoid it. But from what I know and saw in the video, it was needless. It was needless.
Yeah. And Sheriff, I know, it's so emotional for, people in law enforcement, so many people involved, even here, us, delivering the news and everything. But I guess talk about how law enforcement really has come together. You're talking about sheriff departments, you're talking about Maine State Police, you're talking about the FBI, you're talking about the ATV, all FBI, all joining together to, whether it's blocking roads or whether it's a search, or getting witnesses or getting evidence. All teaming together to try to help out this situation.
Well, we train for it, and then we try to train with other agencies as well, knowing that there might be a slight difference in policies, a slight difference in way response is distance-wise. I had heard that some agencies were offering assistance from northern Maine. During the first few hours, it's just a matter of, and really today, still, we don't know where the guy is. His vehicle was located last night, but it was dark. You just can't rush in. There was a thought that, maybe the car was set as bait so that when the officers rushed in, that, he could ambush them. So, it's just one of those things where, I can tell you the calls I was getting was that the dispatch center up there was just asking for anybody because they had busloads of victims. And that's a figment. It's just a term. We had a lot of victims. And I guess what we have could be busloads, but I'll tell you that they were appreciative that other law enforcement was coming. And like I said, it's one of those things where you just somehow you get together, different uniforms, and you just make it happen. In this particular case, I was going up the pike, and it was a steady stream at my rearview mirror, blue lights heading up. So, you obviously got to locate this guy and get him in custody, but they've got multiple crime scenes they got to process and stuff. So this will be a several-day event.
Of course, so many people feel helpless in situations like this. Sheriff Joyce, what can we do? What would your suggestion be for the people watching right now?
I know it's social media, there's a photo out. The big thing is this: if you see something, say something. If you see this individual, call your local law enforcement. It's hard to say whether or not the guy's still in the area or not. I don't think we could ever say for certain that until we have him in custody that any place is safe. He could be out of the state. He could have found somewhere else. So, it's one of those things that if you see something, say something. And I'd just be cautious on some of the rumors going around because there are facts. It's not even my county to talk about it, what we know, but the facts will come out, and The big thing is law enforcement wants to say what is factual and not pull back on something that, we ran with quickly just to get it out there. So see something, say something.
Sheriff, one of the things that's going to come into play today as the search continues, the manhunt, the sun is up now, was up at 7:09. How important canine units come into play? I know we've talked about it with you in the past, how important that is. We have dozens and dozens of canine units that help out with Maine State Police, game wardens, police departments. How are those canine units going to help out in today's manhunt?
Well, they've been in ready reserve. You kind of have to have a starting point. The car might be a starting point. In some cases, we didn't have a car, it may have been the scene type thing, but you can tire a dog out pretty quickly. So having a point where you feel really comfortable is one consideration. The other thing is it was very dark last night, kind of in a wooded area, and with what we saw this individual had done, there was a caution on, do you surround the area if the individual's there and wait for daylight to kind of help out? Because, if the dog goes in and lights instead of, there was a severe concern about ambush of officers going in. So now the light's up. It looks like it's going to be a halfway decent day. The New York State Police, from what I understand, had a helicopter in the area and was helping out. But, it's just try to lock him down, prevent anyone else from getting hurt, and then go in when tactically it's going to be to the advantage of, or at least the advantage tactically is equal as what the individual has. This guy's got some military training, so from what I understand, so you got to kind of consider that. And so today, I think we'll, with the weather being like it is, you probably see dogs out there. But last night we didn't use a lot, to my knowledge. I know that we had 3 canine units up there ready to go, and just kind of holding them ready in case it needed.
And Sheriff, how important are these shelter-in-place orders, and how important is it for people to follow them, not only for their own safety, but for the investigation part of this too?
Well, if you live in the Lewiston, Lisbon area especially, but probably anywhere within 10 miles of the place or that location, I would just stay in. I mean, this guy is shown indiscriminate killing, and we don't know why, but hopefully we'll find out. So staying in and reporting any little thing is going to be the best thing that anyone can do until we get this villain, this animal captured.
Yeah, and Sheriff, one last thing to talk about is the involvement with the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department. You guys will be helping out later today. You talked about getting some rest. In general, what would your deputies and investigators be involved in when going up there? I know you can't give away a lot of details, but how is it important, again, to work together?
Well, depending on what they get I think they may bring in a couple more tactical teams, and sometimes standing around waiting, or again, multiple scenes, protecting multiple scenes. I know that we had some of our team just on the roof of the PD, making sure that this guy didn't circle back and kind of walk in while we had our command post there. We may get the call for that. It was important. They had trained all day yesterday, so by 2:00 in the morning, they were kind of almost going on to 24 hours. That's never good for anyone. But we were relieved by another team. We've offered our detectives as well. Like I said, we worked with the ATF to interview about 71 victims, or witnesses, I should say, not victims, witnesses. And again, we didn't want to let them leave until we had the information that we could put in our or give to the state police for their criminal case. So it could be anything. We've got some evidence techs that could go up and process some scenes. I mean, there's a lot of work to do. This isn't, it's going to be a multi-day investigation, if not a few weeks.
Sheriff, I know it's been a very emotional night and day for you and your deputies and your investigators and all the other ones across the area. We really appreciate your time. I hope you can get a little rest before you guys head back up to the area and to help out again with the manhunt and the investigation into this horrific crime.
Well, thanks, and have a good day.
Thank you. Stay safe,
See you.
everyone.
Bye-bye.
We appreciate the insight shared with us this morning. Right now, we're also starting to hear some new audio from dispatchers last night responding to the situation in real time.
It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down. Have PD on scene, but the suspect is still at large.
I need you to respond to 24 Mollison Way, 24 Mollison Way at Sparetime. There's an active shooter situation going on there, multiple patients.
So that was the initial call at the Sparetime Recreation bowling alley, or just in time, and then a short time later, another call came in.
To respond to the town of Lewiston for 2 active shooter locations. One's going to be at Sparetime Recreation. The second will be at Schemengees. Again, the town of Lewiston for active shooter incidents. All available units to Lewiston.
They're reporting 16 people with gunshot wounds.
Again, the intensity of dispatch and also calm at the same time.
I know.
Trying to get law enforcement out there to the scene to try to deal with the again, this mass murderer. In Lewiston was just incredible.
Yeah, the communication is so important because every second counts in moments like that. We're checking back in with Stephanie Grinley live at Schemengees Bar and Grill in Lewiston.
Yeah, and first of all, let's talk about the sun is up now. We can see the scenes of one of the shootings that took place right there. Tell us what you're seeing and tell us about the law enforcement presence there.
Yeah, that's right, Jeff and Katie. We are seeing some new details because of the sun being up. One of the most notable is the medical examiner has arrived here on scene. That means there have been some killings here of people at Schemengees Bar and Grill. We're also looking above right now. We can see a helicopter flying. I've seen probably 4 in the past half an hour. From the helicopter, we've also noticed drones being deployed. There's a obvious investigation going on. With the investigation, the game warden has come into the scene, and we've seen the FBI here, we've seen Maine State Police, multiple local law enforcement here at the scene, painting a very sad picture today. Once again, I want to reiterate the medical examiner has been on scene. They are investigating right now, gathering evidence. This is as far as we can get, which is about 1/4 of a mile from the scene where the second location of a mass shooting took place last night here in Maine, the deadliest on record. So, Jeff and Katie, that's what we have for an update for you right now, live as of right before 8 a.m. today, and hope to bring you more details as we get them in. Obviously, we can't be inside the scene and show you that, but we do know right now that it's an active investigation, and they are actively investigating the deaths here at Schemengees Bar and Grill.
Yeah, you can see a lot more, like we've said, as the sun begins to come up. Stephanie, thank you so much for the update and sharing with us what it looks like now at the scene there.
Yeah, and again, we got in right around midnight. We had our reporters out on the scene. This happened around 7 o'clock. The sun was already going down if it wasn't all the way down. So finally we were able to see some of the scenes. And hopefully, this is the thing we really wanted to talk about, is 7 to 9 came closer when the sun was going to come up, that this is really going to help out in the manhunt. We just heard from Sheriff Joyce about how it's going to help out with the canine units because it's daylight now. They didn't want to tire them out overnight. And so, the sun up, now this really is going to get ramped up, I think, leading up to the 10:30 press conference at Lewiston City Hall.
Yeah, he was referencing the weather as well. Thankfully for these search crews, that's not going to, hinder their efforts to try to find this person of interest. And like you said, we're looking ahead to that 10:30 press conference. We do have some new video into the newsroom that shows several SWAT vehicles pulling out of the parking lot at Lisbon High School. The school has been the gathering spot for police all morning. A vehicle believed to belong to the person of interest, Robert Card, was found about a mile from the school.
Yeah, and by the way, where Lewiston High School is, that's just down the street, like a few miles away from where that, of course, Lisbon boat launch is. That's located on Route 196 between Lisbon and really Lisbon High School and Topsom. And so that's where they've been centered. A lot of the manhunt right there is because we don't know. We're assuming he dumped his vehicle there, the white Subaru, but we don't even know if he's the only person involved. There could be more people. We don't even know.
And the sheriff was saying, hypothetically, that could have been an effort to mislead investigators. We have no idea at this point. Let's check back in with Johnny Maffey, who is live for us there in Lisbon. Johnny, what can you tell us about what you're seeing? It sounds like, the scene is ramping up a little bit.
Yeah, Katie, I will say where we are now, we're at a new spot. We are at the boat ramp that we've been discussing all night. Now, if you look a little bit more down the road, you can see the boat ramp sign, of course, but then we just saw a sort of parade of cruisers coming down and heading this way, again, away from Lisbon High School, where we just were. Some stayed straight and some zoomed off to the left. They didn't have their sirens on, but we have seen, since we last checked back in just a few minutes ago, a helicopter circling around the area, and we saw what we believed was a law enforcement drone up as well. And so they were cutting down some of those side roads on Route 9 here, maybe maneuvering the woods, maybe not, but there is still a presence over here, and they're moving around a lot, so we can't totally see some of it right now. But again, we're at the boat ramp here. This is the scene where our own Mal Meyer was moved away from last night. They called it a danger zone, and this is where that Subaru was supposedly found as well. That car that the person of interest supposedly dropped off here and ran to wherever he is right now.
Again, live on the scene, you're right near the boat. How is the police presence at that boat launch now? We've been talking about all morning about how this was the place. They dumped the car here. They were thinking he might be there. So now you're finally allowed to go to the boat launch just out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, I think we're allowed, Jeff, because there's no police presence here right now. And like I mentioned, a few cruisers headed that way from beyond the scenes. They were parked where we couldn't quite see, but then a few others were zooming away and towards kind of into the woods, into where the search area could be. And that's just really what we're seeing. That's literally exactly what we're seeing right now, and that's what we're following.
All right, Johnny, thanks so much. We'll check back in soon. We do have a couple updates that I want to share with you right now. I'm just going through emails, and we did get a press release from Governor Janet Mills's office. We're told she'll be joining state and local public safety officials at Lewiston City Hall at that 10:30 press conference that we've been talking about, at which we're hoping to learn a lot more details about the victims and about the search for this person of interest. The press release says the governor received multiple briefings throughout the night by the Department of Public Safety, and she also spoke with President Biden, who pledged his administration's full support. Maine State Police advising that a shelter-in-place order is still in effect across Lewiston, Lisbon, and Bowdoin, and police are currently searching for the person of interest who is considered armed and dangerous. If you have seen Card, you should not approach him, and you should call 911 if you see anything suspicious. Another quick update, and this is, we've been talking about all these closings as far as schools go. Now, in Holden, they say due to the ongoing situation in the Lewiston area and the suspect is still at large, the Holden Police Department has called in extra officers and will be at and near both schools today. Although there's no information that the suspect is in our area, no direct threat to any schools, we do urge you to be cautious and observant until the situation is resolved. So some schools closing altogether and others maybe being open today, but having that extra presence to just offer a little sense of security for these students.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about schools not even near Lewiston and Auburn and Lisbon. I mean, Holden is not anywhere close to them. Also, we've had schools in York County closed down, like Biddeford and Sanford. Wells closed down as well. And of course, just about a half hour ago, we just heard that Portland closed down. So Again, not taking any kind of chances at all. Nobody knows where this guy is. We talked to Cumberland County Sheriff, of course, Kevin Joyce earlier, and he goes, look, they're looking around the area right now, Lisbon, Bowdoin, and also Lewiston. But he goes, look, he could be out of the area by now. They don't know. And of course, we're going to find out more at 10:30.
Yeah, and talking about those closings, the number continues to climb. Auburn announcing that City Hall will remain closed for the day. In Topsom, the town's BMV branch will not be opening. We've also been hearing that Hannaford stores are not going to be open today, at least until 10 a.m. They might be, rethink that. So we'll, of course, keep following that. But so many closings, and we have a list of all of those on our website, WGME.com. And, of course, Topsom borders Lisbon. That's where the search is being concentrated on that boat launch just off Route 196, where police say they found that vehicle of interest. And in Falmouth, town offices, facilities all closed except for public safety. Falmouth officials say, quote, our thoughts are with the victims, their families, and others impacted by this devastating event, including any members of the Falmouth community.
Yeah, and not too long ago, Lee Auto Malls in Auburn announced they will be closing their business today. They say they will stay closed until the shelter in place is lifted for the community. We told you earlier, and this has been going on all day, Androscoggin County Sheriff's Department is encouraging all businesses to lock down or close as the investigation and the manhunt continues. We told you he could be anywhere.
Yeah.
So they're asking people, all the people that work at these businesses, they don't want you coming in today. Stay home. We've already mentioned there's no reason to go out. Aroma Joe's is closed. Dunkin' is closed. You can't even go out for a coffee in many areas.
Hannaford.
Hannaford grocery store. So just stay home. Lock your doors and lock your windows. And if somebody knocks at your door, make sure you know who's knocking.
Yeah, Town and Country Federal Credit Union closing all branches today. In their post, they say their call center and other departments will stay open, but all staff will be working remotely. Town and Country has locations in South Portland, Scarborough, and Saco. So, we've been hearing from all over the state. And just a quick update again on some of the details that we are learning. CNN is now reporting 16 deaths from this mass shooting at 2 different crime scenes this morning.
Yeah, we'll continue to update those as the morning goes on, again with that press conference coming up at 10:30. Now, here we're going to take you and show you some pictures and tell you more about the person of interest. It is this guy right here, 40-year-old Robert Card. Take a good look right now. He's considered armed and dangerous. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants. You see us right now near the bowling alley where one of the shootings took place. You can see another picture coming up here that there's actually some shattered glass, and that's in that area. Now we're going to show you where both of these locations are. First of all, that area where you just saw him, that's the old Sparetime Recreation Center. Now it's known as Just in Time, and that's 4 miles away from where they had the other one. That's Schemengees Bar and Grill. Right there, just 4 miles away. That's a 9-minute drive. And there you can see the boat ramp where they found the vehicle of interest, that white Subaru right there at the boat ramp. That's on 196. You can see it in the red right there.
Yeah, and I did just, I'm right now on the Portland Jetport's website. So they are sharing an operational update on their website because they wanted to, update travelers given the shelter-in-place orders in several communities. They say the Jetport remains open and flights are operating. Our partners at the Portland Police Department and the Department of Homeland Security have increased patrols out of an abundance of caution. Passengers under a shelter-in-place order or who are not comfortable leaving their home should contact their airline to rebook to later flights. So if you have a flight today, if you're not in a shelter-in-place order, that flight should still be on. It should not be impacted. But if you're not comfortable leaving, or if you are under that, stay-at-home order, then you should contact your airline to rebook to later flights. So that update coming in from the Jetport this morning.
Again, just to recap some more information for you. This all happened last night, just before 7 o'clock, exactly at 6:56 p.m. Police got a report of a mass shooting at Just in Time Bowling in Lewiston, better known as its former name, Sparetime Recreation.
Yeah, and that happened now 13 hours ago. We're following reaction this morning from local and state officials. The Lewiston Mayor, Carl Shaleen, saying in part, quote, I am heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come.
Well, the office of U.S. Senator Angus King releasing a statement as well, writing, quote, President Biden just reached out to Senator King directly and offered any federal assistance he can provide to help the people of Maine. Senator King will now be headed to Maine on one of the first flights available. He wants to be home to support Lewiston in any way he can.
Senator Susan Collins also releasing a statement. She says, as our state mourns this horrific mass shooting, we appreciate the support we've received from across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance. Congresswoman Shelley Pingree reacting to the news out of Lewiston, saying, quote, I am closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I am holding the affected communities in my prayers.
Meantime, Congressman Jared Golden issuing a statement saying, quote, like all Mainers, I am horrified by the events in Lewiston tonight. This is my Maine hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gather information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they continue their work. Again, this is his district, Representative Golden. We also have one other one to talk about. This is from Governor Mills. I am aware of and have been briefed on the active shooter situation in Lewiston. I urge all people in the area to follow the direction of state and local enforcement. I will continue to monitor the situation and remain in close contact with public safety officials. You heard Katie mention earlier, she is going to be at the news conference at 10:30 this morning at Lewiston City Hall.
And she received a call from President Biden as well ahead of that press conference. So there will be, quite the presence at this press conference. And we're hoping, again, to learn much more information on so many levels. The victims, the person of interest, the status of the investigation, where they're looking. It hopefully will provide some answers for everyone who's looking for that.
And the thing we're hoping for the most is an arrest.
Yeah.
Since the sun is up now, that's going to make it easier for them to, when it comes to the search and rescue, they get helicopters. We heard earlier from Cumberland County Sheriff Kevin Joyce that New York State Police, New York, this shows you how one big family, law enforcement, brought a helicopter all the way up here to help in the search and the manhunt for this criminal.
And we talk about, the Red Cross too. They're all coming together to provide blood donations as when it's possible. And of course, they'll be looking for donations from folks when it's safe. If you're not under a shelter in place warning, see when the soonest is that you can donate some blood, because it's going to be very much needed for these victims.
And it shows you that how huge this event is. We talked to Cumberland County Sheriff Kevin Joyce earlier, and he talked about they had 71 witnesses in buses, and they were going to question all of them. So that's something we're going to hear about as well when it comes to all those witnesses that were at each one of those bars.
And we're taking a live look at FlightRadar24.com, showing 2 helicopters currently flying over Lewiston and Lisbon. The path you see now circles around Just-in-Time Recreation. That's where police received a report of that mass shooting around 6:56 yesterday evening. And the helicopter then flies over Lisbon, which is where a search is being concentrated on that boat launch, where police say they found that vehicle of interest. And then you can see it flies over towards Schemengees Bar and Grill in Lewiston. Again, this is a live look at FlightRadar24.com, showing 2 helicopters currently flying over the Lewiston and Lisbon areas.
Yeah, and we heard earlier when Greg Lagerquist and Marissa Bodden were on the air that one was from New Hampshire. And then we heard from Cumberland County Sheriff Kevin Joyce that there was one from New York State Police as well. So again, everybody helping out.
Yeah, I mean, when something happens like this of this magnitude, they need all the help they can get on the ground, in the air, with the canine units as well. And it sounds like they're getting that help, which hopefully will lead to an arrest.
Yeah, all hands on deck. Again, we're learning this shooting is the worst in the U.S. this year. This is Lewiston, Maine, the worst. That's according to the Gun Violence Archive.
The organization sending this message out on X late last night when the reported number of deaths was 16. They say it's the 565th shooting in the U.S. this year and the 31st mass murder.
The American Red Cross of Northern New England has released a statement on these mass shootings, writing on its Facebook page in part, quote, our hearts go out to the community of Lewiston, Maine, and all of those affected by Wednesday's tragic shooting. The American Red Cross is working closely with our hospital partners in Maine to provide more than 120 blood products in response to this tragedy. We stand ready to provide additional blood products as needed. Due to this incident, the Red Cross Blood Center in Auburn, Maine, is currently under lockdown. We will notify scheduled donors if we need to adjust our center hours in accordance with local orders. Okay, the one in Auburn is closed down. That doesn't mean other ones are going to be closed down. So there's going to be the need for blood. we talked about 16 people killed. There's, up to possibly 60 injured. We know we're going to need that. So if you'd like to help out, you're sitting at home going, I feel helpless. What can I do? Reach out to the Red Cross, whether it's calling them or going online to schedule an appointment. You could do that. And it takes maybe an hour and 15 minutes to do it. I give blood every 44 days. You can do it. It's not that difficult. And that's really a way to help out. There's one located on 4th Avenue in Portland, but call in advance or get online because I'm sure there's going to be lots of people down there getting ready to donate blood.
And some of them may not be able to open if they're in that, shelter-in-place order. So just good to call ahead. And earlier this morning, we caught up with Mike Violette, the morning show host from a radio partner, WSKW. Mike is located about a mile from where police found that white Subaru at the Lisbon boat launch.
Yeah, he gave us a sense of what the area was like overnight.
This is so surreal and so unsettling and so close to home in the case of those of us who happen to live in Lisbon. This is all going on. The manhunt less than a mile from where I sit, which is right on Route 196 in Lisbon, right downtown Lisbon, right across from the mill, to give you a landmark. I got a text message from my son, who lives in Manchester, New Hampshire, who told me that the manhunt had moved to he said, Dad, are you okay? It's right near you. He's right near you. He had been monitoring a police scanner online and heard it. So then I jumped on that and started to hear it as well. So you go from feeling, horrible about what's going on in Lewiston with the numbers that we were hearing to then feeling, a little unsettled yourself because it's happening so close to you. I could hear helicopters overhead. You could hear vehicles, SWAT vehicles whizzing by here on 196. Sirens blaring. It was, a scene out of a movie. This is the kind of thing that doesn't happen here, Jeff and Katie. It doesn't. This is Maine. We're one big small town. Well, my sense is that by 10:30 they're going to have this guy one way or another, dead or alive. This guy's going to be caught. I know obviously he's got a career Army background, so I'm sure he's got some survival skills. And clearly, you would think, based on what we saw from the still pictures from the surveillance, that he's pretty heavily armed. But, when you're surrounded, at some point, this is going to end, whether, by hook or by crook, it's going to come to an end.
Well, the Maine Department of Public Safety says a news conference is scheduled for 10:30 a.m. at Lewiston City Hall. Governor Janet Mills' office says she will be in attendance along with many other local law enforcement officials. We'll carry that live on CBS 13 and Fox 23 and also on WGME.com and Fox23.com when it happens.
Yeah, so lots of information that we're getting this morning. We're also hearing that there is a vigil that's going to be planned. Prayer vigil, and this is from Tyler Nadeau, who works for the Prince of Peace Catholic Parish in Lewiston. The pastor, Father Daniel Greenleaf, would like to speak with everyone about offering those prayers and being open for anyone once the police give the all clear, of course, to leave your homes. At this time, they say they've canceled their services in Lisbon Falls as one of the churches is located on Frost Avenue. And back to the press conference, we're hearing from Governor Mills, who says that she heard from President Biden ahead of that 10:30 press conference. Of course, she again urging everyone to use caution, stay safe, stay inside, and lock your doors.
And a big reason, it is a mass shooting, but the biggest mass shooting in the U.S. this year, which is incredible. And this is, I think they said, the 31st. And so it continues to just blow all our minds when it comes to this incredible event that's happened here. And by the way, here again is the person of interest, 40-year-old Robert Card. He's considered armed and dangerous. We really wanted you to take a good look. If you're just tuning in right now, this is the person of interest they are looking for. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants.
And this is what we know about Card. His last reported residence was in Bowdoin. According to the Associated Press, Card is a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility. He had reportedly been hearing voices and threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco. And we've conducted a background check on Card. Not much of a criminal history. He was arrested for OUI in April of 2007 in Topsom. That was a misdemeanor. He was found guilty in May 2007 and fined $500 and was jailed for 48 hours and had his license suspended for 90 days.
We're also hearing from a Lewiston resident who is reacting to the shooting. Don Dosty speaking out. Take a listen.
My first reaction was a lot of anger that it was happening in the community because Mainers were much better than this. It's this, you've had these interviews with people all over the country before, and a mass shooting, you just can't believe it's going to happen in your hometown, and here we are. I got helicopters flying over my house with searchlights, and it's unreal.
I mean, I think that's really the feelings of a lot of people. Unreal. They're waking up this morning almost pinching themselves going, did this really happen here?
Yeah, we had that interview that Brad Rogers got. He has been live for us outside Just-in-Time Recreation, also known as Sparetime Recreation, the bowling alley, where we did hear that there was a 10-year-old who heard the gunshots and thought it was a balloon popping, heard about 10 gunshots, and then realized it was not a balloon, and obviously was running frantic. You just can't even imagine what that must have been like. But Brad was also speaking with a resident in the area who lives, I believe, a few miles away from that scene, who was saying, in this community, we don't lock our doors, we leave our doors open. And obviously a lot of people are rethinking that right now when it hits so close to home in your community.
Yeah, and I hope they're locking their doors right now, and then when somebody knocks, don't open those doors, because again, they're still searching for Robert Card. And by the way, we're tracking a number of schools and businesses that will not be opening today, including many, I mean, outside the Lewiston, Lisbon and area in Auburn. This is a live look right now at our website. I mean, the list keeps growing. We heard, Portland Public Schools and also some of the private schools, including Waynfleet and Cheverus closing. Also, all the way even in York County, where we have Wells closing along with Sanford, and even Holden when we go up to northern Maine.
Yeah, so in Holden, we got that update that they're increasing police presence for students there. We would imagine that a lot of schools are also providing counseling, different resources for their communities as well. We also are hearing that Hannaford is closed until 10 a.m. So we'll, provide you with updates at 10 o'clock if we, find out that they're reopening. But I mean, there's no reason to leave the house right now. No.
I mean, we even heard even the Portland Public Library branches are closing down. And this is, 30 or 40 miles from where the, from the mass shooting took place. So everybody really sheltering in place. I mean, not just Androscoggin County.
And some of the, folks that we're just hearing from this morning, we talked with Mike Violette, and he was just talking about how scary it is. And so that, when you talk about these shelter in place and, all these businesses closed, it must be terrifying for some of these people, because we truly don't know where this person of interest is at this point.
Yeah, and of course, we'll find out more of that press conference again coming up at 10:30. We want to make sure you join us for that right here on CBS 13, Fox 23, and also WGME.com and Fox23.com. We'll keep you updated as soon as we learn more.
And we are monitoring reaction from Central Maine Medical Center. CMMC says there are no specifics to share on the number of deaths or injuries. Central Maine Healthcare is coordinating with area hospitals to take in patients. They plan on providing updates as soon as they can. We're also hearing from Maine Medical Center, which says, quote, Maine Medical Center has alerted on-call staff and created critical care and operating room capacity in anticipation of potential patient transports coming from there. At this time, MMC can confirm it'll receive one patient transport from CMMC. Other Maine health facilities are also standing by and preparing to provide care. Out of an abundance of caution and due to the dynamic nature of the situation, MMC and other Maine health hospitals have closed their campuses to non-hospital personnel and non-patients until further notice. Maine Health and Maine Medical Center express their deepest sympathies to those impacted by this tragedy. And
again, not just all hands on deck when it comes to law enforcement, also, when it comes to doctors and nurses and hospital staff. I heard from a friend last night, texted me right around, it was like 8 or 9 o'clock, saying he heard a friend of his was a trauma surgeon and was heading in to help out at that point. And I'm sure it's going to be a long day for the people working not only in law enforcement as the manhunt continues, but dealing with all the people that have been injured in this. Again, we're hearing reports of up to possibly 60 people from these two shootings.
Yeah, I heard from a friend who said her sister is a nurse and she was just about to leave her shift, and they, called her back to, hey, can you stay? And, you don't know what that's going to look like. You don't know when you're going to get a break. You don't know when you're going to leave. You're just there responding however you can in the moment.
Yeah, and you can imagine what, some of the, medical staff is going through when they see some of the injuries. We've heard that they're going to be kids because we're at a bowling alley. In another area, there was a bar and restaurant. We talked to Sheriff Kevin Joyce from Cumberland County earlier, and he was just like blown away and horrified about the scene at both restaurants. And again, they had interviewing 71 witnesses from those two establishments. So again, we're going to hear more from Cumberland County Kevin Joyce, who was up there with some deputies as well, coming up a little later here in our live coverage. Now we're going to check back with CBS 13 and Fox 23's Johnny Maffey.
Yeah, Johnny, what can you tell us? Where are you at this point, and do you have any updates for us?
Okay, so Katie, we're about a football field or a couple of football fields away from that boat ramp that we've been talking about all morning. We were there at the boat ramp live the last time we checked in. Now you can see we were moved away just a little bit over to St. Matthew's Church right here, and we just talked to the Lisbon Police Chief, Ryan McGee, and he's the guy you do see when we cover the Moxie Fest here in Lisbon. Much more serious situation, of course, now. And what he was saying, he wants people to stay inside for today. Now, we were expecting to get an update on camera from him, but of course he got a call. This is still very much an active situation, sort of a new light to this situation, as it's been calm in these parts for the last few hours since we've been here. Obviously, it was very hectic last night with the situation at the boat ramp and them finding Robert Card's car. Again, that boat ramp just down the way over there that our photographer has been showing you. Again, Chief McGee with Lisbon PD saying that everyone should be staying inside and staying home for today.
And Johnny, we know you've been in touch with some of the family members of the victims. Any updates as far as that goes? Obviously, they're very eager to check in with their loved ones.
Yeah, Katie. So, of course, we were at the Auburn Reunification Center over at the Auburn Middle School, and what we were learning there is what Jeff just kind of touched on a little bit, and of course, Sheriff Joyce, as well as Mayor Levesque with Auburn, said there were witnesses and there were also victims that were kids. He saw families get some really bad news, and I was texting back and forth with a family that did get some bad news as well, that their son, who was at the bar that Stephanie's been outside of this morning, he did not make it. And we were talking to another mother who had a son that's just 23 years old. He's born in 2000, to put that in perspective, and he got shot 4 times. He's on a ventilator, and I've been trying to get back in touch with the mom, who said she will get to see her son this morning, according to those doctors. So certainly putting those stories into perspective is just really tough. I can't imagine what's going through their minds.
Johnny, you've been moving basically from scene to scene. You started in Portland, went up to Lewiston. You've been in Auburn. Now you're in Lisbon. First of all, tell us, has it been difficult to get around? There's so many roads closed around there. Helicopters, and also describe the scene. I mean, if you're not there, just looking at, this is a major roadway that you see no traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there was a few cars going by on this road, but we'll show you the police officers again. Jeff, you're right. It is very quiet right now. And when we were driving around from scene to scene earlier, yes, maybe it was 5 a.m., but hey, we driving around at 5 a.m. every day. We do usually see more cars, especially in the Lewiston area, than we did this morning. Now, down that road, I'll have you, show you one more time. Some cars, some law enforcement vehicles were zipping down that road to the left there. And we did see a helicopter about an hour or so ago circling the area here. Certainly a heavier presence in this area. As we heard a call on the radio to Chief McGee, and he zoomed right away with his partners, and it's just been a big collaboration among so many law enforcement units around the state, guys.
Yeah, that's right. Not just around the state, but of course we talked about ATF, FBI, and also Massachusetts State Police and our friends in New Hampshire helping out as well.
Yeah, so many people coming together, as Sheriff Joyce explained too. It's just all hands on deck, obviously, in a situation like this.
All right, Johnny, thank you very much for that report. Of course, we'll be checking in with Johnny Maffey a little bit later this morning, the scene where he's at. You can see the police presence. I mean, they have 2 vehicles just to that side, and then there's more the other way. And so many roadways closed down all over the area.
And it makes you wonder, how close are they, if they're close at all, to catching this person of interest? You hope that they're very close to doing that. A lot of people are hoping that 10:30 press conference will be hearing that this person of interest is now in custody. We'll have to see. That's happening in just about 2 hours.
Well, as Johnny just mentioned, I mean, have the Lisbon police chief,
right,
jet right out of there, and maybe something's going on. Who knows? We'll keep you posted on that. Johnny will be on top of it, so we'll hear back from him a little later here in the broadcast.
Hannaford's is announcing all of its locations will remain closed until 10 o'clock this morning at least. They say they're deeply saddened and horrified by the tragic events in Lewiston, and will provide updates as soon as possible. We'll bring those to you when we get them.
Now, we've mentioned schools all over the area, so many closing. Now we, of course, USM has students in Gorham and also Portland. Students at the University of Southern Maine will have no classes today. USM just announcing that the Portland and Gorham campuses will be closed down as they prioritize the safety and well-being of the students. They do add that essential support will be available in both Portland and Gorham for anyone that needs it.
And speaking of that support, I did want to pull up this number to share with you, the Disaster Distress Helpline. It's providing immediate support and crisis counseling to anyone who is experiencing emotional distress related to the shootings in Lewiston. So that number is 1-800-985-5990. Again, that's 1-800-985-5990. They've been talking on Twitter about, obviously this can cause extreme feelings of distress, and that is across the board. The victims, their families, the officers responding. You were talking about, the hospital workers as well, seeing, these tragic injuries and dealing with that. So a lot of trauma that people are dealing with right now.
And we talked probably about, it's almost an hour ago, talked with Cumberland County Sheriff Kevin Joyce, who actually went to the scene. And he said he was horrified, and it was very emotional to see what he saw. You're going to hear that interview in its entirety probably the next half hour or so, so stay tuned for that. But again, look, they deal with situations like this all the time. I mean, we do with so many breaking news stories, but to this, significance, this much, with at least 16 people dead, CNN is reporting, and maybe 60 injured in 2 different establishments. It's a lot to handle.
Yeah, many of these officers have never seen or been involved in anything like this. The city of Auburn has just released a statement on the mass shootings in Lewiston. That statement says the city's police working side by side with Lewiston. They say their highest priority is the safety of residents. They're urging everyone in Androscoggin County to shelter in place, lock your doors, and report any suspicious people and activities to 911. Most businesses and organizations are closed in the city, and all Auburn schools are, of course, are closed today as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, so many different politicians, lawmakers, and of course, law enforcement officials speaking out, including Auburn's mayor talking about the shootings overnight.
Yeah, he says this tragedy has touched the entire area.
And first of all, thank you. It's been a trying time in our community, and granted, where this happened in Lewiston, we are one community, and had a lot of friends and family that were around this, and I just met a couple of them that I didn't know were involved. We're at the reunification site right now. Glad to see a lot of people coming, picking up their loved ones that were witnesses and actually at this event. Been talking with them, and my heart and prayers, and I think all of ours in this whole area and the whole state, frankly, are going out to them right now so they can get a speedy recovery.
What were you hearing from the people in there?
That's really what I wasn't hearing. At this point, this is a significant amount of shock going on with people that were actually witnesses. Obviously, when I was bringing people in that were looking for their loved ones, there's fear, there's panic. Of course, there's worry, understandable. But the people that were actually there tonight was what I didn't hear. It's shock. It's shock. It's hard for me to explain. And I want them to be able to go home and hold their families and go to sleep and wake up.
And just to recap what we know about the breaking news, some updated numbers for you this morning. CNN is reporting 16 deaths and as many as 60 injured in these 2 mass shootings. State officials not confirming anything as far as numbers right now, but they do confirm that manhunt still underway.
The person of interest is 40-year-old Robert Card, who was considered armed and dangerous. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. As you can see, he appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants. Again, if you recognize him or if you know him, if you've seen him, please call 911 so we get this guy behind bars.
And the search is a fluid situation. It was at one point being concentrated on a boat launch in Lisbon, just off Route 196, where police say they found a vehicle of interest, a white Subaru. But as we've been hearing from Johnny, he went to the boat launch and it was actually very quiet there. That was the latest update from him on the boat launch. So, it's very fluid, and we saw that the chief was near Johnny. He spoke with him, the chief in Lisbon, and so we will be hearing from him pretty soon this morning. We're trying to get some of that interview edited so that we can share that with you.
And again, all this happening, you see, he sped off. He was going to do a live interview with us. And again, because the sun has been up for over an hour now, that this has increased the intensity of the search for law enforcement out there. So hopefully we'll make an arrest soon, just because the sun being up, that really helps out, of course, the search and rescue, especially high above when it comes to the helicopter, and also on the ground with the canine units, be able to get the odor of the guy that they're looking for. I mean, look, they have the car, the white Subaru, and hopefully that will lead to an arrest.
Yeah, and decent weather today as well. And this all began last night at 6:56 p.m. Police got a report of a mass shooting at Just-in-Time Bowling in Lewiston, also known by its former name, Sparetime Recreation.
That's right. We're now learning more about the search for Robert Card, who police described as a person of interest. CNN is reporting multiple agencies are now assisting, including the FBI, also the ATV. The investigators are looking at cell phone signals to try and identify his movements in the hours and days before the shootings, as well as looking at social media and other electronic records to try and identify his whereabouts.
Yeah, a lot of resources trying to find out everything they can leading up to and after this horrible tragedy. We're following reaction as well from local and state officials. Lewiston Mayor Carl Schemengees saying in part, quote, "I'm heartbroken for our city and our people. Lewiston is known for our strength and grit, and we will need both in the days to come." The office of U.S. Senator Angus King releasing a statement as well, writing, quote, "President Biden just reached out to Senator King directly and offered any federal assistance he can provide to help the people of Maine." Senator King will now be headed to Maine on one of the first flights available. He wants to be home to support Lewiston in any way he can.
Senator Collins also releasing a statement as our state mourns this horrific mass shooting. We appreciate the support we've received from across the country, including the call I received from President Biden offering assistance.
Congresswoman Shelley Pingree reacting to the news, saying, quote, "I'm closely monitoring the reports of mass shootings in Lewiston. The unfolding violence is shocking, and I'm holding the affected communities in my prayers."
Meanwhile, Congressman Jared Golden, of course, that's his district, Lewiston, Auburn, issuing a statement saying, quote, "Like all Mainers, I am horrified by the events in Lewiston. This is my hometown. Right now, all of us are looking to local law enforcement as they gain control of the situation and gathering information. Our hearts break for those who are affected, and we encourage everyone to follow the directions of the authorities as they conduct their work."
And we're also hearing audio from dispatchers last night responding to the situation in real time.
It's going to be Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident. Again, that's going to be the town of Lewiston at Sparetime Recreation for an active shooter incident, multiple people down. Have PD on scene, but the suspect is still at large.
I need you to respond to 24 Mollison Way, 24 Mollison Way at Sparetime. There's an active shooter situation going on there, multiple patients.
Well, that was the initial call at the Sparetime Recreation bowling alley. Then a short time later, another call came in.
To respond to the town of Lewiston for 2 active shooter locations. One's going to be at Sparetime Recreation. The second will be at Schemengees. Again, the town of Lewiston for active shooter incidents. All available units to Lewiston.
They're reporting 16 people with gunshot wounds.
And state police are still not releasing specific numbers about the number of deaths and the number of those injured. Here's how they responded when pressed by the media overnight.
Thank you for joining us here this evening. My name is Mike Soschuk. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Public Safety here in Maine. We truly do appreciate your patience and your partnership as we work with all of our partners across the law enforcement spectrum at all levels, local, state, county, and federal, to address and investigate these violent crimes that occurred in the city of Lewiston this evening. As you know, this is an experienced group. We won't have a lot of Q&A here this evening. This still is very fresh. It's new. It's new for all of us. And our focus is on the investigation and getting this right the first time. And we're doing that with our partners. And we do appreciate you putting out information from time to time. Moving forward, we would appreciate it if you got that information from us so that we knew that it was accurate. And that is incredibly important for all of us from an investigative standpoint and from a public safety standpoint, that we have a unified front with this information as we release it. The delay in coming here with you now is simply because we want to confirm information from our end. We want to make sure the information we're giving you and the information that goes out to the general public is accurate. So we do have some information here that we will release. It is here on the podium. And this is a general caution to the public that approximately 6:56 this evening, a couple of shooting incidents occurred here with multiple casualties in the city of Lewiston. And police are currently searching for a Robert R. Card, 4/4 of 1983 of Bowdoin. Card is considered armed and dangerous. He is a person of interest, however, and that's what we'll label him at moving forward until that changes. If people see him, they should not approach Card or make contact with him in any way. The shelter-in-place order that currently stands in Lewiston remains. A vehicle, which was a vehicle of interest in this incident, was located in Lisbon, and we are now also asking residents in Lisbon to shelter in place. So please share that information with communities as well. If anybody sees Mr. Card or has any additional information reference to these two shootings in the city of Lewiston, please contact 911. If they see anything suspicious, please feel free to call their local authorities. We have literally hundreds of police officers working around the state of Maine to investigate this case, to locate Mr. Card, who again is a person of interest and a person of interest only. And we'll continue to gather information so that we can bring the suspect to justice and ultimately seek prosecution down the road. This release also includes a photo, which I believe I have seen from various sources. I would also let you know that we have created a reunification location, and that would be at the Auburn Middle School, so in the neighboring community of Auburn, at 38 Falcon Drive. Again, that's the Auburn Middle School. And when I say reunification center or location, what that means is that if somebody has a question or they have a concern, they can't find a loved one, they believe that a friend or a family member may be involved in what occurred here tonight in Lewiston, that they could respond to that location. We will have some of our behavioral health liaisons, counselors on site, and we'll also be providing information as it becomes available to us. As you can imagine, and as you know, there are multiple scenes in the city, to include multiple hospitals, multiple follow-ups, a lot of witnesses we're speaking with, and a lot of leads. The general public has been very cooperative and very forthcoming with information. So I would expect if we have additional information, we'll be happy to come back and share it with you. I know that from the city of Lewiston standpoint, probably going to close City Hall after this briefing and probably move everybody out. But again, we appreciate your partnership and your patience. I would offer to take questions just so you know that I probably won't have answers. And as long as you know that going in, there's no disrespect intended in that. Feel free to ask a couple, and if I think we can get there, then I'm happy to answer those. If not, we do have work to do on behalf of our communities, and that's our primary focus this evening.
There are many specific figures about casualties out there. Sheriff Sampson told me up as many as 20. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to set the record straight on that.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. And I know that there's been a lot of numbers out there. This is a very fluid situation. So the last thing I want to come up is give you a number and then 3 hours from now change that in one direction or another. So I don't have firm numbers on that. And when I do, we'll be happy to share those with you, because it's an important piece of healing and it's an important piece of information for all of us to be aware of. But I don't have a firm number on that.
But at least 16, right?
I think I just answered that question to say that I'm not going to give you any specific numbers. And there's been a lot of numbers all over the map all evening. And I don't think that that's helpful because it doesn't help family members. It certainly doesn't help the community to see, well, they just said this and they said that. So if you want accurate information, I'm prepared to give that to you when I have it. I don't have that right now.
Well, it's Michael Sostek. He's the Commissioner of Public Safety for the state of Maine. We'll be hearing from him along with the Governor Janet Mills coming up at 10:30 for a news conference that's going to be at Lewiston City Hall. You're going to watch it live right here on CBS 13 and Fox 23, and of course our websites as well.
Let's take a quick break from this breaking news coverage to give you a look at your forecast. So we're checking in with meteorologist Christian Bridges. And Christian, we were hearing from Sheriff Kevin Joyce just, about what some of these investigations entail. And he was saying it's good news that it's clear weather out there for these canine units especially.
Yeah, if it was raining, it would definitely make it a more difficult search out there today. Luckily, the weather cooperating with us on this really tragic, heartbreaking Thursday across the state. Taking a live look down in York County at Mount Agamenticus. This is the conditions that most of us are seeing out there. Mainly cloudy skies, some breaks with some sunshine and very mild temperatures. Notice that temp of 61 there down in York County. Most of us in the 50s to start off the day. Lewiston, where that manhunt is now on hour 13, 52 degrees there. We're 57 in Portland, 52 in Gray, 58 in Cape Elizabeth, and up in Durham, 55, 51 in Topsom. Towards the mountains, 50s or upper 40s, 50 in Rangeley. We are 49 in Roxbury as we start off this morning. So again, at least no weather concerns across the state for today. In fact, a very unseasonably mild day in store for us. We're going to see our temperatures rising into the upper 60s to right around 70 as we head into this afternoon. More clouds than sun for most of us, but there should be some breaks at times throughout the day. Again, very unseasonably mild, highs in the lower 70s. For today, 71 in Sanford, as well as in Lewiston, 71 in Augusta, 70 in Portland, 70 in Freiburg. And while, again, we'll see a lot of clouds, no rain expected. Good news for the ongoing manhunt there in the Lewiston area. So let's take a look at our storm tracker over the next couple days. Very warm weather persisting here through the end of the week. For today, more clouds than sun. Breaks at times, but largely leaning on the cloudy side for today. Friday should have more sunshine and even warmer temperatures as well. Temperatures climbing into the lower or even middle 70s. Here we are 3 p.m. on Friday. You can see our temperatures are pretty toasty out there, and that will continue as we head into Saturday, looking like the warmest day we see of this unseasonably warm stretch. Saturday likely to be in the middle or even upper 70s. Some towns will not be far from 80 on Saturday afternoon. So pretty unseasonable warmth here for most of us here through the rest of this week. Here's a look at our temperature trend. You can see that very big warm up here as we head towards the end of the week and to the weekend. Saturday, the warmest day before a big dramatic cool down arrives as we head into Sunday. Highs dropping into the lower 50s, 50s and 40s by Monday. 20 to 25 degrees cooler Saturday into Sunday. So a two halves weekend here. Saturday, definitely the nicer half of the weekend. Highs in the mid 70s, again with plenty of sun. Sunday, much cooler, low 50s. Rain developing late in the day with cloudy skies all through our Sunday. So here's a look at our Halloween forecast. Of course, it is next Tuesday and Halloween. The weather looks sunny, not exactly warm though. Temperatures going to be in the 40s, much cooler, a bit breezy as well. Winds will be out of the north. It will be definitely a chilly Halloween in Maine for this year. So let's check out the rain as we head into this weekend, and of course those chilly conditions next week. By Sunday, as we head into Sunday evening, that's when we'll begin to see that rain developing after a cold front moves through, bringing in the chilly temperatures. Another area of low pressure will form off to our southwest. That moves into the region, brings us rain by Sunday evening, and it likely continues through Monday. Now for northern Maine and the far western Maine mountains, likely to see some of our first snowfalls of the season here as we head into Monday of next week. Not our only chance of some winter weather as we head into next week. Of course, Halloween, as I mentioned earlier, looking sunny and chilly. Here we are Tuesday, early afternoon, lots of sunshine out there. Dry, but again, chilly temperatures remaining in the 40s. By Wednesday, things turn active once again. Another storm looks to develop, and this one could be more potent, a coastal storm here that will move into the region. With chillier temperatures in place for the mountains, this is looking like a good bet for our first solid snowfall of the season up in northern Maine as well, the day after Halloween. Still very iffy as of right now. It's looking like mostly rain for the rest of us in the lower elevations. However, shifts in track as this is about a week away could bring some of that snow closer to the coastline. So that will be something to watch here as we head from the weekend into early next week, but mountain areas have a couple chances, good bet, that they will see their first snow of the season as we head into next week. So here's a look at some potential for that snowfall. That's Monday's snow, and this is the later week system. Notice looking more significant here for that mid to late week system. So we'll keep a close eye on that heading through this week. Here's a look at our 7-day forecast, remaining nice and very warm here through the rest of this week. 70s, mid 70s, even upper 70s on Saturday. Dramatically cooler Sunday. Rain is here on Monday. Highs in the 40s next week. And yes, that is rain or snow on Wednesday. Katie and Jeff, back over to you for continued coverage of the Lewiston shootings.
Christian, thanks so much. We have some new sound now from Lisbon Police Chief Ryan McGee.
That's right. He's providing an update on the search for the person of interest.
There's a lot of officers involved with the search. I mean, I don't want to give anything away. I can say my whole department's involved.
And
every department in this area, say every department. I've seen departments across the entire state of Maine have responded. So we want to locate the individual and make sure our community is kept safe.
Do you know if the person of interest, if he knows this area, is there any indication?
I can't comment on any of that right now. We have a lot of intel, and we're just working, in conjunction with our state and federal partners. Everybody's involved. We're just trying to keep the community safe. Obviously, this is a very tragic incident that happened, and we're doing our job to the best abilities to locate the suspect. So,
how confident are you that you'll get him?
I would say that we're going to not stop until we locate him, so you don't have to worry about that.
Again, that was Lisbon Police Chief Ryan McGee. Right after they did that interview, he took off in his car, and we're hopefully going to hear where he was headed off to. Maybe at that 10:30 press conference coming up that's going to have the governor and also Commissioner of Public Safety Michael Soschuk
A few takeaways from the sound bite, the interview that we just heard. One was he said, we're not going to stop until we find him. But the question was, how confident are you that you're going to find him? He didn't exactly answer that straightforward. And so they are determined to find this person of interest. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it might take an hour, it might take a few hours, it might take a few days. We don't know.
And something else he mentioned, there's information they have that they just can't release to the public right now. They don't want to release to the public. They don't want to compromise this investigation. So, unfortunately, we have to, I guess, be patient in this type of situation and let them do their work and stay home and don't, interfere with all of their efforts, because you never know when they're going to take off and go to another scene, right? We've seen that throughout the morning.
Yeah, here's the other thing to get in mind. When all the years that I've been talking to law enforcement, a lot of times the people that do these heinous acts, they like to watch it. Not only do they like to watch it, they like to come out to the scene sometimes. So you don't want to tip off anything where their searches are, what they're doing, because they might be listening or watching or whatever. And that's something key they just don't want to give away. So if you hear law enforcement not giving away too many details, that's another reason too.
Yeah, we have to respect that because there's a reason behind it, for sure. Well, we're trying to learn everything we can this morning about those two locations in question as well. First, at Just-in-Time Recreation, better known by its former name, Sparetime Recreation. That's at 24 Mollison Way. Here's a look at some information we have. According to the business's website, it's a bar and restaurant, event venue, and bowling alley that hosts a number of leagues throughout the week. And Schemengees Bar and Grill, located at 551 Lincoln Street, that opened back in 1998. It's also an event venue with pool tables, dartboards, lots of activities, cornhole as well.
Someone from the restaurant posting on the business's page on Facebook, writing, quote, "My heart is crushed. I'm at a loss for words. In a split second, your world gets turned upside down for no good reason. We lost great people in this community. How can we make any sense of this? Sending out prayers to everyone."
And that person of interest, let's show you this person again, just in case you happen to see him. It's 40-year-old Robert Card. He's considered armed and dangerous. These are photos of him shared from the Androscoggin County Sheriff's Office. He appears to be holding a high-powered assault-style rifle, wearing brown clothing and dark pants.
And this is what we know about Card. His last reported residence was in Bowdoin. According to the Associated Press, Card is a firearms instructor trained by the military and was recently committed to a mental health facility. He had reportedly been hearing voices and threatened to carry out a shooting at the military training base in Saco.
And we have conducted a background check on Card. Not much of a criminal history. He was arrested for OUI in April of 2007 in Topsom. That was a misdemeanor. He was found guilty in May 2007 and fined $500, was jailed for 48 hours and had his license suspended for 90 days. And we do want to check in with Brad Rogers in a moment, but I also we're waiting for an update from Dan Lamparello, who is going to be tweeting some more information. He's working right now very diligently to find more information about this person of interest. So as soon as he posts more information on that, we'll bring that to you right away.
All right, let's check in now with Brad Rogers. We haven't talked to him in a while. He's just down the road from Just in Time Bowling, better known as the Sparetime, where police first got reports of the mass shooting. Now, we haven't heard from you in probably about a half hour, 45 minutes. What's been the latest? What's happened since the last time we talked to you?
Well, it looks like state police have cleared the scene. I don't see any more police cars at the bowling alley. There might be some on the other side. It's about 200 yards behind me here, but this is as close as we can get. This is where the shooting all started, right before 7 o'clock last night. We've got, of course, the surveillance video of the suspect, of the gunman, raising his gun and firing on the people who were inside, probably with their backs turned to him, bowling and having a good time when all of this happened here last night. We know at this point, we believe there are 16 people were killed last night. We will get that number definitively at the 10:30 press conference. But some of the victims were here, and then after the gunman left here, he went to the bar on the other side of town and committed another mass shooting there. Right now, with the daylight here, the search for the suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card, has certainly ramped up. I know they have search dogs out right now trying to pick up his scent, trying to locate him in case he went into the woods, which is certainly a possibility with his car being left abandoned there in Lisbon near the boat ramp and near some trails as well. We did speak with a man a short time ago. He's a lifelong Lewiston resident by the name of Conrad Childs, and he knows some of the people who were shot and wounded and are hospitalized right now.
Scary to wake up to this today and have the whole city shut down like this. Scared for kids, scared for my children today.
So that was, Conrad Childs. He's obviously was very upset today, but he just can't believe this has happened, and I think that's the sentiment we're seeing in Lewiston. People are waking up, coming down here. They can't believe this has happened in their town, and they're still in shock over it. They're still in shock over it.
Talk about the law enforcement presence in back. You would see a police officer in the car back there. And have you seen any movement at all? I mean, the sun's up now. Last time we talked to you, the sun had just come up, and so kind of set the scene for us down there.
Well, we did see some state police cars leave. We think they were part of the forensic team here, although I haven't seen the crime lab van, so it's possible it is still in there. We have not seen that at all. But there's a large police presence everywhere you look, really, in the city. We also saw a helicopter flying overhead here. We don't know if that was involved in the search, but that certainly is a possibility that he would have somehow come back to Lewiston. So we think that was probably a search helicopter flying overhead, because it was kind of going around the entire area here. We don't know at this point if Robert Card acted alone in all of this, or if he had any accomplices as well. That will also be part of the investigation, as well as the fact that here's a person who is trained in firearms shooting, and also went to a mental health facility this summer for 2 weeks, and was talking about committing a mass shooting, perhaps at where he worked at the shooting range and shooting the military training facility in Saco. And the other part of this is, how did he get his hands on a gun? That's going to be another part of the shooting that we'll have to wait and see. Part of the investigation.
All right, Brad, we appreciate the report, and again, keep us updated down there live in Lewiston for us.
And as I just mentioned, we were expecting an update from Dan Lamparello. So here, he just tweeted this. You can see 45 seconds ago, some new details on Robert Card. So he says the I-team has confirmed with Saginaw County's sheriff that they have had interactions with Card in the past. He says the sheriff wouldn't confirm what those interactions were, but a police bulletin says Card was recently experiencing mental health issues. Here's what Sheriff Joel Mary told Dan this morning. We are gathering everything we know about this individual and are passing that along to the proper authorities to help with the investigation. So just to recap here, they say that they have had interactions with Card in the past. Not clear what those interactions were and exactly when they happened, how recently these happened. But he was recently experiencing, quote, mental health issues, which we have also learned. We brought some of that information to you from the Associated Press earlier this morning. And the sheriff saying we are gathering everything we know about this person, passing that along to the proper authorities to help with the investigation. So everyone pitching in to, see what they can share that, may lead to some clues as to where he might be, maybe a motive as well.
That's right. And again, some of the other things that we learned from the Associated Press that of course, Card is also a firearms instructor trained by the military, and he was recently committed to a mental health facility. Again, this according to a state police bulletin. Police intelligence bulletin was reviewed by the Associated Press. The bulletin says the man, again, Card, had been trained as a firearms instructor at a U.S. Army Reserve training facility in Maine. The document says Card had been committed to that mental health facility for 2 weeks in the summer of 2023. So all these things are coming out. Dan talking to Piscataquis County, and also we're learning this from the Associated Press, Saginaw County.
So we're trying to get as much information that we can to share with you, and we're definitely hoping to learn more information. The Maine Department of Public Safety saying that news conference is still set for 10:30 this morning at Lewiston City Hall. So that's happening in about an hour 40. Governor Janet Mills says that she will be there. We'll, of course, carry it live when that happens. And the governor sent out a press release, announcing that she's going to be there. And she also mentioned in that press conference that she got a call from President Biden about this. It's on his radar as well.
Yeah, and again, we've heard too that Senator Angus King is on his way back to Maine because of this, and we'll keep you posted what time he makes it back here as well. Also, we've been reporting many schools are remaining closed today, and that obviously includes Lewiston School. Superintendent Jack Langley is posting on X, formerly Twitter, this morning with this quote.
He says there is no school today in Lewiston as school facilities are closed. No school transportation will run in Lewiston or to other schools for those who attend elsewhere for special programming. We ask that everyone continue to shelter in place if possible. All Portland public schools also closing for the day. This message you're seeing now is posted to all of their social media pages saying all Portland schools, central offices will be shut down. If you're not sure which schools are classified as a Portland public school, we have a list from their website. Some of them include Deering and Portland High, Rowe Elementary, King Middle School, Casco Bay High School, and Longfellow Elementary School. As we said, this is just a few of the Portland schools closing. We'll continue to update you, of course, as we learn more.
By the way, right now we're checking out some of the closings on our website, and we told you that this is not just for Androscoggin County. Of course, as you can imagine, Lewiston and Auburn and Lisbon schools are closed, even Bowdoin. But this also goes way, we talked about Portland, also down into York County with Wells also closing, along with Sanford and Biddeford. So you can imagine so many schools not taking any chances. I mean, every single, I think, press release we've received or phone calls has been, it's the same thing, out of an abundance of caution. That's been a big thing today.
Exactly. And just another quick update for you. I mentioned this earlier, but I went to the Portland Jetport's website, and they were offering an operational update there. And they say that they are remaining open and flights are operating right now. Their partners at Portland Police, the Department of Homeland Security, they've increased patrols out of an abundance of caution. Passengers under a shelter-in-place order or who are not comfortable leaving their home should contact their airline to rebook to later flights. So if you're not in a shelter-in-place order, it's really up to you if you feel comfortable. There will be a police presence at the Jetport, so be prepared for that if you do head there for a flight if you're traveling today. But if you are under a shelter-in-place order, you may need to make some arrangements, so reach out to your airline for more on that.
I got to be honest, I mean, I'm looking at our website under the closings page, and when you look at all the businesses that have closed and all the schools, it's almost like we just had a major blizzard come into town. I mean, all the RSUs that are closed. I mean, you go to the website and look at it. It's incredible. It's like we just got like 10 feet of snow or something. Yeah, and like we've been saying, a lot of these communities and districts are nowhere near where these crime scenes are and where, the person of interest vehicle was found. But it doesn't seem to matter. It seems that people want students to just stay home and be with family members, which is probably a good idea right now. Yeah, absolutely. We're checking back in now with Johnny Maffey. He has been live on the air ever since last night, or actually last evening. I don't think he slept at all, even, coming into work yesterday for Good Day Maine, but he's been on the go, leaving from Portland to go to Lewiston, Auburn, and Lisbon. And he's in Lisbon right now.
And he's talked to, people all over the community. So, Johnny, what updates can you provide us right now?
Well, last time we checked back in, guys, I did report that the scene intensified a bit here in Lisbon. We are right near a few football fields away from that boat ramp that the Subaru was found of the person of interest, Robert Card, of course. Now, another update from our sources over in South Portland at the Coast Guard station. Because of his background, because of Robert Card's background, he has a military ID, we're told, and so they have armed guards. They're armed outside the gates over at the Coast Guard station in South Portland, and that just goes to show sort of the intensity of this situation here in the morning. Again, you can see it's much brighter now. When I got on air for this, it was 9 o'clock, it was dark, and it gets darker and darker later and later in the morning. The sun rises later and later, of course. They had to wait for, around 6:50 to get even a little bit of a glow here in Lisbon. But we were about to talk to Chief Ryan McGee of the Lisbon Police Department, and what he told us was he still wants everybody to stay home today. That's the message right now. Everyone needs to stay home. There's that big press conference in a little bit. That's about in an hour and a half, I believe, at 10:30. If it's, I don't even know what to, yes, an hour and a half at 10:30. And he was about to talk to us, then he got a report. So again, hopefully good signs of that report. Hopefully they can narrow him down in the area that they think he might be in these woods, but they're just not telling us right now, and that's just for the safety of everyone and to try to catch the bad guys.
Yep, and he said they won't stop working until they find him. Johnny, thank you so much for the update.
Yeah, right about an hour and a half ago, we talked with Cumberland County Sheriff Kevin Joyce. Him and some of his investigators and deputies were in the Lewiston area helping out. They're now back in Cumberland County resting before heading back up there later today. Some chilling of details that he's going to talk about in this interview that we recorded just about an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, I was in my office and I've got a scanner, and I heard bits and pieces, and I know that they were looking, or state police were looking for a shooter somewhere. Then we got several calls asking either for our tactical team or some other deputies because they were, as it came across, they'd had multiple victims of the shooting. So we deployed our tactical team, our regional tactical team, as well as our detectives. The detectives were able to help Lewiston. We had about 70 witnesses. So as you can imagine, trying to get information from them before we release them, because once you have them, you potentially could lose them. So we did assist them with that. There's a lot of rumors going around about what occurred, and we're always guarded on putting that information out because of the fact that we want to get the facts out there, not just rumors. So we're chasing down all the information, or they are. We've pulled our team at about 2 this morning to arrest them because we expect that this may go on for a few more hours. May be needed, may not be needed. There's a lot of federal assets coming in now to assist as well. So there was a great response from Southern Maine law enforcement, and because they had several scenes, and you had to provide security. The reality is they don't know where he is still. As far as I know. I know at that time we didn't know where he was. He's going to come back around and start shooting people at the scene. So bottom line is, for us, it was a kind of what we call a away game outside the county, but we're close enough that, as many other agencies, to provide a little bit of stability until the assets got there.
Sheriff Joyce, it's Katie Sampson here. I just would like to get your, reaction to the magnitude of this. You've been in law enforcement for many, many years. Can you just give us, how extreme this situation is from your perspective and everything you've seen in your history with law enforcement?
Well, I didn't go to the scene, but I talked to a few people, and all I can say is horrific. I've been telling people that Maine is really a safe state, but we're not immune, and we're lucky. We've been lucky. That luck ran out last night. I don't understand what humanity can do to humanity. This blows my mind. You know, this is an epidemic that somehow we got to wrap our arms around it, figure out how we avoid it. But, you know, from what I know and saw in the video, it was needless. It was needless.
Yeah. And Sheriff, I know, I mean, it's so emotional for, I know, people in law enforcement, you know, so many people involved, even here, us, you know, delivering the news and everything. But I guess talk about how, you know, law enforcement really has come together. I mean, you're talking about sheriff departments, you're talking about Maine State Police, you're talking about the FBI, you're talking about the ATV, all FBI, all joining together to, whether it's blocking roads or whether it's a search or you know, getting witnesses or getting evidence. I mean, all teaming together to try to you know, help out this situation.
Well, you know, we train for it, and then we try to train with other agencies as well, knowing that, you know, there might be a slight difference in policies, a slight difference in way response is, distance-wise. You know, I had heard that, you know, some agencies were offering assistance from northern Maine. You know, during the first few hours, it's just a matter of, and really today, still, we don't know who the guy is. You know, his vehicle was located last night, but it was dark. You just can't rush in. There was a thought that, you know, maybe the car was set as bait so that when the officers rushed in, that